Jim Bennett, welcome to Mormon Discussion. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Glad to sit with you, to have this conversation. You and I have been talking for a couple of weeks here, just trying to pin down a day that we could just kind of sit and have a conversation about your response, which caught my eye, to the CES letter. And others have tried to respond, and I think those responses to various degrees fall short. And while I have some issues with your response, I also think that your response up to this point has been the most productive in terms of offering answers to the questions that Jeremy Runnells poses in the CES letter. But before we jump into that, I wanted to give you a few minutes just to tell the audience about who you are. Please, by all means, mention your dad. I want to tie that in as soon as you're done giving that intro, because I've got a connection to your father as well. But if you don't mind, just give us kind of maybe a brief intro of yourself.
Well, sure. So my name is Jim Bennett, and my father, if we want to mention him right off the bat, my father was former Senator Bob Bennett. And you know, it's really interesting that we're talking about him in the context of the CES letter reply, because my father passed away in 2016, and probably the last thing he read of any length was my CES letter reply that I published on April 1st, which is not a good day to publish anything you want taken seriously, is something I discovered. But he read it. He was thrilled with it, and then he suffered a stroke on the 11th of April, and he was gone 3 weeks later. But so this whole endeavor that I engaged in writing this reply is forever linked in my brain to that connection with my father. So I think it's appropriate to mention him at the outset. People tend to think that I grew up in Salt Lake because of who my father is, but the reality is that I grew up in Southern California, not too far from Jeremy Runnells. I was in Calabasas, California, which is now the land of the Kardashians. They weren't there when I was there. But I grew up there, so I did not grow up in Utah. And I, been a lifelong member of the church. But, you know, when you talk about all of the kinds of faith crises or encountering difficult information, that happened to me largely when I was 18 years old. I was a freshman at the University of Southern California. I was planning on being a world-famous actor. Maybe you've seen my movie debut in The Home Teachers, which is a really bad Mormon movie from years and years
ago. I remember that.
Yeah, I'm the first person they go home teach. And then they launch a turkey out my window.
Okay.
It's not a good movie.
No, it's not.
But the guy who directed the movie was in my ward at the time, and he said, "Oh, Jim, I've got a part for you in my movie. It's a total burnout. You're perfect for it." And I went, "Oh, well, thanks. I'm glad I'm the first person who came to mind." But but as a freshman at the University of Southern California, I read The God Makers, which was sort of the CES letter of its day. It came from a different approach. It was more about convincing Latter-day Saints that Mormons weren't Christians than it was about just sort of dismantling the entire framework of Latter-day Saint theology, which is what I think the CES letter is trying to do. But it really shook me up quite a bit. And I also was listening to, I don't think it's on the air anymore, it was called The Bible Answer Man. And do you remember, it was Dr. Walter Martin who wrote the book, The Kingdom of the Cults. And the Mormons had a starring role. I'm not really good at not saying Mormon. I'm supposed to, but I hope that faithful Latter-day Saints don't get mad at me if I lapse back into my victory for Satan.
And that God doesn't get offended, right?
That God doesn't get offended. Anyway. That's a whole other things. But I'm now a member of the Tabernacle Choir, and every letter I've gotten from the Tabernacle Choir says Mormon Tabernacle Choir on it. And if you go down to the Tabernacle Choir office under the Tabernacle, there's a huge sign that says Mormon Tabernacle Choir. So as long as the church is still using Mormon, if I lapse into it, I hope they'll forgive me for doing it. I think it's going to take quite a long time to get rid of that. But anyway, that's a whole other discussion altogether. So Anyway, I read the God Makers. I was listening to the Bible Answer Man, and I was deeply and profoundly frustrated and shaken because they were describing a church that was a whole lot more sinister and interesting, frankly, than the boring church I had grown up in. And one of the things that was very helpful to me was that I had a father who was very patient and was willing to listen to my questions and take them seriously. And I find it very frustrating when people are not willing to take questions seriously. Candidly, I listened to Elder Corbridge's latest devotional where he talks about. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. I listened to it and read the thing first, where it was like a synopsis in the church news, and then listened to the audio as well.
I found that extraordinarily frustrating, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
I just thought, we don't live in an age where, the message seemed to be, one, if you encounter difficult information, it's because someone's trying to deceive you. And two, set aside all of those issues. You just need to recognize that Joseph Smith was a prophet. And once you do that, all these other issues go away. And both of those, I think, are really unproductive. First of all, people can encounter difficult issues that throw them off on the church's own website and the church's own essays. And secondly, they can, when you come forward with an issue and say, I found out things about how polygamy was practiced that really, really upset me. And if you come back and just say, well, you just need to recognize Joseph Smith was a prophet, I think you drive people away. I'm much more comfortable with Elder Ballard's approach, which he outlined in his talk to CES teachers back in 2016, where he said, gone are the days where we can just bear our testimony and think that that's going to answer all the questions. I just don't think that's productive. I don't think that's helpful. And one of the things that was really helpful to me when I encountered the God Makers, not just talking to my father, but I came back to Salt Lake City. My family had moved up to Salt Lake City right after I graduated from high school. And I came up from USC up to Salt Lake, and just out of the blue, the Elders Quorum was passing out copies of a book called The Truth About the God Makers by Gilbert W. Scharfs, who I'd never heard of. But I read it, and it was essentially a line-by-line response to the God Makers. And I thought, okay, even if I don't agree with Gilbert W. Scharfs' answers, I can recognize that somebody has taken these questions seriously enough to prepare a response to them. And many of the answers I thought were very helpful, and some of them weren't necessarily. I don't even remember the specifics. But what I remember is just being grateful to realize that there were people out there that were taking these questions seriously. And ever since then, I have felt a responsibility to look at essentially both sides of the issues and confront these kinds of things head on. I don't think anybody benefits when these questions are dodged. I don't think anybody benefits when somebody's faith is questioned when they're asking questions. You encounter, Jeremy Runnells, and I don't necessarily understand. I don't agree with this particular objection, but Jeremy Runnells was really shaken up by the idea that Joseph Smith used a rock in the hat to translate the Book of Mormon. And, just saying, well, how dare you ask that question doesn't answer it. You need to be able to confront it. You need to be able to say, okay, well, what's the issue here? What can we do to talk about this? And I just don't think the church and we as members of the church have a choice in the matter about doing things like that. I think we've reached a point where all of this information, did you serve a mission?
I did not, my friend.
You joined the church at 17, so that
17 years old, and then had the chance to serve a mission, but didn't quite understand what all that meant, and didn't do it at the time.
Sure. Well, on my mission, people would encounter a lot of this. When you start teaching an investigator, almost magically, these weird little pamphlets would show up on their doorstep from ministers they hadn't seen in years, and they talked about the Adam God theory and all this other stuff as to why Mormonism was a cult. And back 30 years ago when I was a missionary, that was really the only way people would be exposed to this kinds of information. And today they can get on their laptop and they just type in a question and something comes up that can totally break their shelf. And we can't react to that the same way we did 30 years ago. I listened to Elder Corbridge's devotional and thought this would be a great message from 1989. But in 2019, it doesn't work. So anyway, I have 5 kids. I work for a web startup, canonizer.com, which is where I'm now posting my new version of my reply to Jeremy Runnells. And it's kind of a Wikipedia meets Reddit sort of thing. And I don't necessarily need to get into the specifics and particulars of that, but I still haven't decided what I'm going to do when I grow up. I ran for Congress 2 years ago. I started a new political party. I have done all kinds, but where I may have met you, I think, is for 5 years I was the artistic and marketing director at the Tuacahn Center for the Arts down in St. George.
Yeah, it's in my backyard. So
it's right there in your backyard.
We've been there a few times. The Christmas thing that they do that everybody shows up for is gorgeous.
The Festival of Lights, yes.
Yeah, we've been to Beauty and the Beast. We've been to a couple of other plays. Just a really unique space to watch a theatrical production.
Right. Yeah, I have not seen a show there since I was there. So it's been I left Tuacahn in 2004. So it's been 15 years since I've actually seen a show there. I directed Guys and Dolls that summer, and that's the last thing I did down there.
Gotcha. We didn't move here until 2015, so we were like ships probably passing through the night a decade apart. So there
was a decade apart between the ship passing.
Yeah,
but you work at Family Pond, do you not?
I do. I manage the Hurricane store out of their 4 stores, and just a great company to work for. And
I just remember all the radio ads. A pawn shop for everyone, Family Pond.
And we're the ones that keep you from watching your movie a little sooner.
Oh, yeah.
All of our ads are at the beginning of the movies.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we stopped you. Us and Sun River.
Right.
So,
do you still use that jingle?
They do. Yeah, we still use that jingle. It's the place where every kid gets a free toy. Yeah.
Nice.
So,
very nice.
Yeah, and I appreciate all of that. Like, you've already set a wonderful tone for this conversation by acknowledging that Elder Corbridge's talk falls deeply short. You point out, I mean, he's charismatic. I think the talk is delivered beautifully. He comes across kind of from that Bruce R. McConkie era.
Right.
Maybe kind of the end of that, in the 90s when the church is doing well.
While I'm thinking of it, I read the transcript of your disciplinary council, and you mentioned that McConkie Mormonism is dead, and that Joseph Fielding Smith Mormonism is dead. And that was really interesting to me. My second mission president was Joseph Fielding McConkie.
Yes.
Son of Bruce R., grandson of Joseph Fielding Smith.
Answers to gospel questions.
Answers to gospel questions. I loved President McConkie. He passed away just a few years ago. But what you're talking about there, I can fully understand your frustration with. I remember I was madly in love with an evangelical Christian, and she went out and got a copy of Mormon Doctrine and said, "Oh, is this what your church believes?" And I went, "Oh, my goodness." And I said, "Well, there's some problems with this and problems with that." My great-grandfather is David O. McKay, who was not a big fan of McConkieism.
No, there was some conflict there.
There was some conflict there. And when Mormon Doctrine was first published, David O. McKay had the general authorities go through it, and I think they found over 1,000 doctrinal errors that they considered to be doctrinal errors. And so I can fully understand the frustration with that. So I jumped in, and I'm not sure where I cut you off, but I want you to get back to what you were trying to say before I did.
Yeah, no biggie. So Elder Corbridge's talk was frustrating, which you agreeing with that is, I think, a huge step to the listener and saying like, oh, okay, this guy gets it. So I appreciate that. Your father, Bob Bennett, wrote the book Leap of Faith, and I just want to tell the listeners, like, if you're in a place where you're starting to see this messiness and you're wanting to hang on, I honestly, Jim, I can't recommend a better book than Leap of Faith. What it did for me was it gave me a chance to look at the Book of Mormon at some deeper levels. There were ideas in there about, Nephi didn't have any children, and some of that kind of the hidden context of the Book of Mormon was a lot of the stuff your dad spent time on, and I thought it was just deeply creative. I thought it was there was enough of the material that he's pointing at to actually give substance to the conclusions he was drawing. And he opened up the Book of Mormon to me in a completely new way that allowed me to go back in and go like, oh, the critics are raising questions of historicity, but there's this deeper level that gets me to hold on. And that book helped me to produce a couple of early episodes in the podcast, which I sent to you, but I want the listeners to know, like, your dad was deeply influential in my diving deeper and getting out of a binary world where things are black and white and starting to see the Book of Mormon, Mormonism, and then the world in this kind of more colorful context.
Well, I very much appreciate hearing that. It's interesting because bookofmormoncentral.org has contacted me, and I'm actually recording an audio version of the book for them. So I think they're going to start making videos based on my audio. Sorry about that. They're going to start making video out of my audio, and so I'm immersed in this book again. And I think this, if you were trying to find a description of where my faith is, I think you couldn't find any better description of it than my father's book. For me, the Book of Mormon is the anchor to my faith. And if I go back to Elder Corbridge, I think he was trying to make that message, but he was, I don't think it was clear. But for me, the idea that the Book of Mormon is sort of the access point to the divine that keeps me connected to the church. And my father's approach to the Book of Mormon, it really is interesting. The thing that I think is fascinating is when he starts talking about all of his Howard Hughes experiences.
Yeah, very good.
Howard Hughes, people don't necessarily realize this, but the only people Howard Hughes trusted were Mormons. His entire inner circle were members of the church. And they were the people who were with him 24/7 as he was in exile in Barbados for the last years of his life. But he goes into the forgeries that were involved with Howard Hughes. There was a guy who wrote the autobiography, quote unquote, of Howard Hughes that was a complete forgery. But the process he used to do it, he relied on a manuscript, an unpublished manuscript that had information about Howard Hughes that other people wouldn't have had. And there were things in that book that people expected to find there. And Howard Hughes was weird enough that the general public believed that he might just do something strange, like write an autobiography that he wasn't telling anybody about and sneaking off to meet with somebody. And there's also the Hughes will, Melvin Dumar and Melvin and Howard. The movie Melvin and Howard? It's based on the idea that this guy met Howard Hughes hitchhiking in the Nevada desert, and then Howard Hughes wrote a will leaving him 1/14 of all of his assets. And this will was actually left on the doorstep of church headquarters back in the day. And there are glaring errors in the will that make it clear that it's a fraud. For instance, Howard Hughes talks in the will, not Howard Hughes, but the fake Howard Hughes, the fraudulent will, mentions the Spruce Goose, which was Howard Hughes's massive airplane that only flew once. And that was a name that was given to it by the press that Howard Hughes hated. Howard Hughes would never have used the term Spruce Goose in his own will. And so that was very clearly evidence that the will was fraudulent. So he goes through that, and he talks about how the Book of Mormon, unlike the Hughes forgeries now, as we look at them in the 21st century, look increasingly ridiculous. Whereas the Book of Mormon, there are still things that are considered anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. But the remarkable thing about them is that there are fewer anachronisms now than there were when the book was published. And frauds and forgeries don't work that way. Frauds and forgeries look more and more ridiculous as time passes. In the Book of Mormon, actually, there are more things in its favor than there were at the time that it was published. So
beautiful. And I love all this setup. I want to say one more thing, and then I want to start jumping into the first issue. And you and I have agreed that we'll sit down, I'm hoping at least 3 times, and maybe more if it needs to tie up some loose ends.
right.
And so I hope you'll be patient with me as we do this. I think this conversation, being balanced and being kind, is going to be deeply helpful to people who have questions as they're running into this stuff. So the last thing I want to say is regarding Elder Corbridge, it's this idea of putting a divide between the Orthodox believer and then this person who has questions, who's now getting into the messiness. And it feels like at times the church is wanting these two people to see each other as enemies.
Right.
And as you point out, like this idea of tackling questions, you pointed to Elder Ballard in his address to the CES teachers, and this idea that we shouldn't avoid questions. And then Elder Oaks and Elder Ballard give this fireside maybe 8 months ago or so at this point. And Elder Oaks laughs with Elder Ballard as he says, those questions we don't have good answers to, those are the ones we're going to avoid.
I think we'd also have to be honest. There may be some of these questions that there is no answer to.
Yes.
Those, I think, would be the ones we avoid.
I gave a talk on the plan of salvation at conference, and I tried to stay away from the questions we don't have answers to because the Lord hasn't revealed a lot of that.
And what feels like to the doubter is that the leadership doesn't want to really talk about any of these problematic questions. We're only mentioning them at a surface level. We say we have good answers to them, and then we don't really want to get into them. And so when Elder Oaks says, I want to avoid the questions we don't have good answers to, and then we avoid all of the messy questions, that message that comes across to the doubter is, see, look, there aren't good answers to these questions. Now you're suggesting that, there might be better answers than maybe some of these guys are wanting to, they believe that there is, or that they're able to share. And so today I wanted to jump into some of these issues, get as far as we can.
Well,
I don't think we're going to.
I have not. I just want to jump in here. I have not seen that. I was not aware of that fireside that took place 8 months ago, or what President Oaks had said.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to send it to you when we're done. I thought the line it hurt me because people with doubts, if you're going to start addressing things, and they asked the crowd beforehand, like the audience, and then the audience that would be listening, like submit questions beforehand.
Oh, right. I do remember that. And
you could read through these questions, and most of the questions people are asking really tough stuff.
Right.
And they avoid all of that. And it feels like it's intentional to stay away from any of the messiness, but on some level, as you point out, we've got to start honoring. If we're going to say questions are honored, we have to start honoring questions.
Well, I agree with that. I want to back up just a little bit. I've actually been in I'm in a Facebook group where people are talking about Elder Corbridge's talk, and I said, at the risk of being the skunk at the party, I think it was kind of awful. And so that started a back and forth with people, and we were talking about some of the things we were saying. But I think it's important to realize that that the leadership of the church are human beings with agency, and agency and infallibility are entirely incompatible. And I think once you recognize that, it becomes a whole lot easier to be able to find common ground, because you don't have to say, well, either these people are demigods or they're devils. That's the kind of black and white thinking that I see all over. I still see in the church, and I see all over the CES letter. It's, oh, well, these people weren't perfect. These people weren't demigods, so they must be devils. And every chance you have to be able to try to figure out why they say what they say, Jeremy Runnells always takes the worst possible assumption. It's never possible that Joseph Smith made an honest mistake or that Brigham Young made an honest mistake. It's always that they were deliberately trying to deceive. And so I don't know what President Oaks said on that occasion, but I look at the leadership of the church and how they're dealing with how the world has changed, how the information age has made it impossible for the church to be able to conduct business the way they did when I was a missionary. And I think a lot of that is coming from not necessarily, oh, we don't want to answer these questions or we're afraid to answer questions, but rather from, we don't know how to do this. We don't know how to deal with this. We've never had to deal with this before. This is
right. It's thrown them off too.
So I think that was President Oaks being somewhat candid, but at the same time, I think he was trying to, and maybe failing, but trying to put people at ease and just say, look, yeah, we recognize there are tough questions out there. And frankly, we don't know how, in my back and forth in this little Facebook group, this guy says, well, what do you suggest? Do we have a class where all we do is go through all of these difficult questions? And I thought, well, that might be kind of unwieldy and that might be kind of difficult, but maybe that's I don't know. I don't have the answers, and I don't necessarily think the leaders of the church have all of the answers. I think we're all trying to find it out together. But I just think it's important that we give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and I think that includes the leadership of the church. I don't think these men are any better than we are. I believe that I have as much direct access to heaven and that you have as much direct access to heaven as Russell M. Nelson does. But I don't think they're worse than we are either. I think that they are good men who are trying their best to fulfill the responsibility that they have been given. And if they come up short and they make mistakes, that doesn't shatter my testimony. And I think it shatters some people's testimonies. And I think we do a huge disservice to members of the church when we try to teach them that these people are perfect, because they aren't perfect. They're just like us. They are human beings. And if you're relying on their perfection to be able to base your testimony on that, you're going to be disappointed at some point down the road.
Let's jump into, and I agree with you. I think you'll find, I hope a listener finds, because I'll be pointed when I think the data is super strong, but I don't want to pick on the little things. And I'll give one example before we jump into an issue. There's places early on in the CES letter, as you pointed out, Jeremy doesn't start off with his strongest arguments. And I think the way in which you handle some of the stuff, and I'll just mention one, which is the edition of the King James Bible that is the language in the Book of Mormon.
Right.
I just think that's not a hill I want to spend any time on, because I think the argument is not one of the major issues. It's not a place that for me, I feel like I need to stay on that hill and fight to die on it. It just doesn't seem an important hill, and I think your response to it is satisfactory.
Okay.
So the same thing with the geography. I think the geography is a weaker argument.
Well, and he's admitted that repeatedly in public.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it's still in there. It's really a deeply shaky argument. He keeps talking about the lands of Joseph Smith's youth being this 2,000-mile radius. And so I point out that that's as close to where he grew up as Keokuk, Iowa is. And, how would he consider Keokuk, Iowa one of the lands of his youth? Anyway.
Right. No, I agree. The only reason I would find that issue pertinent is that just as the apologists find NHM in the exact right spot, which I agree is a really strong coincidence to the point where it holds up as some level of evidence, not proof, but evidence. But at the same time, it's just as easy to go into Joseph Smith's environment, and if we only take the three most used consonants out of one of these words and look in the right place, I'm sure we can find those kinds of things. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, except, Nahum is in exactly the right place for it to actually be evidence. And the maps that Jeremy Runnells uses in the CES letter are not in the right place.
Right, but I'm saying if you only need one of them, let's just say one of his.
Oh.
If you say there's like one word that's in the right spot, in the general read, you know what I mean? It becomes, sometimes we hang our hats on things like Nahum or chiasmus, and at the same time, like maybe it's not as strong. For instance, I'll give another one, which is Alma. Alma is this female name. It's in the Book of Mormon as a male name.
Right.
forever apologists have made the argument that, look at that, Joseph, he would have known Alma as a female name, and yet the Book of Mormon authors use it as a male name. And at this point, we now know that Alma was also a male name in the Americas at the time of Joseph Smith. And so I just want to be careful. Again, I grant that on some level it does have evidence of some strength or another. I don't want to say completely throw it out the window, but only that sometimes the apologists give these things as stronger than they are, and they fail to acknowledge why that evidence is also maybe weak from another angle.
Well, I can understand that. I think, though, when you start talking about things like this, we end up straining at gnats and swallowing camels. The central premise of my father's book, for instance, is that he says. So let me back up a little bit. My father suffered his fatal stroke on the 11th of April, and on the 10th of April, he stood up and gave his final fireside about the Book of Mormon. And the thesis of that fireside was somebody wrote it. And he said, that seems very obvious. He says, but and in the book, he says, any explanation for how the Book of Mormon came to be requires some kind of leap of faith. Of course, it's the responsibility of the church to defend the official version of how the Book of Mormon came to be. But from my perspective, there has not been a credible alternate explanation as to how the Book of Mormon was written. The Book of Mormon is the tangible miracle at the center of the restoration, which is where my faith is grounded, because I have not seen an adequate explanation from anybody else as to how anybody in the 19th century could have written this book under these circumstances and have it survive the test of time the way the Book of Mormon has. So when we start saying, okay, well, Alma was a male name at the time of Joseph Smith, I say, okay, so Alma, all right, let's say Joseph Smith, wrote the Book of Mormon as fiction, and he borrowed the name Alma. That still does not explain the 265,000 words that were dictated without revision and sent to a publisher in a really miraculous sort of way. I mean, you start saying...
No, I agree with you. Yeah, Joseph Smith, if the Book of Mormon is not historical,
right,
then what Joseph pulled off was a level of genius that puts him in maybe the top 3 or 4 most incredible acts of intelligence and cohesiveness that I've ever seen.
Right. And yeah. So I think particularly from my perspective, the CES letter is weakest with regard to all of its attacks on the Book of Mormon. And what I don't think Jeremy recognizes is that as he adds additional attacks, he weakens the argument for each of them. When he says, okay, the Book of Mormon was plagiarized from the view of the Hebrews. Also, the Book of Mormon was plagiarized from the first book of Napoleon. Also, the Book of Mormon...
Right, the more he does, the more genius he makes Joseph
And the more it becomes, okay, well, which is it? Pick one. And if it's all of these, then you have this picture of Joseph Smith sort of poring over all of these source materials and digging through all of these maps
with photographic memory. Right.
I mean, it just becomes okay. You're creating a miraculous circumstance that almost requires an angel. That's almost as miraculous as what Joseph said it was. And, so
yeah, absolutely.
So that really is where my faith continually comes back to. And I don't think as we go through my reply that people get a sense of that. That for instance, I mean, I recognize that the argument against the Book of Abraham, for instance, is much stronger than any argument against the Book of Mormon. But and what I don't talk about when I talk about the responses to the Book of Abraham is that I'm willing to give Joseph Smith the benefit of a whole lot more doubt, because the Book of Mormon is so powerful, and the Book of Mormon is such a powerful witness to me, not just of Christ and of all the doctrines that it teaches, but of the reality of the restoration and the reality of Joseph Smith's prophetic mission. And so that I think biases me. I recognize that it does, but I think that's what it's supposed to do. It biases me in favor of accepting an explanation for any other problem, you look at Joseph Smith and go, well, geez, why did this happen? I keep coming back to the Book of Mormon and saying, look, the Book of Mormon came from somewhere. Somebody wrote it. And I have a witness that it was written exactly the way that Joseph Smith said it was written, and that it is exactly what it claims to be. And so that gives me enough of a base to be able to confront these other issues. And I think that's kind of the message Elder Corbridge was trying to give. And I don't think he did it effectively. But anyway, so I'm wondering.
No, amen. So let's start off. I want to talk for a little bit about treasure digging. Right. We're 40 minutes in now, and here we go, first issue. So treasure digging, I'll tell you. So again, I am somebody who from the age of 17 till the age of 32, Mormonism worked, as Elder Uchtdorf said, it worked wonderfully. Right. And from 32 on,
not so wonderfully.
I began, it didn't work so well, and I began to sense that we also hurt people, that we claim to be the best source to get information, but have to revise our narrative. And in doing that, I've lost a lot of trust. And so here's my perception of treasure digging, and then I want to hear your perception, and then maybe we can ask a question or two to each other. So Joseph Smith, from the age of approximately at least 13, maybe younger, and he comes from a family that's also involved in folk magic. Joseph Smith at 13 uses Sally Chase's green seer stone, finds his own seer stone. He claims that it's 150 miles away under a tree. He must obviously leave and then comes back, and he has this stone. He uses this stone to tell people where their lost items are. We don't have a huge record of what that looked like. We have a story or two, for instance, where Martin Harris drops a pen in some, like a little pin in some hay or something, and Joseph helps him locate it. We've got a story of Josiah stole, Joseph describing the stole property before he actually arrives there. But we don't have much beyond that. What we also have are these stories of Joseph then going from being a lost item finder to helping people locate buried treasures, buried Spanish bullion, silver mines, gold. And the church portrayed it as this was just something Joseph did for just a brief little bit. Joseph himself says that, he got $14 a month and he gave it up quickly. Mm-hmm. So as I dove into the data, what I come across then is Dan Vogel's dialogue article, which shows that there were 17 prominent digs in the Palmyra and surrounding area that the Smith family, primarily with some others also, involved in. We understand this idea of the folk magic, and I know there's some debate about magic circles and slitting dogs' throats. I actually find there to be enough pointing to that to see it as credible. I know that that's debatable, so we can either set that aside or we can tackle that at some point. But what we do know is that Joseph, on multiple occasions, not just a month's worth of $14 a month, but over the course of years. So again, Joseph paints it as a small thing, and it seems to be much more prominent than he wanted us to think. So again, there's this moment of going like, why not just tell me the full story? Joseph is getting groups of people together as a young boy up until his early adulthood, and he is taking them out on these digs. And it's not like they're digging a 6-foot hole in the ground, but instead, there's still pictures of some of these caves in Palmyra that they dug. It's going to a hillside, and it's digging, multiple feet in, 20 feet in, and digging, 15 feet wide. It's almost like digging out a cave in this hill. And what would happen is Joseph would say, look, I see the treasure, and now you're getting close, and we didn't do the circle right, or we didn't say the spell right, or the guardian angel gets involved, and now this treasure has sunken further into the earth. I'm going to assume, and I'm going to give you a moment here to talk. I'm going to let you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to assume that you agree there never was any kind of Spanish treasure buried. There was no bullion. There was no silver mine. There was no gold like this. Right. And on some level, whether Joseph really believes that stuff is there, or whether he's deceiving people, it looks like a deception. And the other thing that I run into a problem. So there's this long history of what looks like deception. There's also Joseph painting it as no big deal when it really was much more prominent than he said it was. And then on top of that, what I have is treasures of precious metals buried in a hill, protected by a guardian spirit, and just worked out with the help of a seer stone. Then I go forward to the Book of Mormon and I find gold plates, a golden treasure, buried in a hill, protected by a guardian spirit, and involves the use of a seer stone. And I start to see what I think is a pattern where Moroni becomes a guardian spirit, and it feels to those who start to dive into this, and it felt to me, as if Joseph was simply doing more of what he had already done. Now, I add one more little caveat, which is from the age of 13, Joseph seems to have the ability to take a group of people and convince them of something, have them to one degree or another see what he sees, when in reality that did not exist, because that comes in later with the witnesses and other issues. And I'll stop there. That feels like a good synopsis of what us, as those who are either critics or doubters, right, what we perceive in that story. Now, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Have you ever seen the book A Reason for Faith?
Yes, this is the Laura Hale's
compendium.
Yeah.
The first. I should probably go dig it up, but because I don't have access to the kind of primary sources that would give detail to any of this. But the first essay in that book is written by Richard Bushman, and it's called Joseph Smith and Treasure Digging. And he goes through a lot of this and goes through the history of this. And the things that I take out of that, the first question is, what actually happened? And the second question is how much does it matter? And I look at it from the second question first, because to some degree, I don't care much if Joseph Smith, for instance, believed that he could find buried treasure. I don't care if Joseph Smith believed in folk magic, because I don't see anything inherently sinister about either of those things. I think they're kind of foolish. I think they're like people who believe in horoscopes. When my wife was a missionary in Chile, she said that everybody in Chile had a brown paper bag in the middle of their house because that kept insects away. And she said, and also you weren't supposed to drink a cold drink on a hot day or a hot drink on a cold day, because that would turn you choico, which she says translates as crooked, that you're going to lose your mind if that happens. And that's nonsense. You're not going to lose your mind if you drink a hot drink on a cold day. People do that all over the place. I served my mission in Scotland, where that's all they do. It's always a cold day, and they always drink hot drinks. But the fact that people believe something that silly, I don't think precludes them from being righteous, decent people. It just means they believe silly things. I think they're members of the church. We believe a lot of silly things that aren't doctrinal, that don't make a lot of sense. And so, if Joseph Smith, and I think it's undoubtable that Joseph Smith did believe in a lot of those things, I don't see that as in any way disqualifying of him being a man of integrity. Now, but then that gets back to issue one, which is what really happened. And if what really happened is that Joseph Smith is out deceiving people and lying to people, that would be more disqualifying. I don't think, in my understanding of the documents, I think that is a case that you can make if you want to make that case. But I don't think that the primary documents are strong enough that give us enough information to know exactly what's happening. I mean, if Joseph Smith is deceiving people, it's a really lousy con to lead them to treasure that doesn't exist, because Joseph Smith doesn't get a payoff from that either. I know that where there's a silver mine, only there's no silver, so I don't get anything. All Joseph gets out of that is the $14 a month. And, so the records we have Most of them have come to light, I think, relatively recently. I'm a big fan of a book. Have you ever heard of the book The Myth Makers by Hugh Nibley? It's incorporated into now, I think it's sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. But the center of the book is the trial that Joseph Smith undertook for being a disorderly person. And Hugh Nibley dismisses it because he says there's no record of the trial. And he was right when he wrote that book. There is no record of the trial. There is now. Those records have come to light in recent years. There was an 1826. It wasn't a trial. It was a hearing on the basis of Joseph Smith being accused of being a disorderly person. And all charges were dismissed when Hosea Stowell was testified and said, Joseph Smith's a great guy. And that was the end of it. So, you look at that and say, okay, I think you can read whatever you want to read into that. And if you are predisposed to thinking that Joseph Smith is a scoundrel and a liar, that can serve to some degree as confirmation bias of that. But I don't think that is the only way to read that evidence. I don't think it's irreducibly true to say that Joseph Smith was a con man in his youth, because I don't think we have enough information to be able to draw that conclusion. And when you say you see a pattern between, okay, he was looking for buried treasure and he eventually found a buried treasure that was the Book of Mormon, that were the golden plates, and all of that was consistent with his youthful experience, I look at that and say, that's the Lord using the culture and the context of a person's time to be able to prepare them to receive greater light and knowledge. I think one of the reasons why I'm not troubled by the fact that Joseph Smith used a seer stone in a hat to translate the Book of Mormon is that it's very clear to me that the Lord said, okay, you believe this kind of goofy little thing. I'm going to use that in a way that will make you more comfortable and give you some kind of connection to this that you wouldn't have had otherwise. The first section of the Doctrine and Covenants talks about the Lord speaking to his servants in their weakness after the manner of their language. And I think that treasure hunting and folk magic is part of the 19th century language. I don't think it was as disreputable as people now sort of seem to think it is. And the Bushman essay at the beginning of A Reason for Faith talks about that, as he says, you go back and look at it now, and historians are far less troubled by this now than they were 50 years ago, because the kind of presentism that we bring to our assessment of upstate New York in the 1820s has kind of gone away in academic circles, and it just wasn't that outrageous to believe in folk magic in the 1820s. So that's kind of my perspective on it, and that probably isn't going to change anybody's mind, but I don't find it particularly troubling.
Gotcha. So I'm trying to think how to kind of dive into that a little deeper. So these conversations are tough because one thing that's happening is there's this insider-outsider perspective, right? So as an insider who's a believer, we're going to place more weight on faithful answers that have some level of reasonability to them. As an outsider, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to find a critical perspective that seems reasonable, and we're going to add more weight to that. And I think that's unavoidable to some extent, but then it also causes, say, you or me to talk past each other a little bit. And I want to try to meet in the middle as much as we can. But I also realize that meeting in the middle in some ways is actually a loss for the faithful perspective, right? Like if you grant me half the issues and I grant you half, you lose.
Well, the thing is, I'm happy to grant you that your interpretation of the records about Joseph Smith's treasure digging are valid. Not valid in the sense that they are absolutely accurate, because I don't think we have enough information to be able to make a definitive determination there. But I think it is reasonable if you want to believe that Joseph Smith was a con man and a deceiver, I think you can find evidence to support that position and how you interpret the data from the very sparse data that we have.
Right. No, I agree.
But on the flip side, I think it's entirely reasonable to interpret that data the way a believer would interpret it, which is to say that it was sort of at least this believer, me, I interpret it as saying that it was a harmless superstition of the time that was common at the time, and that I don't see anything particularly sinister about it. I never really have. I mean, there are a number of things that I have been troubled by in church history and troubled by in church practice. This isn't one of them. So I am more than happy to cede to you the idea that the way you're looking at this data, I think you can make a case that can be defended, that your interpretation is correct. I don't agree with your interpretation. I don't think you have proof. And this is one of the things that always frustrates me too, is that very often when you start talking, and it's not just with regard to the claims of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but when you talk to atheists, they say there is no evidence for God. And I say, no, there is a great deal of evidence. There is no proof of God. And that's a very different thing. And I think that a lot of believers are not comfortable acknowledging the possibility of that kind of uncertainty.
Yeah, totally.
So there is no proof. I cannot prove to you that the Book of Mormon is a historical document, that it is what it claims to be. I think there is evidence that there is, but I don't think mortality is an experience where we've been given an experience where we are not supposed to have this kind of proof. I think we've been sent here in order to be able to see what we are going to do when we don't have our Heavenly Father looking over our shoulder 24 hours a day and knowing that. I mean, we have to have faith in Him. We have to be able to exercise our own moral judgment. So no, I'm happy to be able to say, yeah, if you want to see Joseph Smith in a bad light, you can find that in this. I think you can also find the other conclusion too.
Right. No, I grant all that. Love it. Because I think that's going to play out in every one of these issues. And so there's this big overarching thing, which is looking at it both as an insider and as an outsider. We're seeing a behavior that we're agreeing on, and then the interpretation of that behavior becomes different.
Right.
But I want to hit a couple things specifically. And the other thing, too, is I recognize is if I ask you a question like, do you still beat your wife?
Right.
Like, you can't just say yes or no. That's not a question you can...
The question needs to be challenged. And that's the one thing I found really frustrating about the CES letter. It's riddled with, when did you last beat your wife questions.
Right. And so nobody can answer yes or no. Now it takes 45 minutes to get into like, no, let's slow down. Let's back up. Here's what you asked. Here's why it doesn't work. I get all that.
Right.
I prefaced this next question, the next couple of questions with that comment because I'm hoping you can say yes or no. And I recognize maybe you won't be able to because it may be that kind of a question to you. But
okay.
Do you at least agree that Joseph Smith wants to downplay his treasure digging as this much smaller thing than what it actually was in his life?
I don't think there's any question that that's true. I think that's absolutely true.
Beautiful.
But I also want to back up and say that's what all human beings do. When we are embarrassed by something, when there's something, there are plenty of things in my childhood that I don't want to talk to you about, or I don't want to talk to anybody about. It's not that they were criminal or they were terrible. It's that they're kind of embarrassing and I don't want to talk about them. And this I think gets to the idea of infallible leaders. I don't think it's any kind of indictment of Joseph Smith to say that he didn't want to talk about embarrassing things in his childhood. I think that's the way all human beings function. But you're right, absolutely. I think it's very clear that Joseph Smith was trying to play it down, and I think it's very clear that the church has been trying to play it down.
Yeah, and even to the extent, we'll get into this hopefully at some point when we talk about the Book of Mormon translation, because I too agree with you. Whether Joseph Smith stood on his head and held on to one of the pockets of his pants and gave us the Book of Mormon makes no difference if God's behind it either way. It doesn't matter to me.
Right.
What I think happened is that the church decided at some point, and I don't know that it's even conscious. It could be it could be subconscious, but on some level they avoided a frank discussion about the stone in the hat.
Absolutely.
Because it leads back to treasure digging, which I think is the more embarrassing issue.
Right. No,
Okay.
I am happy to 100% acknowledge that both of those things are true. And I think, for instance, the church, this comes back to, the CES letter. It's always, okay, the church has been engaged in this deliberate pattern of deception. The church has been lying to me. I mean, that's the message that keeps coming out of the CES letter. The church lied to me about the rock and the hat. And my response is, no, the church did not lie to you about the rock and the hat, but the church didn't talk about it. The church just didn't want to talk about it. If you wanted that information, you could find it. You could look for it. I mean, the church never came out and said Joseph Smith didn't use a rock and the hat. Well, Joseph Fielding McConkie said that, actually. That's when I first learned about the rock.
Right, yeah, Broussard, Joseph Fielding Smith, and then Joseph Fielding McConkie, sure.
But I mean, they acknowledged the sources, and they said, we don't believe them. And I had a conversation with Joseph Fielding McConkie one-on-one talking about this. And he gave very specific reasons why the rock and the hat just didn't happen. But I don't think he was lying to me. I think he absolutely believed his position. So I think when you want to say, okay, has the church been lying to me? Is the church deceiving me? Or is the church filled with people who don't want to talk about embarrassing things? I think the law of parsimony would say that the second premise is the correct one, not the first.
Right. And I want to grant all of that. Like, I agree with you 100% that there's a difference between misstating something intentionally and simply not talking about it. Now,
Right.
The pushback I would give is that the church has set a certain bar for honesty. So this is a twofold problem. One is that me as a human being, there's a natural gut feeling that I feel like I deserve to have as much access to the information as possible so that I can make wise decisions in my life. And so when people run into a faith crisis, they often feel like the church intentionally withheld things, and even if it's unintentional to some degree, there's a feeling of like, if I had known that, I would have made different decisions in my life. And so that's one part. The other part is that the church, for instance, in its Gospel Principles book, says honesty is also based on if we withhold things in order to manipulate a situation to some extent, that's also dishonesty. And I think a lot of people feel that. I don't want to go off into a tangent and have to explain all that. I just want you to sense, and I know you get it, people feel betrayed.
Sure.
Because they feel like the church told one story and the data and the facts make the narrative like not just a little different, but incredibly different. And people feel like had they had all that information to begin with, they wouldn't have invested what they did into this institutional thing.
I can fully understand that because that was my experience at 18 years old, reading the God Makers. It was, this church I've grown up in is not the church I thought it was. And what made the difference for me was that I was able to talk to people who took my questions and took my frustrations seriously. And what I have found in the interim is, for instance, you say that you made a comment that if you had known some information it was not just different but radically different, I would push back on that. For instance, I don't see the rock and the hat as radically different from a pair of granny glasses attached to a suit of armor.
Let me give an example. So, I was taught a story where Joseph and Emma had an ideal marriage. I was taught a story where Joseph's father was a upright, completely like good guy, great dad. I was taught a story that Joseph had very little involvement in treasure digging. I was taught a story that Joseph used the Nephite spectacles. I was taught a story that, Joseph stayed away from alcohol so strongly that even during his leg surgery, he refused to have some type of alcohol to soften the pain of the surgery. And what I found was that those things, those moments in time used to teach an idea, when I looked at the full scope of the data, I was led to see somebody who didn't do things the way the church wanted us to see those people doing things. I was taught that Joseph Smith, let me put it this way, I was never taught Joseph was a polygamist in church, in the correlated material, and so I was left to assume he was a monogamist, and I think anybody, an outsider who comes in and looks at the curriculum from 10 years ago and earlier, would go like, yeah, this guy's not married to more than one person. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, all you would have is section 132, or if you were curious enough to go on to Family Search and look up the prophet and to find that info, we tell a story about Mary Elizabeth Rawlings Lightner and how she saves the Book of Commandments papers as that press is being destroyed by a mob. And we tell that story about Mary Elizabeth Rawlings Lightner, but we never disclose anywhere that she's the plural wife of Joseph Smith, right, which our founder, right? Like, if I'm going to read a book about L. Ron Hubbard
right,
and Scientology, I'm expecting a biography or an institutional biography, which we get over dozens of years in church curriculum, to disclose at the very least, as it tells me the story about her, that she's also a plural wife of Joseph Smith. It feels as if that's a more important data point that members should know than saving the Book of Commandments, and yet it also feels like the church at all costs, outside of an information age, said, let's not do that.
You know, I think I will grant you a certain degree of I want to agree with you to a point, but not entirely. It's interesting you mentioned L. Ron Hubbard. I'm actually fascinated by Scientology. It's so delightfully strange, and I really wish they would just sort of embrace the strangeness. Same thing's true with our church as well. But L. Ron Hubbard and the Church of Scientology have written biographies about L. Ron Hubbard that are demonstrably factually incorrect, and not, that aren't just like in error. They
paint
talk
the
about
guy as a hero in the military,
when he never,
as a great husband and father, when he in some ways emotionally tortured.
Physics that he does not have, right? They make false statements about him and push that forward. You're saying, okay, I was taught that Joseph Smith had an ideal marriage. Okay, well, what does that mean? What is an ideal marriage? The church has never, for instance, come out and said Joseph Smith was not a polygamist. What the church has done, and I think it was a mistake to do this, is just not talk about that. I mean, I can't remember a time actually when I did not know that Joseph Smith was a polygamist. I come from a polygamous line. One of my great grandfathers is David O. McKay, and on the other side of my family, great grandfather is Heber J. Grant. And my grandmother was the last surviving daughter of Heber J. Grant, and Heber J. Grant had 3 wives, and she was raised by her sister for 12 years and was not allowed to use her real surname because she was afraid that federal agents would arrest her father for polygamy if she did. And so polygamy has been sort of a part of our family lore since as long as I can remember. And so never at any point was I ever under the impression that Joseph Smith was not a polygamist. And that's one concern that I can't really personally identify with other people, because when people come back, is it Hans Matson, the area authority, who was just flabbergasted to discover Joseph Smith was a polygamist? And I thought, I don't understand how anybody can be in the mission field and not know that Joseph Smith was a polygamist. Doctrine and Covenants, section 132, it has been in our scriptures, published, uninterrupted for 175 years. So I look at that, but I recognize, yes, the church did not want to talk about things that it felt were embarrassing. I do not think that is the same thing as L. Ron Hubbard saying, I have a degree in nuclear physics, when he flunked out of college after one semester. I think I'm happy to say, yes, that is not the level of honesty that I want the church to rise to, but it is not the kind of dishonesty that Jeremy Runnells says it is. I think it's a cultural aversion to embarrassment. I don't think it is deliberate deception. I don't think a cultural aversion to embarrassment is a great excuse. I think it's an explanation. And I look at the church, and it all comes down to what do we expect from the church and what do we expect from our leaders. If we expect our leaders to be infallible, we are going to be disappointed and we are going to have our faith crushed. I think that's what the scriptures talk about as putting our trust in the arm of flesh. If we recognize that the church is made up of people with agency and people who are fallible and people who, like me, don't like to talk about the more embarrassing aspects of their lives, then I think we can look at it a little more charitably and understand what the church has done. It doesn't necessarily excuse what the church has done, and I think to the church's credit, we're making great strides. Have you read Saints, the New Church History?
I've read chapters of it, and I agree, although I will, again, and this is just the insider-outsider perspective, I still see our history, even in the gospel topic essays and even in the book Saints, to some degree told in the most, like, okay, we'll disclose more facts, we'll disclose more of the issues, but we're still going to tell it in a very, as faithful as we can. We're not gonna present all of the messiness. We're gonna kind of make it sound a little better than it probably was. So I still feel that, but I agree with you. It's strides ahead of Truth Restored by Gordon B. Hinckley or
Right.
Our Heritage, right?
Right. Well, I don't know that the church can do it any other way. I mean, there is no.
Sure.
When people talk about objective historians, there's no such thing.
No such thing.
It's
right.
not possible. It's not possible. Just by telling one piece of history and not telling another, history is too vast. And so when you are selective in what history you're willing to tell, you're demonstrating some form of bias or some sort. So the fact that the church is trying to put its best foot forward, I don't think there's any other possible way to do that. I don't think the church is offering in Saints and in the gospel topics essays and the recent kinds of things that they're doing to illuminate history. I don't think they're offering unreasonable interpretations of the facts. I think that they're entirely reasonable to be telling the story they're telling, and I think that they have made great strides. We have made great strides in confronting the issues that we have not wanted to talk about for 150 years.
No, I agree that Saints is not. Saints is a much more reasonable way in which to tell our history. So I'm going to agree with you there. My one caveat, and I don't really want to go off in this angle, I just want to say it, and then let's move on to the first vision.
Sure.
Which is the idea that if you and I, if we knew each other, we were friends, and you were asking me about important things, and I'm constantly withholding what you consider to be important information because I'm embarrassed. And I reserve the right to hold back things out of embarrassment or worry that you're going to misuse the information. I grant that. On the other side of it, I also expect you to lose trust in me if I'm not forthright with you. And so on some level, I think it's not only reasonable, I think it's appropriate for members of the church to lose trust in the institution when the institution withholds information that person considers important.
Because from my experience, I don't think that's an entirely analogous dynamic. For instance, I think it is true to say that the church in correlated materials has not brought these things up. I do not think it is true to say that when people ask about these things, the church has refused to answer. Because in my experience, I came across this information and I started asking about these things. I had asked my father. I got answers from Gilbert W. Scharfs. So I didn't get these answers necessarily in general conference, but I wasn't in a position to be able to directly question the apostles in general conference. When I brought these questions that I had to people, people responded with substantive answers. And I like to hope that I wasn't the only person that had that kind of a positive experience. So I would push back and say, I don't think when the church is asked direct questions that the church has refused to answer or has withheld information. I think there are a number of people who have gone through mortality and gone through their experience in the church without ever learning anything about the rock and the hat. And I don't think it's had any bearing on their lives one way or the other. They've remained blissfully unaware. They don't particularly care. The Book of Mormon has blessed their lives. And whether or not it was granny spectacles with a suit of armor or a rock and the hat, it doesn't change their experience. So they didn't have a question, and so that question wasn't answered, but it wasn't a question they had either.
So I've early on in my faith crisis, I was communicating with Elder Holland and Marlon Jensen.
Right.
I had reached out to Elder Holland and I had asked him like 7 questions, and they were messy questions, such as how much do leaders make?
Oh, okay.
And I think in our normal jobs, like if I work for Family Pawn, I don't think I owe it to anybody to tell somebody what my income is.
Right.
On the other hand, when you are employed by the true and living Church of Jesus Christ, who in all of your public statements says we're just a lay ministry, I think you do owe, on some level, that information. It shouldn't be something that's hidden. And again, I don't want to debate that, but because that wasn't the only question.
Fair. That's fair.
It wasn't the only question. And Elder Holland's response to me was, I wish I could answer your questions, but he didn't. And when I've sent questions to my stake president, in the midst of them wanting to see me in apostasy and start to move towards a disciplinary council, I said, President, could you just take these 5 questions and send them up the ladder, and let's see if there's a healthy mechanism to get these questions answered. And whoever he sent them up to in the 70 passed them up higher. They were sent back down, and my stake president sat with me and said, they're not going to answer your questions. They've sent them to me and told me that I'm to answer these questions for you, and I'm not going to answer these questions because I don't have any, these are above my pay grade. Mm-hmm. And so I just want to acknowledge, like on some level, I honor your experience, that you had experience asking tough questions and people answered them. I just hope you also honor my perspective, which is I also sent questions on to people and they avoided those at all cost.
That's fair.
Okay. I want to hit the first vision. So in the first vision, again, let's do the same things. I think this is playing out really well.
Oh, good.
Let me tell you my perspective, and then you tell me yours, and then we'll talk about it for a moment. And this may be as far as we get. And I hope you feel like we're being fair to each other. I certainly feel that with you.
I do. I absolutely feel that with you. I'm very much enjoying this. I hope you're having fun. I'm having fun.
I am. In fact, I hope we sit down 10 times and do this, because I think the listeners who are doubters or people who are out of the church, they're going to see what I think is a fair discussion about these issues, and then they can just make healthy decisions.
Well, good.
Good. In the first vision, so Joseph Smith has so it happens in 1820, whatever it is. Right. And I'm willing to concede that Joseph had a spiritual experience. Because I think most human beings, when they have a level of religiosity or religiousness in their lives, they have spiritual experiences. Right. 1820, whatever this event is, that's when Joseph says it occurs, at least by the 1838 account. And I grant the age thing is just such a non-point to fight over.
Right. Frederick Williams put the wrong age in the 1832 account.
Yep, the 16th year. So there's 4 accounts. The 1832 account, Joseph is writing in this journal. I like, when I say this, I think this is true, to say it's his personal journal, but sometimes that conveys that he meant entirely for this to be private. And I want to grant to the apologist or to the faithful that's going too far. We don't know, and I don't think it's fair to say that the journal was meant to be private his entire life. Like I'm open to it being considered by Joseph to at some point be published.
Right.
but it's his 1832. It's his personal journal. Because when we hear the word journal, we think of our diary we keep in our
Right.
bedside, and no one's ever looked at it, and we're offended when someone opens it up.
Right.
So I don't want to play that game. But the 1832 account is the earliest account. It's written in Joseph Smith's journal, his personal journal. Much of it's in his own handwriting. He tells us that he saw the Lord. There's other discrepancies, but I think they're not as important to me, other than to say they're there, and they don't mesh smoothly in my mind, with the 1838 account, without making a bunch of allowances. I don't think they're unexplainable, but I see enough difference to say whatever happened in his memory of the 1832 account, his memory has changed by the time he writes the 1838 account. The 1830.
Well, can you be a little more specific on that? I mean, what's the discrepancy that you feel? Because from my perspective, the only discrepancy that I think is worth talking about is the mention of a singular figure in the 1832 account and the mention of the Father and the Son in all subsequent accounts. Every other supposed discrepancy to me, I don't even see what the discrepancy is. I think that the accounts mesh extraordinarily well. So we may come to blows on that, I guess. we've been getting along so well now that I'd hate for this to spoil it.
Yeah, and that's why I see all the other things as secondary. So I don't see a conflict to the degree where you say the sky is blue and I'm saying it's red.
Right.
It's more of where Joseph seems to place the importance of which motives were primary and which motives were secondary in going into the grove. I don't see the year as a big issue. It seems like Joseph is more concerned with forgiveness for his sins. It also seems like there's less impetus from what he sees as answers to this vision in being that there's this new church to start up, whereas the 1838 account seems to place as a primary importance this idea of restoring the gospel and a forgiveness of Joseph's sins as something either unmentioned or just much further down in priority. So again, I grant that. Acknowledging that he saw the Lord. I've seen explanations of this. The Lord opens the heavens and I saw the Lord, and maybe God is one and Jesus is the other. That feels like we're simply backtracking to the space that's no one can prove is wrong. And so on some level, when I read the 1832 account, I grant that it doesn't say God, Heavenly Father was not there. At the same time, when I read it, it feels as if Joseph is conveying a message that there was a heavenly messenger, and that heavenly messenger spoke to me. Does that make sense?
It does. I want to go back, though, because I think, for instance, the apologists to some degree have this wrong when they start talking about the explanation in terms of trying to synthesize why did he go into the grove. And this really upsets Jeremy Runnells. He says in one, he says he's going in to get his sins forgiven, and another he's going in to find out which church to join. And the standard apologetic answer is, well, he was doing both. He had a list of objections. I don't believe that. I believe that there was one thing on his agenda, and it was, how do I get right with God? What do I need to do to get right with God? What do I need to do to be saved? In every single one of the accounts, you see the concern about his immortal soul. And what happens is that all of these other things demonstrate what Joseph Smith's assumptions were in order to be saved. Of course, you have to join a church to be saved. Now, in 2019, there are plenty of people who will tell you you don't have to join a church to be saved, but in 1820, nobody believed that. The perspective of somebody in 1820 is, okay, I've got to join the right church. So when you go in and say, well, which was it? Was he praying to be forgiven of his sins, or was he praying to know which church to join? My answer was both of those to Joseph Smith were exactly the same thing. That he had to know what it was he had to do in order to be saved, and which church to join is part of that process. So I look at that as this is a 14-year-old kid who's not going in there with any kind of a theological agenda. It's, oh gosh, I haven't joined a church. I don't know what I'm going to do. What do I have to do? And I'm reaching out to God for that, and this marvelous vision unfolds. But so I look at that and say, okay, so if by 1838 Joseph understands how much more important it is to focus on the church aspect of that than he did in 1832, that doesn't strike me as dishonesty. What would strike me as dishonesty is if all four of the first vision accounts sounded exactly the same. Because that's somebody who's got a story and they're sticking to it. That's L. Ron Hubbard telling the story of Xenu with specifics about the DC-10 jets that are flying to Tegiak. I mean, you have very specific. You've created a story that you are recounting, and rather than recalling an actual event. When people recall actual events and they do it in different settings and at different times, it should not sound identical to each other. And so I look at those kinds of quote-unquote differences as actual evidence that this is somebody recalling an actual memory rather than somebody who has made up a story and is trying. The idea that Joseph Smith just can't keep his story straight strikes me as a little ridiculous. By this point, he's already published the Book of Mormon, 265,000 words of a very complex, consistent book. That one of the things that the critics have no answer to is how did he keep all of these places and ideas? The Book of Mormon is consistent with itself, whether or not its actual history, the history that's contained in it is consistent with itself. But Joseph Smith can't remember whether or not he saw one person or two. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But you go back to the 1832 account and say, okay, well, why is there only one person and not two? And that doesn't preclude the idea that someone else was there. And one of the things, and this is Jim Bennett heterodoxy, I suppose, but every time the Father and the Son appear in Scripture, it's really the Son appearing, and the Father introduces him. That happens on the Mount of Transfiguration. That happens at Christ's baptism. That happens with the Nephites. When Jesus appears to the Nephites, there is a voice from heaven that is the Father talking about the Son. And doctrinally, we discuss the idea that the Father only appears to bear record of the Son, that we are a fallen people, and that the only access we have to the Father is through the Son. No man cometh unto the Father but by me, Jesus says. And so I'm kind of the opinion that, we watch the first Vision movies where you have two people standing there the whole time. And I'm kind of the opinion that the Father showed up and said, this is my Son, and he's going to talk to you. And then the Father probably was gone. That the bulk of the vision took place one-on-one with Joseph and the Lord and Jesus. And I think that would be consistent with other scriptural accounts of how the Father and the Son interact with mortality, with mortal people. And so I kind of look at that, Joseph saying that, and that he would remember it as, well, that was the experience. I was talking to Jesus. I was talking to the Lord. And then by 1838, he realizes how significant it is that the Lord was introduced by the Father. And so that shows up in the 1838 account, not because it was deliberately excluded from the 1832 account, but because Joseph, by 1838, recognized just how significant that was. I don't think he realized just what a blow to Trinitarianism that was in 1832. I think he probably recognized that more in 1838 and all of this kind of thing. So I don't think Joseph realized how that would be perceived as a discrepancy. I think he was remembering what his experience was.
Yeah, and earlier I said I agreed. I agree that there's that the Book of Mormon is, I don't want to say completely, but relatively way more than you would expect, considerably more than you would expect if Joseph or some other person in the 19th century is the author of the book, and if there wasn't years and years of time to write something down and then take those writings into the room
Right.
and simply dictate off the papers, that the Book of Mormon is much more consistent than it should be under those circumstances, and that the first vision has more inconsistency in it than the Book of Mormon. So I just want to grant that. I think the bigger issue, because for me the first vision is not as serious either from that angle, but the other side of the coin, the reason I think members are drawn to say like, oh, there must be something there, and then when they find either discrepancies or what they perceive to be discrepancies, they are felt as much more serious, is because what I think is the more serious issue around the first vision, and we've already hit on this with the idea of treasure digging, it's this whole thing of the 1832 account being cut out, being put into the church historian's vault. On some level, we're removed from the very conversation and thought process of that event happening, it being cut out and stored away.
Oh, right.
What we're left with is a second and third hand story of when Joseph Fielding Smith, who was called as church historian in 1921, sometime it's believed in the 30s or 40s, he cuts that out, puts it into the church historian's vault. And whether he cut it out or whether someone under him cut it out, I know, like, the apologists want to say, like, we don't know that he cut it out, but I think that's not fair. I think what's fair is to say that whether he cut it out or whether someone else cut it out, they did it under his direction.
I think that's entirely fair to say, and I think it's entirely possible and probably likely that he did it himself. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. On top of that is the idea that if we read Stan Larson's, I think it's also a dialogue article, and I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but Stan recounts the history from Gerald and Sandra Tanner, who I know that faithful will look at them as anti-Mormons who can't be trusted, but I think for the most part they're pretty honest about trying to deliver information. They may draw
the Tanners
more critical conclusions.
The Tanners, even more than they are for the CES letter, were the source for the God makers. But the thing that a lot of critics of the church don't recognize is that the Tanners are coming at it from not the same kind of perspectives that Jeremy Runnells is coming at it from. The Tanners are coming from it from a fairly fundamentalist Christian perspective. They're trying to prove that the church is satanic, not that the church is false. And those aren't necessarily the same things.
Right. But even as Ed Decker did the God Makers, the Tanners were, I think, relatively critical of him and his approach to that production. I think they felt like Ed Decker gave them a bad name.
That may be in retrospect. I'm not sure. I think Ed Decker, I don't know. That may very well be.
That's okay. No, that's okay. My point here being that as Stan Larson writes his article, as the Tanners are sharing their input, as Stan Larson reaches out to other sources, what he gets back is from, I believe, at least two sources, is that Joseph Fielding Smith believed the 1832 account to be a peculiar, that's his words, again, second or third hand, but those are his words, and that he really didn't want this thing to be public. Once the rumor gets out, then he goes to, I think it's Paul Chessman at BYU, who's, I believe, a student in the final years. He's got to write his thesis. He's at the end of his education. And Joseph Fielding Smith tapes the 1832 account back in, goes to Paul and says, here's this, right, essentially either A, you've already decided on your thesis on the first vision, or I'm suggesting to you that you write about the first vision, and here's this 1832 account. We want you to include it so that the church is the first to talk about it and not the critics. I think, again, we weren't there, and I'll grant that, but I think that's fair enough to say, like, that's probably what happened.
Sure. And the question then becomes, all right, well, how significant is that? Because, because there are many members of the church, including Jeremy Runnells. I mean, he's not a member of the church anymore, but when he was a member of the church, he considered the prophets to essentially be infallible or close to infallible. And the idea that they could do something this stupid, and I think it is something stupid. I think it was dumb to think that you can hide something in a church vault and no one's ever going to find it. I think that's kind of nonsense. And I think I would think probably Joseph Fielding Smith felt like he was doing the right thing, felt like he was protecting members from information that might hurt them. And I think that's a terrible, stupid, misguided approach to history. And I am grateful to see that the church is taking steps to correct that. But I don't think there's any question that the church has not been as forthright as they should have been, as we should have been. I keep saying they as if I'm not a part of it, as we should be. We need to be forthright about things that that make us uncomfortable. That's one of the things that I found frustrating about Elder Corbridge's address again, is that he didn't explicitly say this, but the idea was anytime you encounter information that might shake your faith, it's coming from someone who is trying to deceive you. And I don't think that's true at all. People can encounter information that shakes their faith in the church's essays. They can encounter it from faithful sources. And we need to be able to address that information and address that rather than try to hide it. So,
do you also agree, because it seems to be the message, not just Elder Corbridge's talk, but also the Runnells,
right,
who just gave, Sister Renlund and Elder Renlund,
right,
just gave a presentation. Yeah. And also the Gospel Topic Essays has a little commentary at the very bottom of the front page to that. And Elder Ballard or Elder Oaks, it feels like institutionally the church has the message, and I could point to specific quotes. It's not just something I'm making up, that the church is saying, look, there's lots of information out there. Make sure you go to the trusted sources. Make sure you go to the place where you're going to get an accurate portrayal. Stay in the church's material. And I think you'll agree, the church has probably been, over the course of its history, one of the worst at telling its story accurately. Does that make sense? And that it really isn't fair for it to say, trust us to tell you the accurate full story.
I don't know that I would agree with that. I wouldn't say the church is one of the worst. I'll keep going back to Scientology, but you have organizations and groups.
I mean one of the worst within Mormonism. So if I want to know the in and out of Mormonism, if I look at the church's history, was it the best place to go to get an accurate telling and to get the full story?
Well, okay, but then, now we're getting into the weeds here a little bit, but what do you mean by the church's history? Are you talking about Sunday school manuals? Yeah, I think that's it.
The correlated material.
Well, correlated material is a lot of stuff. Because pre-correlation, you had Hugh Nibley writing really bizarre, wonderful Sunday school and priesthood manuals. And there's magnificent stuff in there. And a lot of that was sort of squeezed out during correlation. I would think that correlation, I would say that correlation didn't do any favors to the church recounting its history, but I think that there are pre-correlated materials that are really, really quite good, and a lot of them were distributed to the church as a whole. So I think just indicting the church as a whole and saying, no, the church has been nothing but terrible on this, I don't think that's a fair assessment. I do think it's a fair assessment to say that correlation ended up being a negative in terms of giving an accurate portrayal of the church's history, and I think we are moving away from that. I'd like to see us move even further away from that.
Do you sense that the church wants members to be a little fearful of information outside the correlated material?
Fearful? Maybe. Yeah, I don't think that's how they're thinking about it. Does that make sense? I mean, that may be what they want, but I don't think they know that that's what they want. I don't think that's what Elder Renlund intended to say in his presentation. I don't think that's what I think what they're trying to deal with all of a sudden a brand new paradigm. I hate the word paradigm, but there it is. A brand new paradigm about how people ingest information and how they gather information. And they're trying very hard to sort of fit that into the old box. And it's not working, and it hasn't worked. And so now they're trying to figure out, well, okay, if that's not how it works, how does it work? Well, let's see if we can figure out how it works. And I think we're in the process of figuring out how it works. And I think we're making great strides, but we're also doing some missteps along the way. And that's the way all organizations do it. That's the way any kind of change of culture happens. So I would grant to you, in terms of practice, yes, I don't think the church has done this very well for the last number of years. And I think we're getting better at it. I don't think it's coming from a place of malice or deception or dishonesty. I think that the brethren are doing everything they can in their power, as according to their understanding, as to what they need to do to be able to address the new world that we live in. And I think that that's very difficult for them, for a number of them. And so I look at it, and I think I'm just a little more generous in terms of assessing their motives. I think it's coming from a good place, even as they make mistakes.
Gotcha. So let's begin to tackle the Book of Mormon. I've probably got, I don't know if you have a specific time you have to end. I've got to be done by 9:40ish, so maybe another half an hour.
That's fine.
So let's start to tackle a little bit of the Book of Mormon. The trouble is this is such a complex issue because it doesn't just involve the words on the pages. It involves whether the stories could have happened or not. It involves translation issues. It involves, Richard Bushman is kind of the quote we all point to in terms of 19th century material in the book. It talks, we have to get into the witnesses. We have to get into anachronisms.
Right.
This is complex.
Right.
So let's start, and let me say again, we've already hit on the translation. You've already acknowledged, look, it really doesn't matter if it's a stone in a hat. It doesn't really matter if it's the Nephite spectacles. And my pushback only was that I think the reason we avoided a stone in a hat was because it points back to treasure digging. You seem to have agreed with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I'll set that one completely off to the side. So the next issue I've got listed here is the impossibility of the stories. Now, we could argue that nothing's impossible if God's hand is in it. God can do anything. God can make anything happen. God could build Noah's ship for him with a snap of a finger. So we can point back to supernatural God magic.
Right.
And I use that term. I don't mean that as mocking. Some people have said, Bill, you shouldn't say that because it sounds like you're being sarcastic. I'm not. I'm trying to point to a specific kind of miracle, which is that which is completely unexplainable and so extravagant that we can only say God's in charge of it. Does that make sense?
It does. And I want to point out that the Book of Mormon, at least in the narrative, contains relatively few of those. I mean, the Old Testament contains all kinds of nutty cuckoo stuff, right? People turning into salt and whatever else.
Do you see those as myths that were added into the story? Because I think that's important to our conversation. I don't mean across the board, but would you agree that to some extent, many of the extravagant stories most likely have very little historical founding or have been at least to some degree, I want to say highly embellished along the way?
I think, there's a guy named Ben Spackman. Do you know him? Who's written a bunch about this.
Ben's been with Fair Mormon, and I used to be with him as well, so I'm familiar with Ben.
Yeah. Ben makes the case, and I think he's absolutely right, that kind of dichotomy between the figurative and literal is sort of a modern understanding, and it's not how anybody who would have been around when these things were written would have perceived these. That is to say, the Old Testament writers don't try to make any kind of distinction between what is figurative and what is literal, what is myth and what is reality in a 21st century context. They're telling the story in a way that they think is going to have the greatest kind of impact to the listeners, and they're not bothering to try to distinguish between what could be verified in a court of law and what could not, right? I guess the best way I can say it is when I look at an Old Testament story, I believe there was a guy named Noah. I believe there was a flood, and I believe that he had a big boat with lots of animals on it. Now, do I believe that that flood killed everybody on the earth and covered the entire earth in a baptism? I think that's entirely unlikely. And I don't think I need to believe that to understand what the story of Noah is trying to say and what it is that the writers of the story of Noah were trying to teach. So I look at that and I say, I don't think a lot of those Old Testament stories are scientifically defensible, nor were they written to be. And so I don't really care much how much of it is actual history and how much of it is completely mythological in a modern context. I don't believe, for instance, that the book of Job is in any way historical. The idea that God and Satan make bar bets about people, I just look at that and go, this is nonsense. And there's no way I think that was probably a dramatic presentation, a play, that's kind of trying to teach theodicy, the idea of why bad things happen to good people. But I don't think, I think there may have been a guy named Job who had bad things happen to him. But I don't think that reading that as if it's some kind of police report of exactly what happened is a productive way to read it.
Yeah. And the trouble is, anytime I push back, we're going to have a conversation.
Right. So
I'm trying to choose which things we push on. But the idea of Job, for me, man, I really just don't want to go here, but I think it's important for the listener to hear this. I'm going to grant that you have an additional pushback to my pushback, but I really don't want to spend time on
Okay.
it, which is that when we mention Job being fictional, but teaching important lessons, I grant.
Then why is he in the Doctrine and Covenants?
Yeah, Doctrine and Covenants, when God tells Joseph Smith that thou art not yet as Job, to have him be a fictional character, which I also agree with you, by the way, that he is it's a myth story, that may have been known to be myth originally, but somewhere along the way, and maybe originally, was imposed as a literal story, and now we've taken it as literal. The idea that God would say to Joseph, thou art not yet as Humpty Dumpty, because Humpty Dumpty, while I'm being funny and facetious, Humpty Dumpty also teaches something, right? Like, we use these stories to tell kids and teach them things. When we impose if God imposes a fictional character as literal to Joseph, I struggle with a little bit of what feels like a deception there.
I don't see God saying anything about the literal or figurative nature of Job in that.
Sure.
You're not like Job.
Right.
God obviously wants the story of Job to be able to instruct people about how to deal with pain and how to deal with suffering. And he's saying to Joseph, you're not like Job.
Right, it's still useful.
When we tell people they have the patience of Job, which is something that we still do in a modern context, I don't think we're weighing in on the historicity of Job. The principles of the story are clear enough that when we use that analogy, they understand what we're talking about. And when the Lord says to Joseph, you are not yet as Job, he's telling him, this could be worse. You could have your friends turn on you the way they turn on Job. Whether or not Job actually was a real person or whether he's a story, his friends turned on him. That story would resonate with Joseph Smith enough that lesson would be taught. I look at that and people say that and I say, nowhere at all does he say, and by the way, Job really was a historical figure. We do that all the time in the way we talk about stories and the way we talk about, in general conference. People will quote Shakespeare and they'll talk about Shakespeare characters. And they don't stop to say, by the way, Hamlet wasn't really a person. Hamlet is made up. Everybody recognizes that. But the lessons that you learn from Shakespeare and the lessons you learn from these characters are still relevant. So yeah, I've never ever seen that as a problem. So I don't know if we're talking too long.
Yep. And I sense that would be the very pushback you'd give, and I grant that. Like I see it both ways. I think I also need to ask this before we jump into the actual Book of Mormon, which is now to go to present day and to say it this way. As history has become verifiable, as we grew as cultures, moving through time, gaining the ability to be more journalistic,
Right.
to have witnesses to events, to record those events in ways that if someone said a magic unicorn showed up, we now have the ability to say, like, no, we can now show that it's almost absolutely certain that a unicorn did not show up, right? Like we now, and even to present day where we have smartphones and we can record anything, there was this meme that showed like the moment journalistic newspapers and witnesses became something that we could intelligently gather and look at, miracles essentially go down to zero, and then the moment like Photoshop is invented, it goes back up again. I want to use that just as kind of a framing, which is that as history becomes more verifiable, as we are able to, with some certainty, determine whether things actually happen the way the one guy reports them or not, I assume you're going to agree that the really extravagant supernatural miracles, I don't even want to say all but, because I want to say almost completely. They completely vanish. Do you agree with that we live in a day, I don't want to debate whether there's smaller miracles or not, because I think that's up to interpretation, but that the miracles that can only be attributed to a supernatural magic coming from God seem to have all but ceased?
No, I wouldn't grant that. What I would grant is that I think the language used to describe what happened that is read by modern audiences that makes it sound like magic, I think those kinds of miracles happen now, and we don't acknowledge them for what they are because we can understand the science behind them. For instance, when you go back to the book of Amos, for instance, and that talks about how the word of the Lord will cover the whole earth as the waters cover the sea, he's describing sort of a miraculous kind of event. Well, what if you went back and told Amos that a guy can stand in Salt Lake City and he can speak, and in real time, anybody on the planet can hear what he's saying? How would he describe that? My guess is he would probably describe it using language that sounds like this is magic. It's Arthur C. Clarke who said any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I kind of look at it that way. I think that a lot of the things, if we had a TARDIS and we went back in time with Doctor Who and saw what had actually happened, a 21st century person could look at a lot of it and go, oh, well, no. She didn't turn into a pillar of salt. She was blasted by a nuclear blast or something, They'd be able to have modern language that would describe that in a way that didn't sound as magical, but which the ancients would interpret as magic. So that's kind of the way I look at it, is that I think that, and I am also open to the possibility of the kind of major supernatural miracles that we're talking about happening. But what's interesting, though, is, again, the Book of Mormon doesn't have those things in it, for the most part. With the exception of Christ appearing in the Americas, you have really mundane, ordinary things happening. You have wars, and you have people coming back and forth. You don't have people miraculously. I guess there are exceptions. I guess you're going to point to the Jaredite barges and the stones.
Yeah, not just that. Let me give another story, which is, let me do this first. So if we relate back to other scriptural text in the world, I don't mean scripture as in us Latter-day Saints accept them, but sacred texts throughout the world. If we take, for instance, the Bhagavad Gita, right. and I don't expect you to be familiar with it. I don't know if you are or not.
Just enough to be dangerous.
I gotcha. So in the Bhagavad Gita, or the Mahabharata, which is the larger book that the Bhagavad Gita is within, there are stories of talking deer and, magic spells and them working, and, people being having spells put on them, and then dying, and then their spirit goes into a deer. Like, there's just stuff that you and I would go like, yeah, it's a completely mythological story with no real historical foundation. And I think sometimes we go into our own sacred text and we want to see something different than that. So I just want to say that. Now, my point being, in the Book of Mormon, we run into, let me just use a story of the 2,000 Stripling Warriors. 2,000 kids with no battle experience, teenagers, right? Essentially. These 2,000 Stripling Warriors go into battle against a larger, older, experienced army.
Right.
These 2,000 Stripling Warriors none of them are killed. None of them are killed. And many of them, it says, are wounded with serious wounds that they faint. Then these 2,000 Stripling Warriors get better and they return to battle.
Okay.
In the real world, 2,000 teenagers going up against a more experienced army and not a single one being killed is impossible, implausible. Even if I make space for God to have his hand in it, I can't make sense of that. And on top of that, once these kids are wounded with serious wounds, I'm expecting gangrene.
Right.
I'm expecting serious infections to the point where these kids lose arms and legs.
Well, how do you know they didn't?
Because it feels as if the story's telling me that these 2,000 go right back into battle soon after. And on top of that, nobody faints from blood loss in an age of medicine that they had at that time without somebody dying.
Right.
Right? That just seems reasonable. I watched the Civil War, and if I took every 100 people who fainted from blood loss, my guess is probably 80% of them died.
Well, sure. I don't understand why you're comparing that to stories about magic spells turning people into deer. Because I think we're talking about something that I mean, because when you start talking about mythical fairies turning people into deer and magic spells and all of that kind of stuff, I think that's far removed from this kind of stuff. Have you seen the movie 300?
Yeah, I've seen the movie 300.
Where you have the 300 people that's supposedly based on something historical. I think it's probably nonsense, but there are. This comes back to the idea of, okay, the people who are telling you this story, what kind of context are they telling you this story in? For instance, okay, I've got Helaman saying, all right, none of my warriors were killed. Okay, do we get a follow-up letter from 3 months later where he talks about the number of people who died from gangrene? We don't. Now, if we read that and we assume, well, this is God telling us absolutely that none of them did, the text does not make that claim. The text, we don't get any kind of a follow-up. We don't get any kind of a medical report as to what these injuries were, how serious they were. There are also, I can think of a number of plausible ways that a small, inexperienced army can defeat a much larger army that involve superior technology, that involve better territory, that if they have the high ground, if they're covering, there are all kinds of details about this that we don't get and we don't understand. And if we were to travel back in time and watch, we would be able to find and say, well, geez, this is why you won, buddy. Henry V won the Battle of Agincourt because he had the longbow and was able to shoot the French from a distance. Now, you read Henry V by Shakespeare, and he talks about how God fought with him and all these things, and he's using very Helaman-esque language, and you say, no, you won because you had the longbow and they didn't, right? And so you have to go and say, okay, well, the Book of Mormon writers, how are they perceiving this? And they perceive this as a miracle, and I think they're right to do so, but that doesn't mean that the miracle defies scientific understanding. And for us to say, well, we now have all of the scientific information and we have a forensic report of exactly what happened on that battlefield, and what Helaman is saying is dishonest. I think that's making way too many leaps with the information we have. We don't have any idea what happened. We just have Helaman's perception of it, and that's what we get in the Book of Mormon. And it's very far removed from the kind of fanciful fairy stories that you find in myths. Nobody's, Narcissus isn't looking in the river and turning into a flower. This is these people had a really tremendous military victory. And
yeah, it just seems to me, and I grant that if other details weren't in the story, I grant that not being there in the battle, we don't know what took place. But once we understand that many fainted from blood loss, and I think it does use the word many.
Right. Well, what you're getting is Helaman's report. Right.
But Helaman is in charge of the army,
Right.
and so on some level, either I have to accept, I got three options. It's either all bullcrap,
Okay.
it's 100% true, or on some level, Helaman is telling the story differently than it happened, but there's some historical basis to it.
Well, Helaman may be telling the story. The point is, Helaman is telling. I think the most reasonable explanation of that is that you're getting Helaman's story as Helaman understood it. Does Helaman understand the story perfectly? No human being understands things perfectly. Helaman didn't have air drones and all kinds of reports to be able to give him an accurate casualty report in the way that you can get in modern times. We now have the ability to be able to pinpoint exactly how many casualties have happened. And my guess is that, if Helaman's writing this letter and then maybe a day later he gets told, well, actually 30 people were killed over here and you didn't hear about it until now. That strikes me as the way history actually works. What you're getting is Helaman's understanding of what happened, and I don't think he was being deliberately dishonest, but that doesn't mean that he was infallible either. Because to say that this is exactly what happened, you have to say Helaman is an infallible narrator here. Helaman is reporting this. He has complete access to all of the information, 100% of it, and what he is giving me is a scientific treatise that I can take into a court of law and say this is exactly how many casualties there were. I just don't think the text sustains that, nor was it ever intended to. And I think that that's straining at gnats and swallowing camels.
So it sounds like regardless of the motives, like that seems like what we're debating, regardless of the motives, the facts of the story, you're making space that they may not be.
I'm making space that there are errors in the Book of Mormon, which the Book of Mormon announces on the front page. If there be errors, they be the mistakes of men. That's on the title page of the book. The idea that this book is infallible, particularly in areas of forensic history, I just don't see why anybody would try to make a case for that. The book never claims to be that, and so when you say, okay, well, geez, this just doesn't match up with what we understand of modern forensic science. The book, it never claims that that's what it is. The Book of Mormon never makes that claim, so I don't really feel a need to defend it on that basis, because it doesn't try to defend itself on that basis.
Yeah, and my pushback, and we're going to end here probably shortly, but my pushback is, and again, by the way, I'm loving this. I'm
really enjoying it too.
Good.
I'm happy to keep doing this.
Good. The pushback I would give is it feels often to those of us who have doubts or who have left the church with the conclusion it's not what it claims, that whenever we get to these kinds of issues, we soften them up a little bit. We say, hey, look, people are fallible. Things may not be exactly as they're told. But there's a bigger problem at hand, which is once we make space that the stories may not be as we're told, there are repercussions and consequences of that collectively. And I simply want to make space that as we go through the conversation, I grant Helaman may have told the story to the best of his ability, but it's inaccurate, and that he doesn't deserve to be crucified for that, and we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater for that reason. But what happens is that when we get into the Book of Mormon and we look at the Jaredite barges, for instance, when we look at a transoceanic vessel of Nephi, when we look at the Tower of Babel being spoken of both biblically as well as in the Book of Mormon by two cultures that are removed in such distance from that event, and that event is almost certainly an embellished story, and then these two cultures with so much time between them and distance geographically between them, for them to then go back and tell this story so similarly poses for me like, that doesn't feel like it's the most rational, logical to assume that these two cultures get divided geographically and then are divided by significant amount of time and then tell the same story. That becomes hard for me. When I look at two men being in a prison with enemies and the prison comes crashing down and these two men walk out and no one else does. So I see these stories. When I see Shiz get his head lopped off and it says that he raises up, and again, the apologists say like, well, maybe they hit this nerve and maybe he still quivered and moved and got up on his elbows, or like, again, I understand we make space for things to be like, hey, if you make these allowances, it will be, there will be space still to have faith in this thing. That's a very different conversation than saying, look, I want to be the most reasonable, rational, logical I can be, knowing I can't be completely reasonable, rational, logical, I grant, but trying as much as I can to be objective, to look at it without a need for it to be true, and say like, what's most logical, rational, and what are the repercussions and what's the other word? The repercussions and consequences of making these kinds of spaces, and what does that mean for our theology collectively, or what prophets are today collectively? And it just becomes messier, and it opens up new conversations that compel us to begin seeing this very differently than the way the institution wants us to see it. And I'll stop there. I'll let you respond. I've got about 4 minutes before I have to end, and I'm happy to let you also pick up in our next sit down to finish addressing this question. I won't cut you short if you feel a need to.
Well, sure, and I'll try to respond fairly quickly, because I think actually what you're talking about is a great weakness here. I think is to some degree the church's greatest strength, or should be. I think that we need to say that agency and infallibility are incompatible, and we need to scream that from the rooftops. I cannot have faith in the idea that the Book of Mormon is a magical, perfect book written by magical, perfect people. I can't exercise any faith in that. That doesn't animate me at all. The idea that these are people who are like me. I am not perfect. I am not magical. And these are people like me with failings and weaknesses and problems and that make mistakes. That is a story I can invest in and have faith in, because these are people like me who have reached out to the divine, and they've gotten answers and they've gotten support, and they've also struggled and they've also had all kinds of problems. That to me is the much more powerful message. And so when you look at that and say, well, gee, how can I exercise faith in this if it's not a perfect book, which is essentially that's the way I'm hearing. And that may not be what you're saying, and you may want to push back on that. But that's kind of what I'm hearing from a lot of people, is that if this isn't perfect, if this isn't exactly 100% historically accurate, I mean, I don't think Helaman is lying, and I don't think he's inaccurate in the sense that he's saying, oh, yeah, nobody was killed. Oh, it turns out everybody was killed. I think that he's not giving you details because he doesn't really know them. I don't think he's being dishonest, and I don't think he's providing bad information. I think he's human. And the idea that he's human, and that all of us are human, and that this is the experience, and this is the message of the Book of Mormon, that humans who have problems and are making mistakes, and are even making mistakes as they record their problems, which is what all of us do, these are humans who have had this experience with God, and you can have these experiences with God if you exercise similar faith. I think that's just a far more powerful message, and I don't think it's a message we ought to shy away from at all.
I love that. And so I'm gonna push back, and I'm gonna let you respond to it next time we sit down.
Okay.
Which is that if I look at the stories and I say, look, 2,000 Stripling Warriors 2,000 Stripling Warriors based on my reading, and I'm just being as objective as I can be, and I'm not objective. I get that. When I look at that story, I say, it just feels so unlikely. And even if I grant some of these allowances, it just doesn't fit. And then I go to the Tower of Babel and I go, it just doesn't make sense. That feels unlikely. And I go to the transoceanic vessel and I go, I know what the apologists say. Like maybe it was this kind of a boat, and one guy somewhere in history did that. Like it just doesn't feel likely. And then I get to 10, 12 other stories, the prison coming down and men walking out. I go, that just doesn't seem logical or rational. And every single issue taken on its own, we make these allowances, and you're like, all right, I'll just take it. When I get to the point where I have 12 or 15 of them, my brain starts to go like, it probably didn't happen. The book seems to be fictional myths. And by the way, again, pointing back to your father and his work and other things like it, there's also the other argument, which is let's set those things aside and let's look at these things, and those things then begin to make an argument that there's something real and historical going on. I grant that, and we can talk about that next time. But I want to say that for the critic, for the doubter, they see so many implausible, unlikely, improbable events that need major allowances to make space for them to work, that they determine at the end of the day, like, it feels like it's just mythical fiction. And so what we're going to do, we'll have to end here. And I don't mean that. I wish I could go 10 more hours with you. So let's aim for some time next week. And I'm happy to do 1 or 2 of these a week until you're exhausted with me. Because I think people are going to love this.
I hope so. I'm certainly enjoying it.
Yeah, and I think you're making what I think is a plea for faith that for those who, because those who don't want to believe are going to find ways not to believe, and those who want to believe are going to find ways to believe, I think you're going to satisfy those people. I think the question becomes, as you and I go back and forth, it's those people in the middle. And they're going to be torn as we're having this conversation. And this conversation is useful because I think it's balanced. And so those in the middle are going to have enough to add to whether they say like, I just decided this isn't enough for me to stay. And others are going to say like, oh my goodness, I didn't hear it posed this way. I'm going to hang in there. I just think that's the beauty of this conversation. Yeah, good. Glad to have you back for part 2 of this multi-part episode or multi-part series where we're going to go into your response about the CES letter. Last time, a few days ago, so today is January 29th, 2019. A few days ago, you and I recorded part 1. I just got done editing that. I'll send it to you if you wanted to give it a listen.
Okay.
I'll send it to you here when we get done today recording. But for the listener, we covered a little bit of ground. We covered treasure digging. Well, first we started off, Jim, just letting you tell a little bit of your story. We talked a little bit about your father, how his books had some significant influence on me. We talked about treasure digging, the first vision, and then we started to get into the Book of Mormon, and we got as far as talking a little bit about the translation method, as well as the plausibility of some of the stories that are there. And I wanted to kind of pick up there where we left off, and I ended the last episode throwing out that for me, I get there are these things that we point to as evidence, chiastic structures, some of the geography things from the old world where Nephi travels and gets to Nahum, for instance, or where there's this perfect, luscious place right where Bountiful should be. That I think that's what they called the city there in the old world, where they used the trees and had the fauna and stuff to prepare themselves for this journey to the new world. And there are other things too. I know Dan Peterson has pointed to what looks like a Jewish festival, for instance. I know that Jack Welch and others have pointed to various little things in the Book of Mormon that they consider evidence. At the same time, I wanted to point back and say, for me, I see those. I see those as having some strength, but I don't see them as having the same amount of strength as I look across the story, and I see throughout the narrative stories that seem deeply implausible to me. And we talked about a few of those: Jaredite barges, Nephi's transoceanic vessel, the story of the prison coming down, and the two Nephite men walking out of the prison. There's other stories too. There's one story where among the Nephites and the Lamanites where one goes into the fortifications of another and passes along alcohol, and everybody falls asleep, and they're all caught off guard. For me, again, it just seems like something that's implausible. And the one I really wanted to point out was the 2000 Stripling Warriors, which we talked about last time. I'm just simply referencing it as a story that seems so deeply improbable and implausible that it seems so unlikely that for me, as I look at all these kinds of events in the Book of Mormon, I eventually go like, it feels like it's mythical fiction. But I did want to at least give you a chance to respond to that statement before we moved on.
Sure. Well, when you're talking about myths and you're talking about fiction, I mean, one of the things Hugh Nibley used to talk about with regard to the Book of Mormon is the lack of really extravagant sorts of miracles. You talked last time about the Bhagavad Gita and spells being cast and people being turned into animals and that kind of thing. And you really don't see that kind of magic in the Book of Mormon. You see things that you would consider improbable, but at the same time, when you're talking about miracles and you're talking about what the Lord is capable of doing, I think when you look at ancient scripture and you look at ancient literature, that you're seeing a great deal of attempts to describe things in ways that would not be familiar to modern audiences, that they're interpreting as miracles, but that if we were to go back in time and actually witness them, they wouldn't seem as improbable. We'd be able to see what's going on there. And I think very often when we talk about miracles, we're talking about interpreting God's hand in something that happens that someone else could look at and interpret as that's just a coincidence, or that's, that really isn't miraculous. I go back in my own experience. I want to tell you a lovely story that I've actually committed to song. I won't sing you the song, but I wrote an article about it for the Deseret News. I call it The Miracle of the Christmas Poo. Are you excited?
Oh, that's got me thrilled. I can't wait.
We were just talking about this last night with my family. So in Christmas of 2006, my youngest son was a year and a half old, and it was the day before my daughter's baptism. And we had a lot of family in town that were coming to the baptism. And Christmas night, I burned up all of the wrapping paper. We'd filled up all of our recycling bins and all of our trash with all of the leftover from Christmas. And so I burned everything up, and my wife said, "You really need to clean that up." And so I dumped hot ash into a plastic trash bin, the ones that say "do not dump hot ash." That's where I dumped the hot ash, and thought that I was fine. And in the middle of the night, my son, who had been sleeping through the night for quite a long time, had this huge blowout diaper, and that never happens. And yet we went in there, I cleaned it up, and whenever he'd had a wet diaper in the middle of the night, I'd usually just toss it in the garage and not take it all the way out to the trash. But this was such a mess that I took it all the way out to the trash and found that the trash can had been burning and burned all the way down to the ground. And the next day, my brother-in-law, who's an electrician, came over after the baptism and said, okay, this burned from the top down, but it was right next to this other trash, and you were about 10 minutes away from having this explode from the bottom and catch your eaves on fire and burn down your house. You're about 10 minutes away from really burning down your house. And I look at that and say, okay, well, there are naturalistic explanations for this, but the number of coincidences that, this just happened to be the one night when my son, had this explosive diaper, and this just happened to be the one time I walked out to take it out to the trash, and all of this. And I look at that and I see God's hand in that and say, someone was looking out for me. And someone else can look at that experience and say, well, this was just a coincidence. There's nothing amazing about this. But so when you start talking about miracles, you're talking about whether or not you interpret God's hand in whatever it is that happens. And I think the miracles in the Book of Mormon, and I think the way the ancients interpreted events was very much, okay, well, God had a hand in this. And I think somebody else could come and look at it and go, oh, well, you were just lucky, or, when we talk about the armies of Helaman, I compared that to the victory at Agincourt of Henry V, where he talked about how God fought with him, whereas historians look back and say, well, the reason why there were so few casualties is you had superior technology. You had the longbow, and the French did not, and therefore, of course you won, and there was no miracle to that. But I think very often miracles require interpretation. And when I look at the Book of Mormon, I interpret the Book of Mormon itself as a tangible miracle. I have yet to see anybody that has provided a satisfying alternative explanation for its origins. And many people have talked about it and tried. And of course, it's the church's responsibility to be able to defend the explanation that Joseph Smith gave as to the Book of Mormon's origins. But I think miracles are very much interpretation. And I think you're seeing that kind of interpretation in the text of the Book of Mormon. I think that if you were to go back in time and witness whatever it was that Helaman and the Stripling Warriors were doing, you'd be able to come up with a naturalistic interpretation of what was happening there. But Helaman's interpretation was God fought with us and we didn't lose anybody because there was a miracle. And we don't know if he had the high ground or he had superior technology or anything else. He leaves that out. He's much more interested in the reader understanding that God was involved in what was happening. So that's kind of the way I interpret that. And I think the very experience of mortality is one where we are never going to get the kind of indisputable proof that would not allow people to interpret events as being naturalistic and having no influence from God. And I think that's part of the process. I think that's part of what mortality is all about. So,
yeah. And again, trust me when I tell you, I want these conversations to be friendly, and I have no desire to get into an argument with you. But I also want the listeners to just be clear of my position, which is I find that explanation not satisfactory. And the reason is because when I look at the Stripling Warriors, the story narrative imposes, like, yeah, we could argue, look, maybe the 2,000 Stripling Warriors are up on a hill and they've got superior weaponry and they never put any of these people in danger. But the story imposes that there are enough of significant injuries being done to these men that they are fainting from blood loss. And if I'm, again, not mistaken, I think the word is many of them. And we could debate what many means. Maybe many means 10. Maybe many means 15. But on some level, if we just look at the story with the data that we have and the understanding that we have, and again, I understand, and I should probably stop here and explain to the audience, there's a logical fallacy called an argument from silence. And I don't mean that it's never useful or never actually points to a truth, only that it's an impossible mechanism to debate against. And what it means is that you say, like, okay, you're arguing that this couldn't happen, and I'm going to offer an alternative that is completely unprovable. It can't be substantiated, but it also can't be disproven. And it would be in a sense like saying there's a flying spaghetti monster. And while you could argue like, yeah, the flying spaghetti monster absolutely exists, and I'm going to point back and say, no, he doesn't, there's no evidence to disprove him. And so it's a tough place. It's a tough hill to fight on. And so when you say the 2000 Stripling Warriors may have had some advanced technology, or we don't know their situation, or maybe it has some thing going on that we just don't know about, that's one of those places that I can't really push back because it's unprovable. But what I do see in this story is the injuries, the blood loss, the quick return to battle. I don't see anybody dying from gangrene. I don't see anybody dying from blood loss, which in the time period these guys are in, if 10 people faint from blood loss, the science says that the majority of those guys should probably die. And to get them healed up and back into battle soon with that kind of significant injury, again, seems implausible. But I grant, we don't know. There may be some unique circumstance, but it does, again, feel like it's an argument from silence.
Well, except, once again, whether or not this is an accurate scientific rendition of what happened, if the Book of Mormon is fiction, then we're debating whether or not that this is a good fictional account of something that happened. The fact that the Book of Mormon exists and the Book of Mormon itself is, in my mind, a miracle. That there isn't a plausible secular explanation for the Book of Mormon's existence, at least to me. That gives me the willingness to say, okay, well, once you accept that, then when you start looking at what the actual story is, then you're willing to be able to accept a great deal more and give the writers of the Book of Mormon the benefit of the doubt and understand that their purpose was not to provide a documentary snapshot of what happened so much as to provide a testimony of their faith that God's hand was in what happened. I think that arguing over whether or not this is plausible is really kind of secondary to whether or not the Book of Mormon itself is plausible. And I know that you don't necessarily find the Book of Mormon plausible, and that's fine. But I tend to think that once you've made that decision, then going through the stories of the Book of Mormon and saying, well, see, this isn't a plausible story, that strikes me as kind of superfluous, because if you're not willing to concede that the Book of Mormon itself is actually a historical document, then there's really no reason to hash over whether or not the fiction has the ring of truth to it.
Right, and so we're both coming at this from a different angle. So once Jim Bennett has decided, and once you've decided that the Book of Mormon is true,
right,
by whatever means, and I grant that you've had spiritual experiences that have given you that testimony. I'm not suggesting that you blindly arrived at that conclusion, but once you've arrived at that conclusion, then knowing that all the other stories, as long as they are absolutely not provable as false, there has to be some explanation out there, and you simply make space that we don't have all the details, and if we did, somehow this would fit. On the other hand, I'm going to the other way around, which is I started off where you were at. I had a spiritual experience, a deep and what I would call profound spiritual experience praying about the Book of Mormon. I would even call it visionary. And I went the first 20 years absolutely believing that book to be historical. And what happened to me was the reverse, which is as I went into these stories, I sensed over and over again, and not just there, but in our this dispensation's history of the church, the way in which we've handled social issues, the way in which prophets seem to behave in ways in terms of their revelation, in terms of their the way they've lived out their lives, the way they present conclusions or certainty on doctrines that turn out to be disavowed. As I looked at all the data, then I started to work backwards and say like, oh, this doesn't fit, that doesn't fit, this doesn't fit. And at the end of the day, the last thing that came down for me was the Book of Mormon. I held on to it as long as I could, and I felt like all the data after it forced me to go back and to revise my paradigm on what that book was. Does that make sense?
It does to some degree, but so how do you now interpret those visionary experiences? I mean, did that negate? Were those not authentic experiences for you?
For me, it's not black and white. So here's what I would say, and I want to get into this specific debate later on down the road when we talk about specifically prophets and then also spiritual experiences as a means of testimony. What I came to was the recognition that all religious systems have members of that religious system who have spiritual experiences. Those spiritual experiences are profound across all those religious systems, and those spiritual experiences tend to bind those individuals to their religious system. In other words, a Jehovah's Witness has deep, profound spiritual experiences that tie him to a testimony of the Jehovah's Witness as the true church. And those kinds of things happen in Methodism, they happen in Scientology, they happen in Heaven's Gate, they happen in the Baptist Church, they happen in Catholicism. I lived in Ohio for the first 34 years of my life, 35 years of my life. And I worked at a company where I was the only Mormon and almost everyone else was Catholic and there was one Lutheran. And to hear the Lutheran tell her spiritual experiences, to hear the Catholics tell their spiritual experiences, it was very striking to me that they had profound, deep experiences as well. And so I don't deny that the experience was there. I just no longer place weight on it as being unique to Mormonism and proving the validity of something within Mormonism any more than their spiritual experiences prove the validity of their religious system.
Well, and we there's a section of the CES letter that gets into this very specifically, where Jeremy Runnells starts talking about how he felt good during the Lion King and wonders now if that means that we're supposed to believe that that was God testifying that the Lion King was historical, which was one of the most frustrating parts of the CES letter for me, because when people start talking about spiritual experiences as sort of this kind of binary communication, that a nice warm feeling means something is historical and a non-nice warm feeling does not, it says to me that the church has failed. The church to some degree has let people down. If you can grow up in the church and have that kind of an understanding of the Spirit, then I don't think we're doing a very good job of teaching people what the Spirit is and how the Spirit works. And when you start talking about, okay, well, Jehovah's Witnesses have spiritual experiences and Methodists have spiritual experiences, that's a section in the CES letter that we may want to postpone this discussion until we get to that point. But the reality is that in my experience, in conversations with people outside of the church, you're not going to find a Jehovah's Witness that is going to testify of their experience in that same kind of term. In my conversations with Jehovah's Witnesses, they rely on a very legalistic interpretation of Scripture to prove, hey, we're the ones who understand the Bible better. And you don't reach a point where you do with Mormon missionaries, where they start just saying, well, I have a testimony. The Lord has told me this book is true. Jehovah's Witness will instead come back and say, well, I have all of these scriptures that prove that our interpretation of the Bible is the correct one. And when you go through the kind of testimonies that you see in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are not necessarily how other people approach spiritual experiences. I'm not denying they have spiritual experiences, but I don't think they interpret them in the same way that a Latter-day Saint would interpret a testimony of the Book of Mormon. In my reading of the Book of Mormon, the reason why I think the church survives, and the church survives all of the kinds of things that you've described. I mean, there are failures of leaders, there are failures of members. There are all kinds of things that happen when people with agency do things that are not in accord with the will of the Lord, and that can happen at any level with any human being that has ever lived. When that happens, people, I think, turn back to the spiritual experiences they've had, and I turn back to the spiritual experiences that I've had with the Book of Mormon, where I say, look, the Lord's hand is in this. The Lord is still here. The Lord is still in this church. And the fact that the members of the church are imperfect and do things that that I don't approve of, or I wish they didn't do, or any of that kind of thing, that doesn't, for me, erode the undeniable spiritual connection, the access point that the Book of Mormon is to the divine. That's what I keep coming back to. That's where my testimony is rooted. And I find that I can look at the church and say, yeah, the leaders of the church are not perfect. There are all kinds of things that I would do differently if I were in charge. Would love to run for president of the church. I'll start putting up campaign billboards in cultural halls all over the world. But I am not president of the church, and I can have the kind of patience that I need to have with imperfect leaders because I have that anchor that comes with the Book of Mormon. And I don't think that requires me to say, okay, well, the spiritual experiences of a Jehovah's Witness or of a Methodist are somehow invalid. But I don't see these spiritual experiences as being interpreted the same way. I don't think you're going to bump into a Jehovah's Witness at your doorstep who will testify that they have had the Spirit witness to them of the authority of the Watchtower. I just don't think that's the way they're thinking about it. I think that's the way a Mormon looks at it and go, well, bear me your testimony. And I think if you were to ask a Jehovah's Witness to do that, they'd kind of stare at you and not be quite sure what you mean. Is that?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I want to refrain from this part until we get to it. I simply will say that I think in some ways we've been institutionally, culturally trained to lead out with those kinds of interpretations, whereas the substance of the experience are very similar across these systems. All right, so I want to leave that alone. I want to get into a moment, go back to the Book of Mormon. I want to talk for a moment about 19th century material. And I want to talk, again, granting to you that there seems to be some ancient concepts as well. The olive tree culture, for instance, that's in Jacob chapter 5.
Right.
Chiastic structures. I'm a little more prone in 2019 to say, like, yeah, we can find those in modern places as well, but I do grant that, for instance, Alma 36 does, on the surface, seem to be a highly complex chiastic structure. Recognizing that there are other kinds of those things, I'm also drawn to, on the critical side, Richard Bushman, for instance. I'll read this quote. Richard Bushman says, I think right now the Book of Mormon is a puzzle for us. Even for people who believe in its every detail, it's a puzzle. To begin with, we've got the puzzle of translation. Translating a book without the plates even in sight, wrapped up in a cloth on the table, it's not something that comes right off the pages. That is the characters on the plates. So we don't know how that works. And then there's the fact that there's phrasing everywhere, long phrases, that if you Google them, you find them in 19th century writings. The theology of the Book of Mormon is very much 19th century theology, and it reads like a 19th century understanding of the Hebrew Bible, as an Old Testament, that is. It has Christ in it, the way Protestants saw Christ everywhere in the Old Testament. I want to start here and simply throw out the idea that I agree with Richard Bushman. I want to hear, once I conclude here, what your thoughts are on that quote. I agree with Richard Bushman. There is more 19th century material in the Book of Mormon than we yet have explained. I hear the faithful perspective that look, like for instance, Blake Ostler, and his theories that look, there's some things that are ancient, there's some parts of the story that Joseph is inserting from his own culture, stories from his own life, that it's a mix of the two. That feels like a backstep. It feels like we want to backstep to a place that, again, these aren't the claims we used to make. These are the claims we make now because the evidence gets stronger and stronger that there's significant 19th century material. My worry is if we take out all the 19th century material, that perhaps we're not left with a whole lot left in the book. And that becomes problematic for me. When I look at all the other evidence, and I want to get to a piece of that in a moment after you respond, but when I look at the other evidence of other 19th century pieces or things contemporary to Joseph in his other translation productions, I feel like I'm being pushed to begin to see Joseph's work as sacred fiction. And I want to get your thoughts on the Bushman quote, and I also want to get your thoughts on how you reconcile the significant amount of what Bushman says is 19th century material in that book.
Well, I think in order to be able to make sense of that, you have to define what 19th century material is. Because as a translator, Joseph lived in the 19th century, and therefore the entire Book of Mormon could be determined 19th century material, in that it is how someone in the 19th century would translate ancient material. I mean, this goes back into the CES letter where Jeremy Runnells gets upset because italicized words in the King James Bible are, and he says those are words that the translators inserted because those words weren't in Hebrew. And so you get the sense that Jeremy Runnells, and I think a number of members of the church, believe that translation works where you just take one word and then you take the English word and replace it, and you have a one-to-one translation like that. And that's not how translation works in any context. If it were, then all you would have to do is take the digital text of an ancient text, slap it into Google Translate, and you'd have the perfect translation. But every time you try to do that, you get stilted, weird gobbledygook. And I do that in my reply. I take that and I keep translating it into different languages until it's completely unintelligible. Because translation requires effort on behalf of the translator to clothe concepts from another language in a new language. And so this is why Joseph Fielding McConkie, incidentally, discounted the whole rock and the hat, because the rock and the hat tends to suggest that all Joseph did was read stuff off a stone and that there was no effort required. And the one contemporaneous document we have about the translation process in Doctrine and Covenants, Section 8, Joseph talks about how important it is to study it out in his mind, that there was intellectual effort on Joseph's part to be able to clothe these ancient concepts in language. So I don't understand how that works with the rock and the hat, or we don't really know anything about the translation process. But I am fully convinced that the Book of Mormon is written in Joseph Smith's language, that it was Joseph Smith's responsibility to create language for these ancient concepts. So when you start talking about 19th century material, I don't think we're talking about 19th century stories. That is, that there's an ancient story on the plates, and then Joseph decides to add Samuel the Lamanite because he thinks that'd be a fun story, and so there's a 19th century story next to it. I think what we're talking about is a 19th century translator using idioms and language that is familiar to people in the 19th century to describe ancient concepts. I mean, every translation we have of the Bible reflects the era in which it was translated, right? The King James Version of the Bible uses language that would have been commonplace in the 1600s, but which now sounds stilted and archaic today. And so now you have new translations of the Bible that use modern language, but the concepts are still the same. And that's how I would interpret any kind of 19th century material, quote unquote. I just say that it's using language that a 19th century translator would use. And I think that demonstrates, well, although it's very interesting because, you have Royal Skousen's Critical Text Project of the Book of Mormon, who insists that the Book of Mormon is actually written in 13th century language, which is not an idiom that Joseph Smith himself would have known about. And so I kind of find that fascinating. I have no idea how that would work. But I don't see 19th century material, quote unquote, as any kind of obstacle to this being an ancient document translated by a 19th century translator.
Yeah, and the trouble probably having this conversation is in some ways this is probably above both of our pay grades. But my understanding, my pushback would be that as I've read various people who have tried to go in and tackle what it is that exactly shows up, is the idea that some of the sermons, maybe even a chunk of the sermon, significant, the theology of those sermons, the articulation of those sermons. So it's not just putting it into 19th century rhetoric. It's that the very theology of these Book of Mormon prophets is the theology and sermons of the of Joseph's milieu, the ministers who were going from town to town and preaching. These are the ideas and concepts that these men got up on a soapbox and preached, and those same ideas and concepts seem to find their way into the Book of Mormon as its theology. And so it feels, and again, I can't say it enough, like there's no way that you and I are going to get into the specifics, because I would need probably 20 hours of research to pull all of those out, and then you'd need 20 hours to combat that. But I simply want to make the statement that for the critic, what they're reading, what they're hearing, what seems to be the direction we're moving in, is a recognition that the Book of Mormon contains concepts that are not just translation, not just pointed to as a consequence of translation, but also seems to be the very things that are happening in Joseph's milieu making their way into the Book of Mormon. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. I think one of the interesting criticisms of the Book of Mormon is that it is too Christ-centered, right? Because you have people talking about Jesus Christ specifically
before he's there, right? Before he's there,
and you certainly don't have any of that in the Old Testament. And Mormon theology would have you believe that the different dispensations of the gospel have been such that periods of apostasy have eliminated a lot of the kinds of knowledge that we have, and once the Israelites rejected the fullness of the gospel and then went under the law of Moses, that you lost a lot of that stuff. And so there's kind of a worldview or a perception of that would fly in the face, I think, of traditional Bible scholars. And I think we have to recognize that. And in order to be able to accept the Book of Mormon, you have to accept that essentially Christ himself appears by name, beginning with King Benjamin, where he starts talking about an angel appeared to him and told him specific things about Christ. And from that point onward, Christ becomes a central figure in the Book of Mormon. But prior to that, when Lehi first has his vision, it's clear that he sees Jesus, but he doesn't name Jesus by name. And he has what's a very consistent Old Testament style experience. And so you have to accept that all of a sudden an angel appears and that these people had an experience and had knowledge that wasn't necessarily had in the old world, and that requires obviously a leap of faith. But I think the idea that, okay, well, these are 19th century sermons that have worked their way into this, and this is 19th century theology, I think you would have to give me more specifics than that, because I think that's a charge that is made very similarly to kind of the charge that is made with regard to different Isaiahs who've written Isaiah. When people start talking about how the Book of Mormon can't be true because it quotes Deutero-Isaiah, and now we're getting deep into the weeds here. But the evidence for Deutero-Isaiah is a mention of a Babylonian king, and that's essentially it. And if you can find some other reason why the mention of the Babylonian king could be in there, all of a sudden the idea that this had to have been written by two different people goes away. And so I think that Latter-day Saint theology is, I think, markedly different from not just, Old Testament theology, but from 19th century Christian theology as well. So I think we'd probably have to do that research for me to be able to say, oh, well, I would have to concede, oh, yes, you're absolutely right. This is clearly a 19th century sermon, because I don't see that without having the specifics pointed out to me.
Yeah, and that's why I grant it's one of those issues that maybe we're talking from the 20,000-foot view, but it really takes getting down into the details. One way to demonstrate this, though, that I can talk about is in Joseph's other translation productions. So let me do it kind of like we did in episode 1. Let me tell you a little bit, kind of in a story format, what I learned. The Book of Mormon, I learned, was an ancient text of Nephites and Lamanites that Joseph translated from the plates. And again, we have multiple accounts from witnesses, and I get the witnesses aren't directly involved. They're not the ones translating. They're not the ones doing the dictation. They're the ones writing it down or watching it from a little more of a distance in, say, David Whitmer's case. But what they reported was that Joseph would look at words on the plates, and then he'd have the word would be seen either through the Nephite spectacles or through the seer stone in the hat. And then he would dictate that word, and then there would be a correction of spelling if need be, and until he got it right, and then once it got right, then that word would disappear and the next one would come up. So there's this idea of a very tight translation being spoken of by several of the witnesses in multiple statements of theirs. I also recognize that there's theological room for a loose translation as well, and maybe even a combination of the two, which I think is necessary to hold the faithful perspective of the Book of Mormon. I think you need both. Setting that aside, the Book of Abraham, which we'll get into, has its own issues where Joseph seems to be claiming one thing, and what we now know seems to point that what Joseph thought it was, the writings of Abraham written by his own hand, based on the documents we have, and that's going to be the substance of our argument later. So we'll have to set that one off to the side for a moment. But from the critical perspective, the Book of Abraham is not what Joseph alleged it was in terms of where he was getting those stories from. Now we get into the Book of Moses. In the Book of Moses, I believe it's chapter 4 and chapter 5, and this I can point you to the research when we get done with this episode, and if you want to come back and visit this specific issue later, I'm happy to. But the Book of Moses seems to borrow heavily from Luke and Matthew, chapter 4, and I think chapter 3 of Luke and chapter 5 of Matthew. And the phraseology and the sentence structure and the things that it's discussing seem to very strongly come out of those documents, to the point where some BYU researchers and others acknowledge that there seems to be a heavy influence on the Book of Moses from the New Testament, which again comes after, and it takes a lot of allowances to allow both to be what they're supposed to be and not have the one that was written first, to find ways for it to still have deep influence on this text that's written after without the translator or the author looking back at those sources. Does that make sense?
Well, what is it supposed to be? He says that this is not what it's supposed to be. When you talk about a translation, the idea that a translator is going to use language that has been already used in previous translations of similar material, I don't see what's wrong with that. I don't see that there's anything wrong with that or acknowledging that. The fact that Joseph is dealing with concepts that he's familiar with in the Bible, that he would use biblical language to do that. Whenever you get into any of these kinds of discussions about translation, I think there are so many assumptions that go unquestioned. And there seems to be this assumption that Joseph, for a translation any of Joseph's translations to be valid, it had to be something that came to him completely out of the ether, with magical language in ways that he did not. I mean, the idea that, okay, he's dealing with an ancient text that is similar to a text in the New Testament, or that is imparting similar ideas. And so he chooses, whether consciously or unconsciously, to use that same language. The idea that that's somehow disqualifying of the integrity of the translation doesn't make any sense to me at all. I don't see any problem with that. I don't see why it's an issue. Hugh Nibley talked about the fact that when the angel Gabriel appears to Mary, he quotes the version of the Old Testament that was consistent with what Mary would have known, rather than sort of make up a new translation or any kind of thing like that. And I don't know why we would expect anything otherwise. So when I look at these and I look at these translation issues, I think it's very clear that Joseph Smith was not a bystander in the translation. He wasn't sort of a radio receiver who just opened up his brain and God poured through the translation independent of anything Joseph did. I think that D&C 8 makes it clear he had to study things out in his mind, that I don't know how it worked, but I do know that Joseph was an active intellectual participant in that. And so the idea that he would rely on things that he knew to be able to produce these translations strikes me as entirely consistent with his testimony of what happened. And I don't find it troubling or frustrating at all. I don't really even understand the assumption that it should be otherwise.
So to take it one step further, the issue that I see is this. So if a document is written, let's say 1,000 years ago, and as somebody else writes a new document today, claiming that the document they're writing has a unique narrative, and that narrative is unconnected to the specific events that occurred in a different narrative written 1,000 years ago, if the narrative being written today,
well, you just make very big assumptions there.
I know, but I don't. Okay, so in the Book of Moses, when the narrative includes not only the sentence structure but the story details of the events as they occurred in the New Testament, then what it appears and what seems to be the most rational, logical conclusion for people who are looking at that data is that Joseph has taken narrative details out of the New Testament and then repurposed them for a story that he's writing in the moment, but which is supposed to have occurred before the previous narrative was written. It starts to point to somebody who brilliantly, by the way, takes a story that's already been told, changes a little bit of that story to make it a little more difficult to recognize. But then once you know what you're looking for, it appears to be the very story that is not his character, but proposed characters of a text written before he's creating his narrative.
Well, the Book of Moses and the Book of Abraham both include Old Testament stories, specifically the creation, and they do so in language that is almost identical to the King James language. So that's kind of what I'm pointing to. There isn't any place in the Book of Moses that I'm familiar with where, Luke shows up or any New Testament character shows up. I mean, do you know a specific as to what we're talking about with regard to the story that you're claiming was essentially plagiarized?
All right, so let me read this. Moses chapter 1 is dependent on the structure and content of Matthew chapter 4 in its construction of the temptation of Moses, transforming Moses into a messianic figure in the same way that the author of Matthew transforms Jesus into a new Moses. Moses 1 agrees with Matthew 4 against the temptation of Jesus found in Luke 4. This is a critical observation for understanding not only Moses 1, but in formulating one's approach to interpreting it. The connections between Moses 1 and Matthew 4 can be summarized with the following. Moses 1:1 and Matthew 4:8, up into an exceeding high mountain. Moses 1:12, Matthew 4:9, 15:9, Mark 7:7, Luke 4:7. Satan says, worship me. Moses 1:15, Matthew 4:9, and Luke 4:7. Worship God, for him only shalt thou serve. Moses 1:18, Matthew 4:9, depart hence Satan. Moses 1:19, Matthew 4:9, worship me. And I understand the response is, why can't God and Moses interact in the same way God and Jesus, or Satan and Moses and Satan and Jesus work? The trouble is that the New Testament, if you just follow along verse by verse, Moses in the Book of Moses goes into that exact same narrative structure. It seems, again, the most... and maybe I'm wrong in phrasing it that way. It seems rational to me. It seemed logical to me that when I lay these two texts side by side, it appears that the author of the Book of Moses is essentially using the exact same narrative and the way that narrative is told from the New Testament. And that connection feels out of place when the Book of Moses should have been written thousands of years before the New Testament was written. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. There are a whole lot of assumptions there, though, that I think are going unchallenged. First of all, let me back up and give kind of a framework for how I interpret that, and then let me dive in and challenge some of those assumptions. If you look, one of the things that is remarkable about Scripture, Old Testament, New Testament, Book of Mormon, anywhere else, is that we're supposed to look for symbolism, that we're supposed to look for patterns. That when Christ came, he talked about the idea that what the ancients were doing in the Old Testament were all types and symbols of what was to come. That when the Israelites put the blood of the firstborn lamb over their door during Passover, that's a type of Christ. That's a symbol of Christ. That Christ is the firstborn lamb who will die for the sins of the world. And so you look for those kinds of symbols. You interpret the Old Testament through a New Testament lens, etc. And of course, the Jews will tell you that that's not an appropriate thing to do, and that Christians are reading Christianity into the Old Testament where it isn't really there. But you go back and forth and you look at Scripture and you see that God continually, interacts with his children in ways that are similar and in ways that are repeated. So the idea that Moses is tempted and Jesus is tempted, and you look at that and say, well, he's ripping this off. Joseph Smith is just ripping off Matthew. Well, then you say, okay, does that mean that every New Testament writer that talks about things that were in the Old Testament is just ripping off the Old Testament? Or is it possible that God is using different symbols or different experiences or similar symbols and similar experiences in different times? Because the parallels that you're talking about, they're not sort of the kind of plagiarism that you'd expect. He's not lifting the entire story. He's telling two different stories of temptation that have similarities, and a believer looks at that and says, well, of course, this is the way Satan tempts people. This is the way Satan tempted Christ. This is the way Satan tempted Moses. And I can learn from this by likening the scriptures to me and say, this is kind of the way Satan tempts me. You know, I think we're supposed to read about these temptations and liken them to ourselves. So, yes, it is. You can look at that and say, aha, well, I have an explanation for this. Joseph is just ripping off the New Testament. But I don't think that that is an inescapable, irreducible conclusion. I think if you're a believer, you look at that and say, this is the way Satan works. This is the way God allows Satan to tempt us. And we can draw lessons from that in ways that we say the way human nature and the divine nature is consistent over time. It's consistent through the Old Testament. It's consistent through the New Testament. And so that's how I would draw that out. But I can certainly see somebody interpreting that differently. But as with almost all of these things, it just depends on what conclusion you want to draw. And I don't think that the non-believer conclusion is inherently more reasonable than the believer conclusion.
And so to then add in the last, so we talked about the Book of Mormon, we've talked about briefly the Book of Abraham, which we'll go into in detail in a moment, the Book of Moses, then we're left with the inspired translation of the Bible. And the story I was told was that the Bible had many pieces lost. It had been corrupted by various translations along the way. That was the Mormonism of the 1990s that I grew up in.
Be the word of God as far as it is translated correctly.
Right, and that much of the Bible had been important pieces had been lost, mistranslated, corrupted, and that the inspired translation of the Bible was a restoration of something closer to its ancient, the ancient ground that it held originally. Correct?
Right.
And now today, we point at this idea like, hey, there's a critical point of view that Joseph is plagiarizing from other sources, and then there's the faithful view that God is just communicating similar concepts to both prophets. And what I run into now with the inspired translation of the Bible is the research that's come out in the last year. Thomas Waymont, BYU professor, along with BYU student Haley Lemon, they had just released about a year ago their research that it is demonstrable that Joseph is heavily borrowing, and they call it direct borrowing, which is another word for plagiarism. It's a softer word, but direct borrowing from Adam Clarke's commentary. So Joseph puts out the inspired translation of the Bible. We institutionally, and I would have to go back and see what Joseph and those around him are claiming it to be, but at least Mormonism institutionally in the last 50 years has proposed that the inspired translation of the Bible was a restoration of that Bible from a more ancient version, and it fixes some of those corruptions. It fixes some of those things that are lost. What is now understood is that much of the inspired translation of the Bible seems to be a plagiarism from Adam Clarke's commentary, and that seems to be, again, not the entire production, but it seems to be long, significant portions of it. And so once I see the inspired translation of the Bible as absolutely no ifs, ands, or buts, taking chunks of Adam Clarke's commentary and proposing it to be a restoration of lost things. And then I look at going back to the Book of Moses, go back to the Book of Abraham, go back to the Book of Mormon, and it feels like I'm just seeing more of the same. It causes me to pause and say, like, if I look at these collectively, I'm wondering now if something that's going on is much different than what the church wanted me to think was going on 25 years ago when I first discovered Mormonism. I want to get your thoughts on the inspired translation of the Bible, and then after that, feel free to comment on all of this collectively.
Well, so I want to push back a little bit, because when you talk about the big chunks of the inspired translation of the Bible, you're talking essentially about the Book of Moses. So Joseph never claimed to have ancient documents in his possession. Essentially, he claimed that he was reading the Bible and his translation. And the word translation, Joseph used it in a number of different contexts, some of which are consistent with how it's used in the 21st century, but I'd say probably the majority of which are not. And in fact, we even use the word translation to talk about people that have been transformed from mortal to immortal. You know, that's a very Mormon use of that word, a translated being, right? If you start talking to somebody outside of the church about translated beings, they're going to look at you and say they have no idea what you're talking about. So the word translation has a much more elastic definition in Joseph's mind, I think, than it does to most 21st century observers. So he wasn't looking at ancient texts and giving a new translation of it, and everybody concedes that. But the book of Moses includes the sections. The Book of Moses and I think Joseph Smith Matthew are the two that are large sections of the Joseph Smith translation that have no ancient antecedent or existing text that we know of. And none of that comes from the Clark commentary on the Bible. The majority of the Joseph Smith translation are word changes, a word here, a word there. You know, you go through Luke chapter 2, and the only change in Luke chapter 2 is that when Mary and Joseph arrive in Bethlehem, instead of there was no room for them in the inn, the Joseph Smith translation says there was no room for them in the inns and makes it plural. And really, those are kind of the level of translation, quote unquote, or changes that Joseph Smith does. So you go through the Bible. So to hear you tell that story, if somebody about the Clark commentary, if somebody were not familiar with either the Book of Moses or the Joseph Smith translation, they would assume that large chunks of the Clark commentary have been lifted out of whole cloth and plopped into some kind of big section of the Joseph Smith translation, when there really isn't any room in the Joseph Smith translation for those kinds of large chunks of text.
Let me phrase it differently, because I want the listener to be clear, and I want to be fair to you and to what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that there is enough of Adam Clark's commentary in the Joseph Smith translation to remove any question that Joseph is directly borrowing from Adam Clark's commentary and using it directly in the Joseph Smith translation in ways that don't seem like he's saying, like, look, Adam Clark here makes a great point about baptism, and I prayed about it, and I feel good, and so now I'm going to take that concept and I'm going to put it over here. Instead, it comes across in a way that feels like the Joseph Smith translation was imposed to me as one thing, when in reality, it seems to borrow much more from a contemporary source than what it was imposed to me as having done. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but again, it's an assumption here. It's always the expectation. It sounds like, and tell me if I'm wrong, sounds like you expected that Joseph Smith, his ideas or whatever revelations he got for the Joseph Smith translation happened magically, that he was reading the Bible and all of a sudden magically words appear in his brain from heaven that say, add this word or add these words. I mean, is that your expectation of what the Joseph Smith translation was? Is that an accurate rendition?
Yeah, so I want to answer it more completely. So yes, that was an expectation, but that's not my argument here. What I'm arguing here is that Joseph Smith is communicating with God, and in that process, Joseph is to be putting down into this work ancient concepts that were lost along the way. And it feels like the text is being imposed to me as that. On the other hand, what Joseph is actually doing is going to a non-Mormon contemporary commentary on the Bible from a scholar and taking that scholar's scholarship in placing it into the Joseph Smith translation, and then we claim that that scholarship is a restoration of ancient theology, ancient ways that that text used to be worded, and I think it feels as if those two are incompatible enough that on some level a deception occurred.
Okay, because from my perspective, I don't see anything incompatible about it. I really don't. I was taught in primary, for instance, that the reason we have the word of wisdom is because Emma was sick of scrubbing tobacco stains off of the floor of the School of the Prophets, the Newell K. Whitney store, and said, "Can't you ask the Lord if this strikes me as awful? The tobacco is terrible." And so Joseph asks a question based on a need that exists that's already there. And that, to me, is the way revelation always works, that revelation does not come in a vacuum. And so I can see a circumstance where Joseph is reading the Bible, and he's reading a Bible commentary, maybe several Bible commentaries, and saying, "Oh, well, this strikes me as a good idea," and taking that as a question to the Lord and say, "Is Adam Clark onto something here?" And getting a response, "Yeah, absolutely he is." And Joseph, throughout his life, he was trying to learn Hebrew. He was trying to learn languages that would give him an ability to be able to be the kind of Bible scholar that secular people expect a Bible scholar to be. And so the idea that he's not allowed to use any of that he's not allowed, that the Joseph Smith translation is only valid if it happened in a vacuum and he wasn't asking questions based on things he read in any other commentaries. I don't understand that assumption. That assumption doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't strike me as saying, well, if Joseph Smith thought that Adam Clark was onto something and asked the Lord if that were correct, and that ends up in the Joseph Smith translation, that invalidates the translation. That makes the translation deceptive because he's not acknowledging that the question was raised by this other commentary. That honestly doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see anything dishonest about that. And I think that as we understand the way revelation works for Joseph, we get a better understanding of how it can work for us. Because revelation for us, individual revelation, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens when we read something that inspires us or troubles us or interests us, and that brings us to our knees and we ask the Lord, is there something to this? And so to me, I think this is entirely consistent with the way I was expected, or that I was taught to expect revelation to come.
Yeah, and I grant that what you're saying feels fair if you're willing, and again, you can concede or not concede, it doesn't matter to me. Because I think, again, as we talked about in episode 1, I think people are enjoying the debate between both perspectives,
Sure.
and I don't necessarily need one side to grant the other one's right. I think just leaving both out there and letting people think about it is wonderful.
Well, I am happy to grant, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm happy to grant to you that your perception of this is a valid and reasonable perception. I mean, that's the thing, that whenever you get into anything.
Sure, both conclusions are reasonable.
Both conclusions are reasonable. And the thing, the CES letter, I think, dismantles the kind of McConkie Mormonism you talked about earlier, in the idea that the CES letter insists that there is one irreducible way to interpret all of these events. And I think there are people in the church and out of the church that believe that. And I think that's entirely unhealthy. And I think that believers need to be able to grant, hey, there is another way to look at this. There is a way to look at this to say Joseph Smith could very well have been deceptive here, and the people who are saying that, they have a point. And you have to accept the validity of their point of view, even if you don't agree with it. And I think the converse is also true, is that the Jeremy Runnellses of the world need to recognize that that there is more than one way to interpret this than the way that Jeremy Runnells has interpreted it.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The only pushback I would give is that it feels then that we have to, and by the way, I think McConkie and Joseph Fielding Smith's Mormonism was that beautiful in a non-information age, right? like the church thrived and its growth was dynamic in an age where we could say the answers to every question, but nothing could be tested, right? And that Mormonism, as you and I both discussed, that Mormonism if it's not dead, it's on life support. And so now we're having to take a Mormonism and start to water down the certainty about all the things we speculated, but impose that speculation as absolute out there in the weeds. And one of those ties into this, which is what I wanted to get to, which is I agree that your perspective you just shared on Adam Clark's commentary is fair. If we're willing as Mormons to concede that Joseph's milieu may have had a lot more influence on the end production than we'd like to hold on to. And I'll give an example. Sidney Rigdon is a close associate of Joseph Smith, just as Joseph is taking what he perceives as good ideas from Adams Clark commentary. We also need to recognize it is possible, and I would guess even likely, that Sidney Rigdon and others in Joseph's relationships, those around him, those things would have had influence to the point where in Mormonism we look at things and we say like, oh, God told Joseph that this was a doctrine that had been lost along the way and we need to practice it again, and so Joseph's restoring something. I think it's also just as likely that Joseph would have heard something by Sidney Rigdon and others and said like, wow, that's fascinating. That would be really interesting, and it feels interesting to add into and make part of Mormonism. And that causes us to have to pause every step along the way and say like, maybe this isn't just God telling Joseph to do ABC, but rather Joseph found some of Sidney Rigdon's intellectual concepts fascinating enough to implement them into Mormonism and to be influenced beyond what God would say is, hey, this is the way we've done things in the Garden of Eden.
Well,
does that make sense?
Well, not a lot of sense, because you haven't given me anything specific as to what Sidney Rigdon. I mean, what is it that Joseph stole from Sidney Rigdon?
There's other ideas. So I'd have to be specific about Sidney, but there's ideas of three kingdoms. That's in the theology of others in Joseph's day.
Well, but that's not in the theology of Sidney Rigdon.
No, but
when Sidney Rigdon comes up, usually he comes up in the context of the Spalding theory of the Book of Mormon, which is bunk. The idea that Sidney wrote the Book of Mormon and stole it from Solomon Spalding, added some fun sermons to it, secreted it to him, years before they claimed to have met, and then, faked being a convert years later.
For me though, okay, so I'll point back to Sidney. Yeah, I'll point to Sidney specifically, which is Sidney Rigdon comes out of the Campbellite tradition. And in the Campbellite tradition, there is some of these ideas around restoration, some of these ideas around church organization that have similarities inside Mormonism, including some of the offices, for instance. And it feels as if prior to Sidney Rigdon, Joseph and early Mormons saw Mormonism kind of in a certain light. And then Sidney Rigdon comes along and suddenly the structure takes on some of the ideas and concepts that have connection to the Campbellite tradition.
Well, but if you're saying that the church wasn't a restorationist church until Sidney Rigdon came along, that's demonstrably untrue.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that some of the titles, some of the theological concepts around restoration, that if we're going to allow Joseph to take a modern commentary and implement pieces and parts of it as the gospel, then I think we also need to make space that Joseph is taking concepts and ideas out of other places in his milieu and implementing them into Mormonism, whereas we've told ourselves a story that God has given us all these things. On some level, we at least need to acknowledge there may be some level of distortion being one level removed as Joseph takes other ideas out of his milieu, and as God is not giving a one-to-one translation on those things.
Well, you keep talking about these things as if Sidney Rigdon gave Joseph the idea to call high priests or whatever. I'm not sure what the specifics are there. That's done something. That's something separate from what God has done. I keep wanting to get back to the central assumption here that if Joseph is getting any information from any source other than some magical stream of data that comes unprompted from God, that somehow that taints it, that somehow God's hand is not in it, that somehow that is not a legitimate way to say that the restoration happened. Because I look and say, Joseph was pulling things from his milieu all the time, and Joseph was placed in that milieu in order to be able to do that. That's what the restoration was. We're taught, for instance, that Joseph had to be born in the United States, in a country with religious freedom, in order for the restoration to be able to take place. Well, couldn't the restoration have taken place somewhere, completely removed from that? Well, yeah, but that would have required a whole lot more of the kind of magical download of data from heaven that you're talking about. But the fact that all of mortality, the entire world, has God's fingerprints on it. And the fact that Joseph was being placed in circumstances and situations where he could say, oh, well, that's remarkable. And God says, well, yeah, it's remarkable because that's something that was also done anciently. And I've placed you in a circumstance to be able to discover that. To me, that has always been my understanding of how God works. And so when you're telling this to me and say, I don't see any evidence of any kind of conspiracy when I see, okay, Joseph met Sidney Rigdon, and Sidney Rigdon was doing things in a way that really appealed to Joseph, and Joseph started incorporating that into the church. And it turns out that this is consistent with how it was done anciently. I would just say, yeah, because that's the circumstance that Joseph was placed in by the Lord, and that all of this ground was laid by the Lord in order to be able to accomplish the restoration. So as I look at that, I don't get shaken by any of that. And I recognize that there are lots of people that do. And so I don't want to deny the legitimacy of that. But I just want to point out that, to me, the answer is, yeah, so, yeah, of course. It's not just yeah, so, it's yeah, of course. This is the way the Lord works. This is the way the Lord teaches me. The Lord has placed me in a certain milieu, and he's expected me to draw inspiration from things in my world and things from where I live. And I've had spiritual experiences based on the world that I encounter. And I don't see why Joseph Smith is somehow supposed to have been different, that Joseph Smith is supposed to not have had draw any kind of inspiration from the world in which he lived.
Yeah, and I grant that. I'm trying to point at an overarching concept, and maybe it's best. And again, I tried to stay away from this because it's a discussion in a later sit down with you. But the idea that in Mormonism, prophets can declare things or teach things as being true only to later we as an institution say like, oh, yeah, that wasn't true. We got that wrong. And the easiest one to point to, which I didn't want to yet, was those of color, for instance, being less valiant in the premortal life, right? Like prophets stated, like, look, Brigham Young taught it. it seems as though he's getting this from Heavenly Father. It seems as though he's adamant that he knows by the Spirit these things are true. And now in 2019, we're having to go back and say, like, oh, that's not a one-to-one God to prophet mechanism. Instead, these men are fallible enough that they can give us things that we thought were true in the moment, that we thought came from God, that we felt good about, we thought we felt confirmation from the Holy Spirit, whatever that is, that the prophet themselves thought they had some level of confirmation, that we taught as absolutes, only to recognize that these leaders in their fallibility can be deeply influenced by the context of their culture. And when they think they're giving the mind and will of God, they're actually handing over prejudice and bigotry and false doctrine. And I simply wanted to make space in the conversation about these translation productions that we as Mormons tell ourselves these are all ancient text, and that on some level it may be a little more complex and messy than that.
Well, do we want to postpone the discussion about blacks in the priesthood until we get to that point?
Yeah, I do. And I promise when we get to that point, the listener will have plenty of time to hear us go back and forth on that.
Because I don't want to dive into that. I do want to dive into the idea of fallibility and infallibility.
And that we'll get into later on as well. And if you feel like, hey, I don't want to grant that just because they're fallible on race, and there's reasons about that, and there's circumstances about that make that a very different situation than, say, the titles and organization of the church or Joseph Smith's translation of the Bible, then I think it's satisfactory to say that, and we can just move on.
Well, you're talking about two different things there, though. You're talking about error.
Granted.
And one, you're talking about influence. For instance, if Joseph is using titles that were influenced by Sidney Rigdon, that's not necessarily error. But the conflating the two and saying, well, if Joseph is drawing something from Sidney Rigdon, then it's not possible that that's coming from God and that that's reflective of anything ancient. And I would push back and say, no, if Joseph is drawing something from Sidney Rigdon, he's drawing something from something that God has placed there in order to influence Joseph, and that both things can be true at the same time, that something can be part of a modern influence and also reflect something that was true anciently.
But also that it's feasible to make space that also some errors got in. And I'll share one example, evangelist, I'm sorry. So the idea of the title of evangelist, Mormonism, Joseph Smith imposed that was a modern word for the word patriarch. And it feels, again, we'd have to make an argument from silence, but that evangelist, as used by Joseph Smith and used by the New Testament, which Joseph Smith is adding this extra layer of interpretation, seems to be completely unrelated to the way the Old Testament uses the term patriarch and how we, in a modern sense, use this patriarch term for this guy who everybody comes to get this blessing from. And then evangelist in the New Testament seems to have no connection to that kind of a role. And all I'm saying is that to make space that Joseph Smith thought he was restoring something, but that there's room for some of that to not be accurate, that Joseph also can make mistakes, and that we as Mormons need to make space that not everything is perfect in our theology or our doctrine, even when Joseph Smith says that, even when he seems to imply that he's got the mind and will of God on that issue.
Well, again, those are two different things in that, can Joseph have made mistakes? Yes, and he did. There's no question. It's the old saying, it's become popular now, but the old saying that Catholics are told the Pope is infallible and they don't believe it, and Mormons are told the prophet is fallible and they don't believe it. And I think there's a whole lot of truth to that. It is impossible for agency and infallibility to coexist. I keep coming back to that concept. But
does that include doctrinal mistakes?
Absolutely. It includes every possible mistake. It is not possible for a prophet to be incapable of making a mistake. It is not possible unless
even things that the institution hangs on to for 100 years or more and thinks is truth.
Yes, and there's plenty of biblical precedent for that too. I keep coming back to when I talk about this with people and they say, well, how could he have allowed a mistake to happen? And how could he allow it to have endured for so long? You go back to the Old Testament and you go back to when the Israelites demanded to have a king. And Samuel takes it to the Lord, and the Lord says, absolutely not. Here are all the terrible things that will happen if Israel wants a king. And Samuel goes back to the people, and they say, we want to be like other nations. We want a king. And eventually, the Lord himself helps anoint the king. And you look at that and say, well, how is that possible? And how it's possible is that there's a phrase in the Book of Mormon, in Jacob chapter 4, where the Lord says, because they have desired it, I have allowed it that they may stumble. The Lord will not interfere with our agency. He will not interfere with a prophet's agency. And I think when you look at some of the mistakes, and there are some egregious mistakes in the history of the church, you're looking at a desire by the church and by the leaders of the church to do something to make them more like other nations. I think that's kind of one of the reasons we're getting into the blacks and the priesthood, but I think that's kind of where that came from. Paul Reeves written a very interesting book about that, where he talks about a number of things that we'll talk about when we get to that in the point of this discussion. But no, absolutely 100%, a prophet is capable of making mistakes on every subject. There is not a place a prophet can stand that will insulate him from it. You know, Jeremy Runnells says, well, Brigham Young taught the Adam God theory at the veil of the temple, as if somehow the veil of the temple removes Brigham Young's agency to make a mistake. And it doesn't. And so that may make me a wild and dangerous sort of heterodox member of the church. But at the same time, I think it places a much greater responsibility on the individual members, that there is no point of doctrine where you can just coast on somebody else's testimony. There's no point of doctrine where you don't have to reach out to heaven yourself and receive that revelation personally in a way that you know something is true, not just because Russell M. Nelson told you, but because you have direct access to heaven, and you have as much access to heaven as Russell M. Nelson does, and you have that confirmation of the Spirit, so you know of yourself. That's the Book of Mormon language. I know of myself that these things are true.
And also, though, with the understanding that that prophet can feel like he also got an answer that was true and be wrong, and that the institution collectively can feel good about a belief, think that they know from God that it's true, and be wrong.
That is correct.
Which then calls me to question my own answer about that belief if I disagree, right? Like it gets messy. I don't mean for you, I'm not trying to open Pandora's box.
No.
Only that even my own spiritual witness is just as messy as the prophet I'm doubting his answer on, and the institution collectively and all the members with it that I'm doubting their answer on.
Well, salvation is an individual experience. And so, yes, you always need to be not doubting necessarily, but challenging your own assumptions, your own beliefs, and you always need to be able to rely on your own personal relationship with God.
Perfect. And I want to say, like, beautiful. What you said in the last 5 minutes was kind of what I was trying to kind of push us towards, was to, because it sets up the conversation later on to say, like, oh, a prophet could be dead wrong about something he thinks he's dead right about. The church collectively could be dead wrong about something they all collectively thought they were right about. And that calls us to make space to have conversations around some of these messy aspects and to say, like, look, it appears like maybe on this issue we messed up. So I just wanted to go there. And I want to acknowledge, like, the listeners, as they're listening, they're hearing you and me, who, you know, neither one of us is a trained biblical scholar in the New Testament. Neither one of us is a trained scholar of biblical history. And so we're talking about these things. And I struggle sometimes to get into the specifics because I'm a jack of all trades and master of none. And to name the specifics on every single thing we talk about, I'm just not trained to do that. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation. So I want to talk for a moment, and I'm hoping we can at least get through the Book of Mormon so that we can at least start off with the Book of Abraham next time. The idea of witnesses, I think we can cover this pretty quickly. I'll tell you what I think, and you can agree or add extra commentary or disagree. The Book of Mormon witnesses, I was told a story that, hey, here's their testimony. This is what they saw and heard and did, and they never questioned it, and they never denied it, and there's that. And what I learned when I got into the data was that these 11 witnesses, the 3 witnesses, David Whitmer, Oliver Cowdery, Martin Harris, and then the 8 witnesses had multiple statements on the record. Some of these men died, and they never said anything outside of their witness statement that they attested to. But other folks among those 11, John Whitmer, Martin Harris, David Whitmer, Oliver Cowdery, speak on multiple occasions. And we say they never denied their testimony. And for the most part, I'll agree. We've got 1 or 2 quotes from, I think, Martin Harris, where he, in a second or third hand source, which again, I don't necessarily want to say like, oh, that's definitely credible. Like, we could debate that. And I'm open to saying, like, let's just set that aside and toss it out. But at the very least, we need to acknowledge that there are quotes out there from some of these men that point to this being more messy than we made it sound, and that at least on some level, they are contradicting themselves on the nature of their experience, not necessarily their testimony that the Book of Mormon is a translation from God, but that whether they saw it or whether it was more visionary, whether the plates were under a cloth or in a box, or whether they laid out on a log, whether the 8 witnesses saw it at one time or whether there were 2 groups of 4 in 2 different locations, all of those details get messy. And I would simply want the listener to know that I wouldn't just trust their witness statement at the beginning of the Book of Mormon. I would challenge people to go read all the statements by these men and weigh whether you see those as consistent or not. And I think there's an argument to be made from both sides. And the critical argument is that there's enough contradiction to question whether these men had a level of consistency in their mind about what that experience looked like.
Well, I'm going to push back really hard on this one because I think to a large degree that is not accurate. And I think that the section on the witnesses, which is near the end of the CES letter, but which goes with our discussion now, is easily the most dishonest and disingenuous section of the CES letter, because Jeremy Runnells finds a handful. I counted them at one point. I think there are 8 different statements that are mostly second and third hand, many of which made by people who didn't ever meet the witnesses, some of which are taken from a debate that took place after all the witnesses were dead. That's the one where he keeps saying that Martin Harris claimed that he had as much witness for a Shaker book, the Book of the Shakers, as he did for the Book of Mormon. That comes from a debate from 2 people who never met Martin Harris that was had after Martin Harris died. And Martin Harris lived to be something like 90 years old, so it had to take place a long time after. I mean, you look at that, and not only that, but Jeremy takes these 8 statements and cuts snippets of them out, and he says, well, here's another statement, and here's another statement, and here's another statement. And he quotes one guy 7 different times with 7 different pieces from the same statement. And that strikes me as extraordinarily disingenuous, because he's trying to create this illusion that there is more evidence that the witnesses were contradictory than there actually was. Richard Lloyd Anderson wrote a book where he talked about that there are 45 firsthand statements from the witnesses, all of which are consistent with each other and consistent over time. That these witnesses, even after being deeply disaffected with Joseph Smith, and David Whitmer never came back to the church. David Whitmer was a fierce opponent of plural marriage. David Whitmer had major problems with Joseph Smith, and Joseph Smith piled on these witnesses. I mean, one of the things that Jeremy talks about in the CES letter is, Joseph Smith said all these terrible things about these witnesses. What should that tell us? And my response is, it should tell us that these witnesses had every motivation and opportunity to expose Joseph as a fraud. Why didn't they? And there's no good answer to that question. So to find statements where the witnesses were saying, oh, we didn't really see something, or we only saw something with our spiritual eye, all of these, you don't find a single firsthand statement where that's the case. And where people try to make those statements, the witnesses, when they have the opportunity or find them, David Whitmer, for instance, Jeremy quotes one statement to that effect, and David Whitmer the next day made a statement to the local newspaper where he completely disavowed the previous statement, insisted, no, I saw the plates, I saw the angel, and it's just very, very difficult to make a credible argument that these witnesses didn't say what they were saying. And so Jeremy, to some degree, shifts from trying to say, okay, well, their arguments were inconsistent, to, well, Martin Harris was a flake and he was a weirdo and he believed that he was talking to a deer that was really Jesus. And so we can't really believe what he was saying. And I'm saying, okay, well, those statements that you're taking that from are largely unreliable or historically unreliable too. Those are second and third hand statements. But you're shifting the argument now. You're now trying to discredit him based on not an inconsistency in his statement about the Book of Mormon, but you're just trying to discredit him as a reliable witness because he's crazy in other aspects of his life. But the point is, the witnesses, I think it's very hard to get around the witnesses. I think it's very hard to make a case that these witnesses did not stay true to their testimony, were not consistent in saying what it is they saw, what their experience was. And I think efforts to do that are largely disingenuous. And I think non-Mormon historians would look at those evidence and look at the evidence being used to make that case and dismiss it and say, these are second, third-hand sources way after the fact. They're not reliable. If you go to the first-hand sources, which vastly outnumber these second and third-hand sources, these are consistent testimonies. And none of those 45 first-hand statements make their way into the CES letter. All of the things that he takes are just multiple reiterations of the same tired second, third-hand sources. So yeah, I'm pushing back fairly hard on that.
Good. And I guess my only caveat, and for the most part, I agree with what you're saying. I also find that when we have late sources that are removed, and I think this also works to Mormonism's disadvantage at places when we talk about maybe polygamy, for instance, where we have somebody speaking when they're 87 years old and so long after the event, and they're hearing it second or third hand. I would simply say, I agree with you. I'm perfectly comfortable, as I said in the beginning, of taking that Martin Harris quote and just setting off to the side, because I find that also to be a weak single quote to run against the rest of what's being said collectively.
And it's not a Martin Harris quote.
Right. But I mean, it's a quote about what he said, second or third hand,
but
right?
We have
far
direct
removed.
Quotes from Martin Harris, and legions of them that say something different. And then we have a guy after Martin Harris is dead who's never met Martin Harris who says, I'm pretty sure Martin Harris said this. And to give that equal weight with the legions of firsthand quotes we have, there is no reputable historian that'd be willing to do that.
Right. And again, the issue for me would be we'd have to stop for an hour and pull up every one of these quotes and go through them and pick ones that make your case or pick ones that I want to point to. But it again, I'm going to say it feels, because I have gone through these and I've done podcast episodes on the witnesses, and for the most part, I took the same perspective that you just explained, which is that generally these guys seem to be, in large part, in agreement. But I do find a few of the quotes, and again, we'd have to stop and find them, but I do find a few of the quotes where the nature of the physicality of their experience seems to be described different enough that I at least would want to pause and say, like, what's going on here? But I agree with you that far and wide, the quotes we have from the three witnesses themselves seem to be relatively consistent. Let's talk for a moment about anachronisms. I love, and I agree with you on this, and I'll let you go first here because I think it sets up the conversation well. When the Book of Mormon first came out, we would make the critics made a large list of all the anachronisms in the Book of Mormon, and as time has gone on, I'll let you describe this, but as time has gone on, that list has gotten smaller and smaller.
That's correct. That's the case that my father makes in his book, acknowledging that there are anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. And I think I may have outlined this in our last conversation, so I don't want to necessarily.
Yeah, you did briefly, but I wanted you to at least reiterate it.
Well, right. So he talked about his Howard Hughes experience, the forged Howard Hughes autobiography, the forged Hughes wills, and that now when you look back at them, they are clearly ridiculous. And there are more anachronisms now than there were, and that's the case with every forgery in history, except if the Book of Mormon is a forgery, it's the first one that has fewer anachronisms 150 years after it was published, or 175 years after it was published, than it did when it was first published. The idea of writing on metal plates anciently and placing them in stone boxes, and the ideas of large cities among Native Americans, and all of these kinds of things that we now accept and recognize a reality, and how ridiculous they were in 1830 when the book was published. So there is no question that there are anachronisms in the Book of Mormon as it now exists. I think there are explanations for them that are plausible, and it's very frustrating to see Jeremy Runnells, for instance, just beat up on Dan Peterson and call him Taper Dan over and over again because of the idea of loan shifting and the concept that words in the Book of Mormon describing something may be describing something else that we would have a different word for in 21st century English. That's the way that translation has worked all throughout history. Orson Scott Card points out, for instance, that the automobile, we call them cars because that was the word that was already in existence for railway cars. Cars existed prior to there being automobiles, but the word was shifted to the new thing, even though an automobile is very different from a railway car. So I think there's been a lot of attempts to explain anachronisms using that kind of loan shifting, and I think how much validity you're willing to give that also depends on how much benefit of the doubt you're willing to give Joseph Smith. My perspective on anachronisms is that if there are fewer of them now than there were in 1830, there will likely be fewer of them 100 years from now than there are now, which would suggest to me that we don't have all of the information, and that that would be a mark of authenticity, that there's the possibility. I look and I talk about this from the time I wrote my first reply to Jeremy in 2016 to the time I wrote this latest one near the end of last year. All of the LIDAR data from Mesoamerica that shows much more complicated cities and roads and all this kind of thing than anybody ever thought was actually there. And the National Geographic scholars saying it's going to take us 100 years to sort all this out, and everything we knew about Mesoamerica is wrong. I mean, I look at that and say, okay, does this open the possibility that that what happened in the Book of Mormon could be reflected in these new discoveries? I think it does. But so So that's where I am with anachronisms, and I recognize that people will say, well, even one anachronism is enough to disqualify the book. And I can understand how that perspective, how people can have that perspective, but at the same time, I think that the Book of Mormon is just so incredibly remarkable in how it has defied the odds with regard to anachronisms in a way that no other supposed or alleged forgery has ever been able to do.
Yeah, and I want to grant that ground. I think there's a couple things that need to be said about it, but overall, I agree with you. When we start off in 1830 by going through the Book of Mormon and looking at Joseph Smith's culture and making a list of all the things that don't fit based on what we knew about Native Americans and the geography of the area, it certainly, as time has gone on, has allowed us to remove things off that list, some of them showing up prevalently in some of these cultures, and some of them may be a little weaker only because we find very scant evidence, but still enough. So if we find a variation of a plant, if we find in a small amount, for instance, or if we find some toys, for instance, with wheels on them, it becomes at least feasible to say, like, hey, they've got the idea of a wheel. But I want to at least acknowledge that for some of those things that we would check off the list, the evidence is going to have a varying amount of strength to it. Horses, for instance, being one of those, right? Like, at least on some level, like, horses don't appear to be prevalent, and while we found a few skeletal remains, there's debate about what time period those come from, and the fact that we only find a few seems to point to something as well. So if the book mentions horses, for instance, I think the Book of Mormon mentions horses maybe like 14 times, and it seems as though that animal is a prominent animal in their culture. And if we're saying horses equals horses, because I don't think the argument that a horse is something else is false, but it also becomes an argument from silence. There's no way to prove or disprove that, right? I also would want to add into this conversation that there are other kinds of anachronisms too, and here's one. When the Jaredites come over, and I don't know if this is true for the Nephites, but the Jaredites specifically, it talks about this. When the Jaredites come over on their barges, they bring seeds of the plants that they would have had familiar to them in the old world. When they get to, when they land on, North America, South America, Central America, I don't want to get into that debate because I just don't care. But wherever they landed, the Book of Mormon tells us that they begin to till the land. So another kind of anachronism is the idea that when a people travel and when they bring things with them from their old world, and they then say that they're tilling the land and their plants are flourishing, we should then expect to see the plants and maybe even the animals that they would have had from that old world. And those things seem to not show up. And that's a different type of anachronism. It's not necessarily the Book of Mormon says these guys had horses. Instead, it's that we should find here in this new world those plants that they brought with them if those plants begin to flourish. And we don't see that presence. And so I'm not, this isn't a hill I want to die on. I simply want to make it clear to the listener that there are still anachronisms that are problematic for the Book of Mormon. At the same time, I agree with you that things that were thought to be problematic in the past have been checked off the list to varying degrees, and some of them very strongly. And I'm hoping you would at least grant that both of those are true.
I would. I absolutely would grant that both of those are true. The Jaredite example is interesting, though, because if you want to go back to horses, we know that there were horses in the ancient Americas, but they died out before Lehi got there. But did they die out before the Jaredites got there thousands of years earlier? we don't have a specific date as when the Jaredites arrived, but we're told that they were there for thousands of years before Lehi showed up. So the idea that horses could have died out, I think, suggests also that I just think you run into all kinds of problems when you try to take from the data we have in the Book of Mormon any kind of scientific information about what kind of plants these actually were. That a translator would identify a seed as something similar enough to something that they understood in the 19th century that would negate, essentially, using the reference of the Book of Mormon as scientific data to prove that that's the kind of seed that the Jaredites were planting. I just don't think we have enough data, enough information to be able to draw any kind of solid conclusions in that regard.
Yeah, and I think there is some science here, some fields of science that would help us understand that. But I also agree with you that another complexity is the fact that we start at a geographic location, say 4,000 years ago, whatever it is. And then we fast forward 4,000 years, and now we're looking in the modern day in that location, which also would have changed from what it looked like 4,000 years ago, and also this new geographic location, and that adds complexities to the conversation.
And we don't even know which geographic location we're looking at specifically, particularly with the Jaredite. I mean, I think Book of Mormon scholars have essentially. I'm not a Heartlander. There's kind of a schism between people in the church at this point. You've got this Heartlander movement that I don't understand at all, but the scholars that I respect and agree with are the ones who place the Book of Mormon in Mesoamerica. And so, but we don't know if the Jaredites were there or if they were south of we have no idea.
Right. So it adds extra layers of how do we even begin to look at this data objectively. I've got about 20 minutes. Let's start to talk about the Book of Abraham, and then we can dive deep into this one when we sit down again. But again, I'll tell you the story. I think most of this you'll agree with. I think where we're going to disagree is the evidence for and against missing documents and the evidence for and against the catalyst theory. But the story I grew up with in Mormonism, and based on Joseph Smith's own quotes, was there was this papyri that comes through Kirtland. I think it's 1834-ish, 1835-ish. Michael Chandler brings these mummies and papyri. The church buys some. Joseph Smith claims that some of this papyri is the Book of Abraham, and that some of this papyri is the Book of Joseph. He translates the Book of Abraham. The papyri is lost for a long time, thought to have burned out in the Great Chicago Fire. Shows back up at the Met Museum, pieces of it anyway. It is then sold or donated to the church. We look at these documents that we have, which may be all of it, minus a few small pieces, or, as some apologists argue, there may be a lot of it still missing. But what we have certainly is not the writings of Abraham, and not written by his own hand by Egyptologist standards. And as one who dives into this issue, for those who find it problematic, the church has offered a missing scroll theory. And I don't want to say the church, but its apologists have offered a missing scroll theory, which is that we still have documents missing, and that the Book of Abraham may be on those documents, or that Joseph may have thought he was translating this, because just like the Book of Mormon, Joseph may not be looking directly at this papyri. Instead, he may be using a seer stone, or may just be in kind of meditative prayer and getting the Book of Abraham text from God without any correlation to the text itself on the papyri. And that we would call this the catalyst theory, that the papyri is a catalyst prompting him to ask questions and to seek inspiration. He's given the Book of Abraham text through inspiration, and while he thought it was directly connected to the text, it wasn't. The Critic finds a problem with both the catalyst theory and the missing scroll theory, which hinges on the idea that, one, Joseph translates the gives interpretations for the facsimiles. That's one piece of evidence. Another piece of evidence is the Kirtland Egyptian papers, the Egyptian alphabet and grammar specifically, where Joseph or his scribes seem to be writing down the hieroglyphic character and then assigning a section of text, and that those characters seem to fall in order immediately following facsimile 1 on the papyri. And that lends some credibility to, if we're to take it at face value and say this is what it looks like is going on, that the text of the Book of Abraham comes immediately following facsimile 1, and then the final piece of evidence is Abraham chapter 1, verses 12 through 14, where Abraham himself, in the Book of Abraham, seems to be speaking to the reader or the translator, or both, and telling them that this text of the Book of Abraham is the text that immediately follows facsimile 1. And so those three pieces of evidence cause the critic to go like, Abraham 1, 12 through 14 makes the catalyst theory not work. It also prohibits a missing scroll from working, as well as, to a lesser degree, the Egyptian alphabet and grammar, along with the translation or interpretation of the facsimiles. And so the critic then says, like, this isn't what it claims to be. This is a problem. And I want to get your, 2 cents kind of starting off this conversation. I'll probably have to stop you at some point, and then we'll pick up next time.
Sure. Well, I want to push back on a few things there. One, the idea that what we have, the Joseph Smith papyri that we have, are essentially the sum total, or even the majority of the papyri and the texts that Joseph had in his possession. I think that is demonstrably incorrect based on the witnesses that talk about the long scroll and a number of other things, and describe small fragments that were placed under glass, which is what survived the Chicago fire and ended up in the Met. So most historians would say that this is probably about 10% of the material that Joseph had in his possession. I mean, we don't know, we can haggle, but the idea that it's essentially accepted that this is the source material for the Book of Abraham. That's
all right. I'm gonna jump in for just a moment here, because I think we'll probably just have to talk about this issue. So one is, I would ask you which scholars, because I think in terms of the not just like Dan Peterson reiterating somebody else, but it feels like the majority of this is coming from John Gee and Kerry Molstein, and the idea of a long scroll, that there's a long scroll that stretched across the mansion house in Nauvoo. That quote comes from Hugh Nibley, who says it came from Joseph Fielding Smith, and then we don't have any original source for it. Does that make sense?
I have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that it's Hugh Nibley who says it, and he says it came from Joseph Fielding Smith, but we don't have any source beyond Hugh Nibley for where that comes from. And we have two other quotes that talk about the scroll being larger than whatever that person's expectation was of a document in their day. But it's very vague and ambiguous, and we don't have anything else that points to the scroll being really long. John Gee has offered some ideas on the measurement of that scroll rolled up, but I'm also aware that there are scholars who deeply disagree with that measurement, and he seems to be one of the only people who's making the argument based on a measurement formula.
Well, scholars that disagree, there's really only one scholar outside of the church that's paid attention to the Book of Abraham in the last 100 years. That's Robert Rittner. And Robert Rittner didn't make it into the first version of the CES letter, and he makes it in as an addendum to the second version. But most scholars outside of the church completely ignore the Book of Abraham because they don't care. It's just not of any interest to them, and there's really no motivation. And Robert Rittner, I think, it's Kerry Molstein who was his student. And so he was sort of drawn into this, and he wrote a rebuttal to the church's essay on the Book of Abraham, the Gospel Topics essay.
And just a correction, I think it's John Gee who's a student of his. And again, I don't want the audience to think like I'm trying to attack you and want you to be embarrassed at your credibility. I don't think that at all. I think these are messy waters and there's a ton of data. I just want to try where we can to correct each other and be clear.
Right.
It is John Gee who's the student of Robert Rittner.
Right. But the idea, the impression that people have that people outside the church have devoted any amount of time or energy to researching the Book of Abraham, that's just simply false. The only people that are paying attention to the Book of Abraham, for the most part, other than Robert Rittner, are people within the church. And so a lot of people say, well, how can I take their conclusions seriously? Because obviously they're just apologists and they're just, whatever for the church. This was one of the challenges that Dad had when he would quote Hugh Nibley in his book. And somebody would say, well, nobody agrees with Hugh Nibley. You can't quote Hugh Nibley. And Dad would say, well, except for on all of these issues with the Book of Mormon, Hugh Nibley is the only one that has made any comment at all. They don't disagree with him either because they're not paying attention to him. They're not taking the Book of Mormon seriously enough to consider the kinds of issues that Hugh Nibley considers when he approaches the ancient milieu for the Book of Mormon. So I think we have some of the same thing happening with the Book of Abraham to some degree. But with regard to how much papyri we have compared to how much Joseph Smith had, I think there's no possible way to settle that question. But I think it is inaccurate to suggest that it is likely that what we have is the vast majority of what Joseph Smith had. I think there are enough sources that talk about multiple scrolls and multiple materials that came with these mummies, and the description of how some of the fragments were placed under glass, and those are the fragments that have survived. For instance, we have part of facsimile 1, most of facsimile 1, but we don't have facsimile 2 or facsimile 3 in any of this. And so if you were just to take a wild guess, you would say, well, that would mean that 2/3 of the material was lost. I mean, we just don't have any idea other than the fragmentary and vague kinds of recollections of the firsthand sources that we have. So there's really no way to pin that down.
Do you know who Brian Haglet is?
I know the name, and I think I've read some, but I don't know anything about him.
So on one level, some want to dismiss him because he's not an Egyptologist by trade. He's not a trained, with a diploma or with some kind of degree in Egyptology. On the other hand, the guy has made a life's work out of it to the point where the church has trusted him and another member, Robin Scott Jensen, to head up the Joseph Smith Papers project on this particular issue.
Okay, yeah, that's the name, I think. That's where
okay. Brian Haglet and Robin Scott Jensen, both having worked with the Joseph Smith Papers and all the original documentation. Brian is well respected within Mormonism. He seems to be one of these guys who he's an active member. He seems to be fair and balanced. He seems to call out when there's bad scholarship and acknowledge where there's good scholarship. Brian recently had he acknowledged a very deep shift in his view on this issue. I just want to read his quote because I think it's important. It feels, and again, I don't want to come off as attacking you in any way. It feels as if there's John Gee and Kerry Molstein, and then those who repeat them, and that John Gee and Kerry Molstein are making some really bad arguments in terms of making space for a missing scroll. Here's what Brian says, and we can dismiss Brian, we can validate Brian. It doesn't. I'm just adding this so the listener is aware and so that you're aware. Brian Haglet said, "For the record, I no longer hold the views that have been quoted from my 2010 book in the videos that Dan Vogel published. I have moved from my days as an outrageous apologist. In fact, I'm no longer interested or involved in apologetics in any way. I wholeheartedly agree with Dan Vogel's excellent assessment of the Abraham Egyptian documents in these videos. I now reject a missing Abraham manuscript, and I agree that 2 of the Abraham manuscripts were simultaneously dictated. I agree that the Egyptian papers were used to produce the Book of Abraham, and I agree that only Abraham 1, verse 1 through chapter 2, verse 18, were produced in 1835, and that Abraham 2, 19 through 521 were produced in Nauvoo, and on and on. I no longer agree with Guy and Molstein. I find their apologetic scholarship on the Book of Abraham abhorrent. One can find that I've changed my mind in recent and forthcoming publications. The most recent, Joseph Smith Papers, Revelations and Translation, Volume 4, the Book of Abraham and related manuscripts now on the shelves, is much more open to Dan Vogel's thinking on the origin of the Book of Abraham. And I want to state here that Brian Heglet had been a partner in several publications with John Gee on the Book of Abraham. They had worked together. Brian used to hold the view that that the way we make this work is a missing scroll, and if not that, then a catalyst theory. What Brian is now saying, and I've had conversations with Brian behind the scenes, and again, that's neither here nor there, but there seems to be a recognition from him that a missing scroll and a catalyst theory don't seem to be tenable. That once he dove into the manuscripts and the data, both him and Robin Scott Jensen seem to acknowledge that we're going to have to come up with some other understanding of the Book of Abraham than pointing to a missing scroll or pointing to a catalyst theory, because all the documentation imposes that we need to leave those 2 behind. And again, I'm not going to... I don't want to be seen as putting you on the spot and blindsiding you with that, because I recognize, again, that Guy and Molstein do stand behind those theories. I'm only saying that I agree with Brian that I see Guy and Molstein's arguments as weak and not supported by the evidence, and that I would want the listener to realize this issue is much more complex than simply saying like, oh, John Gee and Kerry Molstein, they're Egyptologists, they're Mormon, and let's just take their word for it, because I think there's some deep problems with the way that they opposed it.
Well, I don't feel like you put me on the spot. I mean, neither one of us are equipped to be able to discuss Egyptology with any degree of proficiency. But it's interesting as you talk about this, you say, okay, so Brian Heglet, he's an active member of the church. He rejects both the long scroll and the catalyst theory. So my question is, so does he think the Book of Abraham is a fraud?
He has not spoken on that publicly, and so I don't know where he specifically stands in terms of what he thinks the Book of Abraham is, although I think that he recognizes by that statement that I read that Dan Vogel, who thinks that the Book of Abraham is on some level of fraud, that Brian at least acknowledges that he agrees with Dan Vogel's research and the way that he's framed those videos.
Well, because the only other option, John Gee actually outlined this in his introduction to the Book of Abraham, where he talks about, okay, you can say that the Book of Abraham is a fraud. You can have and essentially the Gospel Topics essay does this too. Either it's a fraud or there's material that was burned up that was the source, or it was a catalyst for a revelation. And the only other possible explanation for it would be somehow that every Egyptologist has gotten it wrong, and the Book of Breathings really is the text of the Book of Abraham. And so if Brian is saying, and now I'm on a first-name basis with him, I don't know him, but if he's saying, okay, well, I reject the catalyst theory and I reject the long scroll theory, he has to be saying that it's a fraud, or else he's saying something. I don't see any room for any other kind of conclusion.
Well, I thought you had presented, so a couple things. One is that because there's so much data here, and I've got to end. In fact, let's just end it here so we can pick back up, because I think there's issues to talk about in terms of the red rubric. There's issues to talk about in terms of what does Abraham 112 through 114, what do those impose? Do those corner us? and then to kind of go off and maybe talk about what I thought was a third option, or I should say a fourth option, besides fraud, besides catalyst, besides missing scroll. I thought you had made an argument in your response about the idea that both sides could be right, that these characters could have been repurposed somewhere along the way. And so the Egyptologists are right that by Egyptology standards, it does not translate to the Book of Abraham. And on the other hand, somewhere along the way, somebody trying to preserve these stories repurposed these documents. And I want to have a conversation about that as well. But let's pick up next time. I think you did fantastic today, Jim. If I were a judge giving points and you and I are in competition, I would have labeled episode 1 probably a tie, and I would have actually given you probably the victory here in part 2. But I'm hoping that as we sit down, that these conversations will continue to be dynamic and interesting to people.
Well, that's very kind of you. I really hope you're not seeing this as a competition. I'm not.
No, not between you and me, but between ideas.
My goal is not necessarily to convince people that I'm right. My goal is to demonstrate that it is possible to look at these issues and come out with a testimony on the other side. And
fully.
Also to be able to respect those that don't. I mean, those like you who have looked at these issues and say, I can't reconcile this. I have full respect for anybody who is willing to be able to confront these issues and go wherever their faith journey takes them. So
and you acknowledged in part 1 that the Book of Abraham is much more problematic than, say, the Book of Mormon. Glad to continue this conversation. Maybe I should give a synopsis for the listeners who just happen, those 3 people who accidentally just find themselves in episode 3 of this series. We are sitting down with Jim Bennett. Jim Bennett has issued a response to Jeremy Runnells in his CES letter. In part 1 and 2, we covered other pieces of ground that I would suggest to those 3 people that you go back and listen to those 2 episodes before you jump into part 3. But today, and in fact, we started it last time, and at the end of episode 2, we started talking about the Book of Abraham. And today we want to kind of jump into that more fully. And so last time I shared kind of the brief story. I'll try to give maybe just the highlights again. Michael Chandler comes into Kirtland, mid-1830s, brings with him some mummies and some papyri. Joseph Smith and the church purchased those. Joseph then begins the translation of the Book of Abraham. We get quotes like, these are the writings of Abraham, quotes like, these are written by his own hand. We end up with this translation. The papyri are lost, and then in the 1960s, at least part of this papyri, these papyri fragments resurface. What we have, the church has those in their possession today. What we have does not, according to Egyptology standards, translate into the Book of Abraham, and hence the critics see it as a nail in the coffin, that what Joseph claimed to be doing and what actually is there is not one and the same. The apologists have countered that perhaps there's a missing scroll, and there is some, I think, evidence for that, although I don't personally find it very strong. The next fallback on the apologetic side was to create a catalyst theory, which essentially says, you're right, we do have the papyri that Joseph thought he was working with, but somehow Joseph thought he was working with it, but really wasn't, and hence God just used the papyri as a catalyst to give him the inspired Book of Abraham. And then I know I've seen in some circles, and I thought you had mentioned it in your response, this idea of perhaps something being, this document, this papyri being repurposed. In other words, same idea. We admit these are the right papyri, but rather than meaning what Egyptologists know them to mean, which they do, somewhere along the way, somebody working on behalf of Heavenly Father repurposed those facsimiles, repurposed those hieroglyphics to mean the Book of Abraham, and so it's kind of like having a secret decoder pin and the paper with the invisible ink on it, and only those people who have those tools can then know what that document is supposed to say. I wanted to at least start off our conversation where we ended last time, Jim, which was the trouble I see. And this is one of those issues, whereas in the first two episodes, there may have been some times where I granted a little more space and said, like, yeah, that's fair. I really struggle with the Book of Abraham, and I think it's because it feels to me like the evidence is so strong that Joseph is at least claiming to be working with the papyri. Now, whether he believed it or not, we'll never know in terms of getting inside his head. We can debate it and we can argue the facts. But what I see is somebody who claims to be working with that papyri, claims that papyri to be a specific thing. The Egyptian alphabet and grammar, at least on the surface when we look at it, appears to be Joseph and his scribes writing down the hieroglyphics off of the papyri that we have, taking a symbol, putting it down, then writing the text of the Book of Abraham to the right of it, then taking the next symbol in order, putting it down, and writing the text that's next to, the text of the Book of Abraham that it supposedly associates with next to it, and then moving in order. I spoke to Brian Haglid, and some of those papers are in Joseph Smith's own handwriting, though the majority of it is in the writing of his scribes. We at least have some of it in his handwriting. We also have Abraham 1, 12 through 14, which to me is the strongest piece of evidence, because, I should say this too. You also have the facsimiles, which Joseph attributes meaning to. He takes each of the symbols in those facsimiles and associates what they mean. Apologists have argued that there's a couple of hits. I think they're weak, but again, I want to acknowledge those. That's Sobek, the crocodile god, and the 4 canopic jars. But he also got a lot of things wrong, a lot of things. And he even fails to connect the 4 canopic jars from one facsimile to another. He calls the 4 canopic jars on another facsimile something completely different. He didn't seem to recognize that they were the same thing on those two documents. But again, Abraham 1, 12 through 14 has Abraham himself talking to the reader or the translator and acknowledging that what he's talking about is found at the commencement of the facsimile and essentially the hieroglyphics that followed it. And we know which facsimile Joseph attributes to that story, Abraham on the lion couch. And so it feels as if the evidence is overwhelming that Joseph believes he's working with the very papyri that we have, and that he thinks he's translating that papyri into the Book of Abraham, or at least he wants others to believe that's the case. And I guess we'll use that kind of as our starting off point. That's me rambling a bunch, hoping the listener is able to because this is maybe the most complicated issue in all of Mormonism to explain and have people understand. But with that said, I'll turn the time over to you and get some of your thoughts on the Book of Abraham.
Well, so since our last conversation, at the end of the last conversation, you quoted Brian Haglid and his announcement that he finds the apologetic arguments, and specifically those of John Gee and Kerry Molstein, to be abhorrent. And that really struck me. And so from the last time we spoke to now, I've been trying to dig through Brian Haglid, and I watched the presentation that he made to the Maxwell Institute that you sent me a link to. And I've also read the introduction to the Joseph Smith papers that presumably he wrote with Robin Jensen. And it strikes me that, and maybe this is you say you have spoken to Brian Haglid. I don't know him. I wasn't really familiar with him before our last conversation. But he never gives the reasons for his abhorrence. And in the message that you'd sent me in, and I think in the last time you talked about this, you said this blows a huge hole in the catalyst theory, and it decimates the missing scroll theory. And I read through what he actually says now in both that introduction and in that presentation, and don't see evidence of either one of those things. Particularly, it seems like he's arguing the catalyst theory. Robin Jensen, at the 47-minute mark of that presentation, which you'd asked me to sort of start at, points out that the description of facsimile 3, where Joseph Smith says the characters above the head of King Pharaoh give his name, and Robin Jensen says, oh, no, it doesn't give his name, and that's not true. So, and then he says, so if you have problems with the Book of Abraham, you shouldn't just say you're not praying hard enough. And then he gets into a whole bunch of conversation about seer stones. And as I watch all that and I listen to what you're saying here, I think when we start talking about the Book of Abraham, everybody is talking about a whole bunch of different things and trying to bring it all back into exactly what this is and how we should interpret it and what our assumptions ought to be about the Book of Abraham. It's a very tall order. And I've read through John Gee's book, An Introduction to the Book of Abraham, that I probably is sort of the consensus of the LDS position. It's not the official position of the church, but in terms of anybody that's actually addressed these issues head on, I think that's probably where most people on the church's side of the issue would land. And although Haglid has now said that John Gee's arguments are abhorrent, so I'm sort of left to wrestle with that. But as I was reading through a bunch of things that John Gee had said, one of the things that he said that I thought was really remarkable was that he does not have a testimony of the Book of Abraham, and he said, Abraham does not come with its own version of Moroni's promise. And I thought that was really interesting because a lot of these people, and this is kind of where I land on the Book of Abraham. Jeremy Runnells in the CES letter, after he goes through the Book of Abraham and he goes through the Kinderhook plates, I don't know if we'll talk about that now or later, but he says, okay, so the Book of Abraham is proven to be a fraud. The Kinderhook plates are proven to be a fraud. So why would I buy the Book of Mormon? Why would I buy a third translation? Why would you buy a third car from a dealer who's already sold you 2 clunkers? And my reaction to that was, no, it's the Book of Mormon that came first. It's the Book of Mormon that provides the tangible miracle at the center of the restoration in which people's testimonies are grounded. It's the Book of Mormon that is the keystone. So when I approach the Book of Abraham and I look at all of these things, I'm coming at it with a testimony of the truthfulness of the Book of Mormon and the truthfulness of Joseph Smith's prophetic calling. And so I'm willing to put that in that context that I wouldn't be able to put it into if the Book of Abraham were the only evidence of Joseph Smith's prophetic mission, independent of the Book of Mormon. So whenever we do this, that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that the arguments that you're making and the arguments that are made against the Book of Abraham, I am considering them with the backdrop of I have considerable evidence that Joseph Smith is indeed a prophet, that Joseph Smith does indeed have the power to translate ancient records. And I'm also looking at it in the context, not just the Book of Mormon, but Joseph Smith. There are ancient documents that the church accepts as scripture that the church also says we never had the originals. Doctrine and Covenants section 7, which is the revelation about John the Beloved, which is supposedly a translation of an ancient parchment. Joseph Smith never had the ancient parchment as far as we know. He saw it in vision. The Book of Moses, we're told, is a restoration of an ancient book written by Moses, and yet we never have parchment or we never have papyri or anything else that has the original of the Book of Moses. So in that context, I look at the Book of Abraham, and a lot of the work that's done on the Book of Abraham by people who are defending the church's position, particularly Hugh Nibley, is he says, if you look at the Book of Abraham, independent of whatever translation process was used to create it, and you treat it as an ancient document, there are some remarkable things about it, and that the people who are trying to discredit it don't pay any attention to. Robert Rittner, who I think is the most credible Egyptologist who's examined the Book of Abraham, wrote what he called his rebuttal to the church's essay on the subject. And he just gets into, well, this translation process is clearly a fraud and it's a mess, but there are so many things in the essay that he just completely doesn't talk about. He doesn't talk about the plains of Ulashem. He doesn't talk about how it's consistent with Abrahamic traditions that weren't known at the time of Joseph Smith that have surfaced since then, that give it the marks of antiquity. He just kind of ignores that and says, well, since the translation process is such a mess, then there's no possible way this could be ancient. And he doesn't even address it. He goes for what he considers to be the low-hanging fruit. And so in doing all that, I can come back and look at the translation of the Book of Abraham, but the context I'm looking at it in, I love the Book of Abraham, particularly because of the doctrine that it teaches. There are so many profound things in the Book of Abraham that you don't find anywhere else in Mormonism. The doctrine that we are co-eternal with God, the idea that the whole idea that we were pre-existent, that's rooted in the Book of Abraham and nowhere else. You get hints of it in the Book of Moses, you get hints of it in other scripture, but it's the Book of Abraham that makes that clear. And so I'm looking at it, I'm looking at what we have, and just as the Book of Mormon, if the Book of Mormon is translated from a rock in the hat, or it's translated from him looking directly at characters, or it's translated from him with using the Urim and Thummim, we have the Book of Mormon, and the Book of Mormon is a remarkable thing, independent of how it was produced. And that's kind of how I see the Book of Abraham, is that we have it. It has marks of antiquity. It's remarkable. Its doctrine is profound and resonates with me. And it's coming from the backdrop of the evidence that Joseph Smith is a prophet that comes from the Book of Mormon and that sort of thing. So I admit that all of that colors my reaction to the translation. So if I go back to the translation and I look at all of the very valid issues that you're raising with regard to the translation and the questions about the translation, I'm coming at it from the perspective of, okay, Joseph Smith is a prophet, and therefore, I have evidence that Joseph Smith is a prophet from the Book of Mormon and from these other experiences. And so how do I apply that to what we now know about the Book of Abraham? And so I'm giving it more allowances than I would if I wasn't coming at it from that perspective. So that probably sounds like a dodge, and maybe to some degree it is. But I think that's where all of the people who are looking at the Book of Abraham are trying to reconcile it with, okay, the Book of Abraham has these marvelous doctrines, it has these marks of antiquity, and it's coming in the context of Joseph Smith being a prophet. So I'm going to give it more credence than I would otherwise if this were the only thing Joseph Smith had ever produced.
Gotcha. So, and I want to be friendly, and I want to make space that we can set off to the side, like, okay, maybe it's a inspired sacred text of some sort, and I want to set that off to the side and say I don't want to debate that. And I think it's important for the listener that we discuss some of the data and the facts, and at least get your 2 cents on kind of where you stand. So I'm going to acknowledge up front that you come down on, look, the Book of Mormon's inspired, no ifs, ands, or buts in my mind. I've had a spiritual experience. I know that book is true, and hence, even as the data seems to lean one way with the Book of Abraham, I'm still going to make space that it's a sacred text, just like the Book of Mormon, even if it's translated differently or given in some different manner. Okay, so I'm going to set that off to the side, but I want to get back to at least getting your 2 cents on, do you agree that Abraham 1:12 through 14 seemed to impose Abraham himself telling the readers that the papyri we have is what Joseph Smith is working with? That becomes the Book of Abraham.
I don't think it's that simple a question or an answer. So let me back up just a little bit. I mean, I'm not an Egyptologist. I can't translate the Book of Abraham from Egyptian. And Joseph Smith was not an Egyptologist. And I don't think anybody was saying Joseph Smith was an Egyptologist. I think everybody who describes the Book of Abraham translation insists that Joseph Smith required revelation to do it. And what my perspective on the Book of Abraham is that Joseph Smith, by this point, Joseph Smith was trying very hard to learn languages. He had already started the study of Hebrew. He wanted to learn Egyptian. He sort of wanted to crack Egyptian. But Joseph Smith never made the claim that this translation was being made independent of revelation. The scribes even talk about the fact that they talk about a seer stone being used in order to do this. And so it strikes me that the translation process for the Book of Abraham was probably very much like the translation process of the Book of Mormon. The difference being that Joseph at this point decided he wanted to go back and say, all right, well, I want to match up a scholarly translation with a translation that comes from Revelation. And so I think that when you're looking at the Book of Abraham, I think, for instance, Joseph believed that this was an autograph scroll, that Abraham had written this scroll. I think Joseph believed that. It's clearly not true. I think Joseph was wrong. And I think that, so that's kind of a lot of the things when you get into the Book of Abraham, your Joseph's assumptions, I think, make their way into how the Book of Abraham has been presented to the world. But even if Abraham had written, in an ancient scroll, this is something I'm writing with my own hand, that would appear in every copy of the scroll. From that point on, it appears in the Pearl of Great Price now. Nobody who has a copy of the Book of Abraham and the Pearl of Great Price and reads, this was written by my own hand, assumes that Abraham showed up and typed up their personal copy of the Pearl of Great Price. That's not how it works. These were clearly copies of copies that have been passed down for thousands of years. And so when I look at that, I think it's very clear to me that Joseph Smith's assumptions with regard to what he was doing, Joseph Smith believed he was translating papyri. I think there is still room for the idea that what was on the papyri was on other scrolls. We know we are missing a great deal of material. We are missing facsimiles 2 and 3, particularly. So 2/3 of the facsimiles have been lost. We know that there were 2 scrolls. There are eyewitnesses to scrolls, not just Joseph F. Smith remembering a childhood memory. We have a woman who had written letters that talked about a long scroll. So there's a bunch of material there, and there's a bunch of things we simply do not know, and I'm willing to give Joseph more the benefit of the doubt than I would be if I weren't convinced that the Book of Mormon is indeed an ancient record. So that's kind of where I fall down on that.
So, and I get that, and again, I'm going to kind of push a little bit. So if we turn to Abraham chapter 1, verse 12.
Right.
And it came to pass that the priests laid violence upon me, that they might slay me also, as they did those virgins upon this altar.
Right.
And that you may have a knowledge of this altar, I will refer you to the representation at the commencement of this record. And that happens to be the same representation. Let me put it a different way.
That's facsimile 1.
Right. That Joseph seems to overwhelmingly declare and impose and translate facsimile number 1 as the representation that Abraham is there speaking of, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So then verse 14, that you may have an understanding of these gods, I have given you the fashion of them in the figures at the beginning, which manner of figures is called the Chaldeans, and then I don't know how to pronounce Raelinos, which signifies hieroglyphics. It seems, and again, I'm not asking you to say like, look, I know Abraham's mind, I know exactly what he meant, I know exactly what pictures he's pointing to. I'm only asking if it seems by far the most rational and reasonable conclusion looking at this issue alone to say Abraham seems to be pointing at facsimile 1 and the hieroglyphics that follow it.
Yes, he does.
Okay. That I think that's important because I think listeners, when we get into these subjects, it's easy for us to try and stay a distance away from acknowledging those things so as to make it as much of a space for those who are struggling to hold on to faith. And I don't want to rip that faith out, but what I do want to do is be clear about what some of this evidence seems to indicate and what seems to be the most reasonable, rational conclusion. And I think it's important to push you on these because I deeply believe deep down you also think that what I'm pushing in this particular point, and then also in some of the points after, maybe to a lesser degree of strength, but that you would also agree that that is the most reasonable conclusion to make on those points when those points are considered on their own. And I give the caveat that you also would acknowledge that not necessarily is the most reasonable conclusion the right one in every instance throughout, the history of humankind and this beautiful planet we live on. So I grant that there are things that don't line up, that things that happen that are not what we expected to be the most reasonable thing to happen. So I grant that, but I just want to get your feelings on each of these points of data. Your understanding is that Joseph Smith and his scribes who put words in his mouth as well, and I grant that can be messy too, but that it seems as though Joseph Smith believes that this papyri is the writings of Abraham written by his own hand. And again, because of Abraham 1:12 through 14, I'm speaking specifically of the papyri that we have.
Yeah, I would. I think Joseph absolutely believed things that were not accurate with regard to this. That does not.
That's okay. I think the listener's not going to go like, aha, look, Jim just said that, this is the way it is and there's no other solution, and so let's throw it on the bag. The listeners are in various stages of their faith transition, but they're not naive to these issues. Most members of the church are absolutely clueless to any of the background story of the Book of Abraham. That's not going to be true of this listenership. They're going to understand the complexity of this issue, if for the only reason because Radio Free Mormon and I just did like a 4-hour podcast where we explained in detail all of the complexities of this issue. So these guys are coming to this more informed, and they're not looking for these soft surface answers. They want us to dive into some of these specifics, if that makes sense.
Sure. I want to dive in a little bit. I remember having a conversation about 10 years ago, and it was really the first time I was introduced to some of these Book of Abraham issues. I was having a conversation with an architect who had done a lot of work for the church, and I was working with him on a different project, and he started talking about how he was planning on leaving the church over the Book of Abraham, specifically facsimile 1, how he insisted that facsimile 1 had been altered, that the priest that is sacrificing Abraham in facsimile 1 is supposed to be Anubis. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I've only read it. But the jackal-headed god. And he said in every other facsimile of this version, it's a jackal-headed god. And Joseph Smith changed it into a priest and gave him a human head. And it's all nonsense. And that shook me up a little bit. And it was interesting. And when I read the CES letter, it actually, and I wrote this in my reply to Jeremy Runnells. I said, I want to thank you for sort of settling one of the things that concern me about the Book of Abraham, because he tries to point out the same thing, and he shows this sort of modern recreation of what facsimile 1 is supposed to look like, even though he can't give me any actual facsimile in antiquity or anything that's been found that does look like that. But there's a modern recreation of what facsimile is supposed to look like that he sticks into the CES letter. And then he shows me all of the other couch scenes that can be found in antiquity, and all of them, instead of showing a live person on the altar, it shows a sarcophagus, one of these King Tut mummy type things. And every single one of those, whatever is on the couch, it's a dead person. And it's very clear that in the Joseph Smith papyri and in facsimile 1, that the victim on the couch is alive. That's a human being. And that's extraordinarily rare. And I look at that and go, okay, there's something more going on here. This is really interesting. And then I got into Hugh Dibley looking at all of this. And facsimile 1 is something that is not something that is attached to the Book of Breathings in any other kind of setting. It really is remarkable, and they sort of just try to gloss over all of that and say, okay, well, no, really, it's just like all of these other couch scenes. It's just like all of these other everything else. And it isn't. It's different. It's unique. It's remarkable. And so as I go through that and I look at the Book of Abraham and I try to figure out, okay, what do I think is going on here? How do I think this has been translated? What do I think is happening? The Jim Bennett theory of the Book of Abraham, which is based solely on my own personal whatever, and I have absolutely no academic credentials to back any of it up. But the way I see it is, and I talk a little bit about this in my reply, I do not see it as if, this is a cipher or a secret code that if we go back into ancient Egyptian and we read these hieroglyphics, that these hieroglyphics actually meant something else or anything else. But what I see it as is that ancient symbols from the time of Abraham have been reappropriated over and over and over again in a bunch of different settings over the course of thousands of years, and that Joseph Smith is essentially digging through all of that and finding the original message that was attached to these symbols. I mean, the original ideas, and so the facsimiles, particularly, I think, are the symbols we're talking about. And so he's looking at it and he's finding an ancient interpretation of these that was attached to ideas. And so it's kind of a mix of a catalyst theory, maybe a missing scroll theory. I am not convinced, for instance, that if we were to find magically any kind of a missing scroll, if we were to go back and rescue scrolls prior to the Chicago fire, that Egyptologists would find on those scrolls text that directly corresponds to the Book of Abraham.
In other words, you agree that if we had the missing scrolls, they most likely also don't translate into the Book of Abraham if an Egyptologist sat down with them.
Yeah, I do.
Right. Okay.
I do. I mean, so when we talk about the catalyst theory, I don't think there's a clean version of the catalyst theory. That is to say, I think there is a clean version of the catalyst theory when you look at the Book of Moses. You look at the Book of Moses, and Joseph Smith is reading the Old Testament, and that is a catalyst for a revelation for a book that does not have the primary source materials to, right? I mean, the book of Moses, nobody is claiming that the Book of Moses comes from some kind of ancient text that Joseph Smith had in his possession. That's a clean catalyst for a revelation that reveals an ancient text. I think what you have with the papyri is a catalyst to reveal an ancient text but the catalyst is sort of this bastardized or reappropriated symbol that's been passed down for thousands of years. So there is an element of that. There are elements of what that ancient document was in what Joseph Smith got. So you can say, yes, the papyri to some degree or at some level have material on them, particularly in the facsimiles, that were part of this lost ancient document. But Joseph is restoring the lost ancient document, translating a lost ancient document the same way he translates Doctrine and Covenants section 7, the same way he translates the Book of Moses, and to some degree the same way he translates the Book of Mormon. Although I would say that the plates had characters that would, if scholars could look at them, probably would translate directly into what Joseph translated on the Book of Mormon. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. That's a separate issue. But so as I look at the Book of Abraham, I look at that. Then I also say, okay, what's Joseph's intent here? I mean, Joseph's assumptions may have been wrong, but what's Joseph's intent? When I was a kid, a speaker in sacrament meeting gave a talk about dishonesty that has always stuck with me, and he said something that I've never forgotten. He said, a lie is something done with the intent to deceive. He said, you can impart true information and still be lying if your intent is to deceive. And by the same token, you can be mistaken and not be lying. And as I look at Joseph Smith, I think it's very difficult to assess the life of Joseph Smith and come to the conclusion that he himself did not believe in his own prophetic calling, that he was engaged in this sort of grand fraud, the way I think you can look at L. Ron Hubbard. And L. Ron Hubbard writes notes to himself where he says, all men are your slaves. And he comes down against psychiatric drugs, and then he writes letters to his wife talking about all the psychiatric drugs he's taking. You get the sense that L. Ron Hubbard, and he also talks about how the way to make a lot of money is to start your own religion. You know, L. Ron Hubbard, you could look at that and go, okay, this is a guy who knew that on some level what he's doing is kind of this big scam to get rich. It's very, Zia Quincy, when he goes to Nauvoo, says he stands helpless before the puzzle that is Joseph Smith, because it's very clear that Joseph Smith believes all of this stuff. And as Joseph Smith,
or at least looks on the outward at convincing of that. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know that it's fair to say Joseph believes in himself, but I would say that outwardly, to a person who's watching, who's observing, to the observer, right, Joseph Smith appears to believe in himself.
Yes, except, I mean, even Fawn Brody, as you read No Man Knows My History, she gets into it and she says, I don't know when it happens, but it's clear at some point Joseph convinces himself of his own fraud. And it's like, well, okay, Fawn Brody, who's my cousin, by the way, okay, Fawn Brody, you don't have any evidence of this other than the evidence that it's clear Joseph seems to believe in what he's doing. And so you just kind of say, well, he couldn't have believed it when he was perpetrating the fraud at the beginning, so clearly it had to have happened at somewhere along the line, but that's all simply conjecture. And so as you look at what's going on with the Book of Abraham, Joseph is gathering in other people to try to say, hey, we have this ancient text, and I have revelation that's telling me what this text is supposed to say. Hey, maybe we can use that to try to figure out the Egyptian language. And so you have all of these guys working together. Bushman talks about this in Rough Stone Rolling, is that essentially Joseph's saying, hey, everybody, let's get together and let's crack the Egyptian language and figure out what this means. That's not something that somebody who knows they're perpetrating a fraud would be likely to do. If Joseph knows he's pulling the Book of Abraham out of thin air, out of nothing, and making it up, why on earth would he gather other people together to say, okay, well, let's take this thing I made up and match it up with hieroglyphics and see if we can figure out what the Egyptian language means? I mean, that's not, that's delusional in a way that doesn't make any sense, that's consistent with Joseph Smith's mission and what Joseph Smith did. So I believe the Book of Abraham is a revelation to Joseph Smith that Joseph Smith believed in, and Joseph Smith desperately wanted to be able to get academic backing for what he was doing. You know, he was trying very hard to learn these ancient languages. And as he gets involved in that, and it tells us something about the assumptions of Joseph Smith, but it doesn't necessarily, it doesn't accord with the idea that Joseph Smith is just making this all up, and that there's no basis for it, because he keeps exposing himself to other people and trying to get other people involved in this in a way that an L. Ron Hubbard wouldn't do. I mean, so I don't know if that's helpful or if that's at all useful.
So, and it is, like, I'm willing to at least sit in the same room with folks like you who say, look, I can't make sense of this mess either, but I think Joseph Smith believed what he was doing was sincere, and the Book of Abraham on some level is a sacred text to me. And so knowing those two things, I don't know what to do with all of this, but yet here's the scripture just laying here that I appreciate and find value in. That's
well, and I want to clarify that I'm not just saying that the Book of Abraham is inspired fiction or that it's just lovely and I like what it says. I genuinely believe the Book of Abraham is an ancient document. I believe that the Book of Abraham, I believe that Abraham wrote it. I believe, so that may make me a little, I don't know if Brian Haglund would agree with me at this point, but I believe that the way we received it is essentially the same way we received the Book of Moses, which I also believe is an ancient document written by Moses. I believe that Doctrine and Covenants Section 7 was written by John the Beloved. But I believe that the way they got to us in English through Joseph Smith also included a number of assumptions by Joseph Smith that were likely incorrect. I think Dan Vogel talks about what he calls the idiot prophet theory, that and I don't know if I think that's probably a little harsher than I would be, but Joseph Smith may very well have believed he was translating papyri that he wasn't necessarily translating, that he was getting a revelation, but as he was doing it, he was thinking, okay, well, this must match with this papyri, and I'm doing this, and so, I just want to be on record as saying that I just don't think the Book of Abraham is sort of something nice or something inspiring. I don't think, and that comes back, I think, to people who advocate for a theory that the Book of Mormon is inspired fiction. I don't think the Book of Mormon and the church can survive the idea of it just being inspired fiction, because if it's fiction, and Joseph Smith knew it was fiction and knew he was creating fiction, then it's a fraud. And I just can't get there from here. In order to be able to have faith in Joseph Smith's prophetic mission, I have to have faith that Joseph believed what he was doing, and I have to have faith in the product of what he produced.
Yeah, and I hear that, and I honor that that's the ground you're holding. I will simply offer, just so the listeners hear, I'm actually much more in favor of all, and again, I don't want to go down this road because this would take us completely off track and go 2 hours some other direction, but I'm completely open to all sacred text being mythological and being fiction and teaching us human values in a way that other documents and stories can't do unless the people reading it place some level of authority in it, and hence most people then take it as literal. But I'm okay with the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita or all the sacred text of the world being just that, which is fiction created in the mind or by the writing of another and imposed as something authoritative in order to teach us humans how to get along in large groups and to function in a society. So, but I don't want to go down that track. I just simply want the listeners to hear that there may be ways to make fiction work and to maintain some level of spirituality connected to those sacred texts, rather than throw out the baby with the bathwater and everybody become an atheist.
Well, I want to agree with you to a certain degree there. I mean, we talked last time about the book of Job. I believe that the book of Job is largely inspired fiction. It's ancient inspired fiction. I am open to the possibility that there was a guy named Job who had a rough time, and I think this story was sort of built around him. I look at a lot of scripture as a mix of the historical and the figurative in ways that the ancients really didn't care about distinguishing. I mean, I believe there was a person named Noah. I believe there was an Adam and an Eve. I believe that a lot of what we know about Adam and Eve and about Noah and about Job and all of these people who were real people includes a lot of figurative and mythical and all those kinds of elements that teach truths that are very valuable. But I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with the idea that it's just all fiction and these people didn't actually exist. But the Book of Mormon particularly, and I think the Book of Abraham is in this camp as well, they both make claims to antiquity, and the Book of Mormon talks about plates and witnesses to the plates, that a very real and tangible connection to the ancient world, that if that connection does not exist, if this really is just fiction, and Joseph Smith is saying, Moroni, I saw an angel named Moroni. Well, no, I really didn't, but I needed to tell that story in order to make the Book of Mormon plausible or whatever else. Then Joseph Smith is lying. And I don't think people who look at the book of Job and say Job is fictional, you're not saying that anybody's lying to you. I mean, maybe the authors of the book of Job are lying to you, but I don't think that they were even trying to present this as sort of an accurate history. It's a poem. And, so here's a lovely poem. I don't think when you walk into a theater and you sit down and watch a musical, that if there isn't a disclaimer at the beginning that says, by the way, none of this stuff actually happened, I don't think that any of these people are lying to you. I think everybody understands and knows what it is. So I think you have to address each ancient scripture on its own terms. And I think the Book of Mormon and the Book of Abraham and a lot of the things that Joseph Smith revealed have to be considered on different terms than some of these other scriptures that we know are ancient and may be ancient fiction, but teach valuable truths. And I think that there's value in that. So I wanted to agree with you on that point.
Gotcha. And I agree with you, by the way, that whether the Book of Mormon is historical or not, that issue isn't going to be settled in 40 hours of you and me sitting down. But I do agree with you that if it's not, and if the church were to move in the direction, even if it is, if the church were to move in the direction of making it a figurative text, making it a fictional text that is simply there to guide us, I agree with you. The church would lose people even faster, probably, than what it is right now. On some level, Mormonism has painted itself into a corner where our truth claims are founded on what we claim to be historical events, and our scriptural text we claim is based on historical events. And if we rip that rug out from under and begin to say, like, we claim Peter, James, and John came down, we claim the Book of Abraham were actual ancient Nephites and Lamanites, if we back away from the historicity of our truth claims, the church becomes something completely different, and that different probably doesn't sustain any kind of dynamic growth throughout the rest of history.
Well, I think you've already seen what happens when a church tries to do that. I think you see that in the community of Christ. The community of Christ has, to a large degree, abandoned the Book of Mormon. or at least, they certainly don't stand by the Book of Abraham, and they insist the Book of Mormon is kind of, they don't put it on the same footing as the Bible. I don't think they've come out specifically and said it's inspired fiction, but that's essentially the position of the Community of Christ. And they're largely indistinguishable from any other kind of Protestant sect. And, good for them. I have no ill will toward the Community of Christ, but I think if the church were to abandon, we've got Moroni on top of all of our temples. And if we were to come back and say, well, there really wasn't a Moroni and Joseph Smith just made him up, yeah, I think that would pull the rug out. I don't think we could do that and survive as a church. I think we would probably go the way of the Community of Christ and become just another generic Protestant sect. And, you talk about losing members. The church continues to grow, but at a slower rate than it has in a very long time. And churches outside of our church are bleeding members left and right. Millennials are all becoming nuns, not NUNs, but NONESs, people who don't have any kind of religion. And I think, the church, I would agree, the church has no choice, in my mind, but to defend the historicity of its truth claims and the historicity of the Book of Mormon, the actuality of angels and those kinds of things appearing to Joseph Smith. To just say all of that was just something Joseph Smith made up, I think this church collapses if that's where we go. And I don't really see any indication. I mean, there are people who talk about the idea that, well, that's where we're going, and I don't see an indication that that's where we're going. But I may be wrong on that.
Yeah, and so, again, I don't want to go off the track. So I'll simply put out that doing a podcast, and I'm a nobody, but doing a podcast, you end up with people listening, and the people who listen have an allegiance to what you say, and they have allegiance to your program. And so you have a connection to lots of people.
Right.
And in that connection, I've had a chance to talk to sources who work inside the church office building, who are in the middle of their own faith transition and see the church in much the same light as I do. And one of the things that's come back to me and has been verified by more than one source is that there is a plan, not to, and I don't, because it's more complex than saying like the church is going to go to a non-historical view. That's not the case. You're right when we say it that binary. What the church, I think, is going to do is in the next decade or two, they are going to create a space where those who hold a non-historical view can feel comfortable remaining in the church.
Well,
and I think that's a very different thing.
I think it is a very different thing, and I think that's a very good thing. Because and this may seem like a huge tangent, but where I have found myself most at odds with the church in my lifetime was in 2015 when the church issued its policy that they wouldn't allow the baptism of the children of married gay parents. I looked at that and said, this is wrong. I fundamentally disagree with this. And, we're now 3.5 years later, 3 years later, I guess. It was November of 2015. And I still believe it's wrong. I am in direct disagreement with my church leaders. And I look at that and I started saying that. I wrote that up on my blog. And I was astonished at how many people, their first reaction was, well, get out, leave. We don't want you here. We want you out of the church. You have a disagreement with the church? You have a problem with the church? Well, then you should be gone and you should go as far away as you possibly can because this church doesn't want you. And I was really shocked and rattled by that because I've been a lifelong member of the church. I still believe in the church's fundamental truth claims. I still believe in all these things. I've served faithfully in whatever boxes you want to check. And to recognize that there was this huge contingent of the church that was just waiting to pounce on me the moment I had a disagreement was astonishing to me. So when you tell me that the church is now trying to find ways to accommodate members who, to carve out a space for people who aren't willing to accept a fullness of the truth claims, who aren't willing to accept a historical Book of Mormon and all of those things, my reaction is hallelujah. I absolutely believe that the church ought to be able to accept anybody that wants to participate with the church on any level and accept them where they are. I think that's extraordinarily important. And so if that's actually happening, and I think that there is evidence that that is happening, I think you see that in conference talks of Dieter Uchtdorf particularly.
Well, the temple changes that just happened seem to accommodate women who feel like this church is too sexist, it's too patriarchal, and on some level they've removed essentially everything in the presentation of the endowment that would rub a female the wrong way in terms of sexism or patriarchy.
And I'll get in trouble if I talk about the temple with any specificity, but I would say I think there's still probably more room for them to do that.
Yeah. And I agree with you there too. There are things that are still patriarchy present in the temple. I'm specifically talking about the presentation of the endowment. I don't want to get off track again, so let's do this. So I want to spend a few more minutes on the Book of Abraham, then I want to move on.
Okay.
You talked about, and by the way, I just want to say thank you for saying that, because the listeners wish on some level that Mormonism could be more vulnerable about its mistakes, about why it did things wrong in the past and now it's doing things differently, and to stop presenting it like, look, God wanted it this way in 1850, and every time we make a change, it's because God wanted it that way then and he wants it this way now. When in reality, if we're just honest, at least some of those are just, we got it wrong. And I think as the church,
I could not agree with you more.
Thank you. And I sense that in what you're saying. That's why I'm saying this, because I think the listener will be appreciative of another voice further on the inside than I am, saying like, look, let's just be more vulnerable. Let's be more authentic about how messy this is. And let's allow people to feel like they have access to the full story so that they can, and if they leave, they leave. But at least let's not let them feel deceived. Let's prevent that in its entirety, as much as possible. And again, sometimes people feel deceived when they're really not. And I grant that. But I think on some level, people feel deceived, and some of that is real. Because the church doesn't want to talk about its messiness. And we talk about that in episode 1. So again, listeners can go back and listen to that. In the Book of Abraham, I want to make 2 more notes and we'll move on. Again, I'm with you that a catalyst theory kind of rounds off the sharp edges of the Book of Abraham. But again, I want to say one more time, there's this caveat that if we do that, we have to at least acknowledge, and it seems like you did, that Abraham himself says, look, we're working with this text. And so, yes, maybe there's a repurposing, but a repurposing is one of those ideas like you can't prove it false, but you also can't prove it true. It's one of those that's an argument from silence again. It's throwing out an idea that there really is no serious evidence for, but on the other hand, you also can't prove it false. So it just kind of hangs out there as like, yeah, maybe it's that. I want to say that, and I want to say that Abraham, again, 1:12 through 14, on some level, it feels and looks and seems the most rational by far, that Abraham himself is pointing us to the papyri. And so we have to kind of deal with that. Any answer has to, if it's a reasonable answer, and again, it's always possible that an irrational answer is the solution. But the moment we start going to the less than most rational, in other words, Jim, in our normal lives, we always go with what we in our brains decide is the most rational answer, until new evidence comes in and points us to something that's more rational. Otherwise, if we're honest with ourselves, if we do anything less than that, we are being irrational. Now, that doesn't mean, so if I say, for instance, I believe in a flat earth.
Right.
You and I both know it's irrational. Now, I might believe it because I see some evidence. So it to me is the most rational answer. But soon as new evidence comes in that says, like, that's not true, I either have to choose to change my conclusion, or I become, in my own head, irrational. And I'm already irrational to everybody else who understands the complexity or the data or the evidence of any certain topic that we're talking about. I'm only saying that because once we decide that the most rational way to see this is that Abraham himself in 1:12 through 14 is pointing us to the papyri that Joseph has, then whatever conclusion we make, in order for it to be the most rational conclusion, has to deal directly that Joseph is working with and thinks he's translating the very papyri, which you've admitted, but it feels sometimes like you're saying, look, I think he thinks he's working with it. Yes, I think Abraham's pointing us to that papyri. And then you come back and you're like, yeah, but there's also this catalyst theory, and maybe this is happening. And I get we make room for all the irrational answers that are not impossible, but highly, highly unlikely. But we also have to we have to also deal with the issue collectively. Like, once we paint ourselves into a corner saying this is the most reasonable way to see that, our conclusion has to deal with that. Otherwise, our conclusion becomes unreasonable.
Well, it made me laugh in our last conversation when you said, okay, if our first conversation was a tie, our second conversation, I won it and you lost, and so I'm probably going to say things now that'll give you a victory in conversation number 3, because I think if you take the Book of Abraham and you take it as an isolated case,
right, all by itself.
If there is no Book of Mormon, if Joseph Smith hasn't founded the church, and if there aren't all these other things that have happened, Joseph Smith arrives on the scene and we know nothing else about him, and all he has is this papyri, and he shows up and says, I'm going to translate it into the Book of Abraham, and these are the writings of Abraham. And I look at it, and completely divorced from any of that, I think that the explanation that you are offering is the only reasonable and rational explanation for how the Book of Abraham would be produced. I don't think there's any question that that's the case. So why on earth would anybody else come up with any other explanation? And it's because you can't divorce the Book of Abraham from the rest of what Joseph Smith has done. And the rest of, you can't divorce it from the Book of Mormon. You can't divorce it from all of this kind of stuff. And so in that context, you look at it and go, well, I know all of this other stuff, and how do I reconcile the Book of Abraham with all of that other stuff? And so that leads you to considering things that you wouldn't consider about the Book of Abraham in isolation. And when we talk about a catalyst theory, what I'm trying to say here is I don't necessarily think that Joseph wasn't looking at the plates when he was translating the Book of Mormon. I don't know that Joseph was looking at any papyri when he was translating the Book of Abraham. And what may very well have happened is, okay, I've got this papyri and I'm going to look in my seer stone. Here's what the papyri says. Now let's go back and match up what I found with the papyri. And I think that's where you start getting all of this kind of stuff, where it's...
Except that Abraham himself tells us that his writings are the papyri.
Well, he tells us it's at the beginning of his record.
Right. It starts with the facsimile, and then it's the hieroglyphics that follow.
Right. Well, he's saying, but if the idea is that Abraham's record What I'm saying is that Abraham's record is not on the papyri, and it could very well be that, okay, this facsimile is at the beginning of whatever Abraham's record was, and now what we have is that facsimile with right next to the Book of Breathings. I mean, and this gets back to Kerry Molstein talking about, and he's right, that very often the images were not necessarily next to texts. And so Joseph Smith could have made the assumption that, oh, well, very clearly that this text must be there because it's at the beginning of the record. But the record Abraham's talking about is a record that we don't necessarily have in that papyri.
Right. And then all I would add is that, yes, that's in the realm of possibilities, but you're asking for coincidences and allowances that while one is free to go that direction, it's less than the most rational, and by far less than the most rational way to see the data.
The idea that a human being is receiving inspiration from God that gives him
is already in the realm of irrationality.
Well, it's so far less rational in terms of a clearly scientific way to do it that then just starting to strain it. It feels like straining it. Once you allow for that you're already saying essentially that I am going with an explanation that is not the clear-eyed scientific explanation for the Book of Abraham. You know, trying to nail down, okay, well, this specific text references this specific place and being in a specific thing. It's like you've already swallowed the camel. So this just strikes.
What's a few more slices of an elephant?
No, it's a few more gnats. That's the Savior's explanation. You strain at gnats and you swallow camels. A clearly scientific explanation for this ministry requires a certain degree. I don't like the word irrational because I don't think it's irrational.
And by that, what I mean is if we're presented data, there's a way in which our brains say, like, this is the most reasonable way to see that. And I'm simply saying anytime we go with an answer that is less than the most reasonable way inside our brains, we are choosing, for whatever reasons, and we have valid reasons for why we do it, that we're choosing to be less than most rational, which is irrational.
So I keep coming back to the Book of Mormon rather than the Book of Abraham, because that's where I essentially make that leap. What my father
Right. That's your motive. That's your reason for choosing to not go with the most rational answer on the Book of Abraham.
Yes.
Right. And I grant that. I wanted to make one more point, which is you mentioned these things of antiquity in the Book of Abraham, and I'm not a scholar enough to get into the specifics. I only want to make a reference so the listener can then go do their own research. In the Book of Abraham essay on LDS.org, the very last footnote, I think it's footnote number 46, one of the things that I've become aware of by talking to Brian Haglid, by listening to him and Robin Scott Jensen, is that it becomes clear that chapter 1 of Abraham and a chunk of chapter 2 are translated in the 1830s in Kirtland. And then the rest of the Book of Abraham is translated in the 1840s in Nauvoo. And this is important for this reason. In chapter 1 and 2, you don't have, at least in the early part of 2, which was in Kirtland translated, you don't have those nods to antiquity. They show up in the later parts that are translated in Nauvoo in the 1840s. This is important because the church acknowledges in footnote number 46 that Joseph Smith had access to the books of Josephus, the book of Jasher, and he also was at that point diving deep into Hebrew. And so in that process of being aware of those books, and the church says we don't know if he utilized those books, but we admit he had access to them.
It says all this in the footnote?
It does. Footnote number 46. In fact, I'll read it here to you and to the listener. And I'm not going to read the entire footnote. You're welcome to do it. But the very last section says, Some of these extra biblical elements were available to Joseph Smith through the books of Jasher and Josephus. Joseph Smith was aware of these books, but it is unknown whether he utilized them. So I would simply say that, and they're saying some of the ancient elements. I think there's a big debate there on what they mean by some, because some seems to infer less than half. But I would argue, and again, in my conversations and listening to the scholars, my understanding is that a far majority of the ancient parallels are in things Joseph would have clearly had access to, including the book of Josephus and the book of Jasher. And so I simply want the listener to know it's not an automatic granting that the book of Abraham has ancient concepts that Joseph had no business getting right, but that on some level there is a lot of room for Joseph to have had very much access to the parallels that are found in the book of Abraham that we propose to be ancient, but which are also in his milieu. Is that fair enough?
Well, it's interesting because I've just pulled up the Brian Haglund Facebook statement that you read to me at the end of our last conversation.
Yes.
And he says in here, I now reject a missing Abraham manuscript. I agree that 2 of the Abraham manuscripts were simultaneously dictated, which to me would suggest he's saying that the book of Abraham was simultaneously dictated, that it wasn't written in the 1830s and then in the 1840s. Am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, what he's pointing at is that we have 2 copies of the manuscript of the book of Abraham, and that there is debate among whether one was done first and then one was done much later. And Brian's simply saying that the evidence has pointed him, as he's worked on the Joseph Smith papers, to recognizing that both these manuscripts were dictated at the same time. It's a completely different thing going on.
So you're talking about the dictation of the manuscript, not necessarily the production of the manuscript.
Right, and I think the reason, if we go back to the Book of Mormon, there was such heartache over having a original manuscript and then doing the printer's manuscript and the risk of losing it, and then the 116 pages before that, that when they got to the Book of Abraham, they immediately decided, let's make 2 copies to begin with of the translation. It doesn't have anything to do with what you're interpreting it as. And again, I'll message Brian today just to have him clarify what he means by that, and we can discuss his answer in part 4 at the beginning before we do other things. But from my understanding of having talked to him and listened to this, is that when Joseph begins the Book of Abraham translation, he is at all times making 2 copies as he goes along in the dictation, so that immediately there's not the risk of losing piece of it and it being gone and having to start over.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
Fair enough. So again, I'm just wanting you to grant, again on footnote 46, that at least some, whatever some means, and I would want the listener to go do the research, but at least some of the ancient parallels Joseph would have actually had access to.
That's fine.
Okay, good. Cool. Let's take some time now and jump into, I guess, polygamy. I think this is another, again, we're hitting these high issues, and
good stuff.
When this is all done, you and I are going to be exhausted. And hopefully we're still friends, and hopefully maybe sometime I get to meet you in person and I can buy you dinner. I don't ever want to make an enemy. I think these issues, let me put it this way. I think the average member is so naive to these, and for various reasons, and some of those are their own choosing not to want to read and not to want to study. And again, those all have reasons too. But that for the person who dives into Mormonism's history, they are quickly going to find out that the Sunday school version of the church they grew up with doesn't match the story that's actually in the historical record. And that causes fairly, I argue, for people to feel betrayed or deceived on at least some level. And again, some of that we can maybe explain away and excuse. But on some level, feel betrayal, and on some level to begin deconstructing their faith and putting something else in its place. And for some, they rebuild a new Mormonism and they maintain faith in the church. And for others, they build something that's outside of Mormonism and they step away. And I think these conversations at least validate to the person who's done the reading that knowing this stuff does cause some indigestion. It does cause some heartache. Agreed?
Oh, no question. Again, it caused heartache for me. I went through this experience, and I think I had the benefit of a father and a family that was willing to address these things head on and do so with respect and kindness. Because I think what exacerbates the problem is that people bump into historical things that they weren't prepared for. They bring up the questions, and all that does is bring down condemnation from people. Pray harder. You're not righteous enough, and that's absolutely the wrong answer. When Robin Jensen said that in his Book of Abraham presentation, I want to get up and cheer when he said, you can't just look at these problems with the Book of Abraham and say, well, you're not praying hard enough.
Yeah, those folks often have maybe even read too much or prayed too much, or
right.
In other words, it's not until they finally throw in the towel that they step away from their Mormon practice. Again, my experience, and I'm not saying everybody, my experience far and wide has generally been that when people encounter the messiness of Mormonism, the first thing they try to do is to double down and to do those things with even more fervor than they ever did. And that doesn't seem on its surface to be the solution to the problem, which I think is what you're saying as well, that just telling someone to read more scripture and to pray more to Heavenly Father isn't going to, on its own, solve the problem if this person has deep questions and things aren't adding
right.
up. Okay, cool. And I think people will appreciate you saying that as well. All right, let me try, without going too long, to talk about, on a surface level, polygamy. I think most members of the church are raised with a Sunday school version of Mormonism, and in that version, they don't really have access to conversations about Joseph Smith as a polygamist. Even the conversation about polygamy generally in Mormonism was encouraged to not be discussed in our Sunday schools. I think there's even a comment in the Sunday school manual to not get into the history or the specifics of polygamy. The manuals that we use intentionally pick out pieces and parts of section 132, intentionally avoiding other sections of 132 that would lead us into those conversations. I think most Mormons, I hope most Mormons were at least aware that Brigham Young was a polygamist and that polygamy was in the church, although I think most Mormons grew up with very simplified answers of those were the widows who lost their husbands on the trail.
Right.
God did it for a very short time. It was a very few select members who practiced polygamy. They have very ignorant, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not trying to mock anybody, but very ignorant, naive understandings of what polygamy was. Once the person who dives into the messiness of Mormonism, what they discover is that Joseph Smith was a polygamist with 30 to 40 wives, and I think most scholars say 33, 34. That Joseph married young girls, some as young as 14, at least two of them were at the age of 14. There are 15-year-olds, there are 16-year-olds, and those relationships have complexities to them. He married, or was sealed to, women who were already married to other men, which is called polyandry. So if someone's heard that word, and that Joseph at times withheld an awareness of polygamy, not only from the public, but also from his wife. And sometimes he would even enter relationships with, say, a pair of sisters, the Partridge sisters, for instance, where the two of them didn't know about each other. And then Emma finally gives permission for him to practice it. She chooses the Partridge Sisters, who he's already sealed to. And he has a mock marriage for her to view it as the first marriage, when in reality it's the second. So there's a deception going on there.
Right.
There is this idea that can be debated about Joseph having sent men, namely Orson Pratt, on a mission in order to approach his wife. That's debatable, but there's a similar circumstance with Lucy Walker where Joseph does send the dad on a mission, promises to take care of Lucy Walker as his own child, refers to Lucy as one of his children, and then behind the scenes is approaching her for plural marriage, and like with others, gives Lucy a small time frame to make a decision, and seems to suggest some sort of spiritual threat if she doesn't agree to enter polygamy. And again, I know some of this is debatable, and so we may have responses to these.
I mean, there are several of the. I'm letting you speak, but there are many of these places where I want to push back.
Yeah, and so I'll finish up here, and I'll give you time to respond, and we can dive into some of these. I expect us probably to still be on polygamy in the next episode.
Sure. There's a lot here.
Yeah, and so I want to honor, I want to validate, like, lying is not always wrong. If I'm somebody in Nazi Germany who's hiding a Jew in my attic, and the Nazis knock on my door and say, "Are there any Jews here?" and I say, "No," I've lied. But I've also, I think, done a lie that actually has more integrity than telling the truth, which I think is something you were kind of pointing to earlier. So I want to acknowledge on the surface, like, there are some people who are so binary, the moment they hear Joseph Smith lied, they throw in the towel and they say, "I can't believe in a prophet who lies." The reality is we lie for various reasons, and I think when we lie to cover our own rear end, that becomes a negative and immoral decision. When we lie to truly protect out of our care and concern for others, and to protect others from harm, whatever kind of harm that is, I think then it becomes in the realm of debatable, and in many cases is justifiable, and actually the higher morality. So I want to grant that. So knowing all these complexities of polygamy that members don't grow up with, and then the member dives into it and they're learning all these things, and they're having to wrestle with whether Joseph had integrity and also fidelity as he practiced it. And then again, we get all of these kind of side issues that happen within polygamy. And I know that's a ton. So feel free to dissect them one by one, throw out a bunch of generalities, or pick one and we'll just go into it for a little while. But I wanted to give you time to let me know how you'd like to go about responding to that.
Well, maybe it might be best if I sort of begin with my own personal background. I'm not a polygamist, but polygamy in my family and how that sort of colored my perception of polygamy historically. I think I mentioned in a previous conversation, my grandmother on my father's side, Frances Mary Grant Bennett, was the last surviving daughter of Heber J. Grant and the daughter of his third wife. By the time Heber J. Grant was president of the church, two of his wives had died, and so the church essentially was trying to pretend that he was a monogamist. He didn't become president of the church until well after the manifesto, and well after what people now call the Second Manifesto. I mean, polygamy was still happening after 1890, and it wasn't until I think 1910 that it became grounds for excommunication from the church, that the church finally said, "No, really, we're going to stop it. We're not just going to say we're stopping it, we're actually stopping it."
Right, third time, and then we're serious this time.
So for the first 12 years of her life, my grandmother went to school under a different name and was raised by her sister. And it wasn't until she was 12 years old that they register as Frances Grant, knowing that would expose her to to law enforcement to say, oh, this means that Heber J. Grant is a polygamist. But by that point, nobody really cared anymore, and so it just kind of vanished. But even later on, after she got married, my grandfather wrote a letter to, I'm not sure what the periodical was, the church periodical at the time. I don't know, the Improvement Era or what it was. But they ran an article that talked about Heber J. Grant and his wife and his children. Wife singular. And the children were the children of that wife, and it didn't include my grandmother. And my grandfather wrote this sort of fiery letter that said, are you to the church, saying you are disavowing the existence of my wife. I'm not okay with that. You need to acknowledge that Heber J. Grant was a polygamist that had 3 wives, and I'm married to one of his daughters. And that didn't go anywhere as far as I know. But it was always interesting to me to talk to my grandfather about that. He was really quite upset about that. And he was quite upset that the church wasn't willing to frankly acknowledge its own history. There are a number of letters that Heber J. Grant wrote to all of his wives that are really quite lovely. And if anybody made polygamy work, it was Heber J. Grant. And at one point, President Kimball was president of the church, and Truman Madsen, who is also a descendant of Heber J. Grant, he's my father's first cousin, he went to my grandmother and said, you have a duty to publish these letters that Heber J. Grant wrote, because this would give everybody a greater understanding of polygamy and put it in a much nicer context, and you have a duty and a responsibility to get that story out there. And my grandmother was really kind of concerned, and she called Spencer Kimball, who was president of the church at the time, and Spencer Kimball showed up at her house to talk about this. And she said, do I have a duty to publish this? And Spencer Kimball says, you are welcome to publish it, but you don't have a duty to publish it if you don't want to. And he said, and we have polygamy in my family, and it isn't nearly as pretty as the polygamy in your family, and I don't want to publish any of that. So I look at that. I don't think there is any question that the church has tried very hard to sort of downplay the uglier elements of polygamy, not just with Joseph Smith, but throughout history. Another personal story. I'm giving personal stories before I want to dive into any kind of direct response to all of the things that you'd listed, because I want to give my personal context. I was the artistic director down at the Tuacahn Center for the Arts for about 5 years. Well, I was actually the artistic director for 3 years, and well, never mind. Nobody cares. You live in southern Utah. Did you ever? Except you didn't move there until what? Until 2010?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit in episode 1. I moved there in 2015. Early
2015.
In the year.
Okay, so when Tuacahn was founded, their show was an original musical called Utah! ! And it was the story of Jacob Hamblin, and it bombed at the box office. Nobody wanted to come see it. And it included Jacob Hamlin's polygamy. It included it included the Mountain Meadows Massacre. It included all kinds of things that nobody wanted to talk about. And when I was hired at Tuacahn, I was hired right after they had abandoned Utah as their signature show. And after a couple of years, they came back and they said, well, we own all this music and we own this show. We don't have to pay royalty for it, and we want to do it again, only this time we don't want to have the Mountain Meadows Massacre in it. We don't want to have any polygamy in it. We don't want to have any of this stuff in it. And Jim, you have to write it. Went, okay, well, what am I going to say? Does Jacob Hamlin go to the North Pole and meet Santa Claus? What happens? And I ended up writing it sort of a very, very small sliver of time before Jacob Hamlin became a polygamist, and we just never mentioned any of it. But I just went, the church, this is not healthy. it is not healthy to try to pretend that history didn't happen. And I had never really been confronted with polygamy personally until I moved to southern Utah and saw all of these FLDS people at Walmart in their long dresses and their uncut hair that's braided in the back, and I had all of the same kind of prejudices I think that anybody does, and that you look at that and go, boy, that's weird and that's strange, and I remember talking to my father and saying, where does all that come from? Because your mother, who was the daughter of polygamy, didn't have any of that, and he said, no, that there's a lot we've just ignored. We've just tried to sweep all of polygamy under the rug. And I am grateful that we're not trying to do that anymore. Or at least we're not trying to do it as hard. At least we recognize we can't do that anymore. I think there are a lot of people who would like.
Right. The internet and the information age has imposed on us that we're only going to look really bad and much worse than we did if we continue to avoid it.
So I think we need to confront it all head on, and we need to address what it is. And that said, it's important when we confront it, we have to confront it without a presentist mindset. One of the biggest problems with historians is this idea of presentism, that you start judging people by the mores and the contexts of the present rather than of the past. The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. Right.
I've heard that a few times. I've heard that from Stephen Harper and from Matthew Groh from the Church History Department.
But that's one of the biggest problems with the CES letter is the CES letter is 100% presentist. Everything is, well, this isn't the way I do it now. Today, me, Jeremy Runnells, so it's weird and strange and wrong. And the way plural marriage was practiced really requires a deliberate attempt to avoid presentism. And even presentism in the church, because our understanding of what marriage is and what sealing is, I think in the church in the 21st century is very different from what Joseph Smith thought it was. Because if polygamy is what most of its critics seem to argue it is, which was just an excuse for Joseph Smith's sexual adventurism, it was a really awkward and inefficient vehicle for doing that. Joseph Smith really created a really lousy system if all he wanted to do was bed as many women as he possibly could. And, going back to L. Ron Hubbard, who wrote to himself, all men are your slaves, all Joseph Smith, if really all he wanted to do was what John C. Bennett was doing, and incidentally, I'm not related to John C. Bennett. I have to make that point to lots of people. But John C. Bennett was going to women and saying, we are now spiritually married, so we can have sex. Don't tell your husband, you're my spiritual wife. And that was very clearly a pretext for John C. Bennett to bed as many women as he possibly could. And Joseph Smith wasn't doing that. That's not what was happening. And in fact, I think one of the reasons why we look back at some of these things where we say, oh, Joseph was lying. Look at Joseph lying at everybody that he's not practicing polygamy. And how dare he, in the CES letter, Jeremy Runnells says, he had his plural wives standing with him as he stood and read an affidavit saying, we reject polygamy. And isn't that dishonest? And isn't that terrible? And I say, okay, look at what was happening. Look at what it was that he's actually saying and what he's actually doing. Because in Joseph's mind, I am convinced, what he was doing, plural marriage, was very different from what John C. Bennett was doing. And the affidavit that Jeremy Runnells is pointing to is an affidavit where Joseph Smith stands up and says, I condemn John C. Bennett's spiritual wifeism. I am not practicing John C. Bennett's spiritual wifeism. And in his mind, and I think in practice, what he was doing was, in fact, very different from John C. Bennett's spiritual wifeism. But as you get 150, 200 years away from what was happening, all of that stuff sort of blends together in a really awful mess. And so John C. Bennett's predatory behavior gets mixed with what it was Joseph Smith was doing, and it all becomes sort of the same thing, and it becomes very difficult to separate the two. And Joseph Smith, I think, gets a bad rap for engaging in a practice that, to a very large degree, was not a sexual practice. The vast majority of these marriages did not involve sexual relationships, particularly with the young girls. I mean, Helen Mar Kimball is really the only 14-year-old that we know absolutely that he was sealed to. And we also know, if not absolutely, we have very strong evidence that there was no sexual component to that relationship, that this was essentially a dynastic sealing that was proposed by Helen Mar Kimball's parents in order to link the family of the prophet to the family of the Kimballs. And she writes this very heartbreaking poem where she said, I thought this was going to be just for eternity only, but this is messing up my life now because I can't go and I can't date other boys. I can't have the same kind of relationship that other 14-year-olds get to have. And so I'm really miserable. And it makes you think, yeah, that's very sad. And at the same time, it's very clear she's not having sex with Joseph Smith. So the thing that has happened as a result of ignoring polygamy for so long is that the church has allowed the most salacious and the most destructive interpretation of polygamy to become the only one that has been talked about. The church has not offered any attempt until really relatively recently, until we started seeing these essays. You know, it was amazing to me that the New York Times felt it newsworthy to say the church finally admits Joseph Smith was a polygamist, front page news. And my reaction to that was, well, no, Doctrine and Covenants section 132 has been continually in print for over 150 years. But what the church has finally done is they're not trying to sweep it under the rug anymore. They're not trying to avoid talking about it as much as they were. But by avoiding talking about it, you allow the worst possible interpretations of what Joseph Smith did and the worst possible descriptions of his motives to become the dominant narrative. And I don't think that's an accurate narrative. I don't think, I mean, when you go back to the Book of Abraham and you say, you know, this is the most rational explanation for what happened with the Book of Abraham. I think the most rational explanation for what happened in the early days of polygamy is paints Joseph Smith in a much better light than how he is painted by his critics of polygamy today.
So what I think would be helpful here, because I think to get into the general ideas of, for instance, integrity and fidelity, I think we have to jump into a couple of these specifics. And so I'm hoping maybe we can get through one or two of these today and then address other ones in the future.
Sure.
I'm expecting that on some level you're going to grant that Joseph made some serious mistakes as he implemented this principle.
You know, I really, and I think I said this before, but I really think if you can accept a church that is led by imperfect people who make mistakes and acknowledge that, I think so many of the feelings of betrayal or the feelings of panic that the church, the rug being pulled out from under you, I think a lot of that goes away. I am fully of the opinion that Joseph Smith was capable of and indeed made many, many mistakes, and many of them very serious mistakes. I think Joseph Smith would have lived to a ripe old age if he hadn't made the massive mistake of destroying the Nauvoo Expositor. That was a huge mistake. And anybody who says otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. The idea of infallibility does not sit well with me on any level. So there is never an option in any of these where it's, well, Joseph wasn't capable of making a mistake. That's never an option for an explanation for me.
Perfect. And the reason I hesitate here is because this kind of a conversation you and I are having, and we just did it over the Book of Abraham, and we did it in the episode 1 and 2, although I think with more gentleness. The trouble is it feels like I'm playing a game of gotcha. Like, let me tell you a story, and then you admit he screwed up, And let's just do that 100 times until people are overwhelmed by how much Joseph screwed up and the church screwed up that they throw in the towel. That's not really my intention, but that's going to be on some level a natural. It's the reason the church avoided these conversations is because on some level it forces them to acknowledge there's been some mess ups, and then the number of mess ups sometimes become overwhelming and people leave. But I think on some level people need validation from the inside of the church, and I'm putting you on that inside. They need validation that, yeah, that's the data. The interpretation, we may disagree a little bit, but that's the data. And on some level, yeah, something's not quite right here. And I think people need to hear that. So I say all that so that the listener knows, like, look, let's not play a game of gotcha, but it's going to still look like it.
Well,
as we go into some of these issues.
I don't want to make it look like gotcha either, because I want to concede at the outset that polygamy is extraordinarily messy. And Joseph's practice of polygamy is extraordinarily messy. I want to concede that at the outset. Where I want to push back is in the idea that that's all it was. That polygamy was nothing but messy, that polygamy was only an excuse for Joseph Smith to have sex with women he wasn't married to. And because that I think has become the narrative. And when I look at polygamy and I look at Joseph's practice of polygamy, my reaction is I see somebody who is trying desperately to do something that he thinks is essential to the restoration of the gospel, and at times failing miserably at it and making huge mistakes at doing it because he's trying to navigate an area that is just extraordinarily fraught all the way around. And I also look at polygamy. I remember having a conversation with my father about polygamy, and he said one of the things that people need to understand about polygamy is that it was the doctrine of the church that held the church together for a very, very long time. The church was under fire all over the place, and when you joined the church, and if you actually entered into a plural marriage, you had to step out of the world in a way that bound you to the church very tightly, so that as the church is being driven out of their homes and being driven across the plains, you stick to the church in a way that you wouldn't necessarily do if you weren't bound as tightly. That polygamy bound the church together in the early years when it was very vulnerable and needed to be able to survive a great deal of persecution. And so when I looked at it, I thought, okay, I can see a divine hand in polygamy if that's one of the reasons for it. But I don't think it helps anybody to shy away from the messiness. So when you start pointing out things that are messy about polygamy, I don't want you to feel like you're putting me on the spot. I mean, I don't know that I know any more about this than anybody else, but I recognize that polygamy is exceptionally messy, and that there's no way to begin to clean up any of it unless you look at the mess first. There's no way to air out the closet unless you open the door.
Right. And on some level, I agree with you. The church is more now than ever opening up, maybe cracking the window open a bit, maybe opening the door a little to this conversation taking place inside the church. In other words, in the 3-hour block or in our conversations with other members of the church. I'm assuming you would also agree that on some level, the conversation we're about to have is still not a conversation the church is comfortable enough with yet to make space for.
I think I agree with that. I mean, I don't think, for instance, I'm going to get in trouble for having this conversation.
No.
But I don't think this is something that you're going to hear in conference.
Yeah, they would prefer this conversation stay out of correlated Mormonism.
More or less, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's start. And I want to share some of the personal stories. I think I'll try to save those for the next episode. But let's start off with section 132. Heavenly Father talks to Joseph, and Heavenly Father does at least in my mind and in a lot of members' minds, Heavenly Father does lay out some guidelines. He lays out some rules. He lays out some ways in which, if we're going to practice this, and I'm commanding you to practice it, it should be practiced this way. So one of the arguments from apologists is that Joseph's given this principle to practice, and he's given no framework to practice it, so we should expect him to make mistakes. I don't think that's fair, because I think Section 132 lays out specific rules. And those rules tend to be that any of the plural wives should have, that before that marriage takes place, you should have the permission of the first wife.
Right.
That the additional wives should be virgins. And if they're virgins, that also indicates that they should not be married, right? Like if you're married, you almost likely are not a virgin.
Okay. I want to push back a little bit of that because I know Jeremy leans very heavily on that, on the word virgin. None of these women were virgins, or if they were married, they weren't virgins, and all of this kind of thing. I think that's a presentist understanding of what virgin means in this context. For instance, I think when the Lord talks about virgins, he's much more interested in sexual purity or virtue than he is in the kind of, physical exam that Princess Diana had to take before she married Prince Charles to make sure that they'd have no sexual contact. My understanding of how the Lord views sexual virtue is that when we repent of our sins, he remembers them no more. So I think when he's talking about a virgin, he's not necessarily talking about a physical virgin so much as somebody who is spiritually virtuous, who is not sexually impure or improper. And so I don't think that somebody who has repented of sexual sin, or somebody who is divorced or is, and is right with the Lord in terms of the Lord's demands of sexual purity, I don't think that they are disqualified by that language. That may be a private interpretation. That may not be fair, but the way polygamy was practiced suggests that everybody else in the 19th century who was practicing polygamy had some kind of different perception of that as well, because it never came up. It never came up, well, you can't marry her because she's not a virgin. And so clearly they interpreted the revelation in a way that I think is probably more consistent with how I'm interpreting it than how anyone who would be heavily leaning on a scientific definition of virginity would interpret that.
Okay, so, and I grant that watching polygamy unfold in the church, that you would sense that again, like you pointed out, they're not raising the concern. There's no documentation of people raising their hand and objecting because someone's not a virgin. But again, on some level, this practice was very withheld kind of from public conversation. So my follow-up question...
Initially, yes. I mean, after Brigham Young announced polygamy in 1852,
I think.
It's 1852. A lot of things happened in 1852, because I think that's the same year he announced the priesthood ban.
Yeah, 1852, 1854, somewhere in there. Yeah, you're right. That's a 1 year or 2 year, 3 year period where some serious stuff is getting unfolded to the church publicly.
Right, but after that, polygamy was practiced openly. So, and was practiced openly for another 40 years, and we had the manifesto and everything that went along with that, which is so messy.
Right. Do you acknowledge that might be a private interpretation by you, and I'm granting that I can't prove that not true. But do you have? And I'm literally curious. I'm not trying to trap you. Is there any other evidence from the culture in America at large, or anything specifically in the church where we can point to and say, like, nope, virgin doesn't mean the way we in 2019 take it? Or are you saying, like, look, it's the only way I can make sense of it, but no, there's not any evidence that I could use to support it?
No, the evidence is how it was practiced. I mean, this may seem like a tangent, but Adam.
No, and I agree I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that.
Adam God, for instance. Adam God, the doctrine of Adam God that's brought up all over the place. The evidence that it wasn't that big deal is that there is no ripple in the practice of Mormonism that would accommodate Adam God the way we, 21st century, would interpret it, which leads me to believe, okay, how they heard what Brigham Young was saying about Adam God corresponded with their understanding of doctrine and Scripture in a way that didn't upset their practice of their religion. And so I look at this and say the fact that the word virgin appears repeatedly in section 132, and yet throughout the 40 years that polygamy was practiced publicly, as well as in all the time when it was not practiced publicly, that never ever comes up, as far as I know. And I haven't reviewed all of the documentation. So somebody may, no, it did come up here. If that's the case, then I'd be happy to look at that. But my understanding is that was never an issue. It never came up. And if that's the case, then I think that that's very strong, compelling evidence that section, those words were interpreted in a way differently from the way that we would look at that and say, well, if they've had sex, then they're disqualified from being polygamists.
Okay. So accepting that as evidence, and again, we would disagree maybe on the strength of it, but accepting that as evidence, is there any other evidence of virgins not meaning someone who has not intentionally had sex with somebody else?
No.
Okay, good.
Not that I know of.
Right. And I know this is also complicated, but I want to go back to it for a moment, which is the principle that you needed to have the permission of the first wife.
The law of Sarah.
Right. And I assume you would argue, and again, you can correct me, Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris, who are two brilliant minds. Jordan Peterson, his comment is, I act as if there is a God, and Sam Harris acknowledges, like, while I value spirituality, I'm an atheist. And these two get into debates, and one of the things they get into in conversation is saying, like, let me state to the other person what I think their belief is, and let's talk about it until I represent their belief in a way that they accept that that's what they believe. And that's a really good way to get at the heart of what these points are and where our conclusions are. So with that said, I assume that you would argue that you would agree that Joseph didn't have Emma's permission consistently throughout all of this practice.
Correct.
I'm assuming you would make the argument that Joseph's responsibility is to ask permission, and then once Emma says no, and he's being pressured by Heavenly Father to put this principle into practice, that he simply has to essentially move on without her in practicing it. And then that sets us up then to have a discussion about whether there's fidelity and integrity in that, and that perhaps would be where the debate occurs.
I don't know that there's a whole lot of debate in that. I would acknowledge, A, that Joseph had to ask Emma. I would acknowledge, B, that Joseph that Joseph screwed up a number of times, and that Joseph kept marriages from Emma. Whether or not that was consistent with Section 132, whether he was justified under Section 132 to do that, I don't know that there's a point necessarily to arguing that, because I would acknowledge the possibility, maybe even the probability, that there were marriages that Joseph Smith engaged on that were in violation of that Joseph made mistakes in that regard. The problem, though, with that is that we don't have enough data to be able to specifically pinpoint whether or not that happened. So much of the data with regard to plural marriage was, I don't know if it's destroyed or was just never even written down because it was being kept secret and all of that kind of stuff. So we really do not know the extent of the dynamic between Joseph and Emma. And what I tell people when I talk about this with them is that if you want to believe the very worst about Joseph Smith, the data allows you to do that. I don't think it compels you to do that, but it allows you to do that. If you want to believe the very best about Joseph Smith, the data allows you to do that. I don't think it compels you to do that, but it allows you to do that. I mean, there are those who try to make the case. There's a blogger over at Millennial Star named Meg Stout who's written a book called Faithful Joseph that is actually worth reading, is very interesting. But she insists that Joseph did not have sexual relations with anybody and that plural marriage was entirely spiritual and he only had sex with Emma. That's essentially the position of the community of Christ, who try to say he didn't even engage in plural marriage. And they all point to the evidence that Joseph didn't father any children with any of his plural wives. And he fathered 9 children with Emma and was clearly very fertile. And yet none of these women had, so clearly sex was not the primary component of all of these relationships. So what you end up having to do is make assumptions about Joseph and his character. And if you want to assume that Joseph was a rake and that Joseph was lying to Emma, the data allows you to do that. I look at all of this and I see Joseph as being terribly, terribly conflicted and struggling to keep a commandment that he doesn't know how to keep and not being sure what to do and flailing back and forth. The amount of time between Fanny Alger, his first plural wife, and his next plural wife, you're looking at 5 years at least by most estimates. I do not see Joseph being somebody who's like, this is something I really want to do. This is something I want to dive into. I think it's something he tried to run away from as long as he possibly could. And if you believe Joseph is a fraud, then that explanation doesn't make any sense. But I think the evidence is very compelling that Joseph believed in his own prophetic mission, and I believe the evidence is compelling that Joseph believed that plural marriage was an essential part of that, and I think the evidence is compelling that he didn't want to do it, that he didn't like doing it, that he didn't really know how to do it, which is why I think he botched it on a number of different occasions.
Good. Let's finish on this note, which is, so I think we're in agreement that the data is messy. We're never going to know exactly what's going on. I think we're in agreement that it appears Emma was kept in the dark about many, and I want to even say most, and I think you'd agree with that. Most of the marriages, at least initially, Emma seems by the data to be in the dark about. Are we good so far?
Well, I can argue many versus most. We really, really don't know.
Right.
And the fact that Emma becomes sort of an unreliable narrator of polygamy later on in her life,
right,
and insists
with the interviews with McClellan. Yeah.
Well, she later insists that Joseph was never a polygamist.
Right, to her son Joseph Smith III.
And so you start saying, okay, well, we do not know enough about the dynamic for me to be able to make any kind of judgment there. What I believe is that Joseph Joseph was able to persuade Emma at different times that polygamy was of the Lord, and that Emma wavered back and forth between believing whether it was and whether it wasn't. And so how many of the marriages coincided with Emma's support versus Emma's wavering, we do not have any idea. So I would push back against most, but I will concede many. How's that?
Okay, great. That's perfect. So that said, my understanding is that there are lots of documentation of Joseph sharing with other members of the church that he was under pressure by an angel of the Lord to stop hesitating on the principle and to put it into action.
It is.
Is that fair?
It is not fair to say that Joseph went to women and said, if you don't marry me, an angel's going to kill me, which is how Jeremy Runnells represents that data point in the CES letter. I don't think we have any compelling documentation that's the case. When Joseph talks about the angel with the drawn sword, he's talking about the angel with the drawn sword taking his life if he does not enter into plural marriage as a principle. We do not have any evidence that I am aware of that Joseph Smith ever said to a woman, if you don't marry me, this angel's going to kill me. And that's the way that data point has been used by critics of polygamy. And I think it's been used incorrectly.
All right, so I would have to go back and look at the quotes on that. I'll concede that at the moment because I think I need to be more familiar with some of the quotes, and I'll do that in the meantime before we get to the next part. That said, I assume you would agree that there is language in Section 132 that for the wife who does not give permission in the law of Sarah, that there's a scripture that says that she will be destroyed.
Destroyed, right.
Yeah. And that seems to be the very thing you're wanting to distance yourself from with Joseph and the angel with the sword, seems to be the language that we can't distance ourselves from in Section 132 towards the first wife.
Well, I don't want to distance myself from the language. I want to define the language. What does it mean to be destroyed? I mean, is this a threat that God is going to send a lightning bolt and kill Emma Smith? I don't think anybody in the 1840s would have interpreted that way. I think what it means in the context of the Revelation is the kind of destruction that Joseph was really preoccupied with was the destruction of lineage, the destruction of posterity. The plural marriage and Section 132, it's always interesting to me that people, let's get rid of Section 132. And I thought, if you get rid of Section 132, you got to get rid of families together forever. You've got to get rid of all of the doctrines that we teach in primary, all of which are rooted in Section 132. We skip over polygamy, but the whole idea of sealings and eternal families and all of the things that we have now made the center of our worship, a great deal of them are found in Section 132. I don't think you can toss Section 132 out and do so in any way that's theologically consistent. So the whole idea of destruction is the idea that you will no longer have the kind of internal increase that was, I think, the preeminent preoccupation of Joseph Smith in the final years of his life. The later revelations that he has all are sort of preoccupied with this idea of what happens to us, that the family line and lineage is the most precious asset that we can acquire in mortality. And that's the purpose of plural marriage, and that's the purpose of all of this. And if you're not willing to participate in this, Emma, you're not going to have any of that. And he uses the strongest possible word he can use to describe that experience, which is destroyed. But we look at that in the 21st century, and if someone says, I'm going to destroy you, we assume they're going to show up at our doorstep with a machine gun and kill us. And I don't think this is a death threat. I don't think this destroyed doesn't mean that. And so we have to determine what it is that it means. And I don't think I'm trying to soften the word, because I think that word had a great deal of power and a great deal of terror attached to it. And I think Joseph felt that terror himself. And he was saying, look, our eternal salvation depends upon our eternal increase. And all of that's going to be destroyed if you do not accept this doctrine. So I think that's what that means.
Yeah. And so now we're going to risk going off into the weeds a touch, which is there a level of, and man, this gets difficult because my gut feels like there's a level of manipulation involved when we threaten people with a loss of their salvation if they don't participate in this one thing, which we're granting Joseph utilized, and I want to say even held over Emma's head and practiced inappropriately at times. In other words, if we grant that Joseph didn't operate at all times in a healthy way in enacting this principle, then what we're saying is that Emma then has this spiritual threat over her head. Now, again, we can debate the strength of it, but on some level, you're at least acknowledging that she had some loss of salvific blessings if she didn't cave in to Joseph practicing a principle which you acknowledge he did at times in hurtful, unhealthy ways. That feels, and again, I acknowledge my presentism, it feels like there's a level of manipulation there, and we're placing that in the voice of Heavenly Father. And I'm deeply uncomfortable when a male goes to a female and says, God, talk to me.
Right.
And we need to do this thing. And if we don't, and by the way, in hindsight, I'm going to do this very unhealthy, in a very unhealthy way.
Right.
And if you don't obey and do this thing, you're going to lose some extension of your exaltation.
I don't blame you for feeling it. That makes me uncomfortable too. There's no way around that. What I'm trying to offer is not an excuse; it's an explanation. And I think, I look at it. I think the problem becomes in that. Okay, so we're dealing here. This revelation.
Let me defend you for just a second,
thanks.
which is to say that if God truly does believe that obedience to principles in the gospel really do affect whether we get to live with him or not, on some level, he has to have the space to declare to us what those rules are, and for us to then obey them or not obey them. And in any one of those circumstances, we could see that as manipulative. Like, hey, if you don't keep the word of wisdom, then this happens. And you're like, that's not fair. How dare you hold that over my head? Like, on some level, we could debate that everywhere, although I think in this instance it's stronger and it feels more unhealthy.
Well,
does that make sense?
It does. That the tension in Mormon theology between these kinds of declarative condemnations and universalism is all over the place. And I think it's Doctrine and Covenants section 9 where the Lord starts playing, starts parsing the phrase eternal punishment and endless punishment. And he says that these are terms that are more express than others, that it may work together for my glory. But endless punishment just means that I am endless, but it doesn't mean that the punishment will have no end. And I am eternal, so eternal punishment is my punishment, but it doesn't mean that you're going to go into eternal punishment and never come out. And I remember even as a kid reading that and going, wow, that's those are some interesting word games here. But at the same time, the Lord is essentially literally trying to scare the hell out of people by scaring them with hell, but at the same time promising them that in the end that there is an almost universal salvation, that even the lowest kingdom of glory defies all comprehension because it's so magnificent. So that kind of a tension, I think, exists in Mormon theology, and I think it's supposed to exist. I think the Lord wants it to exist. And I look at this particular revelation, the history of D&C 132. My understanding is that Hiram said, well, give me a revelation. I'll go take it to Emma, and then she'll have to agree. And so that's when Joseph finally decided to write it down. And he eventually says, you don't know Emma as well as I do. I knew that this wouldn't have any effect on her. And so I think what you're dealing with there in this particular,
or at least not the desired effect.
Not the desired effect. Yeah, it's going to make things worse, and I think it probably did. But you're dealing with a very specific relationship between Joseph and Emma, and I think the mistake has come in that people have taken that and given it a much more universal application than it was intended to have. For instance, I don't think you can read that revelation and say that any woman that does not enter into plural marriage will be destroyed. That's a specific thing saying Emma needs to be told that if she's not going to do this, she's going to be destroyed in this kind of sense.
Yeah, there's some level of the parts of this revelation being private to Emma specifically and not to the world at large.
Right. And in all of the firsthand accounts that we have of Joseph's plural wives, you cannot find, as far as I know, Joseph going in and making threats to them along the lines of D&C 132, telling them that if they don't get married, they're going to be destroyed. There was a columnist that I wrote a big thing in my blog about this, so there's one where she talks about the gate being closed forever if they don't make a decision quickly. That's Lucy Walker. Okay. And so I went, well, that's scary. And I went back and looked at it. And essentially what he was saying was, you need to decide whether or not you're going to marry me. I need to know quickly. And even after he says that, the gate being closed, this opportunity is going to end, she says, oh, I'm not going to marry you. And rather than say, well, you're damned for all eternity, Joseph says, I promise you that you will receive spiritual witness that this is the right thing to do. God bless you, and walks away. And then the next day she gets this dramatic spiritual witness and comes back and says, yes, I want to marry you. So the way it's been portrayed is that Joseph has gone to everybody with his own version of D&C 132 and said, you better marry me or you're going to hell. And that is not what happened. The first-person accounts of the plural wives almost all involve an initial revulsion at the idea. They're disgusted by it. And then a personal testimony and a personal witness that comes independent of Joseph. They don't involve legions of threats from Joseph. You better marry me or this angel with a drawn sword is going to kill me or kill you. You're going to be destroyed if you don't marry me. And that's kind of how it's come to be portrayed. And I think the first person accounts that we have from the plural wives fly in the face of that.
Perfect. And this is where we're going to have to end because I've got to open my store here in 2 minutes.
All right, sir.
But I thought, again, great conversation, and I'm excited to pick up where we left off in the next one.
I really don't want you to feel like we're fighting here. I don't feel like this is combat. I really enjoy this.
Yeah, if you go back to the way I worded that in episode 2, it was if there were people who were looking at it that way, that's how they would judge it. That's not how I see it. So yeah, anyway, I just so you know, I see this as a friendly conversation, and I feel like people are going to go like, look, there's a lot of common ground here, and they're making space for each other on the ground that's not common, and that feels like a healthy way that the church could use as a model for what's appropriate and not appropriate in these kinds of conversations and how it could better minister to those who experience a faith crisis or a faith transition.
Right.
So, no, I think this is all great. We are at the point where we finished the last episode. We discussed, I think, the Book of Abraham inside and out, and now here we are on polygamy. We talked a little bit last time about section 132 and about the Critic raising the concern of Joseph Smith not following the rules of 132. And for you, the word virgin seems to indicate more of a moral cleanliness, a sense of being clean before the Lord. And then also destroyed doesn't necessarily mean that an angel's going to come down and chop a head off, but that there's some loss in the eternities based on whether one keeps the commandments or not. And but you acknowledge that Joseph Smith likely and maybe almost certainly practiced polygamy in a way that would raise concerns, maybe a sense of even as we talked last week about maybe a sense of manipulation, that maybe some of that has some validity. And so I wanted to go through some of the stories today and see maybe what your thoughts were. And I want to start with the earliest one, which is Fanny Alger. And we don't know the exact date on this. Our best scholarship says that Fanny is somewhere between the age of 16 and 18, that she was working in the Smith home as a maid. We have William McClellan telling us that he interviewed Emma Smith, and Emma had some distress over Joseph's relationship with Fanny and said that she looked in the barn and saw the whole transaction. I know there's debate about what transaction means, and I'm happy to let you respond to that, but I at least want to acknowledge that whatever Emma saw, it caught her off guard, and it at least appears based on the evidence that she didn't know that whatever was going on, whether it was sex in the barn that Joseph was having with Fanny, or whether there was a sealing ceremony being performed, either way, Emma was not prepared for that having gone on. Like, she was caught off guard and surprised by it, and it wasn't a good thing. You also have Oliver Cowdery, who writes his brother Warren Cowdery, and writes to him that Joseph's
dirty,
relationship,
nasty, filthy scrape.
yeah, and so you have that commentary from Oliver, which also again points to Oliver not seeing it on the up and up and feeling on some level that it was an inappropriate relationship. I think the reasonable way of looking at those two things is to see it as some type of physical intimacy, and but I also validate that I don't have any proof that at the end of the day, if one wants to argue that transaction is a sealing and scrape is just a relationship and doesn't necessarily have to have any physical nature, I'm willing to grant that there's room enough to hold that perspective, though I do think it's the less reasonable one. And I want to give you, I guess, a moment to respond to this particular instance. And I want to at least say, lastly, if it occurred when she was 16 or 17 years old, we also have it happening before sealing keys are restored. And I think that does affect the conversation as well. And so with that, I'll turn the time over to you.
Well, I don't think there's any reason to think that there wasn't physical intimacy in this, that there was a sexual relationship between Fanny and Joseph. It's clear that in the marriages that Joseph performed, if they were considered marriages as opposed to simply sealings, there was a differentiation between sealings and marriages that would have precluded sexual relationships in sealings that were considered to be eternity only, and a marriage that would be considered to be time and eternity, and a marriage in this life. And as you point out, it's likely that this was a marriage that may not have been a sealing. The sealing keys hadn't been restored, but we have suggestion that Joseph had received revelation as early as 1831, telling him that plural marriage would have to be restored. So this may have been an instance that it was a marriage and not a sealing, that Joseph was not sealed to Fanny Alger. But even hostile sources point to this as a marriage. And you mentioned Oliver Cowdery, and it's interesting because Oliver Cowdery was called before the council to answer the charge that he had charged Joseph Smith with adultery. And Joseph never tried to deny any kind of relationship with Fanny Alger. He just tried to deny that it was adultery. And Oliver conceded in the council that Joseph had not committed adultery. And Oliver really, I think, is a fascinating witness with regard to this, because he is whatever it is that he saw, or whatever it is that he felt, it wasn't enough to keep him out of the church later in life when he came back and was willing to be able to return to the church even without any kind of position, without being an apostle or anything else. He was willing to come back and recognize that whatever it was that happened between Joseph and Fanny, it wasn't enough to convince him to deny his testimony of the Book of Mormon. It wasn't enough to convince him that the church, even after Joseph was gone, was not something that he should return to. So Fanny Alger, I think, is probably the most problematic for me, because I get this sense of Joseph feeling like, okay, I have to perform this I have to restore plural marriage. I have to do whatever it was the ancients were doing, and I have no idea how to do it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just approach the girl that's working in my house. I mean, it just strikes me as there's a whole bunch of messy judgment here that Joseph is trying to restore a practice, doesn't know how to do it, doesn't know what to do with it, and I think messes it up. That's how I see Fanny Alger.
I'm assuming that you would acknowledge that, well, one is that there's the young women, of the young brides that Joseph is being sealed to. And I may use the wrong vocabulary. I'm not doing it intentionally. So if I say bride or marriage, I mean, I'm willing to grant that you might argue sealing in some of these cases. I'm okay with that. These young women, that there is some type of relationship that Joseph feels called from God to enter, or at least Joseph is claiming to others that he's called of God to enter, that these young women, first of all, that they live or they work in the Smith home, which gives him access to these young women in private moments. And I don't mean that in like a physical way, like, hey, he can have sex with them and nobody knows, which I also think is true, but I'm simply saying to approach them with private conversations by the fact that these young girls or young women work in his home or live in his home. He has access to them in private moments, just he and them. I assume you'd grant that well, that's the case, but then on top of that, there's this layer of, I get a little icky because it feels like when we're talking about young people and they're working in another person's home, there's a lot of unhealthy space for manipulation. There's a lot of unhealthy space for pressure that I don't think exist in other scenarios as well. And I'm not asking you to say like, yeah, Joseph definitely manipulated every one of these. No, but to at least acknowledge like that's a pretty unhealthy space to be in, to have access to young girls in the privacy of your own home who work or live in your home, who depend on you for either financial support or for a roof and food on the table, and then to approach them with plural marriage, at least is in the realm of like, that makes me nervous.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the realm of it makes me nervous with regard to plural marriage. And certainly, I think I said this the last time, that if that's how you want to think of Joseph, I think there is plentiful room for you to be able to think of Joseph. I also think, however, that if you want to think well of Joseph, there is room to do that too, because I think the evidence suggests that this was not the kind of license for sexual adventurism that the critics tend to portray it as. The fact that Joseph had no children with any of these women suggests that sexual relationships were not the centerpiece of this, that this was primarily a religious principle. And also that the sealings took place with witnesses. So the idea that Joseph is approaching women in his household and just sort of having a tryst off in a broom closet or something else or some other kind of unseemly thing, I don't think the evidence suggests that at all. Joseph talks to these women and gets them involved in a ceremony that other people witness. And then, when he's, even in the last months of his life, he's fathering children with Emma, and he's not fathering children with any of his plural wives, suggests there's something else going on here. But the problem with plural marriage is that we don't have enough documentation about anything to be able to say anything definitive. So you're left to say, okay, I want to think ill of Joseph, and I'm going to suggest that all he was doing was manipulating young girls to get them into bed. Or I want to think well of Joseph, and I want to think this was a high-minded religious principle and there wasn't sex involved in any of it. And I kind of fall somewhere in the middle, closer to the thinking well of Joseph than the thinking ill of Joseph, because I think that Joseph very clearly didn't go about this, didn't know what he was doing. But the thing that the evidence that makes me think better of Joseph than I think most critics would is the firsthand evidence of the women who record their experiences and record the spiritual experiences they had that confirmed that what they were doing was of God. And it's something that's very difficult for me to understand because plural marriage, I've been married now for almost 25 years, and the idea of being married to more than one woman and all of the difficulties that would surround multiple families and everything else, I guess sex is a wonderful thing, but it's not enough to persuade me that I want to have multiple families. It just strikes me as an extraordinarily difficult thing to do for everybody involved, including the man, certainly more so for the woman. But plural marriage is an alien arrangement to me, and I think it was an alien arrangement to Joseph at the time. And he felt like this was a religious principle that he had to practice, and he didn't know what he was doing, and he messed it up. But I don't think it was the kind of predatory thing that it's portrayed as usually by critics and by people who are looking to think ill of Joseph.
The other thing with Fanny would be the idea of Emma being in the dark.
Right.
And again, you're right. We don't have, without being a firsthand witness sitting in these conversations in the Smith home or elsewhere, we're left to only draw on the data. But
with Fanny, the data is remarkably sketchy. I mean, all we have is the peek through the barn from William McClellan, and that's years and years after the fact. So we don't know what it is he's peeking at. We don't know if maybe Joseph has married her, but Joseph has promised Emma that there's going to be no physical relationship, and then Emma sees a physical relationship. That strikes me as maybe being what I don't have any idea. None of us have any idea. We're all assuming the worst, I think, here, and we just don't know.
But at least to acknowledge that it appears that Emma was surprised by whatever it was she saw, and that on some level I think that brings into question, especially as we move forward, whether, and again, I think this word fidelity means something. I live in southern Utah. Of course, you have experience down here as well, and you and I both talked. I've talked in past podcast episodes doing other stuff, and you've talked in this interview about seeing the fundamentalists that are down here and experiencing kind of a little bit of what their world looks like. And I'll simply say that grown adults in religious systems can sometimes believe deeply that God is calling them to live in something other than monogamy, and that grown adults outside religious systems can, as grown adults, choose how they're going to live their lives, and sometimes it ends up being non-monogamous. But that on some level, that when one woman doesn't know about another woman or women, that it raises a concern of fidelity. So it's not necessarily the act of being with more than one woman, because again, others choose that, and even within our own church, there are breakoffs that are doing that. I'm not suggesting that polygamy itself is an issue of infidelity, but that Emma's lack of knowing about these relationships, again, we can justify, like Joseph had to, or he didn't know any better, or he made a mistake, but at least to acknowledge on the record that when we define fidelity as having the trust of your other and not going beyond the boundaries that you as a husband and wife set, that Joseph in this particular instance, the data points to perhaps a lack of fidelity.
Well, emphasis on the perhaps. I mean, Emma is a really fascinating character because even with all of this, Emma was devoted to Joseph throughout the rest of her life. I mean, when she spoke of Joseph after his passing, she was still true to the testimony of the Book of Mormon. She still believed in Joseph. There was affection for Joseph all throughout his life and all throughout all of the plural marriage. So whatever the dynamic was, I mean, anybody who's in a marriage recognizes that there are all kinds of dynamics that nobody outside of the marriage understands and can appreciate. And the way Emma treated plural marriage and the idea that she essentially denied that Joseph had ever been a polygamist makes her to some degree an unreliable narrator when it comes to her own history. So the thing, I bristle a little bit when everybody just assumes, well, clearly Joseph was just carrying on behind Emma's back, because we have no idea what was happening one-on-one between Joseph and Emma during this period. We don't have any idea what the conversations were. We don't have any idea what Joseph told her, what Joseph didn't tell her. The idea, I think it's entirely possible and even probable that Joseph was telling her about this, and she would say, okay, all right, I accepted it's from God. And then the next day would say, it's absolutely not. And Joseph here is just left holding the bag thinking, okay, well, what do I do? I've talked to her about it. I've approached her about it. And that's when you get the kind of nonsense where he does the sham marriage again, where he remarries somebody for Emma's sake in order to be able, but doesn't essentially tell her that he'd already married them. I mean, you get that kind of thing when you have him doing whatever he can to try to placate Emma and try to include her in this. It's very clear that he didn't begin it and say, okay, I'm just going to start having affairs and I'm not going to tell my wife. It seems very clear that he tried to involve Emma in this, and Emma was reticent, and I think understandably so. And that creates a dynamic that we are not able to document, that we are not able to understand. And I fully concede that plural marriage is extraordinarily messy and extraordinarily difficult, and it's not something that I think any member of the church is eager to point to with pride and say, this is a magnificent part of our history. This is a wonderful thing that happened. And I think that's the reason the church has essentially tried to sweep it under the rug, which is a very difficult thing to do when you're practicing plural marriage for, 50 to 75 years or however long it went on. And it was the defining doctrine of the church for its early, particularly for the time that we were crossing the plains and settling Utah. You can't deny that it was a central part of the church's theology, and yet we've tried to deny it was a central part of the church's theology because it's so messy and it's so strange and it's so weird. So I'm happy to concede that, but I think if you just jump to the idea that Joseph was identical to John C. Bennett, I don't think the data points you in that direction.
You point to this experience of the Partridge Sisters. I want to get to them in a moment and talk about that. My struggle is that I think there's enough data. And in fact, last episode, you and I talked about Joseph going to Hiram, or Hiram going to Joseph and saying, like, just tell me the revelation. I'll write it down. I'll take it to Emma. And Joseph saying, you don't know Emma as well as I do. I think there's enough arrows pointing to Emma struggled severely with plural marriage. And I agree with you. There may have been moments where she is conceding and saying, like, let's do this. I'll be part of this. And then I think there are other moments.
Well, the Partridge Sisters point to that. They point to at least there was that moment where she was willing to say,
right.
Yeah. Anyway.
And then other moments where she's probably feeling a lot of deep hurt and struggling deeply over it. And again, the Hiram going to Joseph for the 1832 revelation seems to point at that. And so I think both things are going on. I agree with you. Let's spend a moment on the Lucy Walker story. You had mentioned that in the last episode. Lucy Walker is, at the time she's 15, her mom dies. Her dad is very grief-stricken. There's, I think, somewhere around the number of 8 kids in the Walker family. So now dad's on his own to take care of all of these children. Lucy is the 4th from the oldest down. Joseph Smith comes along and says, Brother Walker, this grief, this struggle that you're having over your wife's death is going to kill you if we don't do something about it. And Joseph Smith extends an invitation to Brother Walker to go on a mission, that this is going to be the best thing for him, that Joseph Smith is going to take in the oldest 4 kids, which leaves Lucy as the youngest of that group. I believe it's 2 sisters and 2 brothers, if I'm not mistaken. And says that he'll send the other children into other really good, healthy Latter-day Saint homes, essentially, good parents. He'll send them to good families. And those families will take care of them. And if they don't take care of those children well, then he would take, Joseph says, I'll take them into my home. And says, I'm going to send you on a mission. I think this is the best thing for you. Sends him on a mission. Very, very quickly, Lucy, this is right around her birthday, she turns 16. And Lucy tells us, I believe this is in Lucy's own journal, Lucy tells us that Joseph and Emma referred to us as his daughters. When they go out into public, when Joseph and Emma are introducing others to these kids, they're referring to them as their own children. Joseph, very soon upon Lucy moving into the home and him taking care of her, proposes that she become a plural wife of his. And here's my struggle, and I feel like I'm placed into a Sophie's choice. And it's this conundrum. It's that either A, I have to believe in a God who comes into the situation and says, look, here's this father-daughter type of relationship. Here is a man who is caring for another person as her father, and he refers to her as his daughter. And so Heavenly Father is commanding Joseph to take a father-daughter relationship and to change it into a husband-wife relationship. And that's a big struggle for me. I have I can't reconcile a God who works at that level. And then I'm left with a prophet who claims, at least in Lucy's words, that God is commanding him to take her as a plural wife. And that's not the case. So either Joseph, again, I feel like I'm pushed into a black and white choice. And I'm not a black and white thinker. I like complexity. I like nuance. But it feels like I'm being pushed into the choice of accepting that Joseph either lied about how direct the revelation was in terms of it being Lucy, and Joseph himself then wanting to change a father-daughter relationship into a husband-wife relationship, or a Heavenly Father who gets into a father-daughter relationship and wants it to be a husband-wife relationship. And both of those feel inappropriate and unable for me to be okay with, to sit with comfortably. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that one.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there because this was an issue actually back in 2012. There was a columnist named Mike Adams who wrote this big anti-Mormon screed beating up on Mitt Romney. He's a political columnist, and he essentially said Mitt Romney's in a cult and what a terrible person he is. And a bunch of Latter-day Saints wrote to him and said, no, this isn't right, and you need to apologize. And so he wrote this really snarky apology column where he said, and so I've just pulled this up on my blog, and he said, I'm sorry that after her mother died, Joseph Smith approached teenager Lucy Walker with a command that she marry Smith with the threat of eternal damnation as the punishment if she refused. I am sorry that the year before Joseph died, he said the following to Lucy, I will give you until tomorrow to decide, and he puts in parentheses, whether to marry me. If you reject this message, the gate will be closed forever against you. And when I read that back in 2012, that was essentially my first exposure to Lucy Walker. And I thought, okay, so I wrote a reply to Mike Adams where I went through this and I went and researched what was going on with Lucy Walker. And there's a lot going on here that doesn't get mentioned. For instance, Mike Adams would have you believe that he gave her 24 hours after he proposed. And essentially what he did is he introduced the doctrine of plural marriage to her 4 months before this confrontation, and she refused. She said, absolutely not. This is terrible. And Joseph didn't say anything about it for 4 months. And then he came to her 4 months later and says this thing about the gate. And in the context of what he's talking about, he's essentially saying, you have 24 hours. After that, we're not going to get married. It's not going to happen. There isn't a threat that she's going to go to hell. There's the saying that he's essentially saying, fish or cut bait. If you don't want to marry me, let me know within 24 hours. And she refuses him again. And so I went in there, and this is from Lucy Walker. She says he walked after she refuses him. She says he walked across the room, returned, and stood before me with the most beautiful expression of countenance. He said, "God Almighty bless you. You shall have a manifestation of the will of God concerning you, a testimony that you can never deny. I will tell you what it shall be. It shall be that peace and joy that you never knew." And she says, my room became filled with a heavenly influence. To me, it was in comparison like the brilliant sun bursting through the darkest cloud. My soul was filled with a calm, sweet peace that I never knew. Supreme happiness took possession of my whole being, and I received a powerful and irresistible testimony of the truth of the marriage covenant called celestial or plural marriage, which has been like an anchor to the soul through all the trials of life. So if you look at Lucy Walker as the source of her experience, she is painting a very different picture from the experience of Joseph cornering women in his own home and trying to, acting like a sexual predator. I don't see it. I don't know if this was a sexual relationship or not. But I do know that if we look back at the early days of plural marriage, that sealing and the idea of being sealed to the prophet was very important to people, and people long after Joseph Smith's death stood as proxy for Joseph Smith and were sealed. Men stood as proxy for Joseph Smith, and women were sealed to Joseph Smith. That's the case in my own family. My great-great-grandfather, Jedediah M. Grant, stood proxy for Joseph Smith. And his wife was sealed to Joseph Smith, even though they lived and were married. And that's bizarre to us. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But what it illustrates, I think, is that we're applying a presentist understanding to the way sealings were taking place. And I think there's a whole lot more evidence to the idea that Joseph was sealing these women to him, and that it wasn't necessarily transforming the relationship from a father-daughter relationship to a husband-wife relationship, so much as, okay, I'm going to create this eternal family, and I'm going to seal you to me. And now we would say, okay, we'll seal you as a child to a parent. And that process of sealing a child to a parent didn't begin until after Joseph Smith was dead. And so this was the only sealing mechanism that Joseph was familiar with, or that Joseph. And so I don't necessarily believe that he was saying to her, okay, now we're going, I'm going to sneak into your bedroom after I'm done with Emma. What he's saying is essentially, what he's telling her father, what he's telling their family is, we're going to seal you all together as a family. I'm going to seal you all to me. And the way we do that is through plural marriage. But I just think the dynamic there is very different from what you're saying. So, I mean, if you're looking for room to be able to think about this with more complexity, I think there's ample room to do that. I don't think this is a black and white. Joseph is commanding her to suddenly become the kind of wife that Emma is to him. I don't think that was the relationship here.
Let me, and so I understand what you're saying. I understand you're making the argument that, look, this may not have been a sexual relationship at all, although I do think that Brian Hales acknowledges it. And he's the one who's really fighting for some of these relationships that where the critics think there's sex, there's not.
Does Brian Hales say that this was a sexual marriage?
I think he leans towards it being one.
Okay.
And so I want to make space that it still may not be a sexual relationship. But I want to read Lucy Walker's words, and this is tricky because whether we're looking at Brian Hale's stuff, which is multiple documents, or whether we're reading off of a critical site, the trouble is making sure that we have a coherent story. And so I'm going to do my best to try and acknowledge where Lucy herself is speaking and where the author is essentially trying to connect the quotes together with historical context. It says, while living in the Smith home, Lucy remembers, and then this is her quote, in the year 1842, President Joseph Smith sought an interview with me and said, I have a message for you. I have been commanded of God to take another wife, and you are the woman. So there's that making her, imposing to her that she's the one that God has declared is to be the plural wife that Joseph is to take.
This is firsthand from Lucy Walker?
Yes, this is firsthand from Lucy Walker. And I also want to point out, Joseph does this thing where every woman he approaches, he says it in a way as to make her feel like she's the first one that's going to be part of this principle. In other words, I've been commanded to enter plural marriage, and you're the woman. So for that woman, if we just grant, for that woman, she doesn't know any of the other women, most likely. And at least in most of these cases, I think you can say that with absolutism. That these women would have thought they were the very first plural wife outside of Emma. And there's a certain amount of pressure that comes with that. And there's a certain amount of not telling the full story, which I grant Joseph perhaps couldn't do because he has to protect these women and protect himself and protect the church. But at least on the surface, maybe that's the wrong way to say it, at least looking at it from the woman's point of view, she's only being given enough information to feel or think that she's the first plural wife outside of Emma. Let me go back to this. I have been commanded of God to take another wife, and you are the woman. My astonishment knew no bounds. This announcement was indeed a thunderbolt to me. He asked me if I believed him to be a prophet of God. Most assuredly I do, I replied. He fully explained to me the principle of plural or celestial marriage, said this principle was again to be restored. Now again, that quote, and we're getting this from her, and it's secondhand. Maybe this isn't how Joseph said it, but from her, she feels like it's going to be restored now, and she's the first plural wife.
Well, she also says he fully explained to me the principle of plural marriage.
Yeah, but I think that's and again, I'm saying I think, that sounds like that's the theology. And when he says, he fully explained to me the principle of plural marriage, now the principle seems to be the theology or celestial marriage, said this principle was again to be restored. That sounds like future tense, for the benefit of the human family, that it would prove an everlasting blessing to my Father's house. So there's that idea of in the eternities, things are going to be much better.
Right.
What do you have to say? Joseph asked. Nothing, Lucy replied. How could I speak? Or what would I say? Joseph encouraged her to pray, tempted and tortured beyond endurance until life was, this is her quote, tempted and tortured beyond endurance until life was not desirable. Oh, that the grave would kindly receive me, that I might find rest on the bosom of my dear mother. Why should I be chosen from among thy daughters? Father, I am only a child in years and in experience. No mother to counsel, no father near me to tell me what to do. I want to stop here and say, on some level, she's really vulnerable.
Right.
She doesn't have her mom. She doesn't have her dad. She's a 16-year-old girl living in the prophet's home, and she's dependent on the Smith family for her care. Whether Joseph acted unrighteously or not, I just want to state from her point of view, she's extremely vulnerable.
Right.
Why should I be chosen from among thy daughters? Father, I'm only a child in years and experience. No mother to counsel, no father near me to tell me what to do in this trying hour. Oh, let this bitter cup pass. And thus I prayed in the agony of my soul. So that night comes to a close. I have to assume she didn't sleep very much. I assume you would agree with that.
I would agree with that. I'm sure it was terrifying.
Yeah. So she's terrified. She's pleading out to Heavenly Father, and you and I are both saying she probably didn't sleep much that night. So that night comes to an end. This is the author. Joseph told Lucy that the marriage would have to be secret, but that he would acknowledge her as his wife beyond the Rocky Mountains. That's Lucy's words. So in other words, at some future point, I'll acknowledge you as my wife, but I can't do it now. He then gave Lucy an ultimatum, and I agree with you. There's just as much room to see this. What's that?
Is this the gate ultimatum?
Yeah, so I'm
there's 4 months that take place between the first approach and the gate ultimatum.
Okay. And that I'll have to see. I don't know that. I assumed this was a day or two later. And I don't know that it impacts my argument on my end much, but I would love to see the evidence for that. And I'm not disagreeing, and I just don't know. But he then gave Lucy an ultimatum, and I agree with you that ultimatum can be seen as simply your opportunity to enter plural marriage with me is done. But I would also add that there is a lot of theological weight in these promises of eternity, too, that she made to him earlier about her father, that there's also, I think, just as much room to see Lucy, even if Joseph didn't intend it that way, that Lucy feels some salvific pressure on herself, even if Joseph is innocent and not applying it with that motive. So he then gives Lucy the ultimatum, quote, "It is a command of God to you. I will give you until tomorrow to decide this matter. If you reject this message, the gate will be closed forever against you." Lucy says, quote, "This aroused every drop of scotch in my veins. I felt at this moment that I was called to place myself upon the altar, a living sacrifice, perhaps to brook the world in disgrace and to incur the displeasure and contempt of my youthful companions, all my dreams of happiness blown to the four winds. This was too much. The thought was unbearable." And it's at this point she goes back to her private quarters for the night, and I assume you would agree again, the wording of this indicates she didn't sleep much that night either.
Sure.
It says she couldn't, in fact, even tells us she couldn't sleep the entire night just before dawn, and Joseph's deadline, quote, quote, "received a powerful and irresistible testimony of the truth of the marriage covenant called celestial plural marriage, and I afterwards married Joseph as a plural wife and lived and cohabitated with him as such." So that sounds like in 1800s terms, she's acknowledging a sexual component. And I want to say, you're right. She has a spiritual experience. I think a lot of people throughout history have, with religious systems, manipulated people when they don't have enough sleep into having spiritual experiences. And so I'm not going to take it off the table and say, I deny Lucy's experience, it's not real. But I'm also hopeful that you will also concede that going without sleep through an entire night, with the pressure that Lucy Walker felt and what her expectations are of what an answer looks like, that it's also reasonable to say that she likely could have felt things that night that were in her brain, and not necessarily a spiritual experience.
Well, I don't think there's any way to scientifically confirm a spiritual experience. I'm absolutely happy to concede the fact that spiritual experiences are entirely subjective, and they're very frustrating, I think, for any outsider to come in and assess, and to be able to. There's no possible way that anybody can point to anybody and say they've had a legitimate spiritual experience. The only way to know about a spiritual experience is to have a spiritual experience yourself. So, yes, I fully concede that. I fully concede she felt she was under a great deal of stress and a great deal of pressure, that this was a very, very difficult situation for her. I absolutely concede that. I can't possibly imagine how difficult this was for her and for other plural wives and for anybody involved in this practice. Brigham Young used to describe that when he first was told about it, it was the first time he envied the dead. That plural marriage, I think, was a massive trial for just about everyone involved. I have no idea how to be able to judge or measure how Joseph was feeling at this time. I mean, we look at that and say Joseph is the one applying the pressure, and so we shouldn't have, any kind of consideration for stress that he may feel about this. But I think when you read Joseph's talking about plural marriage, that this was not something that he was eager to jump into. And he talks about the angel with the drawn sword because he was reluctant to enter into it. I think Joseph felt like he was under a great deal of stress and pressure, which may have been one of the reasons why he didn't handle this very well. But the thing that would argue, I think, for me, that Lucy Walker's spiritual experience was indeed genuine is that for the rest of her life, she was an ardent proponent of plural marriage and an absolute defender of its divine origins. And so the fact that if this was just some kind of psychological break that happened as the result of all the pressure that had been piled on her, I don't think that's something that would have been the foundation for the kind of faith that Lucy Walker demonstrated for the rest of her life.
So I want to push back there, which is that down here in southern Utah, I live really close to the Warren Jeffs group, right?
Right.
And there are women in that group who have had spiritual experiences. There are women in that group who and you and I think would both agree, Warren Jeffs is an evil man.
Yes.
And there are women in that group who have had spiritual experiences and to this day, after all that has occurred, still are avid proponents of plural marriage because of their spiritual experience.
Well, the thing about a spiritual experience that's so frustrating to outsiders is that there's no way to debunk them. And there's no way to be able to point at them and say, your spiritual experience is not valid, whereas this spiritual experience or my spiritual experience or someone else's spiritual experience is valid. There's no way to do that. I would say if you look at the way the FLDS Church practices plural marriage and the kind of oppression that you see, Warren Jeffs is in prison for child rape, and I remember talking to my father about my grandmother, who was the daughter of a plural marriage, and saying, where does the FLDS stuff with these homespun dresses and you're not able to cut your hair and the kind of bizarre appearances that plural wives have to take on, where does that come from? And I said, was that the case with my great-grandmother? And he said, absolutely not. These were actually the plural wives in Utah. Utah was one of the first states to grant suffrage. These were women that were very independent in ways that no other women of the time were. And he said one of the things that we don't realize, for instance, is that plural husbands, well, I'm not plural, but polygamous men were very often treated as sort of strangers in their own home because they would go from home to home and none of the homes was the one place where they were. And the women were in charge of those households and the men were almost interlopers because they were visitors. They were not constant residents of these households. And she said, I mean, the independence of women in Utah prior to the manifesto was in stark contrast to the kind of oppression that you see now in the FLDS community. The women in the FLDS community are property. They can be traded back and forth between husbands. It's a very different dynamic. And those kinds of plural marriages have been in existence far longer outside of the boundaries of the current LDS Church than they were as part of the LDS Church. So almost all of the accoutrements and all of the things that are added on to the plural marriage experience in the FLDS Church are unique to the FLDS church. That is not the way plural marriage was practiced back when it was within the mainstream church.
Right, but here's my pushback, and I feel like we went down into the weeds.
Okay.
You said the reason I place such faith in the Lucy Walker's spiritual experience is that she was a supporter of polygamy for the rest of her life, an ardent supporter.
Right.
And I'm simply saying that in a much more unhealthy paradigm, where if you want to see the atrocities, they are right in front of your face.
Right.
There are women in the FLDS group who have had spiritual experiences who are still ardent supporters of polygamy despite how deeply unhealthy Warren Jeffs and that system is.
That's a fair point.
Okay. And I don't think it's an important thing to the entire argument. I just think it's important to say, like, simply because someone has a spiritual experience and they support the thing they had a spiritual experience about, really in the scheme of the world when we look around, isn't, I don't mean to take it away from you, but it's really not a confident thing to place faith in as the reason. Does that make sense? And I'm not saying you don't have other reasons and that they're not valid, only that I can't let you throw that reason out because it seems so demonstrably false when you compare it to other groups like the FLDS.
Well, but on the flip side of that is that nobody is capable of dissecting someone else's spiritual experience.
No, but if the LDS Church is true, then the FLDS's spiritual experiences about keeping polygamy going are not true. Right? We are imposed into a binary choice that either LDS Mormonism is true. Let me put it a different way. If LDS Mormonism is true, then the FLDS system is not true.
Correct. And I would agree with that. I mean, I would say, okay, so if I were to have to argue this in a court of law, I would say that the amount of oppression that is heaped upon women in the FLDS church vastly exceeds any oppression that took place in the early days of plural marriage of the LDS church. And that kind of oppression and that kind of manipulation and the treatment of women as property has made it impossible for the women within that system to be able to have the kind of spiritual experiences that I would consider valid, and that they are misinterpreting that. Now, there's no way I could prove that in a court of law. There's no way, because spiritual experiences are subjective. And I'm sure that if I were to get an FLDS woman on the stand, she would push back as hard as she possibly could and tell me I was going to hell, and absolutely she's had a spiritual experience that Warren Jeffs is a prophet and that her plural marriage is valid and all of that kind of thing. So, I fully concede that there is no objective way to dissect a subjective spiritual experience, and that I have no proof of any of that there's no way I can prove that an FLDS spiritual experience is invalid and an LDS spiritual experience is valid. You make an excellent point. That's absolutely right. However, that's exactly what I believe. I believe that the FLDS system is a gross distortion of what plural marriage was in the early days of the church, and I believe there are abuses and manipulation and oppression there that have damaged generations of women in ways that I think are almost unforgivable.
Right, which I understand what you're saying, which is that the atrocities are so egregious in that community that the women are under such pressure to both have spiritual experiences as well as to defend them and to believe in them wholeheartedly the rest of their lives. Right. I agree with you.
And so you're equating that with Lucy Walker and saying I'm being a hypocrite by saying that Lucy Walker's faithfulness, and I think that's actually a fair point. But I would push back and say that I don't think that the two experiences between frontier women in the early days of plural marriage in the LDS church are are equivalent to what's happening now in the FLDS Church.
So I agree with you. The point I was actually going to make, which is that the FLDS isn't the only group down here. Another group is called Centennial Park. And in Centennial Park, I've eaten dinner with Arthur Hammond and his family. He's one of the top leaders in Centennial Park. And I had an expectation in my head when I went to eat dinner with this family. And my expectation was that I would see a ton of patriarchy and I would see women who were deeply oppressed. And that's not what I found. What I found was that the women in this house, the daughters, were smart, they were educated, they spoke freely, they spoke intelligently, they spoke articulately. It was obvious that these women had a lot of space to be individual and to also have some control over how their lives went.
Well, that's very encouraging.
Yeah. But these women also have spiritual experiences about polygamy and defend those spiritual experiences throughout their life. So I agree with you. Warren Jeffs in the FLDS group is a whole nother level of manipulation. But on the other hand, you also have this much softer group of Centennial Park, which I think actually would deeply resemble how us as Latter-day Saints practice polygamy early on.
Right.
And maybe even softer. And with that said, these women also have spiritual experiences, which again, if LDS Mormonism is true, Centennial Park Mormonism is not. Those spiritual experiences are not real. And so all I'm trying to make the argument is that Lucy Walker is extremely vulnerable.
Right.
She is in one of the most vulnerable positions a person could be in. Your dad is 1,000 miles away. Your mom has just died recently. The Smith family, with Joseph being a prophet, have taken you into their home. They promise to take care of you as their children. And now you've got the prophet of the restoration of the true and living church on earth telling you that he's going to restore polygamy, future tense, and that you're to be the wife, the plural wife. I just want to acknowledge the amount, first, you and I would say in 2019, we would recognize it would be unethical to approach a person in that situation with anything of that kind of sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Oh, I think...
and it's presentism, I agree.
Well, I mean, 2019, the idea of approaching anybody for any kind of plural marriage, particularly within the church, I think I could think of no faster way to get booted out of the church than becoming a polygamist.
Sure, but I'm talking ethics and morals in a young person in this situation who's this vulnerable. Forget plural marriage. It would be inappropriate to come to a person that vulnerable with any kind of serious life decision and put pressure on them that in 24 hours the gate is closed against them for that opportunity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Take plural marriage off the table. It would be unethical in 2019. And again, this is presentism, but it would be unethical in 2019 to go to a 16-year-old girl who's just lost her mother, whose father's 1,000 miles away, and give her 24 hours to make any life decision.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. And that's my only point. That's all of that just to come back to the fact that now understanding human nature and where people can make responsible choices and when they can't. And again, we're more informed and educated, but we're also talking about Heavenly Father, who is all-knowing, and Heavenly Father being all-knowing, in my point of view, would recognize that it's deeply inappropriate to approach Lucy Walker in this state.
Oh, well, okay, the issue of Heavenly Father, and I think we're going to get into this, I don't know if we're going to get into this today if we have time, but the whole idea of the prophetic mantle, and the idea of what kind of mistakes prophets are allowed to make and how much error Heavenly Father allows. I want to discuss that at length, and maybe this isn't the appropriate vehicle to do that.
Yeah, I promise you we will cover the prophetic mantle and probably spend a significant amount of time on it.
Right, because I think one of the biggest mistakes we make as a church today is in our hero worship of our prophets, our belief somehow that prophets are better people than we are, Prophets are incapable of making significant errors. I mean, we never talk about. We always sort of reflexively say, "Oh yeah, we know prophets are fallible. We know prophets are people." But when you push people, when you talk about that, you get down to the idea that, well, they're fallible to a certain degree. But beyond a certain degree, Heavenly Father does not allow them to make mistakes. I don't believe that. I believe Heavenly Father allows prophets to make big, monstrous mistakes, the same way he allows me to make big, monstrous mistakes. And so my sense of this, my sense of plural marriage, is that Joseph was given a command and was flailing in the dark to some degree as to how to be able to do it, which led him to do things that were big mistakes. I think that, everything you're outlining on this, the idea that Heavenly Father would step in and prevent Joseph from making mistakes with regard to plural marriage would, I think, fly in the face of the way he doesn't prevent prophets from making mistakes about anything. That he expects us, the whole purpose of mortality and the purpose of the church is to teach us to be able to learn from our mistakes. And the church, as a true and a living church, like all living things, has to learn and grow from those mistakes. So putting all of the pressure or all of the mistakes that Joseph makes in plural marriage and laying those directly at Heavenly Father's feet and saying, this is all your fault, I think flies in the face of how mortality is supposed to work.
Okay, so then let me maybe rephrase the argument you're making, and then we'll move away from Lucy Walker. I think Lucy Walker could be a 2-hour podcast on its own.
Sure.
Heavenly Father commands Joseph to practice polygamy. Joseph is scared to death about getting caught publicly because, one, it's illegal, and to some extent it's frowned upon. It's going to give his critics fodder for coming after him. Emma is on the fence back and forth, and so he doesn't want to hurt her. But he also knows he has to do this. So Joseph, again, you're agreeing, Heavenly Father is all-knowing. It seems irrational that Heavenly Father would command Joseph to go approach this young girl in this particular vulnerable moment in this deeply unhealthy way. So maybe Joseph on his own looks for those who are most prone to agree and to keep it secret. So on some level, not that he is intentionally going like, oh, Lucy's going to be easy to manipulate, I'm going to manipulate her, this will be the easiest target for me. I'm not saying that, but that in some sense he realizes that she is more vulnerable than others, and hence he words it to her as if Heavenly Father is the one commanding it to be her, but it's Joseph Smith who's actually choosing her, and that he does choose her in what you and I in 2019 would say is a deeply unhealthy moment to put that kind of pressure on somebody in a major life decision.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would. The only place I'd push back, and I don't know how hard I'd push back, but Joseph's wording, "Thou art the woman," I don't think that's necessarily. I don't see compelling evidence that Joseph is receiving revelations with regard to specific names of women he's supposed to take as plural wives.
Right, but that she would have.
I do see evidence that you can interpret the language there, that a woman would interpret that language as saying, "Oh, well, Heavenly Father wants you to marry me, and he singled me out." But I think that's a choice from Joseph. I don't think that comes from a specific revelation. I think the revelations that we see with regard to plural marriage are, you need to practice plural marriage. And so the timeline seems to be, okay, gets Revelation 18:31, you need to practice plural marriage. He waits for 5 years and is feeling this pressure, I need to practice plural marriage. And so well, how am I going to do this? Well, here's this girl that works in my house. I mean, to me, that's a terrible decision. It's just a girl who works in your house. That's going to be a huge problem. That's going to be a mess. You ought to go and approach somebody outside of your house, somebody older perhaps. I mean, if I were the one telling Joseph how to practice plural marriage, I would advise him against doing this.
Yeah, everything.
But nobody is advising him to do anything.
Everything about
and he's playing around, and he makes mistakes. That's the way I see it.
Everything about the Lucy Walker situation points to this is unethical. And I know that's a 2019 view, but again, I'm not trying to argue against that. I would have to agree with it. Right.
I would say it's Joseph making a mistake, doing something wrong. I don't think it's Joseph trying to be predatory. I think it's Joseph flailing in the dark, doesn't know how to do this, doesn't know how, and so in a moment of weakness, he thinks, well, here's somebody who'll say yes. Right. And if you or I were standing next to him, we'd say, well, her mother just died, her father's gone. Could you please, maybe this isn't a good idea, Joseph. I think, yes, absolutely. That counsel, it would have been nice if there were somebody whispering in his ear saying, don't do that. But I think Joseph was adrift to some degree in that he just had no idea what he was doing. Yeah, and me granting a little bit of space back would be that, again, this is 42, I think. And so in 1842, the whole idea of having conversations about healthy space and boundaries and all of that is something that is yet to be professionalized. Right. So I'm granting, like, it may not have been an intentional thing on Joseph's part. I'm only pointing to the worst person in the worst moment for Joseph to pick was Lucy Walker. Being in the home, referred to as his own daughter, dad's on a mission, mom has just died, 24 hours to think about it, the gate is closed against you, whatever that means. I'm here to restore plural marriage. He first introduces the doctrine 4 months before he gives her 24 hours. Sure. I'm looking. I also go to Brian Hales here. They were married in May of 1843, and she was first told about plural marriage in 1842. So there is space here. There's a little more space here than the 24-hour overnight ultimatum. She had time to. And maybe it's not a good thing. She had much more time to agonize over it than I think that a lot of critics are granting. Right, but she's given the 24 hours, when she's given, you have one more night, otherwise the gate is closed against you. She then at that point has one more night. Right. Okay. I'm simply pointing at, again, to make this issue work in this Lucy Walker story. You simply can't have Heavenly Father commanding Joseph to approach Lucy Walker. That makes Heavenly Father something I can't believe in. Like Heavenly Father becomes something bad. If I allow Heavenly Father to say, like, Joseph, go approach that girl over there you're taking care of as your daughter in your home, whose father you sent on a mission, whose mom has just died, and give her 24 hours to figure this out. Like, I can't do that, and it seems like you can't do that either. So, I'm not doing that. Right. I'm saying Heavenly Father gave Joseph a great deal of latitude, which Joseph misused on some occasions, including this. Perfect. And I want, again, the listener to get, you and I are in agreement, Heavenly Father had nothing to do with selecting Lucy Walker. Joseph does that on his own, and all fingers point to that being the worst person to pick if you want this to be portrayed as a healthy practice. Let's move on to the Partridge Sisters. You mentioned them. And again, I think Lucy too, not known to Emma, and we find that with the Partridge Sisters as well. The Partridge Sisters, again, in the Smith home, a little older this time, I think 18 and 22 or 19 and 22.
So at least by even 2019 standards, they are adults, although very young adults.
Well, and I want to make the point too. And I think there have been a lot of defenders of Joseph who've tried to argue that 14-year-old marriages were just ridiculously commonplace, and that was no big deal that he was marrying young girls. And that's not the case. A 14-year-old, Helen Mar Kimball being the 14-year-old, I think the evidence points to that being a dynastic sealing and not an actual marriage, and there wasn't a sexual component to it. But if we don't want to be presentist, I think it's helpful to go back and look at the criticisms that were leveled against Joseph Smith and leveled against the Mormons at the time when they were engaged in polygamy. And the idea that they were marrying underage girls was not one of them. Joseph was not criticized by contemporaries for marrying women who were too young to get married. Maybe that they didn't know how many young girls Joseph was marrying, but I think it likely that a 16, a 17-year-old, that's not particularly unusual for somebody that age to get married. Certainly 19 and 22, by the time you're 22, that's not at all unusual. And I think that also weighs into polyandry, which I'm assuming we're going to discuss as we get in here, is that the charge of polyandry was not leveled against Joseph Smith during his lifetime or even after his lifetime, which suggests that the relationships in what we would call polyandry were not sexual relationships, because if they were, they would have generated a great deal of scandal. And the accusations of polyandry come long, long after the fact from, I think, presentist people who go back and look at this and say, all right, you're practicing this practice that is abhorrent, and it would have been abhorrent to them if they were practicing it in the way that they are accused of practicing it in 2019. So the whole idea of underage girls and all of that kind of thing, I think we're looking at that largely through a presentist lens, because that wasn't an accusation that was made against Joseph at the time.
Right, and I want to just repeat something you said, because I think this is an important point too, which is that you and I are in agreement that while some apologists want to argue that 14-year-olds getting married was normal, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
And even in the occasions when that happened, and we can look at the data, there's marriage data actually from this time period, and we can see that women on average were marrying about a year and a half earlier than what they do today. Maybe as much as 2.5 years.
Oh, it's got to be more than that, because today women are getting married in their mid to late 20s now.
Yeah, I'm going off of whatever the most recent data I saw. I think was the average age was 22 to 23, and the average age back then was like 19 and a half.
I don't believe the average age today is 22, 23. I'd have to look that up. I think it's
and I don't know.
Later
and
but anyway.
The surveys I saw may have been ended in 2013 or something.
I'm going to Google while we talk here. Good time.
Yeah, sure. And regardless, the average age of marriage in the 1800s, mid-1800s, I think is around 19 and a half. And simply, I think you and I are in agreement. Again, 14-year-old brides would have been abnormal. And even when it happened, it would have been a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old, a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old, or a 14-year-old and a 22-year-old. It wouldn't have been a 14-year-old and a 40-year-old.
No, absolutely.
Right.
Just pulling up, Women's Health magazine says the average age of first marriage for women in 2017 was 27.4 years.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is late. So the idea that to defend polygamy hey, these young marriages, it's way normal back then. That's not true. So you and I are in agreement on that.
We are in agreement on that.
Yeah, and when there was a young marriage, it would have been also the male spouse would have also been relatively young, and everybody in the town, on the rare occasion that a 40-year-old man was marrying a 14-year-old girl, everyone in the town would have had an eyebrow raised.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. The Partridge Sisters. The two Partridge sisters, again, they're in the home of Joseph Smith. They're, I think, 19 and 22, 18 and 22. Again, age I don't think is a big concern for me. I I do think that a 40-year-old and an 18-year-old, a 40-year-old, a 22-year-old is on the extreme 1% end of the spectrum and would have raised eyebrows, but at least they're adults, and so I'm not going to make the argument about them being young and naive and all that. What I would say, though, is that the two of them are approached by Joseph Smith separately. I think we have enough data here to say that there is some sexuality to this. There's accounts of from one of the Partridge sisters that Joseph was in the room with her all night. These two sisters are sealed to Joseph Smith or married to Joseph Smith, and I don't need to debate that. I'll concede sealing if we need to, but it's separate from each other. They don't know about the other one. At least that's where the data points. And Emma obviously didn't know about either of them because, as you point out, Joseph
remarries them again.
Yeah, he finally gets the approval of Emma. Emma says, okay, you can do celestial marriage, and let's pick these Partridge sisters since they're in the home, and I can keep kind of an eye on them. And so Joseph does this mock marriage. Emma thinks it's the first marriage. The Partridge sisters both know it's the second. And I just want to put the question to you, by your own standard of how you live in your relationship with your wife.
Right.
Are you willing to deem that lacked fidelity?
Well, I'm willing to deem that it's inappropriate and messy. When you start saying lacked fidelity, I feel like what you're trying to say is that was adultery. And I'm not willing to go that far because I think Joseph was trying very hard to sort of live by the rules that he had set with regard to what was a marriage and what was not a marriage. And you look at section 132 and it talks about the law of Sarah, and if the first wife refuses to accept the principle, she's going to be destroyed. And so Joseph felt entirely justified that if Emma had rejected plural marriage, that he felt like it's still his responsibility to enter into plural marriage. So when you say, if I were to do that, if I were to go and marry other women without telling my wife, I think absolutely that would lack fidelity and that would be adultery. I think Joseph, in terms of how he had set up what plural marriage was supposed to be, was doing everything he possibly could to abide by the rules that he had set. And in Joseph's mind, he did not believe that lacked fidelity. But I look at that and say, Joseph, this is nuts. This is a mess. So, I mean, I would be very judgmental, yes. But I'm not willing to cross the line and say this was adultery, because I think Joseph was doing what he could to abide with the principles of plural marriage as he understood them. And I think he's going to be held accountable as to whether or not he crossed any kind of line. But I want to come up to that line and say I'm not willing to make that final judgment. I am willing to, say that if I were to do that, that I would be committing adultery.
Yeah, and I want you to know the adultery thing. I'm not. I'm not. So let me put it this way. Do I think, so I'm as somebody who no longer believes in the church, do I think Joseph committed adultery? Absolutely. In this conversation with you, I don't want to go there on this particular experience because that's not what I'm talking about. So let's set adultery off to the side. Let's assume you and I are going to safely assume for this conversation that Heavenly Father commanded Joseph to practice polygamy, and that it falls into the paradigm that you have made space for Joseph. So I'm not debating whether Joseph committed adultery or not. What I'm debating is whether, even if God commanded it, between Joseph and Emma, was Joseph's exercising polygamy the way he did with the Partridge sisters and others, but we're specifically talking about them, did his interaction with Emma in that experience lack integrity and lack fidelity, and specifically fidelity? And I feel like there's no way around it. I feel like if God commanded you, Jim Bennett, to practice polygamy, and you went and picked a woman somewhere, and didn't tell your wife, and then 6 months later your wife gave you permission and you had a second mock marriage that you intended to deceive your wife into thinking was the first one, I think we would all like come down and say like, dude, that lacked some fidelity. That lacked integrity.
I don't think there's any way around that. I think you're right.
Yeah, right. So even if God's commanding polygamy, I think the listener has to come to grips. And I think you're acknowledging this. I think there's a game here, and I don't mean this as any offense because I played this game for years, which is only to give as much ground as you have to. But I think even if we grant Heavenly Father commanded polygamy, once we walk the logic out, we get painted into a corner where we simply have to say, look, Joseph lacked fidelity with Emma in how he practiced polygamy. He looked to deceive her. He was dishonest. And that means that entire situation lacked integrity. Now, I'm not saying that you have to walk away and say, like, the church isn't true, and, that means the church isn't what it claimed to be, and I'm gone. But I think it forces all of us to say, like, oh, if I'm going to live with the church being true, I'm going to have to really come to grips with just how fallible, how deceptive, how much of a lack of integrity my founder had as he put these principles and practices into motion. And that's all I'm trying to get to.
Well, so I don't think that's what the game is. I mean, I'm willing to acknowledge that there's kind of a game here, but because I want to concede 100% that leaders of the church, including Joseph Smith, are as fallible as you and I are, and can make as many mistakes as you and I are, and
maybe more.
Well, sure. Well, no. I'm capable of making all kinds of mistakes. I'm capable of doing all kinds of terrible things. Thankfully, I haven't done a lot of terrible things, at least not beyond the bounds of, whatever it was Joseph Smith said. No one should think me guilty of any whatever sins. But the game here, or the principle here, I think is, okay, I try to imagine what would happen if I were placed in Joseph Smith's position. And this is what I imagine Joseph Smith's position to be. Joseph Smith's position is, you are commanded to restore the ancient practice of plural marriage that was practiced by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all of these people, and go do it. And here are the rules, and here are the boundaries. And then Joseph is left, okay, well, how do I do this? What do I do? And he's just given these instructions that you find in D&C 132, and it's up to him to figure out how to do it. And so when you say, okay, this lacked fidelity, this lacked integrity, it did not lack fidelity or integrity to D&C 132. That is to say, I think Joseph looked at this and said, this is within the bounds of what I am allowed to do. If my wife refuses to let me have a plural wife, I am allowed to have plural wives without telling her. And so he is trying to balance, I think, he's trying to walk a line that's impossible to walk. He's trying to walk a line between maintaining fidelity to Emma and maintaining fidelity to D&C 132, or to the revelation that he's had to what he does. And so he sacrifices his fidelity to Emma in order to keep fidelity with God. I think you can certainly push back and say, well, that's nonsense, and God would never command that. And that's a separate discussion to some degree. But when you keep saying this lacks fidelity, I would agree that it lacks fidelity to Emma. And I think it was because he was trying to keep fidelity with God. And I think in that process, he made big, messy mistakes, that he wasn't doing this well. And I wonder, were I thrust in that situation, would I do any better? I'm not convinced that I would. If I were to go out and find a plural wife now, I wouldn't be trying to keep fidelity with God, because I'm under no illusion or under no idea that God is commanding me to take a plural wife. I think that you look at the life of Joseph Smith, and I think it's very hard to argue that he didn't believe that he was called of God to do these things. I think the way he practiced plural marriage, it seems very clear to me that whether or not God commanded him to do it, Joseph believed God had commanded him to do it. And the way Joseph practiced plural marriage was much more as a religious principle and as something that he thought was a high-minded way of sealing and binding families together. And the way we talk about sealing in the church now, and we talk about families can be together forever, in Joseph's mind, that was inextricably linked with polygamy, with plural marriage, that there wasn't any kind of sealing that existed outside of plural marriages. And so I look at that and say, I don't want to play any kind of game and try to pretend that Joseph was being more honest with Emma than he was being. It's very clear, particularly with the Partridge sisters, that Joseph had not told her about it, and Joseph is trying to deceive her into thinking that the sham marriage the second time is the first marriage. I don't see any logical way to say to try to say that that isn't exactly what it seems to be. What I'm trying to say is that in Joseph's mind, I'm trying to judge Joseph according to how Joseph thought of himself. And I fully believe Joseph believed that plural marriage was an essential doctrine that he was commanded to practice. And so I think he was trying very hard to keep fidelity with God, and in doing so, in instances, and we don't know how many, but here's one where it's very clear, in several instances, he broke fidelity with Emma to do that.
Okay. And then I would only want to finish by saying I'm not arguing that God placed Joseph in a lose-lose situation. Maybe if you and I and other smart minds sat around and tried to figure out what Joseph could have done and how he could have done it with still maintaining integrity with his wife and fidelity with his wife, maybe there's a way he could have done it. But at least in this scenario, to hold out a faithful position, I think you'd almost have to agree that Joseph felt like God had placed him in a lose-lose situation.
Oh, sure. I think members of the church, I would agree with you that members of the church have to come to terms with the fact that prophets are capable of lying, that prophets are capable of sinning, and that prophets make mistakes and make the same mistakes that you and I make. And that's why I keep saying, I keep trying to say, I'm trying to put myself in the position of Joseph. I think faithful members of the church will often look at Joseph and assume that he is on some kind of spiritual plane so high above where we would be that we just can't. I don't know if I mentioned this in a previous conversation, but I had that conversation in a gospel doctrine class. We were talking about the priesthood revelation, and somebody brought up the idea that it was a mistake, and a leader in our ward said, "Oh, you have to realize that the prophets and apostles are living on a spiritual plane that we can almost not comprehend, that they're so far above us in how they're." And I raised my hand and I said, I think there are 15 people in this room, male and female, who are as righteous as the prophets and apostles. I don't think the prophets and apostles are different than we are. I don't think they're better than we are necessarily. I think they are given callings and responsibilities that we are called upon to sustain and recognize. But I fully believe that if we had to staff the Quorum of the 12 and the first presidency for members of my ward, that there are plenty of righteous people in my ward and in your ward and anybody's ward to be able to do that. So I don't think Joseph was this remarkably different person from the kind of people that we are. And so I look at how I would manage plural marriage. I look at the tensions in my marriage throughout my 25 years of marriage and things that I have done and ways I have conducted myself. I mean, I haven't been unfaithful to my wife, but I have been in situations where I haven't wanted to tell her things, and I haven't all that kind of stuff. And I fully understand that if I were trying to keep this kind of a secret from her, I've never tried to keep a secret this massive from her, that I'm married to other women. But I am absolutely sure that if I were trying to do this and felt like I was commanded by God to do this, that I would botch it far worse than Joseph did. So I'm willing to give Joseph a little more space, because I know that if I were put in that situation, that I would really make a mess of it.
Yeah, and I want to grant, because I think being vulnerable there, I want to acknowledge, like, I think we all do that. I think we all have little moments where, say I'm walking through Walmart and some attractive lady smiles at me and I smile back, right? So I don't go home and tell my wife, hey, the hot girl just smiled. Like, on some level, we're all doing some of that kind of thing, right? Right. So I want to at least say that. Now, I want to ask you a question, and I'm hoping, and what I mean by the game, and I don't mean this is like cat and mouse or anything. What I mean by this is that we have a tribal identity,
right,
and we have an individual identity,
right.
And our tribal identity calls us to be loyal and to fit in and to belong. And in supporting that tribal identity, we never want our tribe to look bad. And so we always try to only give the ground we're required to give, and to protect as much as possible the image and integrity of our tribe. But as individuals, we often believe and think things very different than the tribe does collectively. And sometimes in a system, we're hesitant to go there and to acknowledge, like, oh, here's what my tribe collectively thinks, but man, I flat out disagree. Here's where they're off. And I want to grant, like, you've done that a bunch, I think, in these conversations, to say, like, look, the average Mormon's going to say this, but that's not the ground I hold. Here's where I'm at. And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping you can do that here. And whatever answer you give, I'm going to trust that that's the honest answer. And by honest, I mean your individual answer, not your tribal answer.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Right? Because I think both are honest. I don't mean like you're lying. It's only that sometimes we word things as part of a tribe that's different than if we said, like, if you just ask me, here's what I think. Because I think it's not fair for people to point at other humans and say you're only holding one answer inside your brain. I think we're complex, and I hold. If you said, like, is there a God? I've got 10 answers in my brain that all have validity in terms of whether I believe them, right? Like, on the amount of degree I believe those. And so I couch this question in that, and I'm hoping for your individual answer. If you had a 15-year-old daughter, Jim, would you, and Joseph Smith,
I have 15-year-old daughters. They're a little older now. But.
Okay. So if Joseph Smith approached your 15-year-old daughters and said, I'd like you guys to work in my home, and your daughters came home and told you that, knowing what you know now, would you let your 15-year-olds work in the Smith home?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think most of us, as people who dive into the data, when I've asked apologists this, they refuse to answer. And that bothers the heck out of me. Oh. Because a refusing to answer tells me the answer, but it just says you don't want to be on the record saying it.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't want my 15-year-old daughter anywhere near that, and I wouldn't want my 15-year-old daughter anywhere near polygamy. I mean, I look at polygamy and I look at plural marriage, and I am so grateful that I didn't have to go through any kind of wrestle with the spirit to try to figure out whether or not I ought to practice it. So I'm removed enough by time and history to say I don't have to enter into plural marriage. I don't have to be a polygamist. So no, I mean, to maybe help the apologists who refuse to answer that question. I think I probably, if I were back then and Joseph were to approach me, I think I would wrestle. I mean, I would take time to wrestle with it. But at the same time, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't want my children anywhere near that.
And at least part of the reason, I'm assuming, is that you know inside your head, like, ooh, there's a chance that Joseph would act without a level, like, let me put it this way. There's a lot of reasons why I might not let my daughter work in the home. One is that all of it's from God and Joseph's directed by God, but I just don't want my kid involved in that, even if God's the one directing it.
And that's
Right.
exactly where I am. I mean,
Yeah.
even if Joseph were to behave entirely appropriately, I don't want my children anywhere near polygamy if they don't have to be.
Is there a part of you, is there a part of you that worries that, like, I'm risking something icky knowing that the history is messy?
I don't understand the question.
Is there a part of your apprehension that has to do with the fact that you understand this historical context is complex, and there is at least the smallest of chances
I think there is
that Joseph is acting inappropriately?
I think there is a huge chance that history and polygamy is messy. I don't think there's any way to deny that history and polygamy is messy.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
When you say that Joseph is acting inappropriately,
is there a little bit of fear on your part that Joseph would act inappropriate with your 15-year-old daughter that at least makes up, I don't want to say significant, but a portion?
well, that's almost two different questions, I think, because for Joseph to marry my 15-year-old daughter is by definition in 2019 acting inappropriately. So that's the entire reason I wouldn't want my daughter to go work in the Smith household, is because by my standards, what Joseph would do, even if he's commanded by God or anything else, by my standards, by the way I've raised my children, and by the way I understand how marriage is supposed to work, that's inappropriate for a married man to approach a 15-year-old daughter and ask her to marry him. So I concede that 100%. What I'm trying to say, though, is I'm trying to grant enough space to say Joseph thought he was acting according to the will of God. The women that he approached and that he talk about their spiritual experiences that insist that it was from God. And so I don't want to take my unease and my sense that that's icky and place it on them and say, you need to have said that this is icky, or your experience is not legitimate, or this is all this kind of stuff. So I mean, the way you've worded that question makes it kind of difficult for me to say both of those things, because I don't want to give anybody any impression that, oh yeah, the idea that a prophet wants to marry my 15-year-old daughter and I'm going to be okay with that. Oh yeah, bring it on. That's wonderful. I don't feel that way. That makes me deeply uneasy. I think it's extraordinarily icky. I think it's extraordinarily messy. And I think you look back at the history of polygamy and you can find all kinds of things, I think, that are extraordinarily icky and messy. I don't think it helps anybody to try to pretend that that's not the case. I think even if you were to talk to Joseph Smith, he would be the first to admit to you, this is a mess. I don't know how to do this. And so I'm willing to grant you 100% of all of that. What I'm not willing to do is say that means that Joseph and plural marriage and all of that was entirely not of God, because I can't get there, because all of the doctrines of sealing and all of the things that we hold dear as Latter-day Saints in 2019, a great deal of them have to do with Section 132 and with the practice of plural marriage. And so even though we no longer practice plural marriage, all of those doctrines and all of those sealing doctrines are very precious to me and precious to the church. And so I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, even though I can recognize that the bathwater is pretty dirty.
Yeah. I want to move on because I want to make sure we finish polygamy at least so we can get into a new subject next time we talk. But I'm simply saying, like, towards the end of my belief, like when I was getting towards the end and I was starting to say, like, oh, wait a minute, maybe this isn't true. It was a question that I asked myself: would I allow a 15-year-old daughter to work in the Smith home? And I said no. And then the next question is why? Why would I say that? What's my reasoning? And to a large extent, my reasoning was that I had doubts about Joseph Smith's character, and part of me as a parent would be scared to death, knowing the history, knowing its messiness, that there's a risk here that Joseph Smith's character is not is not sufficient enough for me to trust my daughter in his home. And I was simply trying to get at whether you would acknowledge, and I'm not saying like it's there and you're not acknowledging it. I'm trusting that you're being honest, but that on some level there's at least a piece of you. I'm asking if there was a piece of you that says, yeah, I'm 90% sure this is all good, but yeah, there's 10% of me that is worried about the character of Joseph Smith, that I wouldn't trust my daughter in his home.
Well, the thing that we have that Lucy Walker's father didn't have, and that anybody else that entrusted their children to work in the Smith home didn't have, is we have 150 years of hindsight, and we have the record. What they had was a testimony of the prophet Joseph Smith, rooted largely, I think, in the Book of Mormon. And I have that too. I mean, whenever I look at Joseph Smith, and whenever I look at any kind of imperfections and any kind of mistakes that Joseph Smith made, I keep coming back to the Book of Mormon, which to me is the tangible miracle at the center of my faith. Saying Joseph Smith was a sexual predator doesn't explain where the Book of Mormon came from. And it doesn't explain how the Book of Mormon is an access point to the divine for not just me, but for millions of members of the church. And so the reason why I think apologists aren't willing to just say, oh no, we wouldn't send him to work with a sexual predator, is that there is a testimony of Joseph Smith that exists independent of plural marriage, or that came before any understanding of plural marriage. And so it's impossible, I think, for faithful Latter-day Saints who have a strong testimony rooted in the Book of Mormon to look at plural marriage in a vacuum. I mean, if I were to look at plural marriage, and I said this about the Book of Abraham, if the Book of Abraham came forward in a vacuum, I would reject it probably, because I don't have any evidence that he can receive this sort of catalyst of a revelation to get some kind of ancient text, whereas I have the Book of Mormon as evidence that this is something that this prophet is capable of doing. And so I'm willing to give Joseph the benefit of doubts that I wouldn't be willing to give him if the Book of Mormon didn't exist. And so the people who entrusted their daughters to the Joseph Smith household had a testimony of Joseph Smith, the prophet, that gave them confidence. And you can argue, and I think there is an argument that Joseph crossed lines that they didn't expect him to cross because they had faith in him as a prophet. But their trust in Joseph was not affected by the 150 years of hindsight that we have. So I just think it's important to recognize that whenever you look at Joseph Smith, you have to understand that any kind of action of Joseph Smith cannot be considered in isolation. It has to be considered within the entire context of his whole ministry and his whole life. And in doing that, I'm willing to make allowances for Joseph that I wouldn't be willing to make, that I'm not willing to make for Warren Jeffs, that I'm not willing to make for other people who try to claim that they have the authority from God to do things that I'm not comfortable with and that I don't agree with.
Perfect. I actually don't want to talk about polyandry, only because I think we've covered the essential questions that come up in polyandry within these other stories. And so by granting, like, look, there are serious mistakes. Yes, Joseph lacked integrity with Emma while he's trying to maintain integrity with God. I think all of that solves the very questions I would ask with polyandry. And so I don't even want to go there, because I think it's just, we would essentially be hitting the same ideals again.
Okay.
The things I do want to cover is the secrecy one, and I think you and I would be in agreement. Joseph was deceptive in how he talked about whether he was practicing polygamy or not to the public, to Emma, to the wives about each other, like they didn't know about each other. And the debate would be, like, the critic would say, like, Joseph's a liar, there it is, we're done with him. The reality is, again, like every other issue, it's complex. There's something to be said about lying not always being wrong, and that sometimes we have to lie to truly, deeply have integrity and protect those around us. And Joseph, if Joseph is to be honest publicly about the breadth and scope of polygamy, it's not only harm to himself, it's harm to others that would come. And so I'm willing to just set it aside and say, like, yeah, he was deceptive, but maybe that deception was even necessary. And so I wouldn't even want to fight that issue. And I'm assuming you would agree essentially with what I just said.
To some degree, I'd push back. I think Joseph was Clintonian, if that's a word. You look at Bill Clinton talking about the definition of is, and playing parsing word games in order to be able to claim that testimony he gave that was false wasn't really false if you look at the words. Bushman in Rough Stone Rolling talks about the carefully worded polygamy denials, and you look at them and they are all very carefully worded. He's leaning on the idea that Emma is his only legal wife, which was true, which was accurate. And so, he says, people tell me I have 7 wives and I look and I can only see one. I mean, he's talking about, legally Emma was his only legal wife. Okay, well, that's true, but he's leaning on that to give the deceptive impression that he's not married to any other women, which is not true. And a lie is anything done with the intent to deceive. The other thing that I really want to point out, too, is that the one affidavit that he signed that is usually used as the standard to point out, yes, look how Joseph lied about polygamy, was an affidavit that he signed along with several of his plural wives, where they insisted that they were not engaged in spiritual wifism. And presentists look back at that and say, well, he's saying he's not engaged in polygamy. No, that's not what he was saying. He was saying that he was not engaged in John C. Bennett's practice of spiritual wifism, which was to go to a woman and say, we are spiritually married so we can have sex, don't tell your husband. That is not what Joseph was doing. And in his mind, and I think in the minds of most of the people in Nauvoo at the time, plural marriage as Joseph was practicing it was different from what John C. Bennett was doing. And that affidavit was designed specifically to make that case. So I don't think that's as strong evidence that Joseph was lying as the critics use it to be. There is complexity here, but I will absolutely grant that Joseph was dishonest about his practice of polygamy for whatever reason. And you can find high-minded reasons. I mean, in my CES letter reply, I talk about Kant's acts, whereas Immanuel Kant was the philosopher who believed it was never appropriate to tell a lie. And so one of his students posited the idea of a woman is under attack from an axe murderer, and she runs into your house and hides. And the axe murderer shows up and says, where is the woman? What's the moral thing to do? And Immanuel Kant said the moral thing to do is to say, the woman is in my closet, but you're going to have to go through me to get to her. And I look at that and say, no, the moral thing to do is, she ran down the street, you can just catch her. And that's a lie. But it's more important to be able to preserve the safety of the woman you're trying to protect than it is to tell the truth. Every value, this is the struggle of mortality that comes back to the original choice in the garden, is which value is more important? And sometimes you have to sacrifice a less important value to honor a higher value. And I'm not trying to say that's necessarily what Joseph was doing, but I am trying to say that's what Joseph thought he was doing. And I think we ought to judge him based on how he saw himself.
Yeah, and I agree. Everything you just said on that question, I agree with 100%. So we could set that one off to the side. The last issue I want to cover in polygamy is simply post-manifesto. And again, I think you and I, for the most part, will agree, which is the church is under a ton of pressure from the government. Wilford Woodruff issues the manifesto in 1890 with the idea that he is appeasing the U.S. government. They think it's ended, but in reality, he still sees the principle as crucial to the restoration. What's that?
He's driving it underground.
Yeah. So he gives an edict to certain members of the church to go to various places. I think for a long time we said, like, nope, polygamy ended in 1890, and we now know, like, nope, that's not the case. Then we tried to make the argument, and I'm talking about we as a collective defense of the faith, we tried to make the argument that he sent them to countries where it was legal, Mexico and Canada, but we also know now that that's not exactly the case either. Some of it was in the United States. That Wilford Woodruff still believed the principle to be essential and necessary, and so he gives certain members the edict to go places, establish polygamous communities, be in some ways disconnected from us, but at some point when the U.S. government comes around, we'll bring you back in. And I think that's an important point because most Mormons judge the FLDS and other groups as if they just went off the rails. And the reality is, originally, they deeply, and to some extent today still, they believed deeply that they were given direction, prophetic direction from a prophet of God, that this principle was needed, that the main church was going to have to look like they weren't doing it, and that at all cost keep it going. And I think that's important to understanding, and I also think it's important for us as Mormons to give some validation to those groups for what they did at the expense they did it. Polygamy continues. Wilford Woodruff passes away. Joseph F. Smith in 1904 issues a second manifesto. And if we look at the disciplinary court of John W. Taylor, it appears, again, I think it's by far the most reasonable way to see it when we read his words, is that he's telling the Quorum of the 12, like, you guys ought to leave me alone. I've got permission from the guy down the hall, Joseph F. Smith, to continue this principle, but it can't be talked about. We can't go there, so leave me be. And if you need to excommunicate me, do it, but quit asking me questions, because these answers are only going to hurt us collectively. And that the church, while it likes to say it ended polygamy in 1890, the reality is it had no intention at that time of ending polygamy. And it's only a prophet or two later that the church finally says, like, oh, we just can't do this, so let's end it completely. And that sounds like it happened somewhere around 1910. Anything there that you see as a major disagreement?
No, not really.
Okay.
Perfect. I remember having a conversation, just by way of context, I remember having a conversation with my father about Mountain Meadows Massacre. And this was when the movie September Dawn came out, that essentially said that Brigham Young had ordered the massacre. The movie came and went. Nobody paid any attention to it. And I had read Massacre at Mountain Meadows by Richard Turley, and I think he co-wrote it with somebody else, but which I think is a really wonderful book because it doesn't try to shy away from Mormon culpability for the Mountain Meadows Massacre, although it does make it clear that it was something that happened locally. Brigham Young actually sent a letter saying, let the settlers pass, and it's almost like a movie. It arrives too late. The settlers are dead by the time it gets there. He said, no, I don't think it's fair to lay the blame for the Mountain Meadows Massacre at Brigham Young's feet. He says, but where it is fair is to point out that Brigham Young felt absolutely no compunction about lying to the federal government, that the saints felt so aggrieved by the federal government and felt persecuted by the government that they essentially, even if there wasn't a shooting war, there was this feeling of war that the world is trying to stop us, the world is represented by the federal government. And so the leaders of the church, from Brigham Young, I think, through Wilford Woodruff, and I'm not quite sure when this would change. It may have changed after statehood. We're starting to change after statehood in 1890. I think that's when it begins to change, where all of a sudden we realize we ought to be good citizens. We're not at war with the federal government, and now Latter-day Saints are more American than most Americans. But so I look at that in that context and say, yeah, Wilford Woodruff issues the manifesto and tells the federal government, okay, we're not practicing polygamy anymore because you've been threatening to shut down our entire church and seize all of our assets We're not going to allow that to happen. So, no, okay, we're not practicing polygamy. And then he turns around and says, yes, we are, but we're going to do it in secret. We're going to do it in different countries. We're going to do it in ways that we can hide from the federal government. That, I think, is consistent with the mindset of 19th century church leaders. So I would concede and even go further and say, yes, absolutely, that was the intent. And the church felt no responsibility and no accountability to the federal government and was willing to lie to the federal government because they felt they were at war with them.
And maybe let's do this as kind of the last thing to cover. But in this 1890 manifesto and even in the 1904 second manifesto, a realization that we as a church have framed those two things as revelation, like God said to Wilford Woodruff, stop practicing polygamy. And the reality is it's not quite that.
It isn't at all.
Right. It is essentially...
There is no revelation ending polygamy.
Yeah, amen. And so essentially what you have is Wilford Woodruff knows that he can't end this thing after all this emphasis inside the mainstream church without couching it in the words of that can be seen as revelation, because that's what's going to get the members of the church to collectively. Again, we acknowledge there's these fragments they're sending off to do it, but institutionally, as a large institution, it had to be seen by the general membership as we're done. We're not doing this anymore. And so the 1890 manifesto had to be worded in a way that looks like it's revelation, and we as an institution have taught it that way from that day till now.
Well, we taught it that way. It isn't worded that way. It's a very dry legal statement.
Amen.
You look at official declaration number 1, and you read it, and you go, "That's it." It's like a court summons. I mean, it does not read like a revelation, and we've attached a number. I mean, the statement, for instance, that the prophet cannot lead you astray, is attached as sort of an ancillary explanation of official declaration number 1. Because official declaration number 1 does not read as a revelation at all. And so you even now, you open your Doctrine and Covenants and you read it, and it's all of the supplementary material that tries to sort of frame it in a revelatory framework. But there wasn't a revelation. If there was, I think we would have seen it by now. Somebody would have recorded it. This is the same thing with blacks in the priesthood, is that people point and say that was a revelation, and I say, okay, well, where's the revelation? We have revelations in the Doctrine and Covenants directing us to do all kinds of things. Where's the revelation that ends polygamy, and where's the revelation that denies the priesthood to people of African descent? There isn't one.
Right. So you would acknowledge that the church, throughout its curriculum and the way it's done things in its periodicals and the way it's formed its lessons, has wanted members to see the 1890 manifesto as a revelation, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Okay. Awesome. I want to point out something that's attached to this. I don't want to get off too far, and I'm worried that this is going to do that. But I want to know what your thoughts are. There's an 1886 revelation from John Taylor.
Yeah, I think it's spurious.
You think it's spurious?
Yeah, I don't put a lot of weight to that.
Gotcha. And I want to remark just to the listener, I disagree with that. I think that even the apologists in the church see the revelation as credible, or at least leaning towards it being a credible document. It seems to be in John Taylor's handwriting. It was discovered by his son, and it was shared at his son's disciplinary court. And other apostles in that disciplinary court said they were aware of it. It just seems like it's never been canonized. And so I don't want to debate you here on that. If you want to hold that perspective, that's fine. I would simply remark to the listener to go look at the debate around it. It seems like it is an actual...
Well, by spurious, I mean, there are a lot of different ways to interpret that. I mean, do I believe it's an abject forgery? I don't know. But the reason why I would say it's spurious is that if this were a revelation to the Lord's prophet in terms of how to direct the church, there is no reason the Lord's prophet would not bring it before the church in order to be able to be sustained by common consent. So if John Taylor wrote something down and couched it in the language of Revelation, but didn't bring it before the main body of the church, is this because he's speculating? Is this because, I mean, what is it? So when I say spurious, I don't want to get into any kind of, I'm not equipped to be able to debate the provenance of the document and John Taylor's handwriting or anything else. What I'm debating is revelations that are binding on the church are brought before the church and sustained by common consent. And the 1886 revelation did not go through that process, and therefore I feel absolutely no reason to be bound by it.
Perfect. And I'll agree with you there. We don't know why John Taylor held, if it's legitimate, and I think it is, why he held that privately and never presented it to the church collectively, we don't know. And because it wasn't presented collectively, it's not binding on the church. So I'll go that far and agree, and I think that's a great place to end. I want to say thank you again. I mean, I feel like the conversations are, we're going to say it every time, but I just think they're amazing. If I'm a listener and I'm just messing around in this data and I'm just struggling and not sure what to make sense of, these conversations I think are going to be a ton of fun for people.
Well, and may I say that they have changed my mind, at least on the Book of Abraham. I mean, I've gone back now and looked, and I want to revise what I wrote about the Book of Abraham. I found, since our last conversation, I found a conversation Robin Jensen had with Stephen Smoot, who I know is not a big hero in critic circles. But Robin Jensen goes through and essentially outlines the catalyst theory and says there's really no other way to look at this. And Robin Jensen offered this kind of analogy of, he says, imagine if you've got a daughter who's diagnosed with an illness and you pray and the daughter is healed, and then you find out later that the diagnosis was wrong. Does that make the healing any less miraculous? And his point is that Robin Jensen's position seems to be that Joseph Smith absolutely believed he was translating from the Joseph Smith papyri that we have, and he was mistaken. He was wrong. But the revelation he received in the process, that doesn't mean that wasn't a revelation, that is inaccurate. It just means that Joseph was wrong in believing that he was translating. And so, I mean, as I look at that, I go, that's where I land with regard to the Book of Abraham, and that isn't where I landed prior to us having these conversations.
Yeah, and we also had mentioned there was an issue with Brian Haglid over there being two manuscripts simultaneously dictated. And just to say, I think we both agree now that was a non-issue. That wasn't something.
That was something I was throwing out as wild speculation, not something that I was trying to defend McConkie.
Right. And so we had I had approached Brian and I had shared Brian's response with Jim that essentially that's a non-issue. It simply points to the fact that there were two dictated manuscripts during the translation process, so that they always had a second manuscript in case something happened to the first one.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. And I want to just point out, and I don't want to get off on this, but because you brought up the Book of Abraham, simply to mention that I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think Abraham 1:12 through 14 makes, if you're going to hold a catalyst theory, you have to come up with an explanation, which I think you've offered one, and I want to simply just say it here, and you can agree or disagree. And I've only got like 3 minutes left, which is that essentially, yes, Abraham says you're working with a image. Abraham says you're working with the text immediately following that image, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the papyri Joseph has is the text and image that Abraham is speaking of.
Well, no, when we went back and forth on this a little bit, I think this gets back to, and we haven't talked about this, I think, in our conversations. I think we've talked about this offline. The idea of a loose translation versus a tight translation. I'm very much in a loose translation camp. And so if Joseph is referencing, he's getting a revelation that references an image, that it's Joseph who editorially says, oh, that's the image at the beginning of this page. And so he adds that in there. And so that's an editorial comment.
So Joseph is, while it's in the words of Abraham, it's actually Joseph inserting it as Abraham's words.
Well, Joseph is the translator. I mean, the word translation is a word that Joseph uses to describe a whole bunch of different processes. But the way I understand it is that Joseph is receiving the revelation that allows him to understand what it was that Abraham had said, and it is Joseph's responsibility to clothe that revelation in language. That the text of the book of Abraham is not being dictated to Joseph via facts, that it is not, Joseph is not being given the word for word. He's given an understanding of what the concepts are, and it is his responsibility to clothe it in language, which gives him the opportunity to insert unwittingly a mistaken editorial comment. That if Abraham is talking about an image, Joseph adds, well, that's the image at the beginning of this record. And he puts that in Abraham's language. But ultimately, I mean, in terms of the geography on the page as to where the image is, it's not really an issue for the ancient document, but it's an issue in Joseph's rendering of the revelation he's receiving.
Perfect. So last episode, we talked at length about polygamy. Got into that issue. We've been sitting down with Jim Bennett. If you're just tuning in now for episode number 5, my suggestion would be to go back and start with episode 1, work your way through. But if not the case, if you just wanted to hear this particular issue discussed, Jim Bennett offered a response to Jeremy Runnells in the CES letter, and Jim has been kind enough to sit down with us and to go through some of these major issues that letter covers, and how Jim makes those issues work, as well as just a frank conversation between the two of us regarding these issues and kind of the complexities around them. Today we wanted to spend time talking about the race and the priesthood ban, and I'm hopeful we'll also cover the LGBT policies and doctrines in the LDS Church as well with Jim, and I think we can do that. I want to start off, Jim. I'm hoping that we can form kind of where you stand to begin with, because I think with the race and priesthood issue, one thing I've noticed among apologists or defenders of the faith is they will operate as if one reconciliation is good on one point, and then when that reconciliation becomes kind of problematic in another area, then they defend a different reconciliation, but then those two reconciliations seem to contradict each other. And so I want to start with just some overall issues in the church that surround the race and the priesthood. And let's start first with the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon has language that talks about skin being cursed, that when the curse is removed, that one would be white and delightsome. That's been changed to pure and delightsome. There is language not in just one or two or three places, but there is language in what I would consider a multitude of occasions where darker skin in the Book of Mormon is seen as unrighteousness and a cursing of some sort. And it does use the language that to the reader appears to be a literal statement of skin color. And then there's also, again, on the other side of that, that when these curses are removed, that one's skin would become white, that their righteousness would be seen by this indication. And I've heard apologetic responses of various sorts. One is that the Nephites were just as racist as LDS leaders, perhaps, as we get into this issue, LDS leaders perhaps from the ban in 1852 up until Spencer W. Kimball. I've heard apologists say that those words don't mean that. They simply are talking about righteousness and unrighteousness, and it's Joseph as a translator who misunderstands it and imposes it a certain way, but it's really not to be understood that way. But I personally, and again, we can talk about it, I personally find that difficult. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the Book of Mormon first as we begin on how it handles race.
Well, it's really interesting to me when people try to use the Book of Mormon as some kind of justification for the priesthood ban, because they're really quite separate things. The Book of Mormon isn't talking about anybody with African descent. During the 2012 presidential campaign, when Mitt Romney was coming under fire, there were groups that would quote the Book of Mormon and say, well, see, this was your justification for the priesthood ban. And the Book of Mormon is referencing ancestors of Native Americans. And so it's interesting to me, it's always been interesting to me, that the verses in the Book of Mormon that are explicitly racist, and I don't think there's any way to say that those verses aren't explicitly racist, whether that racism is Nephite racism or Joseph Smith's racism, I think that's an ancillary discussion to some degree. But the Book of Mormon makes it very clear that these people that are described in racist terms in a number of different places are people with a grand destiny who are children of Israel, who have great promises from the Lord and are supposed to usher in the millennium. So the Book of Mormon is a far more racially complex document than I think it's given credit for. The fact that Second Nephi, I'm going to get the verse wrong, but all are alike unto God. God denieth none who come unto him, black and white, bond and free. That's been in the Book of Mormon since the day it was published, and it's largely been ignored for a great deal of time by people who were looking for reasons to discriminate against people who were racially different from them. So I mean, I'm happy to talk about that and get into that. I think that the references in the Book of Mormon are worthy of discussion, but if the issue is the priesthood ban, those verses were never used as justification for denying priesthood to people of African descent. And so I think we end up muddying the water a little bit when we start trying to use the Book of Mormon as justification for the priesthood ban, which, as far as I can tell, there's absolutely no revelation that begins the priesthood ban. There's a revelation that ends it, but there isn't any kind of a revelation that begins it.
Right, and so I want to agree with you that I don't see the Book of Mormon as at least not the primary. Maybe it's more tangential than that, and I don't even know that that's the case. But it certainly isn't a primary resource for how LDS leaders frame it. But what I do think it does is it does give us some insight into how LDS leaders, as they interpret the Book of Mormon, how they're reacting within the culture of their day. And so I grant all that to you, but I'm still curious, do you see, I don't know that it impacts the priesthood ban and how the church has handled that necessarily, but I also want to get into how the church handles the issue of race itself, because I think that gives context to how we understand this issue. I'm just curious if you see the Book of Mormon, do you think the writers or the translator meant those ideas literally, or are you personally unsure, or?
No, well, I think you have to take it verse by verse to some degree. I mean, the Book of Mormon, I mean, when you start highlighting the racial differences, it was very clear, particularly in 2 Nephi chapter 5, where you're first introduced to this idea that the Lamanites are cursed and they are separated from the Nephites. And the idea, I think, is that skin color was supposed to be designed to keep Lamanites and Nephites separate. And the Nephites very clearly, at least in those verses, equate skin color with righteousness. The darker skin is less righteous. And that's always kind of made me chuckle a little bit, because I'm the palest person that has ever lived. So if light skin color is a mark of righteousness, I'm going straight to the celestial kingdom. There's no stopping me. I look at that and I think it's ridiculous. And I think as you look at the Book of Mormon throughout, in context, you look at Samuel the Lamanite, for instance, who's the only prophet, the only Lamanite or the only, Lehite prophet that the Savior himself demands be included in the record. He may very well be the most righteous prophet in the entire Book of Mormon, and he's a Lamanite, and we have no indication that his skin is lighter or darker than any other Lamanites. And it's very clear. And then by the end of the Book of Mormon, the designation of Lamanite is no longer a racial designation. You have in 3rd Nephi that everybody's living together and there are no manner of ites. And so all of a sudden, when the Lamanites resurface after a period of righteousness in 3rd Nephi, or in 4th Nephi, I'm sorry, the Lamanites are just people who no longer follow God. It's not a racial distinction anymore. So racial distinctions in the Book of Mormon, by the time the Savior comes, I think the Nephites, who were very eager to make racial distinctions early on, have learned that that's no longer necessary and probably never was necessary, that unity requires overlooking or not caring about skin color or anything else. And then the designations that happen after that are no longer racial. They have to do with what people how people choose to worship the Lord or not worship the Lord. So I think the Book of Mormon in and of itself, to isolate the more racist elements of it, and I agree that they are there, and I think racism has been with us as a society of human beings from the beginning of time. And so you see elements of that in Nephite culture and Lamanite culture, and you've seen elements of that certainly in the 19th century. You see elements of that now. And I think the Book of Mormon makes it clear that by the time that we're a people that are willing to receive Christ, those kinds of racist bigotries go away. And so I think you need to look at the Book of Mormon in a larger context to be able to judge it appropriately with regard to what it has to say about race.
Beautiful. That it's essentially a journey of God's people on this particular issue, for instance, developing and ridding themselves of those things which they hold to be true, but in the end turn out not to be, and they have to make adjustments.
That's exactly right.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go to the race and priesthood ban itself. So we have these theories, this idea of those of color being less valiant in the premortal life. We've got a multitude of prophets who teach that.
Right.
We use this term, and it's so offensive. But to use this term "fence sitter" in the premortal life,
yeah.
Right? And so there's these theories, and the theories essentially are one, that those of color had the curse of Cain. There's the theory that they were less valiant in the premortal life, that they were more valiant than those who chose Satan and went his direction with him, but they were less valiant than those of us who are white. And there's also this idea that interracial marriage is sin for the reason of mixing seed. I want to get your thoughts on the theories. I think you've already established this in prior episodes, but your thoughts on where those three things come from, maybe even how they got there, and anything else you'd like to add just on that particular concept.
Right. I don't know that we're going to disagree very much today, because I think all of those theories are abhorrent, and the church has taken the step that's a really unusual step for the church. A church that Dallin Oak says never issues apologies. They have yet to issue an apology for the priesthood ban, but they've come right up to the line of issuing an apology by admitting that every single one of those theories is completely bunk, that we don't stand by any of that. We don't believe that blacks are cursed, that they bear the curse of Cain, or that they're less valiant, or any of that kind of nonsense. And, as I grew up with this, I was 10 years old I was not quite 10 years old when the priesthood ban was lifted, and I didn't know it existed. I was living in Los Angeles, and I was in a relatively multicultural area, and it never occurred to me that when I found out about the priesthood ban, I was embarrassed to be Mormon around my black friends. I thought, what if they knew what my church has taught, that somehow they're less righteous or any of this kind of stuff. So I've never ever been comfortable with the priesthood ban. I've never been comfortable with the explanations for it, but I've tried to wrestle with them. My great grandfather, one of them is David O. McKay, and I grew up with the story of my grandmother, who was on the primary, general primary board. This was David O. McKay's daughter-in-law. And she said, it's terrible that these black children aren't allowed, when they turn 12, the black boys aren't allowed to become deacons. And David O. McKay said, yeah, I think it is too. And so my parents would tell me that story and say, so clearly David O. McKay wanted to lift the priesthood ban, and so clearly it was of God, and we just can't understand it. And that was sort of enough for a while. And as I got older and I recognized what had gone into the priesthood ban and how it was implemented and all of this kind of thing, I also read a wonderful book, David O. McKay and the Rise of Modern Mormonism. Have you read that book?
Yeah, Gregory Prince.
Gregory Prince. And David O. McKay and the Rise of Modern Mormonism makes it very clear that David O. McKay was a segregationist. And I read that and I say, well, he's a segregationist. So if he's, and he was clearly opposed to interracial marriage. He's clearly opposed to the idea of allowing black people to be entirely equal to white people. And I thought, well, if he's praying for a revelation, he's praying for a revelation that has conditions on it. One that says, well, yes, can we allow black people to have the priesthood, but still not allow them to marry white people and still make sure that they're kept in their place or whatever else. And I look at that and go, well, of course there's no revelation that allows people to maintain their bigotries in extending these blessings to black people. I mean, so as I look at it, the way that I look at it is the idea. I also grew up in an area that was predominantly Jewish, and we used to get all of the Jewish holidays off for school, which was wonderful. We'd always go to Disneyland on Yom Kippur because no one was there, my debate teacher in 9th grade used to say, I love the Mormons because they're the Jews' first cousins, because we liken ourselves to Israel. We consider ourselves modern Israel. And I look back at Israel. You go back to the Old Testament and the children of Israel, the covenant people. And the one thing that is the hallmark of the covenant people is that they're constantly whining and they're constantly complaining. And you look at them and you go, what, these are the Lord's people? This is the best the Lord can do? And they, at one point, demand, we want to be like other nations, and we want to have a king. And the prophet comes back and says, if you have a king, it's going to be a terrible thing. Look what a king's going to do to you. And Israel says, we don't care. We still want a king. And then the Lord goes ahead and says, okay, well, I'll help you pick the king. And I've looked at that and thought, well, that's bizarre. But what the Lord is doing there is saying, okay, if you're not willing to give up your prejudices, if you're not willing to do this, then I'm going to let you live with the consequences of it. You get the same kind of thing in Jacob chapter 4, where the revelation says that because they desired it, the Lord hath done it, that they may stumble. And Israel had a king for 400 years. We only had a priesthood ban for a little over a century. But I look at that and I say, okay, how could this happen? And how could the Lord allow it? And I say the same way that Israel had a king is that the early Latter-day Saints, the idea that black people were the descendants of Cain did not originate with Brigham Young and did not originate with members of the church. It was a common 19th century justification for slavery, which Brigham Young very clearly believed. And a lot of the critics of the church, Paul Reeve has written a really wonderful book about this, where he identifies that in the 19th century, Mormons were being sort of isolated as a separate race. And it's kind of hard for us to understand this in the 21st century. But the racial distinctions, were very clear back then, and people were subhuman if they were of certain racial qualifications. And Paul Reeve makes the argument that I think is compelling, that Brigham Young was just trying to assert his whiteness, the idea that they were not an inferior race, and to do that, they adopted the racist justifications of the time and tried to be more white than white. And this was a desire of Brigham Young to be like other nations, in the same way that the ancient Israelites wanted to have a king. And the Lord allowed him to do it that we may stumble. And I think we've stumbled, and we've stumbled very, very hard as a result of this. So,
yeah. No, I think that's great. And it sounds like you've already kind of answered my next question, which is, we talked about the theories, and you're saying, like, look, we messed up. Those are just racist. We adopted them. We held them way longer than we should have, and that's on us. And you seem to be also talking. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, and in addition to that, people always say, well, Daniel Peterson, for instance, says, I might accept that the original implementation of the ban was a mistake, but I can't accept that the Lord allowed it to endure for that long. And I hear that from a number of people. And my reaction to that is, I don't think anybody before David O. McKay even thought to question it. The idea that black and white people were equal was not something that either black or white people really were pursuing for a great deal of time. I mean, well, that's a little harsher than I want it to be, because I think black people desperately wanted to be recognized as equals. But white people, the culture of the time in the early 20th century was such that interracial marriage was abhorrent to just about every white person that lived at the time. I mean, it didn't even occur to them to think of equality on the kinds of terms that we now recognize are important to think of it today. So I think one of the reasons why it endured is it didn't even occur to leaders of the church to question it, which I think is to our everlasting shame. But I think that it's also consistent with the mores of the time, and it's. But I see no reason to defend it. I see no reason to look at it and go, "Oh well, yeah, this was a great thing." I think it was a terrible thing, and I see no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah, and so saying that about the theories, and it seems like you're saying that about the ban itself. That seems obvious anyway. And I want to ask you, you then consider the ban itself to not have God behind it?
Yes, to some, yes. However, I have a slight qualification to that, in that just as God was allowed Israel to have a king, God essentially said, as I referenced Jacob chapter 4, essentially said, if you want this, then you're going to have to live with the consequences of this. And if you want to lift it, you're going to have to completely abandon the racism behind it. Because I very much believe that Spencer W. Kimball's revelation was indeed a revelation, lifting the ban. But the reason why it took that long to get the revelation is that God was not willing to compromise with David O. McKay or anybody else and say, yes, you can lift the ban to some degree, but you can still keep blacks in their place to some degree, which I think is what David O. McKay was asking for. I mean, I can't judge any of these men's hearts, and so, but that's essentially my theory and my understanding of it, is that God was not willing to give that revelation to anyone who was not willing to allow blacks to be completely equal to whites in every respect. And that's what the 1978 revelation did. Although you still see the lingering effects of the century of racism as people, even recently, the BYU professor who was interviewed by the Washington Post. Do you remember that?
Yep. I think he ended up losing his job over that.
And ended up losing his job over that, but he was essentially just saying things that the church had been saying for over a century. And the church is now embarrassed by all of that, and rightly so, I think. But the actual revelation, the actual extending of the blessings, I think God was saying, okay, if you want to deny these blessings, I'm not going to let you get rid of this by half measure. I'm going to demand that you recognize the complete equality and the principle that you've ignored in the Book of Mormon, that all are alike unto God. Until you can recognize that, I'm going to let you stew in your own juices and live with your errors until you're able to completely repudiate them. So that's where I think God's hand in it was. I don't think he had anything to do with its implementation, but he wasn't willing to lift it until we were willing to accept the consequences of what we had done.
Gotcha. And the listener is going to definitely hear this. You may be hearing it. We've got a landscape crew outside cleaning, so you may hear a blower.
Oh, I haven't heard that yet.
But anyway, we'll continue. So I appreciate that. And I think you're offering there what I think is the most reasonable way to reconcile this in a way that one can be faithful and maintain faith in the church. But it presents some problems that we need to go through. And I don't think it takes your solution off the table per se, but I think it complicates it a lot more, which is, let me start with this idea, which is the idea of being led astray. So you have Wilford Woodruff and others who have perpetuated this teaching, and it's in our manuals, and it seems to be I want to say a doctrine, but it at least is a belief that the church wants to hold on to and maintain as true. Because I think it reinforces the authority of the present leader, which is that the Lord will never permit his prophet to lead the church astray. And I'd love to know whether you agree with that first. And then if you agree with it, you seem to be acknowledging like God allows his prophets to go off the rails to some extent on these things. And so whatever it means to go astray must be something even more serious. And I wanted to have a conversation about what that meant to you.
Well, I keep going back to the children of Israel, because you look at the relationship between the covenant people of the Lord in the Old Testament and the covenant people of the Lord today, as acknowledged by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And the covenant people of the Lord in the Old Testament times wandered in the wilderness for 40 years and complained the whole time and whined and moaned and did all this kind of thing. And the idea that this whole idea of being led astray is really an interesting one, because it ends up being equated with infallibility. That if you define not being led astray as being the Lord will never allow a prophet to make a mistake, that I think flies in the face of the central doctrines of the church, which is that we came down here to exercise agency. And for a prophet not to be able to make a mistake, the prophet would have to have his agency extracted from him at some point. And I'm not sure where that process begins. Does it begin when he's called as a 70, or when he becomes an apostle? At what point is your agency removed where you can no longer make any kind of mistake? And what's interesting is that when I talk to people about that, I remember having a conversation with a family member who said, well, of course they can make mistakes, they just don't make mistakes. I said, well, what does that mean? And the response is, well, they just don't. The Lord would never call someone who would make a mistake. And my response is, they already have. He already has. He already has called prophets who've made not just, because then you get into the idea, they can make mistakes, but they can only make little ones. They can forget your name, or they can forget your birthday, or they can, give you wrong directions to get to their house. But when it comes to doctrine, they can't ever make a mistake. And that's just simply not true. And not only is it not true, it flies in the face of the doctrine of agency. And you look at the way the Lord has dealt with his people throughout all of history and throughout all of Scripture. And you find people, you find the children of Israel, you find the Nephites, you find all of these people who make terrible mistakes and fall into pride and do all kinds of terrible things. And the Lord is constantly having to use those mistakes and errors to teach them and school them in order to be able to prepare them to be the kind of righteous people he wants them to be. So it's interesting because the whole idea of not being led astray, Brigham Young, I'm trying to pull it up here because I was just reading this the other day. Brigham Young talked about the idea that the Lord would never allow a prophet to knowingly lead his people astray. And Brigham Young adds the knowingly in there, which I think is interesting, and I think actually helps us understand what the prophet does, because I think that is true. I think a prophet that if a prophet decides, okay, I'm going to deliberately lead this church down to hell, I'm going to deliberately teach things to destroy the faith or destroy the souls of these people, that I think that would be an instance where the Lord would remove the prophet. I think all of the mistakes that the prophets have made have been well-intentioned mistakes. I believe that they have been mistakes where the prophets have thought they have been doing the will of the Lord and have been mistaken at times. And I think that most of those times are relatively innocuous. But in the case of the priesthood ban particularly, it's not at all innocuous. It's very serious. But I do believe that Brigham Young believed at the time that that was the will of the Lord, and he was mistaken. So the idea that any idea that prophets are infallible, I think always needs to be challenged, always needs to be questioned, because infallibility and agency are entirely incompatible. And so it also gets down to this idea of what doctrine is. To say, okay, well, is this policy or is this a doctrine? And the word doctrine has this sort of magical weight to it that assumes that if something is a doctrine, then it is entirely free of error. It in and of itself is somehow infallible. It can never be questioned. It can never be changed. And I don't see any evidence that the Lord has ever communicated the idea that we are always free from error, that there is something that is completely free from error and that can never be improved. I see precisely the opposite, this idea that we learn line upon line, precept on precept. The Lord there are many great things to be revealed in the future. And so I think this church, more than any other church, ought to recognize the possibility of error and the possibility that there is more to be revealed and that there is more to learn. And when we learn something more, it will correct errors that have been perpetuated previously. So I look at that, and the way I interpret the Lord will never lead us astray, or the prophet will never lead us astray, is that the prophet will always be doing everything he can and will always believe he is following the Lord. But I do not interpret that to mean the prophet will never make mistakes, or that he can't make serious mistakes, because I think the prophet can do both of those things and has done both of those things.
Perfect. And again, I think that's the most tenable position to hold. In fact, I would say any other position is completely untenable. So you're in agreement then that false doctrine can be originated by a prophet, can be perpetuated by the leadership of the church and the institution collectively, meaning all 15 men, generation after generation, that those false doctrines that originated with that whatever prophet starts it can be deeply harmful and offensive, and can also be a barrier between the people and receiving of the saving ordinances, which I think, and the reason I'm framing it that way is because I think the listener needs to understand just how serious the mistakes can be. And I agree with you that it's the only way to reconcile all of this is to allow these men to be this extreme in their errors. But I want to at least have you speak to that. You would essentially agree, generation after generation, false doctrines that deeply harm, offend, and are even a barrier to the saving ordinances can be originated by a prophet and be perpetuated by the leadership of the church, all 15 men, collectively, generation after generation.
Well, I want to agree with two qualifications. The first being that the Lord is more than capable of cleaning up after the mess that his servants make. So, I mean, you talk about the denial of saving ordinances, and yes, for over 100 years, saving ordinances of the gospel were denied to a whole race of people. Those saving ordinances will be provided to that whole race of people prior to the coming of the Lord, or at least in the millennium. I mean, eventually, the Lord cleans up after that. That mistake will be rectified. I also want to point out that I fully believe that these 15 men get a whole lot more right than they get wrong. Because I think when we start talking about this, when I agree with you, it sounds like I'm saying that this is predominantly the action of these 15 men, when I think precisely the opposite. I think they've gotten a great deal right. I think that they do a great deal of good. And I think that they have been given an overwhelming responsibility that requires, that requires a lifetime commitment that most people don't have to make, and most people would find themselves overwhelmed if that calling were to come to them. So I have to agree with you, because it's absolutely true, but I think it's important to also put that in the broader context of the idea that these men get a great deal more right than they get wrong.
Perfect. I want to, and these may seem like we're off in the weeds, but I think it's important only because I think even in the present moment, we're still wrestling with this issue in terms of how the church collectively presents the ban itself to its membership. So when the Race and Priesthood essay came out, I think it was 2013, soon after, the very next General Conference, or the conference after that, and then the one following it, we get two quotes, one from Elder Christofferson and one from Elder Anderson, and they seem to be responding directly to the Race and Priesthood essay, which was causing people who read it. It was kind of the first time anyone in the church could read something official by the church that was disavowing these theories that all of us who didn't know any better perpetuated even in 2012 and before. In other words, the church had never told us. I mean, you have Elder McConkie in 1980, I think, or 81, standing up at a BYU conference and saying, "Forget all we've ever said." But nobody's ever come in specifically and said, "Look, we used to teach these things as true, and those things are no longer true. Please don't teach them anymore." And then all of a sudden, this Race and Priesthood essay shows up in 2013, and a lot of us as members of the church, we're still trying to make sense of this thing, and suddenly our current leadership is saying, "Okay, we moved a long time ago, I think, but we've just never told you." And I think it caught people off guard, and people have. It's been a loss of faith issue for those who encountered this essay and weren't reading some of this deeper stuff leading up to it. So with that said, Elder Christofferson comes in a conference soon after, and he says this. He says, "At the same time, it should be remembered that not every statement made by a church leader, past or present, necessarily constitutes doctrine. It is commonly understood in the church that a statement made by one leader on a single occasion often represents personal, though well-considered opinion, not meant to be official or binding for the whole church, The prophet Joseph Smith taught that a prophet is a prophet only when he is acting as such. And I simply want to, I'm assuming you're going to agree with this. I like the statement. It creates a little more room than I think exists before a statement like this is taught. But I still think this statement falls deeply short, and here's why. One is that on this particular issue, it wasn't just one person teaching it. It was all 15 men collectively as an institution, generation after generation, and they used words like in the Lowry Nelson correspondence, as well as, which was a private correspondence, as well as the 1949 First Presidency letter, as well as 1951 correspondence by the First Presidency to the church generally. They used the words doctrine, and it seems apparent to me that George Albert Smith and probably every other leader before, let's say David O. McKay, because I think he's the first one we get public recognition that he's at least asking and considering something.
Well, and he's the one who actually wrote in a letter, but it was a private correspondence, that it was a policy and not a doctrine. And many people have hung their hats on that. To me, that distinction is kind of irrelevant. Doctrine just means teaching. It was clearly the teaching of the church that blacks were descendants of Cain and everything else. I have a cousin who served a mission in Brazil who they ended up teaching a whole lot of black investigators, and they actually had I have to get him to confirm this firsthand, but I seem to recall that they had a Mark of Cain discussion that they had in their back pocket whenever they were teaching black investigators. You know, this was clearly something that was taught officially by the church for a great deal of time. No question.
Right. So it's not accurate on Elder Christofferson's part to act like, look, some of these things were just one guy off over there, that we also need to acknowledge that the doctrine of the church, if we understand doctrine as those things that are true, and I think he's trying to frame it that way, and I don't really want to debate that. If you don't want to disagree, that's fine. But it feels as if we're trying to say, like, sometimes one guy says something, and yeah, it's well considered and thought out, but it's not binding on the church. Here's the trouble. The 1949 First Presidency letter, August 17th, 1949, the attitude of the church with reference to the Negroes remains as it has always stood. It is not a matter of declaration of a policy, but of direct commandment from the Lord. So on some level, George Albert Smith, prophet of the Lord, believes this is a commandment of God and hence is true doctrine. And that's the way he's posing it. So you would agree that Elder Christofferson, while speaking a truth, that one thing written by one leader, you know, we should think of it and consider it and be careful about disavowing it, but recognize that one leader doesn't speak for the church. That at times false doctrines have been taught by all 15 men generation after generation, which you seem to have already agreed with that anyway.
Well, Elder Christofferson's statement, he doesn't directly reference the priesthood ban. I think people draw that inference, and I think they're probably correct to draw that inference. But there's nothing in Elder Christofferson's statement that I disagree with. I would, and I think you would, add it's also possible for all 15 men to say things that are incorrect. But taken in isolation, what Elder Christofferson says it isn't particularly objectionable to me. But I want to get to a larger principle here, which is the idea that I think when people finally say, okay, is the prophet speaking as a prophet here, or is he speaking as a man? Or when they say, okay, is this a policy or is this a doctrine? I think they're trying to find an element of infallibility in it. That when a prophet is speaking as a prophet, he's somehow no longer speaking as a man. That he's no longer capable of error because he's speaking as a prophet. Or that if a doctrine is a doctrine and not a policy, that it is eternal and can only be interpreted in one way and doesn't require any additional spiritual effort on my part to understand or appreciate. I think whenever anybody does that, they're sort of punting their own spiritual responsibility to gain a testimony and to gain a proper understanding of what it is the Lord wants them to know through direct contact with the Lord, not through just saying, well, George Albert Smith said this was good, so it's good enough for me. I don't think we are ever supposed to just do that. I think we are always supposed to get our own testimony and reach out to the Lord himself and get our own understanding of doctrines and of teachings. And I think we are to listen to and respect the authority of those who teach us, but the responsibility to have an understanding of what those doctrines mean and their truthfulness ultimately lies individually with each member of the church. So whenever this comes up and whenever these things are discussed and whenever we're trying to talk about, well, gee, is the prophet acting as a prophet or is this really doctrine? I always see that as a call for greater responsibility among the members of the church to have their own testimonies rooted in direct experience with the Lord, and that they have just as much access to heaven as the 15 men who lead this church have. And they need to recognize that and exercise that if they want to have the kind of testimony and the kind of relationship with the Lord that the Lord wants us to have.
So I agree. Even as one who no longer is inside the church, I'm going to fully agree with that. I too think that people need to think for themselves and need to be spiritually in tune with Heavenly Father to know when things are on the up and up and when things are not exactly where God would have them be. Like, I get that. It's an individual responsibility. The trouble is when we say, like, when the rubber meets the road, which is if you as a lay member, let's say 10% of the lay members, come to the decision that we are just deeply hurting people. So whether we're talking about, say, Brigham Young's blood atonement doctrines, which I don't know if we would argue on that, but it seems apparent that Brigham Young taught a level of violence tied to theology that you and I would not endorse at this point, right? Like,
well, yeah, except it also seems that Brigham Young was relying on rhetorical excess, because you don't see massive practice. I don't even think you see the essay that mentions blood atonement says there is one documented instance of somebody doing that, but then doesn't say what that documented instance was. But the idea that this was a doctrine that Brigham Young taught and was practiced is belied by the fact that it wasn't really practiced, and I think the people listening to Brigham Young recognized it as the kind of rhetorical excess that it was intended to be. I see that as Brigham Young spouting off and going too far in spouting off, but I don't see that as Brigham Young instituting a doctrine that became that was implemented in practice.
Okay, so at least agreeing that on some level he taught it, and again, I'll even concede that it's not, we don't have any direct examples beyond maybe one of him implementing it or others around him implementing it. Knowing that on some level he taught it, knowing on some level that we have this race and priesthood, knowing on some level you've already mentioned that you struggle with the LGBT policy in 2015, which also hurts people, and I think you would agree on some level contributes to the emotional non-well-being of our LGBT members, and maybe and almost certainly is a factor in some of these suicides, if not a dominant factor.
I would agree 100% with that.
Yeah. So in recognizing that the church is hurting people at various times in its existence, and you saying, like, hey, everybody has a individual responsibility to decide what's right and what's wrong, my argument back would be when the rubber meets the road, there's no real way the church gives us to raise a hand and to say, we're not going to hurt these people anymore. Like, yeah, you can think it, you can keep it inside your head, you can disagree in the most soft language that allows people to continue their beliefs, but there's no real way to put your foot down and say, like, I'm going to push for this to end because this is not okay. And I gotta believe, I know there's this argument that Jesus allows us to mess up and God is allowing us to mess up because people have their agency. But at the same time, I also would think Jesus would expect me as an individual inside the church to raise my hand and to say, I'm not going to go along with us hurting these people this way. I'm just curious if you would admit, like, there really isn't a functional way to do anything once you decide from God that something's not right.
You know, I'm trying to think of the way to frame this. I think one of the biggest challenges of discipleship is recognizing that sustaining leaders does not require agreeing with leaders. And what I mean by that is I think, for instance, if in 1965 I had decided, okay, we are hurting black people by not giving them these saving ordinances, I'm going to ordain them to the priesthood. I'm going to defy my church leaders, and I am not going to abide by this policy or doctrine or whatever we want to call it, and I'm going to go rogue and do all of this. I would be removed from the church because I would not be sustaining my leaders and recognizing their authority. I think that church leaders have the authority to do what they have done, and that in most instances they have exercised that authority appropriately and done the right thing. But in these cases, in the case of race in the priesthood, and I believe in the case now of particularly the policy implemented in 2015, they are doing something that I fundamentally disagree with, that I would agree is hurting people. And I wrestled with this more than I think I've wrestled with anything else. I mean, with the priesthood ban, I wasn't aware of it in order to wrestle with it. I was too young to recognize what it was, or I didn't even know it existed. But this, I certainly knew it existed, and I've had all kinds of experiences in the theater community, particularly. I think I've spent more time around LGBT people than most members of the church would, and I mean, that sounds a little bit like some of my best friends are gay, and that's always a terrible thing. That sounds dismissive. But the reality is that I love and appreciate a number of LGBT people, and recognize that these are. I have yet to meet anybody of any orientation that has ever chosen which sex they're going to find attractive. When I talk to people who think that homosexuality is a choice, I say, okay, well, at what point did you decide to be straight? I mean, nobody ever makes that decision. It's something that comes to them when they find who they're attracted to, and it's not something that anybody makes a choice about. They certainly choose how they act on it, but that's a whole other separate discussion. Anyway, when the 2015 policy came out, which not only I think was punitive towards LGBT people, but it was punishing innocence. I mean, complete innocence. If you want to say that being gay is a sin, and I don't believe that, but if you want to say that, then why would you punish the innocent children of people who are gay? Straight children, you're denying them blessings for no reason at all, and would seem to fly in the face of the second article of faith, which says we believe men will be punished for their own sins and not for anybody else's. And the whole idea that the Savior said, "Suffer the little children and forbid them not to come unto me." It was just stunning to me, and I really wrestled with it. And as I said in the previous discussion, I was surprised at how many people were eager to see me gone because I was having a problem with this. And I can probably count on one hand the number of times where I feel like I have gotten a clear, distinct answer to a prayer that was genuinely revelatory, that I felt like, okay, the Lord is speaking directly to me, and I'm getting a very clear message. And the very clear message I got on this occasion, after a great deal of struggle, was a very peaceful, clear message from the Lord asking, if I put it into words, the words would be patient. It will all work out in the end. Now, I don't know when in the end means or when it will all work out, but the command I've received from the Lord is patience. I need to be patient with my leaders. I need to be patient with the church. And so that's where I am. But I also, whenever this comes up, and it was interesting because after I wrote my reply to the CES letter, I got a Facebook message from somebody who had argued with me quite extensively when I was writing about my frustrations with the exclusionary policy of 2015. And he wrote me a message and he said, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you've come back." And I said, "Well, what do you mean that come back?" He says, "Well, you were gone there for a while and now you've come back." And I said, "No, I'm exactly where I was in 2015. I still am entirely opposed to this policy, but I'm not going to leave the church. I'm going to be patient with the church. I'm going to be patient with my leaders as they are patient with me. And I also see my own responsibility one-on-one in ministering to the LGBT community and in talking to my friends. I am not going to judge. I am not going to exclude. I am not, so in terms of my own personal conduct, I do not have the power to include them in full participation in the church. If I had that power, I would include them, but I don't. And but on an individual level, I am not going to judge. I am not going to exclude. And I am not going to back down from my personal belief that the church is mistaken on this issue.
Perfect. So a couple things. One is that, and again, I don't want the listener, because the listener, again, is going to think I'm asking this simply to have you be painted in the worst light possible to the listener, and that's not it. I want the listener to have a level of charity as they hear me ask this, because I'm not asking it to, again, not to play gotcha, but the argument that be patient, like God's telling you, look, be patient. They've got it wrong. We'll fix this in our own due time.
That's not part of the message, by the way.
Okay. So please clarify.
Well, because I kept praying, I do not believe this is right, and I was praying for confirmation. Tell me this is right or wrong. And the answer was not it's right or it's wrong. The answer was be patient. There was no message to me of any kind of endorsement or repudiation of the policy.
So let me say it differently then. So you believe the policy is wrong. God tells you to be patient, meaning that in his own due time, something will move or shift that will reframe how you think of things or reframe how they think of things. In the meantime, though, there's a lot of damage being done. There are innocent children who see themselves as broken and less than, and who many of which are having depression and self-loathing and a lack of self-esteem and not seeing where they fit in God's plan of salvation. And some of them are even taking their lives. And I know the long view, which is God will fix this on the other side for those kids. But man, as one who sees life as precious, and to have to reconcile that 15 prophets, seers, and revelators are, and again, this is what you and me are thinking, not necessarily what God thinks, but that these 15 men are so stubborn in not wanting to compromise the theology of the church so as to hold out while kids take their lives seems absolutely atrocious to my conscience.
Well, okay, I can certainly see that. So the question then becomes, what is the best way to help these children who are struggling this way and does it help them if I leave the church? And I don't think it does. I don't think it helps the church if the people who are frustrated with this doctrine, with this teaching, abandon the church and leave it to the people who aren't uncomfortable with this doctrine. I recognize that there is not a vehicle within the church to stand up and protest, that the church does not respond well to that kind of movement. But the reality is, you look at the surveys of millennial Mormons, and people come. Jana Reese has a wonderful book coming out. I haven't read the book yet, but I've read a whole number of her articles that have referenced the data she's gathered, called The Next Mormons. And a majority of young members of the church favor gay marriage and favor gay rights. What happens when they become leaders of the church? Eventually, things change. The reason why these 15 men are not receiving revelation that allows for more inclusion of LGBT people in participation in the church is, I think, the same reason why prophets did not receive revelation about the priesthood ban, because I don't think it even occurs to them that there's a possibility that that there could be something righteous in homosexual sexual relations, that there's a possibility that there is some righteous purpose for that there is a way that can be righteously exercised. And everything we know about revelation is the idea that it only comes when we ask questions and when we want it. And that was a basic principle taught to me in primary. I keep coming back to the word of wisdom being Emma being mad about washing tobacco stains out of wooden floors. I remember as a little kid thinking, well, that's really kind of convenient that they receive an answer right then. And I think I even said something to that effect. And I can remember a primary teacher saying, well, that's what you ask a question. You only get an answer when you ask a question. So I don't think that members of the 12 and the first presidency have even thought to really genuinely ask the question, which is why we're not getting the kind of answer that I want. But I'm going a little far afield from your question is you're saying, okay, you're staying in a church that is doing things that are hurting people. And I can't argue with that, except to say I'm staying in a church that is also doing things that are blessing the lives of far more people than they are hurting. And that's kind of a ratio that you say, well, okay, but how do you deal with this other element of it? And the way I deal with it is to say that I think that if people who are uncomfortable with this policy and who disagree with this policy, I think if they were to leave the church, I think that long term that does far more damage to the people who are hurt by this policy than it does for people to be patient and to be able to, with using the principles of Doctrine and Covenant section 121, only by persuasion, by long suffering, brotherly kindness, and all of these kinds of things. The Lord expects us to be patient, not with our leaders. That's one of the commandments of the Doctrine and Covenants, is His word ye shall receive with all patience and faith. The first word is, you need to receive His words as authoritative, but you also need to be patient with Him. You need to recognize that the Lord is extraordinarily patient with us, and we need to be patient with Him. And so I reconcile that by not denying, yes, that there are people who are suffering, and there are people who are in pain as a result of what this church is doing. But abandoning the church in the process, I think, exacerbates the pain rather than ameliorates it.
Okay. So let me ask you this, because you said earlier this was a different sort of question, and let's ask it here. And we're bouncing back and forth because I think the race and the priesthood and the LGBT issue the exact same principles and mechanisms are in place. And so I think you can essentially substitute one for the other. And for the most part, you can get at the same concepts and ideas that are at the heart of why we're talking about these two issues.
Well, I think there are differences that ought to be acknowledged. One being that almost everybody, there were all kinds of statements that said blacks will eventually get the priesthood, just probably not to the millennium. But you don't see similar statements about the LGBT issue, which is a bit discouraging to me. But I think in terms of the revelatory framework as to how it can be changed, yes, I think they're identical. But I think in the way that it's been taught, there are also obstacles in terms of Latter-day Saint doctrine with regard to the idea that the highest degree of the celestial kingdom involves eternal increase. And so that stands, I think, as an obstacle. We'd have to really rethink that theology or rethink how we understand eternal increase to say that two people of the same gender could be sealed in the temple in the same way that a heterosexual couple could be sealed in the temple. I think there are ways to interpret that, and I think there have been some interesting movement among some Latter-day Saint thinkers, but I don't think we've seen any of that in church leadership. So I think that's the difference, is that church leadership prior to the 1978 revelation was open to the possibility of change. And right now, I don't see them open to the possibility of change.
Right. As seen by Elder Oaks in most of his recent General Conference talks, where he seems to be wanting to set in absolute stone that this is an unchangeable thing.
Right. And I kind of see that to some degree as similar to a lot of the conference talks that you can go back and dig up prior to 1890, saying absolutely not, we will never ever give up plural marriage, it will never happen. There are plenty of those. And so when people say that he's doing that, I say, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. And I'm not convinced that it's going to work. I'm not convinced that when my children and their generation take up the leadership positions in the church, that they're going to go back to 2018 conference talks and say, well, we can't be inclusive because Dallin H. Oaks 40 years ago said we can't.
Okay. The LGBT policy, and let me step back. I'm going to set aside from, I'm not talking about the 2015 policy. I'm talking about the idea that for those who are attracted to the same gender, and it seems like the church is on the front end of acknowledging, and there are some statements in the Mormon newsroom and in the previous Mormons and Gays website, which is now Mormon and Gay, because that title of the first one kind of implied that there were two different groups when really they're the same people. In the previous website, there was an acknowledgement that this isn't a choice. And in the current Mormon newsroom, there's acknowledgement that this isn't a choice and that it's complicated. For those who are born, and I'm going to say born because I do think it is biological, and we can argue the degree with which it's genetic or which it's epigenetic, but I think on some level, the moment that baby is born, it is predisposed to an attraction somewhere along a spectrum, and that attraction, when it becomes a teenager or a young adult or an adult, isn't something that you can go from being on one side of the spectrum to the other simply by choosing. I think you agree with that as well. Okay, so acknowledging that and acknowledging that the church says the solution is, look, we're going to agree that you don't have the ability to change your attractions, so the solution is that you remain celibate your entire life. And I want to say here too, and again, these matters are complex, so they take a lot of wording. I want to say here too that sometimes members of the church say, well, that's no different than our single brothers and sisters. Well, it is. Yeah, right. And I'm glad you're agreeing. There is on On the single brother and sister, they can go into their bedroom every night, kneel down before Heavenly Father, and pray that God provides them, gives them an opportunity to have a romantic relationship by which they can be married and hopefully sealed in the temple, whereas the LGBT brother and sister has to pray that they never encounter that God keeps it from them. And I think those are two very different things, where one has hope and the other one is hopeless in that particular need or want or desire. And so I want to ask you, and I'm assuming you're going to agree with this, but I'm assuming you see that position as untenable for most members of the church who are LGBT.
Absolutely. And I think that most members of the church don't recognize how much the church's position has changed. I can remember reading The Miracle of Forgiveness, which, bless Spencer W. Kimball's heart, but that's a terrible, terrible book on so many levels, and not just because it says that Cain is Bigfoot. But it talks about homosexuality and uses the word pervert and everything else, and it's as derisive as it could possibly be. And then there's one passage in it, and I should pull up the actual words, but he essentially says that homosexuality is curable, and the Lord at one point said, knock and it shall be opened unto you. So how can you know that the door to a cure isn't open until you've knocked at the door until your hands are bloody? I just imagine these bloody stumps of hands pounding on a door saying, change me. And Spencer W. Kimball's final summation is, it can be done. Well, no, it can't. It can't be done. And we now recognize that. And in the days of the miracle of forgiveness, the fact that we called homosexuals perverts who were choosing to be gay at least had the benefit of being logically consistent with our policy. Because if homosexuals choose to be gay, then we are entirely justified in withholding all these blessings from them if they are voluntarily choosing a sinful life. Well, now we have an inconsistent position that, regardless of how you feel about it morally, is logically untenable. Because now we say, you don't choose to be gay. This is not a choice. You don't choose to be gay, and nothing you will do will change to whom you are attracted. However, there is absolutely no righteous outlet for those feelings. And you need to shut that off, and you need to deny that entire part of your soul, either now and probably through eternity. I mean, we have statements that people say, well, yeah, homosexuals are homosexual now, but when they die and they're resurrected, they'll be heterosexual. And I look at that and say, that flies in the face of all kinds of scriptures that talk about the same spirit with us now will be the spirit that accompanies us into the eternities. And I try to imagine, I think, how you're talking about sexuality is not just about a physical attraction. I mean, it's one of the fundamental definers of who we are. And to say that, you're going to be the same person, only straight in the next life, becomes this sort of, you're going to be this entirely different person from who you are now. And that flies in the face, I think, of our understanding of how, how that same spirit that's with us now will be with us in the next life. So not only, I think, are there moral issues with that, I think it's logically untenable. And I think that's one of the reasons why it can't endure. It has to fall down one way or the other. We either have to go back to the miracle of forgiveness position and start trying to pretend that homosexuality is a choice, even though that flies in the face of every piece of data that we have on the subject, and the church has finally admitted that that's not true. So if that's not true, and if this is not a choice, and if, people, if the Lord has made you gay, then the Lord must have some kind of righteous purpose for that. And we haven't gotten there yet. But I don't think we have any choice as a people but to get there eventually. Because logically, it just can't stand the way it is.
As you're agreeing that position is untenable, it's not emotionally healthy for these LGBT folks, and I want to get your thoughts. I mean, it feels to me, by agreeing with those two things and recognizing, and this is only me saying it anecdotally, I don't know the data, but it feels to me, having had conversations with a ton of people and having watched this both as an insider and now as an outsider, it feels like for most LGBT members of the church, they eventually end up outside the church because that position is untenable. My question to you, and I'm not debating that there isn't good in Mormonism. I think there is. I have said on numerous occasions, Jim, that 17-year-old me was blessed deeply by Mormonism. In fact, Mormonism worked so good from probably 17 to about the age of 30 that I was made a better person by having Mormonism in my life. So I'm not debating that there isn't goodness there. What I want to point to is that this unhealthiness for an LGBT member is so toxic that I think that those folks are better off and healthier and have a better chance at a healthy life outside the church than in it. And I'm curious if you think the same thing.
I have members of my family who are gay, who are still active members of the church. I also have members of my family who are gay, who have left the church. I have wondered what I would do if one of my children were to come to me and say they were gay, and what should they do, and what kind of counsel I would give them. And the conclusion I have come to is that if somebody is gay, if somebody is lesbian or is transgender, and comes to me and says, I can't stay in the church because it's too toxic for me, my reaction would be, I will love you as much when you are outside of the church as in the church, and hopefully the church someday will be a place where you will not feel that way. And hopefully you will come back when that is the case. But so I don't know if that's a cop-out, I would fully respect the decision of somebody who felt like they couldn't stay in the church and had to leave because of this particular teaching, because it's too toxic and too hurtful. I would respect that decision, and I would continue to love them. And indeed I have with those members of my extended family that have made that decision. So I don't know any other way to answer that.
Do you think it's emotionally healthier for most LGBT members to be outside the church? Like that seems, and I get it. Here's my point. I know there's a hesitation, and I understand the hesitation because again, going back to the idea that when the rubber meets the road, we can't really say exactly sometimes how we feel, because this church, if Dr. Lowry Nelson...
It's not an issue that I'm worried that the church is going to come after me if I answer it one way or the other.
And I grant there are exceptions to the rule, by the way. I know that there are individuals who feel, and I'm going to let them make their own judgment for their own spiritual life. I think it's wrong for us to step in and say, I don't like when other people tell my story, Jim. And so I want to stay clear of telling other people's stories. So if somebody says, look, I'm happier in the church being celibate than going out of the church and living my LGBT life. On the other hand, I want to acknowledge that generally with everybody in the church and what they're doing and what their lives look like inside and outside. And what I hear people say both inside, the number of 20-year-olds that we can find trying to make it, and the lack of 50-year-olds trying to make it, versus people who are outside the church who are leading LGBT lives because that's where their attraction is, and they seem healthier and happier. It feels like, generally speaking, being outside the church is a better choice for our LGBT members, with the recognition that there are exceptions to the rule.
Well, I'm coming back to my own anecdotal experience with and I don't want to drag my relative into this, so I'm going to be vague, but I have a relative who is older than I am, who is not celibate, as far as I know. He has a partner, but is still an active member of the church, and has determined that being in the church is better than being out of the church, even with all of that frustrations. And he doesn't have a temple recommend, and all these kinds of things, but he remains an active member of the church. So the reason I don't want to say, oh yes, absolutely, I would agree that it's better for a gay person or transgender person to be out of the church than in the church. The reason I don't want to say that is because I still have a testimony of the value and the beauty of this church. And I see the benefit of it in so many other aspects of life. I think you probably have to make the kind of equation my relative has made in saying, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to participate fully. I'm not going to be able to go to the temple. I'm not going to be able to do these other kinds of things, but I still think there is value and benefit here. So I recognize that I don't like where the church is on this issue, but I don't want to say that the church is a terrible thing, because I don't think the church is a terrible thing. I think the church is a wonderful thing. And I think even for LGBT people, there are all kinds of blessings and benefits that can be found in church membership. Although if they make the decision and determination that the toxicity is just too high and they can't handle both and they can't reconcile both, I don't judge them for making that determination. But I can't quite get there from here in saying it would be better for all LGBT members to simply leave the church. I can't quite get there. I'm not there yet. Maybe I will get there at some point. But at the moment, I look at it and say, the church has been such a tremendous blessing in my own life and in the lives of so many people that to say that there's absolutely no place for anybody who is LGBT to participate, and maybe I'm deluding myself, but I just don't believe that yet.
Yeah, and in some, and again, I want to honor your relative. God bless him for being able to, one, do that, and two, for being in a ward and a stake that is allowing him to participate at the level he wants to, with the recognition that Leader Roulette.
Yeah. Well, and Frank, that's an issue. I mean, he said he'll never move from where he is because he's afraid that he wouldn't be allowed to do that if he were to go somewhere else.
Right. The church institutional, like that ward's an exception because it's operating in a way that seems to distance itself from the way the institutional church would like those wards to handle this situation. In other words, the handbook seems to make homosexuality a degree of sin that requires a disciplinary court.
Right. It doesn't require the outcome, and I think that they've leaned heavily. I'm not even sure if he's ever faced a disciplinary court. I was trying not even to use a gender pronoun, but I don't think he's ever faced a disciplinary court, and so his ward is probably just
the exception
the other way.
Yeah, it's the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
And so he's lucky. Most wards wouldn't. And so again, most LGBT members feel like the only option is to be celibate or to be excommunicated.
Right.
Okay. And that position you've agreed is untenable. And I'm simply saying for those who live in wards and stakes that seem to adhere more closely to what the leadership wants, I'm not asking you to say, are all members better outside? I'm asking you if most members are likely experiencing a healthier life outside the church if they're LGBT. And I think those two questions are very different, because I'm not asking you to put everybody in a box, but I'm asking if you can validate that for most LGBT folks, outside the church is going to be, they're experiencing a healthier space.
I guess I'm quibbling over the word most, because I don't want to quantify it, and I'm hopeful that the Lord is giving answers to LGBT people along the same lines as the answers he's giving to me, telling them that there is hope, that if you stay, that there will be changes. And so if I were to say most, I'd be belying the idea that I think it's going to change, and I think it is going to change. So what I will concede is that there are many LGBT members that are having a healthier spiritual life outside the church than within it.
And in a better emotional well-being.
And better emotional well-being, yes.
Okay, and I'm happy to, let's go that far, and I won't push anymore. So, which raises the next question. So if all 15 men, so you agree, I agree, the science, the data points to this being just a human thing. Like, just like a small portion of us are left-handed, there's a portion of us who don't fall into the heterosexual side of the spectrum, right? And knowing that the data points us to it's not a choice, that on some level this is just a human thing, and not even human, like in the animal world we see it as well. It's not even to say like it's some carnal thing, like even penguins are there. That's who that penguin is, and so he finds another male penguin, and that's where he finds his attraction. So knowing that it's evolutionary, knowing the data points us there, knowing that it does deeply contradict with much of our theology. For instance, and I'll bring the November 2015 policy back in, to tell for Elder Christofferson to stand up there and say, nothing is lost. They can come back when they're 18. It flies in the face of what we say as members in the church. We say things like, thank goodness my teenagers have the Holy Ghost, because there's so much pressure in schools to make bad decisions and to be persuaded by peer pressure. And then on the other hand, to say these children of gay people, they don't need the Holy Ghost right now. They can do without it, and if they come back and they're, as an adult, then nothing is lost. It sounds like you would agree that doesn't work. That's not coherent.
That doesn't work at all. I had a number of conversations with people who would make those arguments, and I said, okay, and this was contemporaneous with the policy announcement. I'd say, could you imagine just a month ago trying to argue to anybody that the gift of the Holy Ghost is no big deal, that it doesn't matter, that going through adolescence without the gift of the Holy Ghost really doesn't make any difference? And that would always get people to sort of hem and haw and say, well, eventually it'll all work out. But that kind of justification doesn't work. Because either the gift of the Holy Ghost and the priesthood matter or they don't. And if they don't matter, then we shouldn't baptize anybody until they're 18. Until they're, legal adults and can make that decision for themselves. And I also balk at the justification that says, well, we don't want somebody taught something in their homes that is contrary to what's being taught at church. And I think that's the experience of just about every convert who was baptized before the age of 18. I remember I baptized a girl I was dating when she was 16, and her family gave consent initially, and then later on tried to kick her out of the house. I think that lasted for about a week or so. But and they weren't a terrible family, but they were a Catholic family. And Catholicism is not Mormonism. They were teaching things that were contrary, and it's stunning to me that if a convert is baptized in a home where the parents are alcoholics or the parents are, child abusers, they're definitely being taught things that are contrary to what the church teaches. And the gift of the Holy Ghost and membership in the church becomes the anchor that allows them to survive in those kinds of hostile environments. So all of the arguments justifying the November policy, including the ones that Elder Christofferson made, really fall flat with me. I see no validity in any of them.
So knowing all the data points to this being just a biological thing, seeing the fact that it contradicts LDS theology at numerous places. I did a post when let me say this, when the November 2015 policy came out, one day before that, my mindset was the church is on the right path, it's figuring things out, and we're moving in the right direction. When that policy came out, it felt like a punch to the gut. And it was this moment where and it was kind of like a come to Jesus moment. It was this moment where I had to really come to terms that these men could essentially work 180 degrees against where I thought Jesus stood and where I thought the church that I had placed faith in would stand. And it damaged my faith on a whole lot of levels. And so with that said, I want to say that on November 5th of 2015, so this would have been, I think, the day that the policy came out, I wrote an article called Duty Bound to Reject It. And here's why. I put the reasons why this thing doesn't mesh with LDS theology. One, this policy change diminishes agency, right? We took the agency away from these kids and the parents of these kids, which is where we've taught all along that the primary responsibility of directing our children in the gospel is the parents' responsibility. Two, this policy diminishes the importance of the Holy Ghost, which we just talked about. Three, this policy violates Scripture in D&C 6827, which says that calls for all 18-year-old children within the stakes of Zion to be baptized and confirmed. Next one, this policy diminishes the value of ordinances such as baptism. Like, to think that these kids will come back after we've shoved them out for their entire childhood to the age of 18 is silly. Like, most of these kids are just going to find other ways to live out their life and they never come back. And so we have essentially told them that the ordinances are not so necessary right now. You can simply go live your life and we'll catch up with you when you're gone, when you've deceased. This policy seems to run contradictory to the teachings of Jesus, suffer the little children to come unto me. This policy leaves so many harmful possibilities. Say that there's a child who's being taken to church by his grandparents. All of a sudden, this kid can't receive the ordinances, so he's sitting next to his peers, and they're moving along in the gospel, and he can't because his parents are gay. It feels like you're causing a lot of emotional harm to that kid who still ends up being taken to church by some other family member or by his gay parents for that matter. This policy seems to contradict Article of Faith number 2. We believe that men will be punished for their own sins and not for Adam's transgression. It seems deceptive to claim that the letter sent out a week later was a clarification of the original intent. That's another thing I saw as a big issue, was putting something in the handbook and then saying, oh, we didn't mean what we wrote in this handbook, which is so important to us. We actually mean it much differently. And to do it in a letter form, to risk that letter essentially being lost to the next leader who's called, I think makes room for every ward in the stake to operate unclearly and not knowing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, because all they have at that point is the handbook if that paper gets lost. There was already a policy that would have covered, in all likelihood, most of these situations. There already is a policy that you need both parents' permission for baptism. And as you pointed out, there's other sins out there that we're not enacting these things at all. So with all that said, help me understand, because this is going to get into the next topic, and maybe we'll start on it a little bit today. It gets into the next topic of, if these 15 men can be that wrong, where they sit in a room, 15 of them, smart men, educated men, and they're so determined to hold the ground they're holding, in spite of the fact that what this does so clearly runs against its own theology, so clearly is untenable once you understand it's biological and not a choice. And all of us critics who are being told to be quiet are seeming to come to the right answer long before these guys are. It runs into the problem of, why would I place trust in these 15 men if they seem so incapable of discerning truth in spite of everything flying in the face of this issue? Like, man, it just, this is one of the things I really struggle with, and maybe I'm not framing it right. This is one of the reasons I had to step away, was because I got to a place where once I took back my own authority, once I started to think for myself, once I no longer was blindly obedient, I realized that on 99% of the issues in my life, I deeply, and again, we can argue like, man, maybe I was deceived. I deeply feel like I'm doing better at knowing right and wrong than these 15 men who are supposed to be a guide to me.
These 15 men are not supposed to be substitutes for your own capacity to determine right and wrong, and they are not. So I look at this and I say, I look at not just these 15 men, but I look at the vast membership of the church, who I think were raised at a time and a place where culturally and environmentally we're taught that this is how you're supposed to view homosexuality. I don't see these 15 men as being morally superior to the people that I have been surrounded with all of my life within the church. So I look at that and say, I think one of the biggest mistakes we make in terms of how we deal with our leadership in the church is in assuming that somehow these men are different from us. I don't think they are. I think that if you were to gather 15 men in my own ward, I don't know what percentage of them would have those same kinds of feelings about homosexuality, but I would say it would probably be fairly consistent with where the brethren are. We can get into that. I have a perspective that comes from being raised with this sort of sense of expectation, given my family heritage. And I hate putting it in those terms because it sounds like my two great-grandfathers, Heber J. Grant and David O. McKay, always left me feeling totally inadequate as a human being because I knew I was just another schlub like everybody else. And I thought, well, how can I be just another schlub when I had these two sort of demigods as my ancestors? And I served my mission in Scotland, which is where the McKays came from. And I actually served 6 months up in Thurso, Scotland, which is near the northernmost point of the British mainland, where the McKays actually joined the church. And I visited what's left of the home where David O. McKay's grandfather accepted the gospel. It's this stone croft in the middle of a field that the roof is collapsed. I don't know how much, that was 30 years ago, so I don't know how much of it is still left. But at the time, my grandfather was writing a book, and the book was called My Father, David O. McKay. And if I can persuade you not to read a useful book on David O. McKay, I would tell you to avoid that book because it's essentially a hagiography that tells you what David O. McKay's favorite pie was and, stuff that doesn't matter. And it doesn't, reading David O. McKay and the Rise of Modern Mormonism versus reading this book, it's night and day. This book is just to tell you what a great, great human being David O. McKay was, and he was a prophet, and he was on a pedestal, and you should look up to him, and all of that. But at the time, when I was serving in Thurso, my parents sent me a copy of David O. McKay's missionary journal, unedited. And it was a huge revelation to me, because David O. McKay, bless his heart, was a terrible missionary. He wasted a lot of time. He went and toured whiskey factories in Glasgow while he was in Scotland. He would complain about the locals, and he talked about this haggard woman that threw a gospel tract back at him when he tried to give it to her, and he'd say, "I'd as lief die as distribute tracts." You know, that he hated tracting that much. You know, he missed his girlfriend. He didn't baptize anybody, although he was sort of called into mission leadership fairly early into his mission, so he didn't really spend a lot of time proselyting. But the time he spent proselyting, he had a miserable time. And I read that journal, and I read that in the context of my entire life feeling inadequate and small, because I was David O. McKay's great-grandson, and I was still nobody, and I wasn't the righteous person who could be a prophet. And what I took from that journal was, well, gosh, if he can start there and get to where he got, then maybe there's hope for me after all. And I think we do this huge disservice to the youth of the church by putting these men on a pedestal and saying, look how much better they are than you. Because what we should be saying is, you can be them too. They are just like you. They're no different from you. They struggle with the same kinds of things and the same kinds of biases and the same kinds of setbacks that you struggle with. I think that is such a much more compelling story. And if I can tell one more personal story, and I'll use the actual names here because everybody involved in this is dead. But my uncle used to write priesthood manuals for the church. He was a philosophy professor at the University of Utah, and I think was actually even the institute director at the same time, and was one of the head writers of priesthood manuals. And he would give his priesthood manual drafts to Richard L. Evans, who was in the Quorum of the 12 at the time, and Richard L. Evans would look at him and say, "Oh, these are great, thanks." And then Richard L. Evans would take him to Harold B. Lee, and Harold B. Lee would say, "These are terrible. You need to change this, and this." And he'd take them back to my uncle, and my uncle kept getting frustrated with the fact that the members of the Quorum of the 12 couldn't agree on whether or not what he was writing was any good. And my father kept saying, well, he realized that he was smarter than the members of the Quorum of the 12. And I think that's probably absolutely true. My uncle was one of the most intelligent people I've ever met in my life. And he ended up eventually leaving the church because he saw disagreements in the Quorum of the 12, and he recognized that these men weren't any smarter than he was. And my father, at one point, was sitting in the lobby of the Hotel Utah with Harold B. Lee. I don't know what the occasion was. This was before my father was a senator or was anybody of note, really. But he was sitting in the lobby, and Harold B. Lee asked him, "Whatever happened with your brother?" And Dad said, "Well, he's left the church." And he described this whole thing, and he said Harold B. Lee got visibly upset. And he said, "Oh, I know people outside of Utah put us on a pedestal like that, but doesn't he realize we're just men? And we're men who are doing the best we can." And that story has always stuck with me. My dad told me that story in that's how he saw the brethren. These are men who are doing the best they can. They are men who are no different from you and I. And I think we make a huge mistake by putting them on this huge pedestal and assuming they are not capable of these kinds of biases. And the kinds of biases that we see with regard to homosexuality, just as the biases against black people in the 19th century were pervasive among the entire population, this is the way that not just Mormons, but the way that most Catholics and evangelicals, and this is the way Christendom as a whole still views homosexuality. We're seeing movement in other denominations that we're not seeing in our church. But the Catholic Church is still just as rigid on these issues as the Mormon Church is. And so I think the idea that these 15 men can hold a position that is consistent with the way that virtually all of Christianity still views homosexuality, even though they're in error, it's not surprising to me, and it's not troubling to me in the sense that I don't expect these men to be better than me. And I'm not saying I'm better than them, but I'm saying we are all part of the same community. We all come from the same culture, and we're all subjected, I think, to the same biases. And I don't think that they're going to move until they can conceive of, until they can even recognize their biases. I think they're fish in water saying, what water? This is just the water that they've swum in their entire lives. And so I think it's going to take time, and I think it's going to take a rising generation that is growing up with a different mindset and a different culture to be able to ask the right questions to get the right answers.
Yeah, and I don't, man, this is...
that was long and
No, that's good. This is such a... for me, it's such the crux of the entire problem, and so I'm going to struggle to word this right, but I'm trying to convey to you why this hill that we're talking about is so crucial to the entire conversation, which is my as I sat from a 17-year-old convert, and as I originally took the church's stance on every issue. Like, my father-in-law sat down and said, here's what the church taught on this, and I just accepted it full all across the board. And as I've grown and matured and on a path of development, taken back my own authority and began to think for myself and feeling completely comfortable disagreeing with the authorities of my tribe, what I recognized happened was that on every issue, I was ahead of the church. And that can sound arrogant. That can sound deeply arrogant. But when I looked at things like, even little things like cremation and birth control, when I looked at women working outside the home, when I looked at the sexist things going on in the temple, when I looked at the way we framed race in the priesthood, when I looked at the LGBT policy, it seems as if every step of the way I was coming to the truth before these 15 men. And the system is set up so that these 15 men are prophets, seers, and revelators. Now, those words used to mean things. Prophets prophesied, seers could see into the future, see into the past. Revelators gave revelation, new things, new insights. And what seems to happen in Mormonism is that these men are always behind the times because of their cultural upbringing, and it takes a changing world, which they say is wicked and fallen, but which seems to always be ahead on every single social issue. And then us critical members of the church, us either progressive Mormons or us ex-Mormons, are shouting out that, hey, this isn't right, we're doing damage and it needs to change, only to have the church 40 to 50 years later make a change. Now, that's one. The other side of the coin is that this system, these top 15 men from generation to generation generally, and I know there have been some exceptions, Hugh B. Brown, Elder Uchtdorf to some extent in the present moment, these 15 men generally, from generation to generation, want to be seen as magical prophets, seers, and revelators. They want to acknowledge there's this little level of fallibility, but they never really want to get down into the mud and say, like, to be honest, we're almost always behind the times. It takes a long time for all 15 of us to agree on something. It almost always takes the world changing to point at our unhealthiness. It almost always takes members at the bottom raising a voice up to us, even though we excommunicate them for saying so, to get us to start to see that we're doing something wrong. And then 40 to 50 years late, we finally come around to where the rest of humanity has come. And I'm simply saying that feels deeply ineffective, number one. And it feels like if I'm constantly having to look in the rearview mirror to see where these prophets, seers, and revelators are, only to feel deeply within my soul that I'm ahead of the game where I'm at, then it becomes deeply problematic to hang around and continue to let this system tell you that it works a certain way when the reality is it works something completely different. And on your hand, when you're saying we all need to think for ourselves, great. But if we actually try that, if I can think it, we all have a human right. Here's another thing. And I know I'm going off in different places, but these all tie together. The church says, look, you're welcome to believe whatever you want. You just can't say it. And to some extent, that's what they say, because I can name numerous people who have been punished for telling true history, have been punished for raising a hand and saying, I'm not okay with what we're doing here. Dr. Lowry Nelson himself was punished. I shouldn't say that. Dr. Lowry Nelson himself was threatened with punishment if he didn't get on board, even though it turns out he was the one who was right. So this system...
What was the issue with Dr. Nelson?
So Dr. Lowry Nelson had a correspondence with the first presidency.
Oh, right.
And he was saying essentially on the race and the priesthood, this isn't tenable.
Right.
And these guys said, if you keep saying that, then you're working against the church.
I just forgotten the name. So
Right. No sweat. So this system punishes you for raising a voice to what it's doing wrong. It pretends that these guys talk to Jesus directly. Elder Quentin Cook and Elder Oaks both recently said, look, we're not always talking to Jesus, but for instance, on these temple changes that just happened, those President Nelson got through a face-to-face conversation. And I'm happy to give you those quotes so the next time we talk,
I'd love to see those quotes.
You can speak on that. But their words imply...
They claim that President Nelson spoke face-to-face with Jesus about...
Yeah, they're implying that this revelation was way, way more direct than the way these guys normally interact. And I just think that's dangerous because...
I need to see the quote because...
Yeah, and I will. I'll show it to you so that you and I can have an intelligent conversation about it since you're not aware of it. That's not fair. But I'm simply saying this system seems broken. This system seems like there's no real way for feedback. There's no way to give critical thought to the things these guys do. And yet these guys seem to be on every social issue 40 to 50 years behind the times. And so a guy like me sits and goes why would I kick against the pricks, right? Why would I stay in this thing to constantly be told by my ward, by my stake, and by the church generally that I'm the one who's wrong, when in reality, on every single issue that I've expressed an opinion on, it seems like either the church has come around or you and I are in agreement that they're going to. This is the crux. If these guys are prophets, seers, and revelators, I'm not seeing the evidence of it. I don't see anything that indicates to me that these guys are acting above and beyond what 15 professional businessmen who want to maintain a theology and who grew up in a social context of 40 to 50 years ago would act. And so I'm not seeing any reason for anybody to hang around and to see these guys as anything above and beyond men who want to be seen a certain way, but that the evidence points at them at just being 15 old dudes in a room. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I know that comes off as disrespectful. But 15 older men in a room whose social context is from the 1950s and the 1960s, the 1970s, and the 1980s with the AIDS scare. And these men seem like even when all roads point to them being wrong, this system is set up in a way that they get to hold on to that wrong for 40 to 50 years in spite of the evidence.
Well, okay, there's a lot to unpack there, because I would agree with you to some extent, but I try to sort of flip the context of it, because when you say the system is broken, I would have to come back and say, well, what is the purpose of the system? If the purpose of the system is to be on the cutting edge of social change, then, yeah, I think this is a really inefficient system. I don't think that's what the purpose of the system is. The purpose of the system is administering the ordinances and the teachings of the gospel of Jesus Christ in a way that is orderly, in a way that allows the greatest amount of access to people living and dead to what they need in order to be saved. And a lot of the social issues you're talking about, for the most part, are largely irrelevant to that. I know that the church's position on a number of these things is a bone of contention in a lot of different ways, but I'd say 90% of the time I go to church, none of these issues even come up. I mean, we're talking about salvation, we're talking about loving our neighbor, we're talking about what can we do to help sister so-and-so. She's just gotten surgery, and can we bring her dinner, and who's going to shovel her walk? I mean, in very practical, pragmatic, down-to-earth ways. And I think that really is the lived experience of most members of the church, far more than any kind of controversial social issues. Even for LGBT members, the church in practical terms, and the way it's lived and the way it's practiced, is far more sort of hands-on and direct experience than the social attitudes of its leaders. We experience this in a very profound firsthand way. So, just about precisely, it was on Valentine's Day of 2011. My family and I went skiing, and on the last run of the day, my daughter took a wrong turn, went down a double black diamond, and ended up falling head over heels 300 yards down the side of the mountain at Solitude Resort, and suffered a burst fracture in her spine that left her partially paralyzed from the waist down. And she's a partial paraplegic to this day. And after that happened, our ward came to our house. They cleaned our house. A contractor in our ward remodeled our house at no cost in order to make it handicap friendly. We got meals delivered to our door for months. The entire ward just sort of descended on us and buoyed us up as we were dealing with this huge setback in our lives. And there's no other organization like that does that. I know there are other churches that do that. I'm not trying to say that makes our church truer than any other church. But what I think it does is it demonstrates what the experience of living in this church really is. And it's more than just, well, I disagree on these social issues. I mean, when you say the church, the church accommodates people with all kinds of different points of view, I think in far greater latitude than your assessment would allow for. I really believe that's true. I mean, I can remember growing up and having all kinds of arguments with liberal Democrats and whatever else, who were active, faithful members of the church whose membership was never in question, who had very different positions on social issues. And I think the church starts to take action against people when they start to sort of mobilize against the church, when they start to take public stands and try to persuade people to oppose the church. I don't know if my conversations with you are going to get me into trouble. I don't think they will, because even as I say, oh yeah, I don't disagree with the church, I'm not trying to mobilize an army to go up against the church and say, you need to change this policy or else. I'm saying I disagree. And I've been saying since the 2015 policy, and you can still go back and read my blog, I've been saying this is why I disagree. I sustain my leaders. I recognize their authority, and I am not going to, try to stage a coup. I recognize that you have the authority to do this, but I do not agree with my leaders on this issue and on these issues. But I think the vast majority of what these 15 men do and what they teach is uplifting, it is of value, it is of God, and the way people experience the church firsthand in terms of the kind of practical concern that we have for our neighbors that we wouldn't know
if it weren't for the church, that we wouldn't have any interaction with if it weren't for the church. I think there is such tremendous value in that if we start to think that all the church is just a bunch of men who are backwards on social issues, we are missing the vast majority of the lived experience of members of the church that is of extraordinarily value and does a tremendous amount of good in the world, both in and out of the church.
Yeah, I see Mormonism as doing ethnocentric tribalism really well. In other words, if you and I heard what you just said in terms of in and out of the church. So I agree that the church does do good outside the church as well, although I would probably debate you on the scope of that and the amount of energy and resources spending that compared to what they have available. That said, I think they do ethnocentric tribalism really well.
Well, if you say ethnocentric, are you saying racial?
No, I'm saying that if you look and talk and walk like a Mormon, this community will love you and serve you to the nth degree.
Well, look and talk. I want to push back fairly hard on that, because I think in the Hispanic community, for instance, you see a tremendous amount of brotherhood and acceptance of people that don't look like me. I don't think ethnocentrism and look like a Mormon implies, I think, a racial element that I think is belied by the lived experience of members of this church. I think, with the exception of what we've done with blacks in the priesthood, I think the church's greatest growth now is taking place in areas where people do not look and talk like the white guys in Utah.
No, that's not what I mean. So if in various wards and stakes across the globe of the church, and again, I understand that in places that are less connected to the culture of Utah and the way in which these leaders present ideas. In other words, the further you get away from the Wasatch Front, the more ability for local leadership to kind of maybe do their own brand of things without being as heavily influenced by the culture of what's here in Utah. But that Mormonism does a really good job. And again, I can only speak to, I lived in Ohio and I've lived here in Utah. And there certainly are differences. There are things about the Utah church culture that in some ways disgust me. But recognizing that even in Ohio, in this the mission field of the church, that when somebody came to church and when they looked like they fit what we culturally say is like, this is what a good Mormon is, then we served those people and they served us, and we were right there in any emergency they had. That anybody who was outside the church, or even those inside who didn't quite fit the mold, we begin really easy in Mormonism to create boundaries and to create us and them. And it's a human thing. I don't mean that it's just a Mormon thing. It's a human thing. But in high demand fundamentalist religions, which I deeply believe Mormonism is one of those, we go to another degree of it. And we create us and we create them, and us are the winning team, we're the good guys, and them isn't. And we go out of our way to serve us, and unless we have and then with them, our motives are either to bring them into the church or to distance ourselves from them if we see them as some way having been deceived by Satan and a tool of the adversary. And we have this language. I mean, we teach lessons on Thomas Marsh and Simon's Rider, and then the overall lesson of don't be one of those guys. And so when I lived in Ohio, I could get away with it a little bit more because I had converted to that ward and I served as a bishop in that ward. But I was still having the people generally begin to start distancing themselves from me. When I came here to southern Utah, even as an active member of the church with a current temple recommend, members of my ward saw me as an apostate, even in my activity. Like when I would raise a question or a hand to them talking about the LGBT issue and say, like, guys, we got to quit talking about it in this certain way. Like, we're just not accurate to the science and the data. Like, we need to be more informed and not be so binary in our thinking. People would silence me right in the middle of class and tell me to be quiet. And it's a human thing, but it shows up so much stronger in something like Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness or Scientology. And again, I know you and I would both agree that that's even another extreme. Seventh-day Adventist. When there are unhealthy systems that say we're the good guys and everyone else is the bad guys, and to some degree we do that in Mormonism, we create boundary lines and we end up doing damage to those who don't fit. We end up pushing them away. We end up distancing ourselves from them to a degree that is more than what we see in healthier systems. So finishing off, kind of winding up, and we'll get into this heavier in the next episode. The next episode, my hope is to cover, and I see the next episode as the final episode of substance, and then maybe one more episode if you and I both feel it necessary to hash out kind of looking back at all of our conversation.
Okay.
When I converted to this church, I was taught that this was something different than the world. Not only that we had saving ordinances, but that we had prophets, seers, and revelators. We had men who talk to God himself in a way that others don't talk to God. Otherwise, there's no reason to have a label. In other words, if someone is an airplane pilot, they come with some type of difference between them and somebody who's not an airline pilot. Because we've given the labels, and they want the labels, and they ask us to sustain them with the labels of prophets, seers, and revelators, I was led to believe, and I think it's fair to say that they intentionally wanted me to believe it, that these men had extra added access and ability to give us the mind and will of God beyond and above what my capacity was. And what I'm telling you is that's not my lived experience. My lived experience is that these 15 men needing to be unified, these 15 men being older and holding to a culture that's behind us, these 15 men imposing that the world is fallen, hence there's an even stronger resistance to saying like, oh, we're wrong and the world's right. And these 15 men not allowing real critical feedback. In other words, there's no real healthy way to send recommendations up the line. Those who try to do that seem to be punished, and they tend to entrench even more when that happens, and sometimes that adds another decade or two to the change. I see 15 men who, again, I see no evidence of them being the thing they claim to be. And I would welcome from you saying, like, let me lay out the evidence. Here is these men being prophets, seers, and revelators in a way that is more than just them having to come to terms with being wrong, but them having some access to being ahead of the game, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes sense, but what you've described is you're saying, give me evidence that backs up my assumptions of what a prophet, seer, and revelator is or is supposed to be. And I think the problem is in the assumptions, because I do not assume that these 15 men have any more access to heaven than I do.
What is a seer then? Because the Book of Mormon tells us what a seer is.
Right.
Are these men not seers in the way the Book of Mormon tells us a seer is? Somebody who sees the past and the future.
Well, the Book of Mormon actually describes seers essentially as the kinds of people who can translate records of ancient date. Where he describes what a seer is, he's describing, I think it's in the Book of Mosiah, or when they received the Jaredite plates, and he's describing that it's a seer who can translate the Jaredite plates. So what it means is that these are the men who have the authority to do that. That, you know, if there's a guy who claims to have translated the sealed portion of the Book of Mormon, and to also retranslate the lost 116 pages. And he claims to be Hiram Smith reincarnated. And there's a member of the Smith family in St. George, Ida Smith, fell in with this guy, and we know that family fairly well. And Ida Smith contacted my father and asked her to read this stuff, and Dad did and told her why it was nonsense. But Ida Smith also called Jeff Holland and taped the conversation. And even though Jeff Holland said, "You're not taping this, are you?" And she said, "No, that's all on the tape." But Jeff Holland made the point. He said, if we're going to get the sealed portion of the Book of Mormon, it's not going to come to some guy from Joe's Bar and Grill. It's going to come through the leadership of the church. And this guy who supposedly translated it then wrote a biography of himself calling himself the man from Joe's Bar and Grill. So very clever. But the point is that these are the men who have the authority that if God is going to appear to somebody in order to do something that he can't do some other way, these are the men he's going to appear to. The idea that God appears every Thursday at every meeting, or even frequently, is belied by Scripture and by every prophet who they describe the encounters with God are extraordinarily rare. They don't happen often. And even with Joseph Smith, we have the first vision, we have the appearance in the Kirtland Temple, and we have the appearance in the 76th section, or at least the vision that he has with Sidney Rigdon. And that's essentially it. Joseph Smith does not describe frequent contact directly with the personage of God. And when it happens for unique and remarkable reasons. And so I do not blame you for your assumptions, because I think I shared those assumptions for a good chunk of my life. I no longer share those assumptions, and I think that members of the church need to be taught that the idea that these men are prophets, seers, and revelators means that they have the authority that if God is going to translate another Book of Mormon or some other really remarkable, miraculous thing, these are the men he's going to use to do it. But those kinds of miraculous things happen very infrequently. And these men have as much access on a day-to-day basis to heaven as every member of the church. I think that's a principle that we don't teach nearly enough. And the thing is, we do teach it. You know, you go into the doctrine, and even Dallin Oaks, when he was first interviewed as a member of the first presidency, said, "We do not believe in infallible leaders." It's like, well, we do believe in infallible leaders. It's that old cliche about Catholics not believing the Pope is infallible, but Mormons believing that leaders are infallible, even though both groups are taught the opposite. So the issue is the assumptions, and I think you came by your assumptions honestly, and I think your assumptions are shared by, I'd probably say, a majority of members of the church, and I think those assumptions need to be challenged, because I think we need to recognize that the authority of these men is what gives order and structure to the church, but it does not give them more access to heaven than any individual member. Every member of the church has the right to petition heaven on any subject and to be able to have a direct encounter with the divine that gives them the testimony that they need on any idea, on any subject. And so we don't need to wait for these men to have opinions, to form our own opinions. We can have our own opinions, and they can be different from the opinions of the 15 leaders of the church. That's not what, when you say the system is broken, that's not what the system is designed to do. The system is not designed to be on the cutting edge of social change. What the system is designed to do is to save the souls of Latter-day Saints. And I think the system and the world, and I think the system is doing that very effectively.
Here we are, we're part 6, we're wrapping up. This should be essentially the last episode, maybe even the last episode, depending on kind of how we get through this. But I woke up this morning. It is the 21st of February, and there's about 3 or 4 inches of snow here on the ground in southern Utah, which is kind of abnormal, as you know.
Oh, yeah.
So kind of a cool, cold winter day today. Last time, so again, we've run through this, been talking to Jim Bennett. He's done what I think is a great response to the CES letter. While I disagree, I thought it would be helpful to sit down to take the biggest issues that people are losing faith over that the CES letter discusses and to kind of hit those on a high level, and then where needed, kind of dig in deeper into some of these issues. And so we've covered a lot of ground thus far. Book of Abraham, Book of Mormon, First Vision, Joseph's treasure digging, on and on and on. And here we are in episode 6. And the goal today is to talk about the prophetic mantle of LDS leaders, as well as to talk about spiritual witnesses as a spiritual witness as a way to know the truth of something. And Jim, I want to start off, and I want to preface this question only because I should have sent this to you yesterday and given you time to think about it. So I'm going to ask it, and if you don't have a great answer off the start, because this is a question I probably would need a few minutes to think about, then we'll revisit it when we get to the end as well, because I think it's an important question. And it's that you said that you think these men, talking about the top 15 of the church, you think these men get way more right than they get wrong. And I'm curious if you could name some of the things that they get right, things they got right before the world was encouraging it to go that direction, and before the critics in the church on some at least tangible level were reaching up and publicly asking for the church to do something different. Can you name maybe some things that you think the church, like nailed it, they got it, to show the listeners that, yeah, I mean, sometimes these guys are ahead of the game, and that would be evidence of a spirit of being a prophet, a seer, and a revelator?
I actually have some firsthand experience with this because I've been involved with the church. I interviewed at one point for the church's position as their government relations director. And I've interacted with that part of their organization on a number of occasions. And it was really interesting to me in 2010 when I was running my father's failed re-election campaign. I always swore to myself that if he lost, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life, and I haven't felt one day of guilt. I don't think there's anything else we could have done to get him reelected, because there was sort of a perfect storm of Tea Partiers who were angry at him. And I remember the conversation with the government relations director about immigration. And the church, I think, has been out in the forefront of immigration reform, because it sounds like you're framing this in terms of political issues. But in terms of immigration reform, it's remarkable to me, as a former Republican. I'm no longer a Republican. I'm still a member of the church, but I'm not a member of the Republican Party. It was remarkable.
I thought those two were inseparable.
Yeah. So it was remarkable to me when I was essentially a professional Republican. I worked on a number of campaigns and was a party hack for a great many years. And it was always distasteful to me how members of the church in politics would wrap themselves in the church, and that they would sort of try to use the church to gain political advantage. And I'm more Mormon than thou would carry the day more often than not. And it was remarkable to me that was essentially the status quo of the Utah Republican Party until the church says things that the Republican Party doesn't agree with. And I remember a conversation with the government relations director where he said, we know we have the biggest stick in the state. That is, we know that if we say something, that lawmakers will do something. He says, so we try not to use that stick unless we have to. And he says, but the flip side to that is that when we do take a political stand, it's something that has gone up, down, and sideways throughout the entire organization of the church. And so it was remarkable when the church came out in favor of the Utah Compact, which favors an immigration policy far to the left of where the Republican Party is, that Republicans went all over themselves to distance themselves from, you don't have to agree with the church on these sorts of things. And I mean, right after the church issued its statement, the Republicans held their state convention and passed a resolution condemning the church's position. So I'm also, a couple of other things. I'm in a ward with Patrick Kieran, who's a member of the 70 who gave a wonderful talk that was, I think, very much on the cutting edge of this issue, where he talked about the importance of helping refugees. And I think the church has done wonderful things with regard to setting up opportunities for people to directly help refugees who are local, but also internationally. I think the church has done a great deal of work on that far surpasses much of what the world has been doing, and certainly what this political administration has been doing. And the fact that Utah is the only state in the union with a Republican governor that welcomes refugees into their state, I think, is a tribute to the church's influence. I also spent many years as a writer for the Deseret News, as one of their editorial writers, which was an interesting responsibility because they're very concerned over at the Deseret News that anything they say editorially will be taken as the position of the church, since the church owns that newspaper. I never had any interaction with any church leadership. There was always kind of this. Some people would say, the apostles or the brethren, they really interfere in the editorials, and they really didn't. Although I think they probably would have if the editorial director had a reputation for going out of bounds, and he certainly didn't have that reputation, so that really wasn't a problem. But the number of issues like care for the poor, which was one of the major focuses of the Deseret News, I think the church leads out on that in wonderful ways. I think the church does a great deal of good for which it does not get a lot of credit. And in our last conversation, we talked about the system being broken. And I don't think the system is broken. I think if you're looking at the church as being an organization that's supposed to be on the cutting edge of political evolution, I think you're sort of misrepresenting what the church is supposed to be. I think that on the immigration issue, President Nelson, for instance, has also come out in favor of gun control to some degree. He said we need to keep guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. And I think that's not a position you would hear from a Republican politician. So I think just pegging the church as sort of this arch-conservative political organization, I think is misrepresenting what the church is. And I think that what the church does and the church's purpose, I think the church fulfills it very well and in ways that I think no other organization can match.
Yeah, and I don't disagree on the immigration issue. I don't remember exactly the year, but I think I was serving as a bishop. If not, I was a counselor in a bishopric when the church came out with its policies in terms of handling illegal immigrants within the church, in terms of ordinances and things. And their stance caught me off guard, only because I expected them to stand by the article of faith, right? Like we believe in following the laws of the land, and hence they would want to distance themselves from somebody who had gotten into the country illegally, even though obviously we know those issues are complex. There's reasons those people are leaving their country, and they're leaving because they're in danger of one form or another of receiving some sort of trauma or lack of care where they were at. And so, but I expected the church to fall a certain way, and they came down in this other direction. And I could see the members of my ward struggle with that. And to be honest, to some extent, I struggle with it. I used to be an avid listener of Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh and all that stuff. And to see the church come out with something that kind of flew in the face of what every member would have expected, kind of it gave me a moment to pause and say, ooh, something's happening here, something different. So I agree with you on that one. I don't think these are overly political. You and I were talking yesterday, and I think the ones you pointed out are, but I don't think the issue generally is overly political. I think that as you and I talked yesterday or day before about this, and I think it was 2 days ago, but we talked about the idea that on the homosexual issue, they're behind. On the race and the priesthood, they were behind. They got it wrong, and then they had to self-correct. And on the homosexual issue, you and I think they got it wrong, and they're going to have to self-correct. I think, and I assume, and again, I do this a lot throughout these conversations, but I also give you time to correct me. I assume that you also think that on some level there's some danger with having a leader by themselves behind closed doors with kids. And I know there's some positives to those interactions. We just had another guy arrested 2 days ago who was a former, I think, sheriff or sheriff's deputy here in southern Utah.
Well, have you heard the story of the bishop in Lehigh that was involved in sex trafficking?
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, he was a police officer here in southern Utah for a few years.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. And so, the church has made space for if the parent or the kid requests an adult, but you and I both know the most vulnerable kids are the ones who don't ask and don't know to ask and don't know they can ask. And I guess I'll get your 2 cents there, but my personal opinion is that for the betterment of these kids, to protect even just one, that we've got to do something to make sure that there's 2 adults in a room with a kid. Nowhere else in the world do we take a lay minister, an untrained lay minister, and stick them in a room with a child without any kind of background check or, it just seems like there's a lot of unhealthy mechanisms pointing at this being a problem.
No, I would agree with that. In fact, when the church changed its position to allow parents to be in the room, we told our children, we told our bishop, we said, this is the standard, is one of us is going to be here for every interview. And to his credit, our bishop didn't bat an eye and said, wonderful. And we've had some great interactions with the bishop in those interviews, but we've been present. And I think that's a great change.
Yeah. Do you think, let's go a step further. I recognize I want to make space for a kid to be able to go to his ecclesiastical leader and to report some sort of abuse at home or otherwise, and to feel like there's a level of confidentiality with that. So if the child seeks out the leader for a confidential conversation, I want to make space. I want to have safety measures in place, but I want to make space that a kid can report that his dad's physically abusing him or his mom's physically abusing him. But on the other hand, short of that, do you think that should be the standard for everybody, that we should have 2 adults in the room at all times whenever on the church's end we're reaching out and saying, come into this room, let's have a conversation? Yeah,
I think so. I mean, as a general rule, I think you've talked about exceptions to that. I think I think there is value in having a bishop as somebody who can be a confidant when there is abuse at home. So just saying that under no circumstances can somebody approach a bishop unless their parent is present, I think makes it difficult for those kinds of abuses to be reported. But I think as a general rule, having 2 people in the room is a great idea.
Yeah, and when it comes to that kind of issue, when I look at issues, so we're talking about homosexuality, we're talking about race and the priesthood. The church has self-admitted by its recent temple changes and by allowing sisters to have leadership roles out on missions, that it was behind the times on gender, or not gender, but sex.
Wait, I hadn't heard that. So like women can be zone leaders and district leaders now?
No. But there was a leadership council, and the sisters can be part of that. They've increased a little more visibility to the mission president's wife. They've allowed women in the church to pray in general conference, which seems like that was 100 years late. To allow the Relief Society presidency, Young Women's presidency, primary presidency of the general church to sit up on the stand. It just seems like, and again, I'm not talking about sister missionaries being zone leaders, but that there was an increased role for the sisters on missions that gave them some visibility in leadership capacities, though still way short of where the men could serve. And I'm trying to just think of the word. Do I want to call that sex equality? But it seems on some level that on social issues, and you and I kind of agreed with this last time, on social issues, the church seems to be behind most of the time. And you pointed out a good exception of the rule, which is immigration, which is certainly a social issue. But what I want to get into is this idea of prophet, seer, and revelator. And you're saying, like, look, if you're expecting these guys to be ahead of the times more than half the time, then maybe that's not going to happen. That may not be their role. And you pointed out last time that a seer, for instance, is somebody who can translate records. And there certainly is scripture to support that. As you pointed out, you can go into Mosiah and you can see that that's someone who can do that. My pushback question would be, I agree with you that Joseph does that, but we don't really have anybody after him doing that, correct? Like, even if that is the way if we define seer in that limited way, nobody after Joseph Smith is actually fulfilling that capacity either, though, correct?
Correct. I mean, we haven't gotten translations of ancient documents from any other prophet. The fact that the example that I tried to cite yesterday is the one where Jeff Holland said, if we get the sealed portion, these are the men we're going to get it from. But so far, the Lord has not seen fit to reveal any other ancient records. There hasn't been a need for a seer to perform that role. But sustaining these men as prophets, seers, and revelators recognizes that this is the channel through which that would come if it is going to come.
Let me ask you this. I know we are taught that. I know we're taught that at some point the angel Moroni is going to come back. He's going to give President Nelson or some other prophet, after him, the gold plates again, and that prophet's going to break the seal and read the seal portion. Do you believe that's actually going to happen?
I don't know that we're taught that. I was never necessarily taught that. My understanding was that we're going to probably get the sealed portion and all the records of the lost tribes and all of that kind of thing after the Savior comes. I don't have any expectation of that happening before the second coming.
So you think that's something that would happen in the second coming, or you're saying, like, look, 1,000 years from now, maybe Jesus isn't back yet, and if the sealed portion isn't translated, it wouldn't surprise me?
Well, no, I think the second coming is going to come before 1,000 years from now. I have no idea when, obviously, but I think it's sooner than that. But I don't think we're going to get the sealed portion prior to the millennium, no.
I want to read a little bit from Mosiah, because I think seer has a greater role than that. And I want to get into each of these words, prophet, seer, and revelator, but we talked about seer last time, so let's start there. Mosiah chapter 8, starting at verse 15, and the king said that a seer is greater than a prophet. Now, I'd love to hear how a seer is greater. Obviously, there's this idea of translating records, but we've already acknowledged that outside of Joseph, nobody from Brigham Young to President Nelson's done that. And then Ammon said that a seer is a revelator and a prophet also. And a gift which is greater can no man have, except that he should possess the power of God, which no man can, yet a man may have great power given him from God. But a seer can know of things which are past, and also of things which are to come. And by them shall all things be revealed, or rather shall secret things be made manifest, and hidden things shall come to light, and things which are not known shall be made known by them, and also things shall be made known by them which otherwise could not be known. Thus has God approved a means that man, through faith, might work mighty miracles, therefore he becometh a great benefit to his fellow beings. That seems to indicate that there is going to be a lot of mystery revealed. At least some mystery revealed, and to an extent that we could look back and go, these men are operating differently than if I just took 15 other spiritual leaders from a particular religion and said, what am I learning from those guys, and what are they giving me? That there's something in addition. And I'm just curious, and again, this is going to be a little more contentious, I think, in this last episode, because I look at these men and what I see are 15 business managers running a corporation, and I and a lot of other people are really struggling to say, like, oh yeah, that looks prophetic, that looks revelatory, that looks like somebody who's seeing into the past and the future. And I'm just curious if what mysteries you sense being revealed, these things that it says made known by them, which otherwise could not be known. What are those things that these guys are providing?
I don't know that we need to be contentious, because I think the issue is that we have different assumptions as to what having that role means. Because I see that to some degree. I'm trying to think of an analogy that wouldn't be disrespectful. Okay, I suppose I'm a member of the National Guard, and we know that the National Guard their responsibility is to protect the nation and to fight for the nation. And yet the vast majority of the members of the National Guard are probably never going to see combat. Well, we live in a time where we've had a war that's been going on for, the longest war in American history, in Afghanistan particularly. But the thing is, people can have roles and assignments where they will be called upon to do something when that something is necessary. But for most of the time, that something is not going to be necessary. I do not think it is necessary for us to have additional scripture like the Book of Mormon when I don't think we fully appreciated the Book of Mormon for what we have. So I would look at this, and I wouldn't push back and say, no, these guys are doing all kinds of miraculous seeings that happen in General Conference, and we get a prophecy about what's going to happen next year every April, because that isn't what's happening. That's very clearly not what's happening. And I think what we're being told is that these are the watchmen on the tower, and the watchmen on the tower usually call back and say, it's 7 o'clock and all's well. But as soon as somebody starts attacking, it's the watchmen who are going to see them first and who are going to be able to tell us about them. So I think these are the men that have been placed in that position, but the fact that they are not having these kinds of miraculous translation opportunities or prophetic announcements about the future in the way that I think you are expecting them to have, and I think many members of the church may be expecting them to have. I think I would say the majority of members of the church recognize that that's the exception rather than the rule, and they're not expecting that when they show up at conference. But I would just say that the status quo isn't nearly as spectacular as the kinds of things that seers are called upon to do in extraordinary moments. And every time a seer is called upon to do that, I think it's an extraordinary moment.
Okay, so yes, in terms of, I understand the position that you're pushing, which is this idea that if the time comes, then they're ready to act in this role. And then also kind of the lead on, like, hey, this isn't the standard quo, but when it's necessary, then it's there. But what I'm saying is something different, which is I don't see it there at all. It's not like it's not there 90% of the time and then 10% of the time it's there, and I'm just expecting it to be there 100% of the time. Instead, I've gone 20 years in the church, and now I've gone about 5 of that being more on the critical side, and I've spent a year of it outside the church. And so looking at my time since 1997 when I was baptized, so now we're 21 years in, my 21 years of watching the church as an observer, I've seen nothing that gives any kind of weight to saying, like, wait a minute, it's not just if they're needed, it's not just behind closed doors what the ifs and buts may be. It's that I actually see some kind of evidence that on even, let's say, 5 occasions, that these men did something that looked like, to me, like, wow, that was certainly not at all what 15 other men from any other religious organization would have come up with or done. There was no new mystery revealed. I haven't seen that. And so I'm pushing back and saying, like, and I appreciate, by the way, that you're at least acknowledging, like, look, for the members of the church who are expecting magic and expecting these guys to reveal new things on a regular basis, it's not going to happen. And our expectations those are false assumptions that we're making. That said, I want to deal with the fact that I essentially see nothing over 20 years. And I've gone through years and years of Gordon B. Hinckley. I've gone through years and years of Thomas S. Monson. I've gone through years and years of President Nelson, and a little less so with him at this point. But I also am very fond of history, and so I'm aware of Ezra Taft Benson and Harold B. Lee, and and even you and I talked about Spencer W. Kimball and the Revelation on Race, like that's even magnified and made bigger than what it actually was when you look at the multiple accounts that come out of these guys' hands about what happened that day, and how much Spencer W. Kimball had been wrestling with that and asking, and as you point out, finally maybe asking the question without any bigotry left and getting some permission. But again, it looks like something way late after the world is reacting, and the church, with its liberal members and those who are on the outside who used to be raising a voice and saying, man, we should have done that a long time ago after the civil rights movement. Like, can you provide me, and I really don't expect you to, but I think it's a point for the listeners to understand, like, we have prophets, seers, and revelators who are supposed to be able to, if the need arises, be able to do something. And my 20 years, and for older members, their longer experience says that, yeah, they've just never done it yet.
There are a lot of assumptions to unpack there. I just think we're looking at this with different expectations and different assumptions. It reminds me a little bit of a phone conversation I had with Mike Norton. Do you know Mike Norton? Or have you had any conversation?
Yeah, new name Noah.
New name Noah. I went on one of his sites and I made a comment, and he said something like, here's my phone number, call me if you want the truth more than you want the church to be true. And I went, okay, that's a dare if I've ever heard one. And I picked up the phone and I gave him a call, and he had about a 45-minute conversation that involved me essentially just listening as he sort of recited a sort of a CES letter list of reasons why the church wasn't true. And one that I hadn't really heard before was that he felt entirely betrayed by President Hinckley when President Hinckley went on 60 Minutes and talked to Mike Wallace. And Mike Wallace, went on Larry King. And Larry King said to him, "Are you a prophet?" And President Hinckley's response was, "I am sustained as such." And Mike Norton said, "Well, what is that? That's not a prophet. I am sustained as such. That's not what a prophet should say. That's not how a prophet should act." And my response was, well, why not? Why is that inappropriate? Why is that not how a prophet should act? And I look at the leadership of the church. I mean, you say you see them and they're not doing anything that 15 men outside the church couldn't do. And I think that's part of the conversation we had last time. I do not see these men as magic. I do not see these men as different from the body of the church. I do not see these men as in any way remarkable in terms of being superhuman. I see them as good men. I see them as faithful men who are doing the best they can to lead this church. And I see them as the men that have been placed on the watchtower. But the fact that we haven't seen the kind of magic that you seem to be expecting, and I don't think you're alone in that. I think there are other people, certainly Mike Norton expects that somehow, unless a prophet parts a large body of water or, predicts, can give me tomorrow's stock prices or, whatever else it is, whatever the expectation is as to what a prophet is. I think the scriptures, particularly even, may give us kind of a warped understanding of that, in that the scriptures highlight the moments where those kinds of things happen and sort of brush over the hundreds of years, even thousands of years, where those things aren't happening, where you're not seeing the kinds of things that you're talking about, and that even happens in the church. I mean, and at the same time, I also think that there are miracles and wonderful things that are happening in individuals' lives and that are happening on a local level that don't get publicized. And I think that the way the church is supposed to work
is that each of us is entitled to those kinds of miracles. Each of us is entitled to those kinds of revelations, and that those are happening in ways that that aren't getting any press. I look at my own life, and I can point to things in my own life that I'm not really comfortable discussing publicly, but I say that's a miraculous moment in my own life that has reinforced my faith, and I know that God is there, and I know that every member of the church, not just the 15 men that manage the church, has access to heaven and has access to those kinds of revelations and those kinds of miracles. So I think it's just a question of expectations. I hear your question as, why aren't these men meeting my expectations? And my answer is, I think your expectations are, I have different expectations than you do.
So a couple times you've mentioned Watchmen on the Tower, and I want to take what we're just talking about just now one step further, which is when Sam Young comes forward and says we've got to stop one-on-one interviews, that feels like that meets the prophetic voice that I'm expecting. In other words, somebody coming along and suggesting a change that makes us healthier and better as human beings in how we treat each other and to support each other in ways that would make Christ pleased. And I see Kate Kelly, who was excommunicated, and we could debate whether she went too far or not, but to some extent going to the leadership of the church and saying, would you mind asking God if women can have a greater role? What I find in Mormonism is that those who fill the expected prophetic voice of what my assumptions are, who raise a hand and say, hey, church, could we do this better? Could we improve this? Could we stop doing that? Those voices that I consider to be prophetic seem to be punished at every turn. In other words, the watchmen on the tower that you're pointing to seem to also be shooting with their arrows those who are coming with the messages from God. And I'm curious if they're on some level you can acknowledge, like, yeah, there's casualties of good people who are asking the church to make positive changes, and who these watchmen in the tower see on some level as an enemy, and are not receptive. Dr. Lowry Nelson again is telling the church, like, there's a better way, guys, and he's then threatened with church discipline. Senator Udall had a lot of communication over the years back in like the 1960s over the race issue.
Was he a senator or was he a representative?
Maybe he was a representative, but he met resistance at every turn by LDS leadership and those who were speaking on their behalf as middlemen, constantly being pushed that he was wrong. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on those who, on the casualties at times that the watchmen in the tower are shooting arrows at the wrong people.
Well, I'm always reluctant to sort of dive into specific cases in terms of, did the church treat Sam Young appropriately? Did the church treat Kate Kelly appropriately and other high-profile people? And part of the reason for that is that there's a whole lot more complexity going on there in terms of how that works. Because I know that the standard narrative is that people assume that somebody in Salt Lake picks up a phone, calls Kate Kelly's bishop and say, we need to get rid of this lady. And I don't think that's how it happens. I really don't. And I think there's local leadership involved. There are things that are happening, and bishops are not in a position to be able to come out and issue a rebuttal when a Kate Kelly or somebody else comes up and says, well, look how terribly I was treated, and this is why I was excommunicated, and this is what's happened. And a bishop quietly says, we don't discuss these things publicly. And the church becomes a punching bag to some degree in those kinds of circumstances. So I look at the change that was made that now allows me to sit in on interviews with my children when the bishop is present and there are two people present. And I think that is a welcome change. And did Sam Young have something to do with it? I think probably yes. At the same time, did Sam Young go too far when Sam Young's doing a hunger strike at Temple Square and all that kind of thing? Well, there are people who make that argument, and I think that argument can be made. That's not an argument that I really want to get into the middle of, because I don't think I'm equipped to judge Sam Young or anybody else in those kinds of circumstances. So I look at that, and again, I really think it's important for the general membership of the church, maybe this makes me heterodox to some degree, but I really think it's important that we do not expect the leadership of the church to be somehow substantively different than we are. That we should expect that these apostles are better than we are. I don't believe that. I don't think they're worse than we are. I don't hold them to a lower standard than I hold my bishop. But I would be willing to sustain my bishop as an apostle. I think he's just as good a man as the 15 men standing at the head of this church. And I don't. So the fact that the church on these two issues particularly, on the issue of race and on the issue of LGBT rights, I think the church has gotten a great deal wrong. I would have to agree with that.
Are they resistant to good advice? In other words, the voices that are saying, guys, slow down, think about this, there's room to make space for change, we've got to do better, our position's untenable, are the top 15 publicly resistant to anybody who suggests there's a better way?
I think the answer is a qualified yes. I mean, I don't want to deny that. Yes, I think the worst way to try to influence the brethren is to create a sort of public relations campaign a la Kate Kelly, to get news reporters to show up to you when you're trying to get into priesthood and have an usher at the conference center turn you away and then turn around and hold a press conference on Temple Square. I think that is a perfect way to get the church to dig at its heels and do everything they can to try to not look like they're being influenced by Kate Kelly.
What's the best way?
I think the best way is to have quiet conversations with leaders, local leaders, and with I know that people don't have direct access to have conversations with general authorities. I think I probably had more of an opportunity to do that than most lay members of the church would have. But I think conversations with local leaders, I think, can have an impact. I think you can have, and I think local leaders have conversations. I don't think that the way the church operates does not involve that kind of thing coming up from the bottom up. But I think the church bristles when it feels like it's being attacked. And I think there is, to some degree, a cultural persecution mentality that endures from our early days, where we feel like anybody that is coming after us is trying to destroy us, when they aren't necessarily trying to do that.
If we take Sam Young, for instance, Sam Young was a casualty. Whether he deserves some of it or not, he's excommunicated, and yet what his platform was, in part, was adopted by the church. Had he done that behind the scenes quietly, I think you would agree, if the change happened, it wouldn't have been for another decade or two. Or it would have taken some other big public thing to happen. It would have taken somebody else to be public about it. It would have taken lawsuits. It would have taken something where the church is overwhelmed by the sexual abuse of its kids to say, like, we need to do something differently. My point being that it looks...
No, I want to push back on that a little bit because the change, for instance, I used to be a primary teacher. And the change took place that it was no longer appropriate for a man to be a primary teacher solo, to be one-on-one with young children. and I ended up having to be a primary teacher alongside my wife. And that change took place before Sam Young. I don't think it is fair to point to somebody high profile and say that is the only reason why the church is doing anything. I think there is a great deal more going on behind the scenes. And I'm reminded of a conversation I had with my sister about her husband, who had a PR assignment from the church and had been given the question before Kate Kelly began all of this, what can we do to include women in more active roles in the church? And some of the recommendations were, okay, we can have them pray in conference, we can do all of these kinds of things, and a lot of these things were in motion. And my sister came back and said they were stopped and slowed down because the church didn't want to look like it was capitulating to Kate Kelly. So I don't think the dynamic is as clear as a handful of brave individuals are willing to sacrifice their membership in the church, and that's the only way the church changes. I don't think that the narrative bears that out. I don't think that's a fair assessment of what's happening.
But that is one way that works.
I don't know that it works. I mean, with the Kate Kelly example, I think it sometimes sets things back. I think the church doesn't like to look like it is giving in to its critics. And so things or reforms that were in place or were being planned that are being postponed in order to be able to give them some distance from what the critics are doing, I think would speak to the fact that the critics are a hindrance in some areas as well as a help. And
I would also just mention, and I think you'd agree, that any of these other kinds of changes we're talking about often come as the world, and again, this is a world that we say is lost and fallen, wicked. Don't let us fall into the trap of being what the world is, and yet it's the world that seems to move in these directions long before. So when it comes to increased roles for women, for instance, the world was 30 years ahead of that in terms of the church. And so maybe you're right. Maybe Kate Kelly individually slowed something down. I think that's debatable. But on the other hand, I think the world at large was pushing for gender equality. And the church has to, on some level, respond to a world that's changing in spite of saying that world is lost and fallen. And as it changes, we should stay as far away from those changes as possible. And I hope you do see that is a message that's deeply found within the church, that, this is the chosen people, that the world is something other and less than. And I know President Uchtdorf recently, a few years ago, combated that message in the same conference that President Monson was reassuring us that we were in a lost and fallen world that was moving away from the principles of Jesus. I hope you can at least acknowledge that the world itself often seems, this lost and fallen world, often seems to be kind of further ahead on the curve.
No, I'm not going to acknowledge that because I don't think that's true in the broadest of senses. I mean, you're talking about very specific kinds of social concerns, but I think on the broader level, in terms of individual kindness, in terms of concern for other human beings, I think the church is way, way ahead of the curve with regard to where the world is. I think that's absolutely true. At the same time, I am happy to acknowledge, for instance, that there are good people outside of the church, and there are people outside of the church who are better than people who are inside the church. And I remember growing up talking to my father about that. And I remember complaining about, so-and-so, this member of the church, they really bother me, and, shouldn't the church be better than this? And my father's response was, okay, look at so-and-so. Would that person be a better person if they were not a member of the church? And I hadn't thought of it in those terms. And that came back to the President Hinckley's statement, I think, or maybe it's President Benson, who said, church makes bad men good and good men better. And I guess that's a sexist construction because he probably should say bad people good and good people better. But I think the church is a tremendous benefit in people's lives, and I think the church creates a sense of community and creates an area of kindness and concern that you do not see in the world at large, that you don't have that kind of community outside of the church in the way I think the church does that better than almost anybody else. That is not to say that there are not other communities, that there are not other religions, that there are not other people that are abiding by those kinds of principles. But I'm not going to concede, no, the world is not lost and fallen, because I think the world is lost and fallen. And I think we are coming out of a lost and fallen world in the church and at the same time bringing our sins, our weaknesses, and all of those things into the church. And so those same elements find their way into the church because we are a lost and fallen race of people. Saying, okay, the church has gotten things wrong, and using that as an indictment of the entire church and saying, see, the church is worse than the rest of the world, I don't think that's a fair comparison to make. I think what's a fair comparison to make is that the church is capable of making mistakes because it is filled with imperfect people, but the church is doing all it can to lift up the lives of its members, and I think in that regard it is doing a very good job of doing that.
So I want to push a little bit, which is that I think I'm making a different kind of argument, and let me give some examples. So the church has a stance on birth control. And that stance is a hardline stance, and it gives talks in its manuals, its periodicals, and its lessons, in its general conference talks and other places, where it says that the world is moving in direction A, and we're holding ground B, and we need you as members of the church to be resistant to the lost and fallen world, only to have, over time, the church soften its own perspective on birth control and relinquish some of its authority in saying, like, absolutely no, to a point where it starts to say, like, a couple should discuss it and they should bring their bishop in, and now to the point where it says it's completely between a husband and a wife. Cremation, the church, it's such a small issue, but the church was adamantly against cremation in earlier times, and it said the world is moving in a certain direction, and then over time the church softens its position on cremation. With race in the priesthood, the world is moving in terms of racial equality, and the church says, look at the world, there it is, lost and fallen, going off over there again, and here we are, holding our ground, we're going to stay in this position, and we need you as members to be strong and to hold this position. And then over time, the church ends up moving the same direction as the world. On the roles of women and men in the church, on the LGBT issue, when we go back to women's ERA, when we look at a social issue where the world says, look, we have to treat each other better, often, and I'm not going to say every time, because I think the immigration one, although, again, debatable, because I think the world was moving that way anyway, but I think the church was a little more out front than it normally is. It seems like on social issues where we're saying, hey, we need to treat each other better. We need to be kinder to each other and treat each other simply as humans, in spite of whatever other diversity we have. The church seems to always step in and say, like, hey, Jesus told us to hold this ground. The world's making it confusing, but we're going to hold this ground, only to have the church then slowly begin to go the way that the world has recommended it go and has gone itself. And I'm wondering if you see that and acknowledge that, or if you're saying that's not what's happening at all. And I don't think you're saying the second, by the way. I think you're trying to hold some kind of middle ground.
No, I'm not necessarily holding a middle ground. I'm trying to push back very hard, because I've never, ever, in my entire lifetime in the church, had an experience in the church where I have been taught to be unkind.
How about Prop 8?
All right, you got me there, I suppose, because I disagree with Prop 8.
Yeah.
I wasn't in California at the time. I got that's kind of a weak excuse. No, you make a good point there with Prop 8, but even then though, the issue the issue in terms of kindness. The church is trying to hold a kind of middle ground. I think I actually just wrote an article about this for the Utah Bee. I don't know if they're going to publish it or not.
Is Elder Oaks asking? I know. Let me ask you another question. Elder Oaks, I know we use the rhetoric of, look, there's those gay people and they're members of the church and we need to be nice to them, but we're just not going to concede. But you also recognize, you've admitted as much, you recognize that the position we hold is still causing them harm. So while Elder Oaks likes to hold the position that, hey, look, I'm saying be nice, the reality is if you're gay, Elder Oaks is not giving extra niceness in your life. He's causing harm and trauma. I think it's not fair to say, look, these guys are never causing hurt, and intentionally, and by intentionally holding a position that hurts and refusing to see that there's a better way to do things.
No, I'd have to agree with that. I'd have to agree with that, particularly on this issue. So this article that I just written, I ended up quoting Spencer W. Kimball from The Miracle of Forgiveness, which, heaven bless Spencer W. Kimball, is a terrible book. And he talks about homosexuals as perverts who are engaged in an ugly sin repugnant to those who find no temptation in it. And the glorious thing to remember is that it is curable. And the summation that has haunted me for decades is, he says, therefore to those who say that this practice or any other evil is incurable, I respond, how can you say the door cannot be opened until your knuckles are bloody, till your head is bruised, till your muscles are sore? It can be done. And I've thought about that and imagined thousands upon thousands of vulnerable and terrified LGBT teenagers pounding against the door until their hands, heads, and muscles are bruised and bloodied beyond recognition, and the door remains firmly shut. So that's a very strong argument that you are making there in that regard. But I look at the church, and the church is now moved to a position that is preferable to then Elder Kimball's position in the Miracle of Forgiveness. But Elder Kimball's position had the benefit of being logically consistent with itself. After all, if homosexuals are just voluntary perverts...
Right, if it's a choice.
If it's a choice, then we are fully justified in excluding the blessings of the church from them if they refuse to repent. Well, now we say it is not a choice, but we're sort of trying to pick up one end of the stick without picking up the other. And we say, these deep desires, your basic fundamental sexuality is a part of who you are and is not a choice, and there's absolutely no way you can express that righteously. And that's not just a position I disagree with. It's a position that is at war with itself. It's logically untenable. It's inconsistent. It can't stand. And eventually, I think it will resolve one way or the other. And so I look at that, and the thing that I wanted to push back hard on was particularly with regard to race. I mean, one of the most profound memories I have as a kid, I grew up in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood, and I remember making a racist joke about Jews that I had heard, and using racist slurs, and I don't think I had ever seen my father get more angry with me than when he heard me say those things. He says, I never want to hear that kind of thing ever come out of your mouth ever again. And he would have said the same thing if I had been making, by this time I think we probably had received a priesthood revelation. I'm not sure how old I was. I was prepubescent. But I never have I ever been in a church setting where with regard to race, where I have been taught to treat anybody with anything less than full respect and full equality. With regard to how I have been taught to respect women and to be kind to women, I don't want to sound patronizing, but I have never, ever received any instruction from the church that I am to treat women as anything less than full equals. Now, you can push back and say, well, you've been taught that women can't have the priesthood, and that is correct. I have been taught that. But for instance, when I've gone into professional environments or work environments, I've never had a teaching from the church that would tell me that I am supposed to not respect a woman manager or a woman who is my superior in the workplace, and that I'm just treat them with any kind of, I don't think those are messages that were imparted to me in the church. Now, you can push back and say, okay, but there are these institutional problems because women do not have the equal leadership roles in the church that men do. And you can certainly, I think, push back and say that we do not treat our LGBT brothers and sisters with the kind of respect and love and inclusion that we need to treat them with. And I will agree with that. And I will concede that the church is capable of making mistakes, and that the church, my expectation, though, again, is that that's where the Lord's people have kind of always been. I don't know if you were to go back to the Nephites, particularly in areas when they weren't right, at times when they weren't righteous, when they were going through the Nephite pride cycle, and say, well, these were always on the cutting edge of social change, and they were always right when the world was wrong. I think there are times in the Book of Mormon where prophets say the Lamanites are more righteous than you are, and you're the ones that have the prophets. You're the ones that should know better, and yet they're more righteous than you are. I think you could probably point to times in the Old Testament when the Israelites were making terrible mistakes, and when they're wandering in the desert for 40 years because they're not willing to listen to the prophet and not willing to follow their counsel. I just don't. The idea that the church always has to have people who are better than everybody else around them. I don't know that that's what the Lord is telling us is always going to be the case. I don't know that that's something that we're always supposed to expect. I think that the church has a greater responsibility than the rest of the world. But I don't think saying, okay, well, the church has made some mistakes, and so therefore the world is always better than the church. I don't think that that's a tenable position.
What I think a lot of people experience is as they go through what's called faith development, as they leave their tribal view and begin to see that all people, regardless of what makes various people different than themselves, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's race, whether it's sexual attraction, whether it's gender, whatever it may be, when people go into faith development, they end up recognizing that the authorities of their tribe are laying out rules and boundaries and labels that don't work. And so what they start to do is they start to see like, oh, that guy over there is just as human as me. That lady over there is just as human as me. And when they wake up within the tribe of Mormonism, they say like, wait a minute, I want to have complete equality with people in spite of what color skin we have. I want to have complete equality regardless of what gender. I want to have complete equality regardless of what sexual attraction. I want to have complete equality regardless of, again, name it. And yes, I don't want to get into like, yeah, there's issues with people who have attractions towards children. There's people who have attraction towards animals. I don't want to get into the weeds because I think there's already ways to set up moral rules of consent and things like that take care of those issues. But when we see people who are different, and then we look over at our religious institution, which is balking at treating people equally, suddenly you recognize like there's more wisdom inside your gut than there is in those 15 men that you've set up as authorities of your tribe. In other words, Bill Reel, sitting here on February 21st, and Jem Bennett, by the way, here on February 21st, 2019, inside our gut, the Holy Ghost has told us, if we want to call it that these men are wrong on how they treat LGBT folks. And yet somehow 15 prophets, seers, and revelators in a room when Elder Cook, as you and I were talking about the other day, Elder Cook saying, I've heard his voice, I've seen his face. This idea that these men talk to Jesus, they want us to think that. And the reality is that on some level, they don't have the maturity or capacity at this point in their development to say, oh yeah, gay people are just like me, and I need to knock this crap off. And so when I say there's more wisdom inside me about how to treat other human beings than these 15 men all together have, then it makes little sense for me to concede any moral authority to them and to give them the benefit of the doubt when they've got it wrong over and over and over again on how to treat human beings. And so at some point I take back my own authority and I say, look, I'm doing better than they are on this thing, and I've outgrown the church. And I can pretend these men have some kind of special ability, but the reality is they're not giving me any results that show me that they have wisdom to offer me on how to be kind to people and treat people as Jesus would have me. So as I've outgrown my tribe, and it's happening right now to thousands and thousands of people, and it feels like fracture at first, but to everybody I've spoken to who stepped away, I've had one person, and I've spoken to thousands at this point, of everybody who stepped away saying, like, I don't believe it anymore, it doesn't work anymore, I've outgrown it. I've spoken to thousands. One person says, if I could go back, I would. Everybody else says, I'm better off outside. I am kinder. I am more aware. I'm more open to learning and information. I'm more open to new ideas. I'm more open to being around those who are different than me and seeing them as my equal. And so that's the journey, Jim. And it's why I'm pushing so hard in this episode, because I think we've got to come to grips that these 15 men collectively, the way the system works, it inhibits them from seeing that humans are human beings and stepping to the plate and saying, we got to knock off the stuff we're doing that hurts people.
There's a lot to unpack there. And there's a lot that I can agree with there. The older I get, I sometimes describe myself as a universalist who believes it's just the Mormons who handle all the paperwork. I mean, anybody that sees people outside of the church as something other, as someone who is not fully human, or I don't think church members see people outside the church as not fully human. They may see them as there may be a sense of superiority that is not justified, and I can be happy to concede that.
Prior to 78, and even up until, I mean, it's only recently with this gospel topic essay that we had disavowed these theories. We've allowed them to sit there unchallenged for so long. We've allowed black people to think on some level they're less than until that 2013 gospel topic essay came out. We're allowing gay people to feel less than. We allow on some level women to feel like their voices don't matter as much as these priesthood men. And we've done it with other the Lamanites. We can go back into our history and see how Brigham Young treated the Indians, blaming them for Mountain Meadows. It just feels like we're deeply in a tribal way of thinking of things, and we're often pointing at anybody who's not white, European, Utah male, priesthood holder, active member in the church, and we say, like, those are the lost and fallen. And I'll point this out too. We don't have a single healthy story of somebody who's left our church in the search for truth. In other words, somebody leaves Catholicism, comes in, and we applaud them, and we say, wow, how courageous you are. And when people leave over that same search for truth, we have nothing good to say about them. We do not have a single positive talk in our manuals about someone who stepped away from Mormonism and done so honestly and done so with the conviction of their own heart, and bless them for it.
I don't understand. Well, that's not what the purpose of the church is. The idea that the church is going to start telling stories about people who are better off outside of the church. I think.
Do you see the damage you do to relationships, though, when you don't acknowledge that? So you have a mixed faith couple. You have a husband and a wife. The wife's in, the husband's out. And you make all people who leave sound like they're broken and less than. Are you doing anything healthy to that marriage?
I feel like you're pushing me in a direction that is requiring me to sort of abandon what I think the church ought to be doing and what the church actually is. For instance, I mean, because I don't want to say, I have to agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree that not acknowledging that people outside the church and people who leave the church are decent, good people does tremendous damage. I absolutely have to agree with that. But where you seem to be pushing this whole conversation then is, okay, so the church is a vehicle for evil, that the church is doing far more damage than good, that the church is hurting far more people than it's helping, and that the weaknesses and the failures and the setbacks and all of the things that are part of the human condition within and without of the church, that when all of those things manifest themselves in the church, that is evidence that the church is a force for evil that ought to disband because people are better off without it. And I think that is absolutely 100% not true. I think that the church, the amount of good that the church does, the amount of people it lifts up, the amount of people it inspires, the amount of people that it helps, that it heals, that it is far, far, far greater than the amount of people it has damaged. And I have to concede, I am more than willing to concede that the church has done damage, that the church has made some profound errors throughout its history. I have to concede that I personally have made profound errors in my own life. I don't think the profound errors that I have made in my own life define the totality of who I am. And I don't think that the profound errors that the church has made define the totality of the gospel of Jesus Christ and how it has been taught and practiced within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I mean, I sit here and listen to this, and I recognize the tremendous amount of pain that people have suffered within the church, and it breaks my heart. And I recognize that it's real. I'm not going to try to diminish it. I'm not going to try to deny its legitimacy. I'm not going to try to do any of those things. I look at that pain and I think, if that negates all of the good that the church has done throughout all of its history, then that means that any kind of thing that a bad person does, or that a good person does, any kind of mistake that they make, any kind of error, that should be what defines them as a human being. And I just don't think that is true on an individual level. I don't think that's how Jesus deals with each of us individually. He recognizes that we are more than the worst thing that we have ever done, that we are the totality of who we are. And it just frustrates me to no end, because I have had so many experiences within the boundaries of this church that have taught me that God's hand is in this church, that I have access to the divine through this church, and that I am strengthened by the love and the care that is manifest in the membership of this church. That when you come back and say, well, look at all these terrible things the church has done, that I'm supposed to then take all of that good and throw it throw it on the fire and say, oh yeah, none of this matters. None of those experiences are real. None of that has any value. None of that has any validity. And I'm going to define this church by all of its worst moments and not give any credit to all of the wonderful moments and all of the great things that it has done for me. That just affects me on a profound level and deeply frustrates me. And it also says, okay, everybody within the church who is frustrated by all of the things that you're describing,
all of those people should leave and abandon the church to all of the people who have no problem with discriminating against the LGBT community and have no problem with racism and have no problem with all of those things. That, I think, would do a tremendous disservice to the world, because I think that would diminish the church in a way that I don't think would be helpful to anybody, and would so I don't know. I may be wandering far afield here, and I hope I'm not getting too contentious or too frustrated. But
no. I don't have any anger towards you at all. I think we're arguing in favor of two perspectives, and we both see damage and hurt being done. And you're trying to argue a position of, in spite of that, here's the good here. And I'm saying that's so significant. It's so significant, and the lack of real wisdom in the leadership to be able to correct course in a way that protects people, to actually say, like, it's not that hard if you're a Mormon to say, like, let me look at this objectively as possible and see that I'm hurting people, especially the LGBT community. When you see the suicide rate go up the way it has in Utah, and you say that's unrelated to Mormonism, it's probably elevation. It probably has something to do with it.
I've never said that personally.
I know you have,
but I never.
No, I know you haven't. I'm talking the institution, right. And I'm talking its news outlets and its public affairs and those kinds of things. For 15 men to sit in a room and go, it's more important that we self-perpetuate us as an institution and hold up our authority and not look like we made a mistake, than to sit down and go like, ooh, we goofed up, and we goofed up bad, and this is going to have really serious repercussions to the faith of our members, but so be it, because our job is to protect people. When I see them so immature as to not be able to make that step, here's the difference. The race and priesthood thing, that black kid could go home to his black family. He wasn't going to hang himself from the rafters of his home. He wasn't going to take his life because he had a smaller tribe in his home that was able to say, like, hey, we're all black here, no big deal. That gay kid goes to a house where his parents are Orthodox, where his siblings are Orthodox, and they've gone on missions. And he's saying, like, I don't fit, and I don't know what to do, and the church is telling me to be celibate, and I love this church, and I think it's true, but I don't know how I fit here, and I'm somehow broken, and if I admit this, everybody's going to see me as less than, and the kid ends up falling into depression and takes his life. Like, it isn't that hard for 15 really good men, if they're really good, and I'm not saying they're better than us, but for 15 really good men to sit in a room and look at each other and to look in the mirror and say, like, we've messed up, and we're hurting people. And we got to correct course no matter what the repercussions are. We can't do it slow so as to maintain looking like we know what we're doing. We got to come out tomorrow and say we screwed up, and we screwed up big, and we are costing people's lives, and this is not okay, and God is not happy with this. And I'm passionate, Jim, because I've talked to these kids after they've made these attempts or after they've thought about it, and they pointed at the church as the problem. And nobody wants to go out and interview these people. Nobody wants to go out and interview these kids that have attempted to take their life or have thought about suicide, because these kids are saying it's the church. And so we don't want to get their point of view. We don't actually want to do a study in Utah that goes out and asks these kids. If we just took the kids who attempted suicide and didn't complete it and just said what led to this, we'd know right off the bat what the causes are, but we don't want their story, because to get their story makes bad light on the church. So my problem is, once I see 15 men incapable of doing the right thing to protect children and holding up their authority and saying, look, we cannot be seen as doing the wrong thing. People will leave in droves. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn, because these are kids' lives. And so when they can't make that step, then you're right, Jim. I say, like, ooh, I can't be part of this anymore. I can't be part of something that is so oblivious to its own doing, or knows what it's doing and simply wants to perpetuate its authority. Like, it no longer, I'm 40 years old. When I was 20, I'm telling you, I'll frankly admit it to you.
You're only 40 years old? I'm 10 years older than you are?
You're 10 years older than me. When I was 20 years old, the church was the perfect thing at the perfect moment for me. And I have no problem admitting that. But now that I'm 40 and I see the world in a different way, I no longer see these 15 men as having wisdom sufficient enough to be out front leading me. But they are so behind the times on every issue that has to do with human beings that I value, that I no longer see it as like, oh, I should probably still give deference to these 15 men and allow them any capacity to trump the wisdom inside of me. Like on every issue, I write down on a piece of paper, other than maybe the immigration one, which I'll concede. But I've come to that space too now, just later than they have. On every other issue, I'm ahead of them. And I don't mean that arrogantly. Like I know that being gay is just being human. It's just like being left-handed. They don't get it. And with the race thing, until it was proven to them, like this church is going to suffer if you don't make the move, they couldn't do it. These guys don't have the capacity to make dramatic changes that they see will disrupt the membership, even when those dramatic changes involve acknowledging a really serious mistake and to stop treating people as if they're wrong or broken or less than. And again, this is an issue I'm passionate about. I'm ready to move on from it. I'll let you get some last words in, but this is why so many people are struggling right now. They see a leadership that is stubborn to making the right moves.
I can't disagree with any of that. I can't disagree with your passion, and I would love to see people interview these children that have tried to take their own lives. I would love to have this discussion. I would love to open up this discussion to the wider membership of the church. There is nothing you have said in this regard that I disagree with, and yet at the same time, I keep coming back to the value of the church as a whole, even as the church makes the mistakes and even profound mistakes. And
I hear that because being Mormon means a lot to you, and it meant a lot to me too.
It's not just my tribal identity. It's not just, well, golly, I grew up this way and I just can't give it up. I have had personal, profound experiences that have told me I'm in the right place at the right time. And when I have cried out to the Lord about these issues and said, how can I stay in the church when these terrible things are happening, when children are taking their own lives, and when we are not recognizing the humanity of our LGBT brothers and sisters, and membership in the church was on the line for me in taking this to the Lord. I mean, I did not take this lightly, and I would say almost eager for an opportunity to leave, because this was so deeply frustrating to me and so deeply wrong. And my connection to the divine directly, not through 15 men, not through anybody else, but the answer to prayer that I personally received was, be patient. It's not the answer I wanted to receive. It's not the answer that I can readily defend in the light of all of the things that you have just said. But the answer was, be patient. Do not leave. Be patient. And it will all work out in the end. And that does not, the answer I'm giving you is one that I guess comes from something other than just my own sort of rational assessment of the situation. Because my reaction to all of this would just be, I've had enough of this. I don't want to defend this. I don't want to be in a position where I have to defend this because I believe it is wrong. And I feel like the Lord has said to me, this is where you need to be, and you need to be patient with these men and with this church. And my hand is still in it. And, so I, that kind of leaves me in a place that I guess that I can't defend rationally. I have to defend it to some degree from an area of faith. I do want to say, and when we were discussing, or at least when you talked last time, and we were sort of trying to approach what it was we were going to discuss today. I want to ask you a question with regard to what you think is going through the minds of these 15 men. Because I know that for instance, Grant Palmer, who wrote The Insider's View of Mormon Origins, he told the story of a general authority who was supposedly coming to his meetings and said every apostle figures out finally that the church really isn't true. And they all know it isn't true. And Dieter Uchtdorf took longer than some of the other ones did, but eventually they all figure it out. And I looked at that and I thought, and so I wanted to ask you, do you believe that the 15 men who you say are indifferent to human suffering, do you believe that they genuinely believe that they are perpetuating a fraud?
That's the $1 million question, right? And I don't know that there's evidence other than anecdotal or tangential. There's not evidence enough to make an argument one way or the other. What I would say is that I think there's a lot of pressure on these men to uphold a system. I think there's a lot of pressure on these men to maintain a vibrant church, as vibrant as they possibly can, and in doing so, you cannot abruptly admit mistakes. You cannot. It has to be slow and over a long period of time. I'll also say that I think the mechanisms of the church to some degree are intentional. In other words, John DeLynn sits down with Elder Holland, and this is, John DeLynn's relayed this story several times, and I've had conversations with Elder Holland as well, and I, because of those conversations, deeply believe what John is saying is true. When John has said, look, people are getting divorced when one spouse has a faith crisis solely for that issue because the spouse feels like they have to have allegiance to the church or to the spouse. Why can't you guys talk in general conference telling the members that a faith crisis is not a sufficient reason to get divorced if everything else is good? And Elder Holland's response was, the church isn't ready for that message. Now, when I hear that, what I hear is an intentional putting things a certain way that are less healthy because it doesn't reflect well on a leader or it doesn't reflect well on the institution. Think about how long it took to say those theories in the race ban were not true. Think about how long it took for an Elder Holland talk where he said the kid had same-sex attraction and it wasn't going to get better, and nor did anybody think it would. Like, the messages of healthiness come so late that they feel deeply intentional. And withholding other messages that would be healthy also feels deeply intentional, that on some level, the messaging is coordinated. And whether that means these guys know the church isn't true or not, I don't know. But I know it isn't healthy. And I know you're pointing to goodness. I'm not disagreeing. There's goodness here. Like, it's not a net-sum game. It's not the church is either evil 100% or it's healthy 100%. What I would argue, though, is that if we look at the characteristics and mechanisms of a high-demand fundamentalist religion, if we take the things that make Scientology unhealthy, Mormonism has those things to one degree or another. And when I look at a high-demand fundamentalist religion, in fact, let me pull this up really quick, because this would be actually, I think, a good point. And I want to say, you created a beautiful segue, by the way, which is your spiritual experience, which I want to get into. And unfortunately, we've got about a half an hour, maybe 40 minutes of time. But when I look up mechanisms of an unhealthy group, now again, these are biased because somebody created these by looking at certain systems they deemed as unhealthy and deciding these mechanisms weren't healthy. But I agree with it. And I think to some degree you will as well. Number one, absolute authoritarianism without meaningful accountability, which I deeply believe the LDS Church has. There is no real way to offer critical feedback where it is responded to in real time. Number two, no tolerance for questions or critical inquiry. This also has a play in Mormonism, right? Questions are honored, but opposition is not. Questions are good, but doubts are bad. That's the messaging we give from the top. No meaningful financial disclosure regarding budget expenses, such as independently audited financial statement. The church is very private about its finances. Unreasonable fear about the outside world, such as impending catastrophe, evil conspiracies, and persecutions. That's Mormonism to a T. There is no legitimate reason to leave. Former followers are always wrong in leaving, negative, or even evil. Very true. We just talked about it. Former members often relate the same stories of abuse and reflect a similar pattern of grievances. True. There are records, books, news articles, and television programs that document the abuses of the group or leader. True. Followers feel they can never be good enough. We have a very deep problem of people not feeling like they measure up to the gospel in Mormonism. The group leader is always right. And if he's not right, your job is to be quiet about him being wrong. And that last part is me adding that in. The group leader is the exclusive means of knowing truth or receiving validation. No other process of discovery is really acceptable or credible. That's the last one. That's true too. Mormonism says it welcomes all truth. Any truth, wherever it be, we take it in. We say that, but that's lip service. The reality is, if you find a piece of truth outside Mormonism that the top leadership isn't espousing, it is not welcome. It is seen as false doctrine. It's apostate. It's a deception of the devil. Very, very rarely can you go into a class or any type of church setting and offer a new idea. For instance, if you walked into class and said, these brethren are wrong on this issue on the LGBT members, you would get pushback, and you might be dragged in at some point, depending on what ward you're in. You might get dragged in by a leader, and you might have a disciplinary court. I see the church as deeply unhealthy. And whether these leaders know it's true or know it's false, I don't know. But I know that those mechanisms are present. And I deeply believe those are adequate signs of a deeply unhealthy, fundamentalist, high-demand religion.
Again, I didn't stop you with any of those lists, but I would push back to some degree or another on each of them. Because I don't think that that's how the church operates in practice to a large degree. I have spent my entire life asking questions and expressing doubts. And I have yet to have an experience where I have been nervous that my membership is in jeopardy for doing so. The closest I've come to that was when I publicly came out against the 2015 policy. And I had a number of people who said, well, why don't you just leave? And I was astonished at how many people were eager to see me outside of the church. But the reason why I asked you the question as to what you believe these men believe is that I think the way that this has been painted in this conversation today is that you essentially have two options. You have the option that these men are deliberate deceivers who, for reasons of power or whatever else, are deliberately doing harm to people and are trying. I mean, I don't know what would motivate a human being to do this, but they have just decided. We are going to perpetuate a system that we know is false, and we're going to lie about it. We're going to lie about our relationship with Jesus. We're going to just perpetuate this fraud for our own purposes. Either that, or these men are stupid or callous, or they don't care about human suffering. They're not sophisticated enough to recognize any of these kinds of things or whatever else. And those seem to be the only two options available to me as you list this litany of sins and lay them at the feet of the brethren and say, these 15 men have fallen down so badly, and these are your options. They're either idiots or they're liars. And I don't accept either characterization. I believe these 15 men love this church and love this institution, not just out of a sense of tradition or a sense of loyalty or a sense of obligation. There is no doubt in my mind that they are believers, that they fully believe in their own calling. I have had enough direct interaction with these men and with, members of my family who are descended from prophets who have lived with these men firsthand. These are not men who think they are perpetuating a fraud. They believe that they have been given an overwhelming responsibility
to be able to administer the kingdom of God on earth. And I think to a large degree, the kind of reticence you see to make quick moves in one direction or another, that's starting to change. President Nelson has made a whole bunch of moves very quickly that I think nobody expected him to do. But the reticence to just sort of radically shift the church one way or the other, I don't think comes necessarily from callousness or comes from, oh, I don't recognize LGBT people. It comes from, I think, an overwhelming sense of responsibility to be able to get it right, which to some degree limits their ability to respond as quickly as you would like and as I would like, and I think as a lot of members of the church would like. But you talk about Elder Holland telling John DeLynn the church isn't ready for that message. That implies that eventually the church will be ready for the message. The message isn't right, and the message isn't wrong. The message is going to require additional time for the church to be able to get there. And so I look at this and say the church is going in the right direction. They are going more slowly than I would like. They are certainly going more slowly than you would like. In fact, too slowly for you. And you've decided that you can't be you can't be part of that anymore. And I entirely respect that. And I entirely respect others who make that same determination. I have not made that determination because I believe eventually we get there. We will get to where the Lord wants us to be. The Lord is patient with us. We need to be patient with the church. But I do not think it is appropriate to consider that these 15 men are callously ignoring suffering, that they are just too stupid to see it, or they're too drunk on their own power. I do not see that in these 15 men. I think these are 15 men who have been given an overwhelming responsibility, and they can't act unless all 15 of them are united. And that's an astonishing responsibility. And CEOs, you mentioned Scientology. Whatever David Miscavige wants to do, Scientology does at the drop of a hat. That's not the way these 15 men work. To some degree, the president of the church puts his foot down, things happen. But at the same time, if the president of the church is trying to do something in opposition to the united voice of the 12, it doesn't happen. It's not going to work. All 15 men need to be united, and that ends up meaning that changes take place slowly and in ways that are probably not fast enough to have kept Bill real in the church. And I can respect that. But I'm not going to leave the church because I think because I recognize the overwhelming value and the purpose of the church, which is not to be on the cutting edge of social change, but which is to bring people to Christ. And the church continues to do that extraordinarily well, and I think will continue to do that well in the years to come.
You led a nice segue into the next section, which we'll try to cover here quickly. I don't want to make this go any longer than it needs to, and I hope you're willing to come back on one more time and
Sure.
just to kind of look back and say, like, okay, this is the ground we've covered. I think I learned this, you learned that. You talked about your spiritual witnesses, that everything else pointed like, hey, maybe the most rational thing to do is to step away, but God gave me a message to be patient, and so here I am. And I want to say too, the idea of like, hey, I look at the authorities within my tribe, and I've had experience with them, and here's how I see them. And I want to preface the topic we're going into this way, which is that if we look at other tribes, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witnesses, if we look at other high-demand fundamentalist religions, and even ones that are led by a group of people rather than an individual, we can also see unhealthy mechanisms, and we can look at their religion and go like, oh yeah, that's unhealthy. That probably isn't the healthiest place to be in. And then when it's our tribe, it's harder to step back. It's harder to step back and say like, no, I can't, we can't make those steps as easily. But I grant that you've had a spiritual experience, and that plays a part. And my argument would be that spiritual experiences are had everywhere. We talked about this, I think, in episode 1, or I know at least by episode 2 we covered it a little bit. And you were making the argument that a Latter-day Saint spiritual experience that either the experience is fundamentally different or the interpretation is fundamentally different in a way that it separates it from other spiritual experiences in other tribes.
I don't think that's the argument I was making.
Then I would love to know, let me pose the question then. So you had a spiritual experience that asked you to stay. And you take that as, hey, and you've had a spiritual experience with the Book of Mormon. And you take those experiences and you say, the church is true. God's telling me the church is true, and he's telling me to be here. Or he's telling me to be here and I'm interpreting that as that the church is true. Or he's telling me the Book of Mormon has good stuff in it. Or he's telling me the Book of Mormon is true. Like those messages are subjective to some extent. And I see other people in other religions having essentially the same kinds of spiritual experiences. Some religious tribes ask them to interpret them a certain way. Other religious tribes are much more like us, where they're asking them to interpret them as if that religious community is true. We can easily go to our breakoffs of our tribe, FLDS, Centennial Park, others like that, and see that same dynamic at work. What makes the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? It's the spiritual experiences that come to a Latter-day Saint in the Mormon LDS tradition, not in the breakoffs, not anywhere else, not in the Baptist church, not in the Methodist church. What makes those spiritual experiences more valid at telling you the truth of your church than their spiritual experiences are at telling them the truth of theirs?
Nothing. Because I think the way you framed the question is remarkably loaded. Because the argument that I think I was making in the first time that this came up is not that people don't have spiritual experiences that are valid outside of the church. It's that churches do not use the narrative of spiritual experiences largely in the same way that Latter-day Saints do. For instance, Catholicism. If you were to talk to a Catholic and you were to talk to them about their spiritual experiences, it would be very unlikely that they would frame those spiritual experiences in the sense that, well, I was trying to pray whether or not the Pope was true, or the Pope was the or that the Catholic Church is true, and I received an answer that the Catholic Church is true. I mean, they'll start talking about, the one holy apostolic church and the tradition. I mean, they'll frame the justification for the truth of that church in a much different way than Latter-day Saints do. I mean, you don't have Catholic testimony meetings where they stand up and bear their spiritual witness of how they know that their faith is true. You'll talk to an evangelical Christian, and most of them don't see a lot of them don't see the necessity of a hierarchical church organization or of any ordinances. All you need to do is have a direct spiritual experience with Jesus and be saved. And once you are saved, then you go to a church in order to help save others or whatever else. But they're not describing the kinds of spiritual experiences that Latter-day Saints are encouraged to seek. They are not, you'll certainly never hear a Methodist stand up and say, I know that that the Methodist Church is true. They're looking to sort of create an ecumenical body of Christ where the denomination doesn't matter much one way or the other, and just the relationship with Christ is what's important. So I would never, ever try to say that people outside of the church don't have spiritual experiences, or that their spiritual experiences are less valid or less valuable or less true than the spiritual experiences of people in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. What I would say is that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints asks people to pray about specific claims, particularly with regard to Moroni's promise. The Book of Mormon, more than anything else, in my estimation, has been given to us as, you need to go to the Lord and ask him if this is in fact exactly what it purports to be. If this is an ancient record that it was given by prophets in order to gather people to Christ in the last days. And you need to consider Moroni's promise in verse 3 talks about you need to remember how merciful the Lord hath been from the children of Adam, even down until the time ye shall receive these things. I mean, you need to consider everything and put the Book of Mormon in that context, and then you need to ask the Lord if it is true or if it is not true. And that kind of experience and that kind of request by an institution doesn't exist outside of the church in many ways. And I mean, it exists, I would suppose, in offshoots of the Latter-day Saint movement. But that's not something that happens in the Catholic Church. That's not something that happens with Presbyterians and Methodists and all of that kind of thing. So I would say that this whole idea that every person prays about their own church as to whether or not it's true. So why should we only believe Latter-day Saints when they say they've gotten an answer? And I would say that's not the context other people are looking at their churches. I would think the vast majority of people outside of the church aren't even thinking in terms of a true church. I think that they're thinking in terms of, okay, well, how can I be saved? Or what do I need to do in order to prepare for the next life? And the idea that, well, there's a church that you need to join in order to do that. A lot of them would say, why? A lot of them aren't even seeking that kind of a spiritual witness. So that's how I would frame that and say that the Latter-day Saint experience is different from the experience of the world at large.
Yeah, and let me agree before I push back. So I agree that most religious systems don't set up their faith in go have a prayer, ask if if Methodism is true, and then when you have a spiritual experience, that's an answer to the prayer. That said, so I agree with that. And so this conversation, this particular issue is made complicated by that. But I think we can whittle through it if we're willing to acknowledge, one, that if we do look at the offshoots, a group like Centennial Park, which I consider to be not as defunct like the FLDS and on same par as we are in terms of healthiness. Now that could be debated. People can climb in and into the conversation and debate whether Centennial Park is healthier or less healthy than the LDS part, the LDS breakoff. But that said, they are having the same experience. They have people who stand up and bear testimony. While I agree there is a ton more manipulation in the FLDS group, we still have to acknowledge those people are having the spiritual experiences to testify. Now, we can write off their experiences because they've been overly manipulated to have them. But I think on some level, so have we, testimonies gained in the bearing of it, for instance. The more you say it, the more you'll believe it. And there's an actual psychological phenomenon that says the more we repeat things, the more we actually believe them. So there are mechanisms in Mormonism too. When I look at a group like Centennial Park, I see members who are standing up and who are sharing the same kind of testimony. They know their church is true. God has told them. So let's just use them solely as an example. What makes your spiritual experience more valid than their spiritual experience, which also points to their church being the one true and only living church of God on earth?
I don't feel a responsibility to try to negate their spiritual experience. I have no idea what's happening in their souls. I have no idea what God is saying to them, and I don't feel any responsibility to try to say, I don't feel like my spiritual experience or the validity of my spiritual experience can only be sustained by tearing down the validity of the spiritual experience of someone in Centennial Park. I mean, I look at that and yeah, you can point to the FLDS and you can point to other kinds of people and say, okay, well, I can judge them if I want to, but even them, I don't feel it's my responsibility to assess the validity of anybody's encounter with the divine on any level, in or out of the church. I stay in the church because I recognize and can understand my own connection to the divine that has taken place within the boundaries of this church. And that's where I stand. And I don't see any value in attacking anybody else.
Okay, let me ask it a different way that keeps you from having to do that. If you were an outsider just looking at the experiences of a Latter-day Saint in the LDS tradition as well as a Mormon in the Centennial Park tradition,
right,
and you were to hear them both bear testimony, would you agree that there's probably no observable difference as an outsider?
Sure.
Yeah. Now let me ask you another question. This sounds like a different issue, but it points at the same thing. So I want to talk for a moment about priesthood power. And it's to make the connection that, again, observably, there seems to be no difference. If we were to go to a cancer hospital and go to the floor where all the kids are with cancer, and let's say it's got 3 wings in the hospital, and let's say it has 4 wings, in fact. Let's allow a Catholic Guatemalan mother in Guatemala to be praying for 1 wing of those children. Let's have the atheists go down another wing and just wish the kids good luck and well wishes. Let's have the Baptists go down another wing and do their thing, and let's have the Mormons go down the 4th wing and anoint with oil and lay hands on their head. I'm guessing that your rational mind would say, like, yeah. And again, let me say this too, because I don't want your pushback to be there are miracles. I don't disagree. There are miracles, and as you and I both agreed, there's miracles across all of humanity. Would there be any observable difference, you think, in the number of people who are healed or get better versus those 4 mechanisms of how we treat those 4 wings in the hospital?
I don't know.
What's your guess?
Do
you think there'd be a discernible difference statistically?
No.
No. And maybe any one of those, because again, I think incredible things happen. I think cancer goes away when we least expect it to in some patients. I think people would experience miracles. And I think it's a 25% chance on which wing would be the best. In other words, it's statistically insignificant, and it's up to essentially some level of random chance. And I don't mean random as in it's just completely not God acting, but only that the Guatemalan mother may affect a miracle and the elders did not. And I think by you saying that, you're acknowledging on some level, like Mormon priesthood, we've given this idea that we lay hands on people's heads and we can pronounce miracles and they happen. But I don't think they happen to any greater degree than any other religious, or even non-religious for that matter, method of wishing people well and performing religious rituals or non-religious rituals to affect their good. And I'm simply saying that when it comes back to the spiritual witness, it's the same thing. It's not discernible. And so Mormonism has set it up in a way to say, you can know this church is true by these kinds of answers. And the reality is, that's not the only place those kinds of answers happen. And there's a statistically insignificant way to discern as an outsider that there's answers happening there to any greater degree than anywhere else. And yes, other religious systems don't set their faith up in that way. But I'm guessing, again, if I were to push and say, if those religious systems did set themselves up in that way, you would acknowledge that there would be members in those religious systems who would have spiritual experiences as they prayed about the truth of their church.
Well, I think
correct?
There's a reason they don't set themselves up in that way. Because I don't think that Catholic cardinals have a lot of confidence that if what they instruct their membership to do is to pray about their authority, that they're going to get that kind of an answer. If they had that kind of confidence, they might be willing to do that. I don't know. I find the entire construction of this to be problematic in that the way to measure the validity of Mormon priesthood or Mormon spiritual experiences is to statistically compare it to other spiritual experiences. I don't see how that's particularly helpful. For instance, if I were to counsel someone, pray to know whether or not this is true, I don't think it would be a logical answer to say, well, I can't do that because I haven't prayed to know whether or not the Quran is true. And my response is, well, okay, go ahead, fine, pray about whether or not the Quran is true, but that's not what I'm asking you to do. I mean, I don't think the comparison is necessary in order to be able to connect directly with God. And I think that's what Latter-day Saints are asking us to believe. I have not had the experience within the church where I'm supposed to go and tear down the spiritual experiences of people outside of the church, or justify the priesthood by saying, well, the priesthood is true because no Guatemalan Catholic mother is ever healed. I mean, nobody says that. Nobody's thinking in those terms. I'm trying to, when I bear my testimony, I'm bearing testimony of my experience. I am not trying to make allowances or make judgments for anybody else's, even within the church. I mean, it's the Joshua from the Old Testament. As for me and my house, I will serve the Lord. This is my experience. This is who I am. And if you come back and say, well, so-and-so says that an angel told them to go to the Methodist church, my response is, well, then so-and-so should go to the Methodist church. I'm not in the business, and I don't even think the church really is in the business. Maybe they used to be. I think there were probably sermons earlier in the church's history that were far more combative to other faiths. I don't think you see that hardly at all anymore. But it's not a question of, this church is true because the Catholics aren't, so much as this church is true because we've had spiritual experiences telling us it's true. Well, it's also, this may be a bit of a tangent, but every time someone stands up in testimony meeting and says, I know the church is true, they're misquoting the Lord from the Doctrine and Covenants, because there is no place in the Doctrine and Covenants or in any scripture where it says that this is the only true church. The phrase that's in the Doctrine and Covenants is that this is the only true and living church. And I take that to mean that there is truth. Churches teach truth all over the place. I can go to a Catholic church, I can go to a Methodist church, and I can sit down and I can hear a sermon about Christ that teaches things that I fully accept 100% to be true. The issue is not necessarily truth alone. It's that living component. It's the living power of God and the living authority of God. And also that word living also says to me that, like all living things, the church has to learn and to grow and recognize that it's going to make mistakes along the way. That's what living things do. So, I don't necessarily just stand up and say, I know the church is true and that all other churches are false. What I say is, I know that this is the true and living church that the Lord has designed to allow his ordinances and his power to spread to all of his children. I also know that the Lord interacts with all of his children outside the boundaries of this church, and that he teaches truth to them in other churches and in other settings. He teaches truth to them in academic settings. He teaches truth to them in movies that they watch, and whatever else it is, that there is truth to be found throughout the world. But the thing that sets the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints apart is that we are the true and living vehicle to be able to prepare the world for the second coming of Christ. And so I just think framing it in those terms where it becomes necessary for me to denigrate someone else's experience or denigrate someone else's faith, I just don't think that's, I don't see the value in that.
You sense, though, I think, that when we dive into the messiness of Mormonism, and as time goes on and the world has more access to information, that everything that was once concrete in Mormonism, like here, we know this works and we know it works this way, everything has to move into the arena of subjectiveness. And here's what I mean. We have to come up with alternate explanations that have tons of allowances and which are neither provable nor disprovable when at one time we made extravagant claims. And I'll be specific here. We framed the priesthood in a certain way. We certainly taught our members, at least if I go back to when I joined as a 17-year-old, that the holy priesthood, that was real power. And that blessings given by those holding the holy priesthood had real power that was distinguishably different than the corrupt false priesthoods of other religious systems or the corrupt apostate priesthoods of Catholicism. And what you said today is that if we were to have a Catholic priest do his blessing rituals on 100 people, and the Mormon elders did their blessing ritual on 100 people, there would be no distinguishable statistical difference. And I agree with that, by the way. I think that's the truth.
Well, statistical difference.
That there would be healings on both sides, that there would be miracles on both sides, that the number of miracles across any 100 people blessed by their religious tradition would essentially come out statistically the exact same as the Mormons doing their rituals.
See, the problem with that, though, is that if you're talking about Benny Hinn kind of faith healing where, somebody who's had their arm amputated, they get a blessing and their arm grows back.
Nor when Mormon elders bless somebody with no arm. That doesn't come back either.
But that's what I'm saying. If the Mormons were to bless somebody and the arm doesn't come back.
I'm saying a cancer unit. I'm saying let's not take any scam artists either. Let's take people who are sincerely making an effort to use their religious rituals, which they believe in, to bless the lives of others. I still don't think there'd be a statistical difference.
You've participated in priesthood blessings. You've participated and understood how those work in the sense that the blessings that are given very often, almost always, include things like, we bless the doctors that will work with you, that their hands will be sure. We bless, that your body will respond to this. And the extravagant claims aren't necessarily made in these blessings. And so the thing that people don't recognize about priesthood blessings or any of these kinds of experiences is that the Lord is not usually in the business of parlor tricks, of theatricality. And so, for instance, when my daughter was injured in her skiing accident, I gave her a priesthood blessing that was one of the most sacred experiences of my life. And I recognized the responsibility, and I felt like I would love to have laid hands on her head and said, I hereby undo everything that happened to you in this terrible accident. Get up and walk, and we're done. Let's go home. That was not the inspiration that came to me. But I did make her very specific promises. For instance, I promised her that she would walk again. And that was a huge if. The surgeon who performed the surgery told us after we went back, said, I fully expected you would be spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. And she is not. She walks. She walks with the aid of crutches. She does not walk unhindered the way she did prior to the accident. But the priesthood and the experience with the priesthood was a connection to God that allowed my daughter to recognize the Lord's hand in this, allowed me to recognize the Lord's hand in it, and allowed me to be in tune enough to be able to know what promises the Lord was willing to make. Now, those promises are not theatrical, and an outsider can look at that and say, well, if you hadn't given her that blessing, she'd probably still be able to walk. It didn't make any difference one way or the other. And I look at that and go, I know what I felt giving the blessing, and I cannot demonstrate that to you. I cannot measure that statistically to you in any way that will be meaningful. The only way this can be meaningful to you is if you were to go directly to God and say, was this a valid exercise of priesthood? Did this mean something? Was there a healing divine hand involved in what happened here? And I recognize that's maddening to anybody outside looking out and looking in. And the reality is that is the way mortality has been designed, in that there are plenty of opportunities for anybody to discount the spiritual experiences of anybody else. I don't think there will ever be any kind of statistical analysis or any kind of scientific survey that will demonstrate the truth claims of any faith, including mine. And I think that's intentional. I don't think the Lord wants that to be the experience. We have had the experience prior to this life of being in his presence and knowing 100% exactly what his will is and exactly what all of this kind of thing is. And we have chosen an experience where we are not going to have that, and we are still going to see what it is that we're going to do when we don't have that kind of surety. And what we have to lean on in those times are the kinds of spiritual experiences that scoffers can scoff at all day long and say, well, that's nonsense, and I can demonstrate that's nonsense, and I did a survey of everybody else in the hospital, and your healing is no more valid than it. And this Scientologist thinks they've been healed too. And my reaction is, okay, good for the Scientologist. I can't speak to that. I can't judge that. The Lord does not want me to judge that.
I think you're building a straw man. So let me be clear. I think miracles, regardless of whether they can be explained naturally, and again, what makes a miracle is that in our present understanding of information, there is no natural explanation. But that doesn't mean that later on new information doesn't come in and we can explain things naturally. So that said, I think miracles happen. I think miracles happen in Mormonism. I think your daughter walking is a demonstration of that. That said, I don't think those miracles occur in any way that is observably, statistically significant in Mormonism over any other religious system that performs and has faith in rituals that bless the lives of others to get better as well.
You're absolutely right. It doesn't. That does not in any way, at least in my mind, diminish any Mormon claim. I don't think
other than that the Catholic Church, which we see as being in apostasy, having lost the keys, not having real priesthood, that its rituals have the same rate of miracles that happen with its members as the holy priesthood of God and the true and living Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
But there's no way to quantify that. That's the point, is that there's no way to quantify that because you can't quantify my experience with my daughter as objectively as a miracle. There are plenty of explanations for what happened to her and for her healing process that don't require miraculous intervention. And I'm sure if you talk to her surgeon, the same one who said, I didn't think you'd ever walk again, if you asked him, I don't think he's a member of the church. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know him well enough, but I don't think he is. I don't think if you asked him, well, is that because Jim Bennett gave her a blessing? His answer wouldn't be, he'd probably be kind. He'd probably say, well, I hope so. But you can't measure that statistically one way or the other. I mean, you can't take an objective statistical measurement of miracles because miracles require subjective interpretation. I work with a guy who is obsessed with theories of human consciousness, and he always comes back to the idea of qualia. Are you familiar with the term qualia?
I'm not.
This is a term that's used in discussing consciousness, to discuss what are essentially subjective experiences. For instance, when I say something is red, and I point it out to you, and you say, oh, yes, that's red, we both can agree that it's red, but red is a qualia that we cannot objectively
define red. Describe red. You can't.
Right. I don't know. For all I know, what you say is red appears to you in what appears to me as green. But since we both agree that it's red, there's just no way to verify that.
Right.
There's just no unless I step into your brain, I can't know what your redness looks like.
Right.
I mean, spiritual experiences and miracles are entirely the same way. I mean, there is no way to assess the validity of a spiritual experience. There is no way to objectively upset, with ridiculously rare exceptions. I mean, if someone were to go on television without an arm and someone were to lay hands on them and an arm magically grows back, people would be very hard pressed to say that wasn't a miracle. I think you'd probably find some who would try to find, I think you'd find a great deal of people who would try to find a naturalistic explanation for it. But so when you keep saying statistically, we have no more miracles than the Catholics do, I just throw up my hands and say, there's no way to know that. I mean, I can't deny that, but you can't confirm that. There is no possible way to be able to measure that statistically. And for an individual, an outsider, to look at it and go, well, I went through the ward and this wasn't a miracle and that wasn't a miracle and the Catholics had more of a miracle and that seemed more like a miracle to me. All they're doing is measuring their subjective interpretations of what they're willing to consider a miracle. In the absence of the kind of clear miracles, in the absence of magic, miracles require subjective interpretation, and there is no way to measure them statistically. So any statistical measure of a miracle used as evidence for or against the truth claims of the Mormons doesn't just strikes me as a really futile exercise.
And I'm going to agree with you in that Mormonism thrives best when things are moved and walked back to a subjective realm.
That's not, they were never moved out of the subjective realm. I mean, there may be people who have interpreted that way, but there's no possible way it can be moved out of the subjective realm. There's no possible way somebody can objectively say, this is precisely what you can expect when you kneel down and pray to know if the Book of Mormon is true. Your answer will come at this time and at this moment in exactly these parameters. No one has ever done that. I think there have been people who sort of tried to do that and failed. But the reality is the things of the Spirit are only known by the Spirit. And everybody from the outside looking in looks at that and goes, well, then I can't measure that. I can't quantify it. So it must be nonsense.
Right. Religion and faith is a subjective experience. Right. We're out of time today. And again, just want to say thank you. I know, you know, there are times where you're getting louder, I'm getting louder. I just want you to know there's not a single hard feeling towards you. I get where...
I hope you realize there's not a single hard feeling toward you. And I hope you realize how much I really genuinely, thoroughly enjoy this.
Yeah, no, I think it's fun. And I think we both get to learn better where we stand and learn maybe where our positions aren't as strong. And I've had to make adjustments through this too. And here we are. We're back for part 7. You and I had talked that we would do the interview about the various issues that we covered. When we got finished with that, we said, let's give it a little bit of time. At least on my end, I wanted to give it a little bit of time, see what the responses were, and then come back and kind of revisit that interview and just have a conversation about maybe looking back, thoughts on places maybe where our minds changed, places maybe where we thought like, hey, yeah, maybe I need to change my argument a little bit there or my perspective a little bit there. But I want to start off, and again, we're talking with Jim Bennett. Jim Bennett had written a response to Jeremy Runnells in the CES letter, and just thought it would be fun to sit down with him and to cover kind of the issues in there. And yes, I know this came out afterward, but one of the issues that we added that was not in the CES letter was the LGBT issue, and mainly because I think in order to cover race and priesthood and to have a conversation about prophets, the LGBT issue is a modern example. And so I wasn't trying to throw it out to say like, haha, here's this new thing and get you. I know that before each episode, I shared with you kind of what ground I wanted to cover. I know before the interview started that I had shared kind of a rough list of all the topics I wanted to cover. I just thought that the LGBT issue and the race and the priesthood kind of go hand in hand, and in some ways display some of the same questions and point us to having to kind of reconcile those in similar ways. But I wanted to start with this question. A lot of people have been, so let me say this too. I thought you were as kind and as considerate in those first 6 episodes as somebody could be sitting across the table from somebody who disagrees with them. And I felt, Jim, like a lot of the responses that came back hit on something that you and I both wanted to accomplish, which was to show that two people who disagree, will come up with different conclusions, could sit and have a kind conversation, respecting each other, even as they pushed each other where they disagreed. And I bet about half the responses that came in were simply people who said they were just grateful that the conversation took place, and they were grateful that the two of us displayed a way to tackle that kind of idea without attacking each other. And I just want to say thank you to you for being the kind of person that you are.
Well, that's very kind of you, and I certainly felt the same way during the conversations. I felt like you were kind and respectful. With regard to the LGBT issue, we certainly discussed that we were going to discuss it. I didn't feel like that was something that was brought up without I didn't feel ambushed on those, if that makes any sense. I've gotten a whole host of responses privately. I've gotten emails. I put my email address on your page, and I've gotten a whole bunch of Facebook messages. And the overwhelming majority of them, in fact, I can't think of any of them that haven't been kind and haven't been, people have just said, I'm very grateful for this. Some have agreed with me, some have not. But universally, the messages that I've gotten privately have been very kind and reflective of what you've just said with regard to the reactions that you're seeing. So that's been consistent with the reactions that I've been seeing.
Beautiful. What I wanted to ask you is kind of to counterbalance that, which is a lot of people have reached out in other places. I'm not talking about in connection with this interview, but in other places where they're just talking about your response to the CES letter. And a lot of them say, like, I don't like the snarkiness of it. I don't like the sarcasm.
Right.
Some people have pointed to it being ad hominem, which I'm not comfortable with, because I don't see you attacking Jeremy Runnells on a personal level. But looking at the CES letter, it certainly has kind of a sarcastic, humorous tone to it. I'm just curious maybe what your thoughts were, one, when you did that, doing it, and then two, my question is, like, is there a better way in which, just like you and I had a conversation, is there a better way in which the critic, because the critic does it too, the critic of the church, as well as the person defending the church, is there ways that in writing that we can tackle these things like the CES letter, but do so without that? Or is that kind of a thing necessary to keep people interested? In other words, the CES letter's long. Adding some humor, even if it's a little sarcastic, does serve a purpose. It keeps somebody kind of interested a little more as they're plugging along and maybe getting bored with the data points. Maybe your thoughts on kind of going forward, if you like the way you've done that, or if there's been any thoughts of like revisiting the tone of the letter, and any commentary you've got along those lines.
Well, I just wrote up a blog post yesterday talking about this, because since the first version of the CES letter came out, since my first version of my reply came out, I've gotten accusations that said all you did was attack Jeremy Runnells. And I have legitimately said, could you please point out an area where I have attacked Jeremy Runnells so that I can remove it? Because that was not my intent. I have nothing personal against Jeremy Runnells whatsoever. I don't see any value in attacking Jeremy Runnells or attacking any critics. At the same time, I don't see anything wrong with being as forceful and as combative as possible with regard to arguments. I'm more than willing to attack a bad argument. I am not willing to attack a person. And to date, no one has been able to actually demonstrate, okay, here's where you call Jeremy Runnells names. Here's where you say nasty things about Jeremy Runnells, because it's simply not in there. And then one guy, he wrote back and he was actually saying, I really enjoyed your conversations with Bill Reel, but I didn't enjoy your CES letter reply because all of its ad hominem stuff made me nauseous. And I wrote back and I said, as I've said every time someone said that, can you please point out where I've attacked Jeremy Runnells? And he wrote back, and then I sort of wrote back to him. And, I look at that and say, my CES reply has been out there for 2 years now. It's been modified. The second version of it, I think, has a little less patience for bad arguments than the first one did. But at the same time, neither one attacks Jeremy Runnells in any way, shape, or form. And so if it's sarcastic, if it's any of that, all of that stuff is directed at the arguments. It's directed at bad facts in some spots. And so there wasn't any kind of deliberate decision to be sarcastic or to be demeaning or to be any of those kinds of things. I tend to be kind of a goofy, sarcastic guy, and it kind of gets me in trouble in some spots. Well, this is kind of a tangent, but I'm now in the Tabernacle Choir school. I'm not officially in the choir yet, but I have some friends that run a website called the Utah Bee. These are friends that have actually left the church, but I said I'd be interested in writing for you, and I thought I'd write some experiences that I'm having in the choir. And I submitted an article, and they came back to me, and they said, this is really funny, and this is really fun, and there's no way we're going to publish it. And I said, well, why not? And they said, because you'll probably be kicked out of the choir if we do. I tell a story. So the first day of choir school, Mac Wilberg, the director of the choir, comes down and reads his list of what he calls you might be disappointed ifs. And he says, you might be disappointed if you join the choir to be a soloist. You might be disappointed if you join the choir to be a TV star. And he goes through this list of things, and then he got to one where he said, you might be disappointed if you join the choir in order to submit original poetry that you want the choir to put to music. And I thought that was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. And after that, they were giving us a tour of the tunnels underneath Temple Square. It's this huge Mines of Moria down there. And they were giving us this tour, and the guy at the beginning of the tour said, are there any questions? And I raised my hand, and I said, yeah. Are you the guy I submit my poetry to? And I thought that was kind of funny. And he didn't. And that wasn't really kind of an acceptable vibe for the Tabernacle Choir. So, and I talked about that in the article and this kind of thing. So if my tendencies towards sarcasm or any of that kind of stuff is off-putting to people, I apologize for that. That isn't my intent. That just tends to be kind of how I write and kind of how I see things. But I deliberately tried to avoid attacking anybody personally or beating up on anybody. And so I plead guilty to sarcasm. I do not plead guilty to ad hominem.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm putting, essentially putting forward that having looked over the response to the CES letter, I agree with you completely. I don't see a place at all where Jeremy Runnells is attacked for any personal reason. Like it's just simply the idea that, hey, you made a bad argument. I'm going to, in some way, maybe make fun of or add some humor to that argument and show why I think it's bad. But my question, maybe coming back to that, is what you and I did was very different, which is to allow each other time to explain where we kind of agreed and where we disagreed. There were times where I thought what you said is something I hadn't heard before, and I hope at some point here we'll get to that, because I want to talk for a moment later on about some of the things that I thought were really interesting in our conversation that caused me to think in new ways. But in that conversation, like when two people who disagree are having a long-form, real-time conversation, allowing each other to push or ask questions, what ends up happening, if you can leave like that sarcasm out, which I completely think you did. I didn't feel that at all during the interview. These two people can get together and like allow the audience to not see the disagreement in a binary way. In other words, when, let's say Fair Mormon answers a question to a problem in the church, and they give a completely faithful answer. And then the critic comes in and the critic says, like, that answer doesn't work because of this and it's completely wrong. And I never feel like that really serves the audience's purpose, because what the audience wants to hear is where the apologist is willing to grant that, okay, that is messy, my answer doesn't work the best, the critic's answer works better on this issue. And then to hear the critic come in and say, like, hey, the apologist made a great point there, they've given a better answer, and that solves this issue. If you'll allow a little bit of allowance, and it's not a major issue of mental gymnastics. And it seems like that is a better model for people to learn the issues fairly and to arrive at their own kind of conclusion, versus both sides standing on a different side of a wall and throwing rocks at each other. And I'm just curious, because I do think that Jeremy is attacking at every level as if every argument is strong. He's not in the CES letter taking the time to say, like, hey, this argument of mine is weaker and this argument of mine is stronger. The apologists have no good answer for this problem, but they have some answers for this issue. And then on the other hand, you're coming in and saying, like, hey, my perspective essentially solves all of these issues. And my hope was in our conversation, and I think we accomplished this, was to say, like, it's way messier than that. Both sides are going to have to acknowledge, like, there is no binary way of handling these issues. Some of them are messy. Sometimes the critic does have a better answer. Sometimes the apologist has a better answer. And I'm just curious if there's a way to accomplish that in writing without taking up, 20 years to put something together.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I look at that and I look at our conversations, and I think that the people who actually listen to the conversations get that kind of perspective. I was rather frustrated 2 or 3 days after the conversations. I think I've calmed down since then. But I look at the conversation and the things that were written after them. Particularly your comment as you went about and said, look how much ground Jim Bennett gave up, which made me think maybe this wasn't the kind of conversation that I felt like it was, or that I was expecting to be. Maybe this was a debate, and I should have been more on my guard, and I should have been, I felt like in some cases that in what was written about this afterwards, anytime I tried to show empathy for a point of view that was not my own, that empathy was to some degree weaponized against me. It was, oh, well, Jim Bennett can see my point of view, and by respecting my point of view, he's actually agreeing with my point of view, which was not what I was doing. I mean, when you went out and were telling people Jim Bennett admits that he wouldn't want his daughter to work in the Smith home, and people who haven't listened to that conversation so that they understand why I would say that, would just take that snippet of what was written and say, oh, well, Jim Bennett agrees with Bill Reel that Joseph Smith was a sexual predator. And I don't. And so when those kinds of things are kind of taken out and just said, look at all these things that Jim Bennett gave up ground on, I felt like what that does is it makes the possibility of future conversations like the ones that we had that much harder, because I think people are going to say, well, I don't want to get into this if all this is going to be doing is that everything I say where I'm trying to express empathy or I'm trying to admit that it's not that simple, that's going to be taken as a win by the other side. That's going to be a trophy they're going to mount on their wall. Look at all these things where I was able to get Jim Bennett to throw the church under the bus. And that's the reason I wrote the Fair Mormon article. They came to me and said, this is what Bill Reel is saying all over the internet. And I thought, geez, people, how many people are going to listen to 12 hours of conversation? And how many people are going to read a short comment that says, here's the list of all the things where Jim Bennett admitted that the church is wrong? And I thought people need greater context for that. They need to understand that. And so Fair Mormon said, do you want to be on our blog or do you want to do a podcast with us? And I said, sure. And they said, well, we're not going to be able to do that quickly. Do you want to just write something up? So I wrote something up, and, I went around and looked at some comments. I spent maybe about 5 minutes on the ex-Mormon Reddit, and that was probably 5 minutes too long, to be honest. And I thought, okay, I need to address this. I need to write this out and let people know where I stand on this if they don't listen to the 12 hours of conversation. Because I think that conversation allows for that kind of thing, but I think whenever you're writing something, it's essentially one-way communication. And so you can't have the kind of give and take that we were able to have over 12 hours. And so I think it's a real challenge, and it's kind of difficult to be able to create an environment when you're writing something that's similar to the environment when you're actually having a real-time conversation where both people can push back.
No, absolutely. And I want to ask you about the Fair Mormon response. And I understand where you're coming from. So there's two things that are happening that I think are complicated. One is which to try and, as one side of that interview, to say like, hey, here's why you might want to listen to this. This is ground that he's admitting is messy and that there aren't great answers for. It's hard to shorten.
But that's not what I wasn't admitting there aren't great answers for it or there aren't answers for it. What I was doing was showing empathy for your point of view and admitting that people can disagree with me and still be good people and still and that there's legitimacy to their point of view in the sense that there's when you say it that way, it sounds like what I'm saying to you is my answer's not as good as your answer, you're right and I'm wrong. And that's not at all, at least what I thought I was saying. What I was saying is I can understand why you would have that point of view. These are issues you can look at from a number of different sides, and people who come to a different conclusion than I do are intelligent people and are decent people. But that is not the same thing as saying, I think your point of view is more accurate than mine. And I think when you start talking that way, that's kind of what you're saying.
So maybe then, all right, so let me take it a different direction, which is I understand what you're saying, but I think it misses the mark when the fact of the conversations, the facts of the conversations are acknowledging like, oh yeah, the church does actually teach us to do harm sometimes. Yes, Joseph Smith did lack fidelity with Emma. Yes, unless we take Joseph Smith's and allow him to be the actual author of Abraham 1:12 through 14, then yes, it doesn't seem to have a good solution. Like I do think in the expanse of those 12 hours, 13 hours actually, 13 and a half, that there are places where you're saying, like, you're right, this data point causes me to have to stand ground in this space, and this space is not helpful to the way the church wants to interpret itself. And so I do think on some level it's not fair to stand back and say, like, I didn't grant any ground and I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate your view and I'm going to make space for it. Like, there are things you conceded, and I don't think I was inaccurate in that. They may need more context, but that's always going to be the issue whenever you write down how things go in a long format and try to shorten them to a short format. And so I certainly would hope everybody would listen to those 12 or 13 hours. But let me put it another way too, which is that I had no goal of, again, playing gotcha. But here's what I did, and I think I was up front. Like, you've written a response to the CES letter. You've made it appear, again, Jeremy's made it appear like everything's wrong with the church. And then you've come in and answered that CES letter and said, like, we've got answers for all of it. And I think the reality is that when you dive into these issues, the church wants to be interpreted a certain way. It wants to be seen as something. Its truth claims are deeply attached to historical events. And when we have a long-form, real-time conversation, what we do is we expose jointly. Again, it doesn't matter whether it's our motive or not. What happens is the church's truth claims and its history and the way it wants to interpret itself is exposed to all of these data points. And when it's exposed, people have to wrestle with how many allowances they make for the church to still be what it claims, and at what point if there's too many allowances, does it cross into the realm of being irrational or unreasonable for it to be what it claims? And when you and I have a conversation, again, I thought you argued the most tenable position that Mormonism could hold. Mormonism would be well to take your perspective and to implement it as its own, because it's the only way that Mormonism seems to even have some level of a leg to stand on. And so there's no attack towards you. Like, I thought you did as well as anybody could do. But when the information is all laid out on the table objectively, what people come to, and again, I think most people who dive deep into the information end up having some serious struggle with the way the church interprets it itself. And when people listen to a 13-hour conversation that you and I have, they have to deal with things the church never wants them to deal with, which is Joseph's integrity, his fidelity, how he pushed a vulnerable girl like Lucy Walker, which, again, you agreed she was extremely vulnerable. So the things that you agreed with, those things don't come out in a written conversation back and forth against a CES letter. But they do come out in a 13-hour real-time long-form conversation. And the ground that has to be conceded, and again, I think you did a good job of conceding where it was necessary. The ground that has to be conceded imposes that the church is going to have to redefine itself, because it doesn't, it requires so many allowances to be what it claims and then and not mesh against the data, that people left and right, as they go down this rabbit hole, are going like, wow, this isn't what I grew up with. Wow, this isn't how they define prophets for me. Wow, this isn't the Joseph Smith I knew. I didn't know Joseph Smith pushed 15, 16-year-old girls and was sealed to a fort. I didn't know these things. I'm simply saying that people can choose to believe in, let's say, Bigfoot. And Bigfoot is, by scientific standards, it's irrational. Now, it doesn't mean that Bigfoot exists or he doesn't exist, but every human being has to go like, here's the evidence, and are there too many allowances being required for me to believe in Bigfoot? A flat earth theory, alien abductions, we didn't land on the moon. There's evidence on both sides of those arguments. But for one perspective, most people go like, oh, that requires way too many allowances for me to believe that that's true. And they then consider that belief irrational. I think when you and I have a long-form conversation, it becomes apparent that Mormonism requires a lot of allowances. And now it's up to every individual to go like, whoa, that's a lot. am I willing to make those many allowances and for this thing to hold up as true, or do I, draw a line in the sand and say that's irrational? And so I hope that makes sense to you in terms of, I do think you made concessions, but I don't think it's as far sweeping in the way that you're defending it. And I hope that makes sense.
It does. I think it highlights, though, that we may have been talking past each other for 13 hours more than we realized, or at least I feel like perhaps I was talking past you more than I realized. Because
in what ways?
Well, because my goal in this was never to get in here and convince your listeners that the church is true. My goal in this was never to come in and think, okay, by the majesty of my intellect, I am going to persuade Bill Reel that the way he's looking at the church is wrong, and the church is irrefutably true, and I wasn't looking at it from that perspective. I was not seeing it as a debate in any way, shape, or form, or that the truth claims of the church will rise and fall based on how well I'm able to defend them. I look at this and say, I don't think that, I didn't see that as what this discussion was. If that were the case, if the idea were, okay, we're going to sit down and we're going to debate whether or not the church is true, then I think the topics of conversation might have been different. That I might have said, okay, I'm going to come at you with where I think the church has its strongest arguments, and I'm going to make sure that over the course of 12 hours that I'm covering the ground where I think the critics have really weak arguments. And I didn't think that was what this was. The way I do this, I look at this and I thought quite a bit about who it is that's actually listening to this. It was really interesting to me that I've had absolutely no response from faithful, active members of the church. Well, no, that's not true. I had one guy in my ward contact me who would listen to it, and he had some reactions. But for the most part, most faithful, active members of the church don't know who Bill Reel is, and don't really pay any attention to critics one way or the other. It's just not part of their milieu. And I look at the people who have responded to this. I went on the ex-Mormon Reddit, and I read about how Jeff Holland apparently was calling me to tell me what I ought to say, and how financially invested I am in the church, and how much money I'm going to lose if I leave the church. And I thought, boy, I'd save a whole lot more money than I'd lose. But I looked at that and realized that for the most part, I think the people that listen to your podcast aren't doubters per se. I define that by saying I think doubt is a temporary condition. That is, you wrestle with doubt, you struggle with doubt, and you eventually resolve your doubts one way or the other. I wouldn't describe myself as a doubter of Bigfoot's existence, or a doubter that we landed on the moon. I firmly believe Bigfoot does not exist, and I firmly believe that we did land on the moon. I'm not wrestled with doubt or uncertainty. Doubt has an element of uncertainty, and unbelievers do not have uncertainty. And I think there are a lot of unbelievers that listen to your podcast for the same reason that conservative Republicans listen to Rush Limbaugh. It's an issue of, it's nice to listen to a validation of my point of view, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that per se. And I wasn't coming on your podcast to talk to unbelievers and convince them that they're wrong. What I was trying to do both with my CES letter reply and with the podcast, was to demonstrate that it is possible to be confronted by non-believers and be confronted by hard arguments and still come out with a testimony on the other side. And it wasn't to provide definitive answers for any of these. I don't speak for the church. I don't have any ecclesiastical credentials that would say that my answers are better than anybody else's. They're to say, it's possible to look at this and to look at it from a point of view and still be able to maintain the kind of faith that is the reason why I'm a member of the church. I'm not a member of the church because a group of people made really persuasive arguments in a sort of debate-style, long-form discussion where I can logically look at all of these kinds of things and decide, all right, well, you have convinced me by the power of your logic that I should be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The reason why I'm a member of the church is because I've had a direct connection with the divine that has confirmed spiritually in ways that can't be really objectively analyzed in these kinds of discussions. And that's the reason why I'm a member. Now, I can already hear the pushback on that. Well, okay, that's not rational. That's not any of those kinds of things. And the reality is, at some point, the only way to have faith is to recognize that faith is indeed, by definition, subjective. And all you can do is say, all right, I've had this experience with the divine. I can't quantify it. I can't do anything but express that there it is, and that's the reason why I'm a member of the church. I don't think that faith has to be in opposition to rationality, but I don't think rational arguments are what convince people to have faith. So when I look at this, I just say, okay, with all of those things, the idea that I'm giving up ground, at no point did I give up faith. At no point did I say, geesh, my faith is invalid, and my faith just can't stand against the power of your rational arguments. I don't believe that. I don't think that's the case.
Nor is that my argument. That feels like a straw man, because that's not my argument at all. I think you understand the issues well, and I think that you recognize that the church has told a story a certain way, and you recognize that when the data is on the table, it compels us to reframe it another way, and you also recognize the allowances that are needed in order to hold that new way together. Well, I don't think this is as sweeping as you're making it.
Well, I didn't say anything, with the exception of LGBT issues, which aren't covered in the CES letter. But I didn't say anything in our podcast discussion that is inconsistent with what I said in my CES letter reply.
So you acknowledged in the CES letter reply that Joseph Smith lacked integrity with Emma.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So there are concessions. So here's what we run into, which is that I think you agree. I know there's some emotion here, because I know that you don't want to be painted in a way that you think maybe I'm painting you, and I don't feel like that's the case. I don't think in any way that you came in and said, like, hey, I believe this, and this, and at the end of the interview, I'm wrong about A through Z. No. What I'm saying is that the church wants its membership to see it in certain ways, and that through our conversation, you acknowledge...
You're creating a straw man to some degree. Because, for instance, I think one of the overriding themes of my CES letter reply is the idea that once you acknowledge that church leaders are human beings who are capable of making mistakes, fully 90% of the objections against the church essentially become irrelevant. Because there's so many places where Jeremy Runnells says, well, look what Joseph Smith did. And if you can just say, okay, well, Joseph Smith was wrong here, Joseph Smith made a mistake here, that takes the teeth out of almost all of the criticisms against the church. And when you start looking at it that way, the church, they say, well, the church wants to be seen a certain way. That, I think, comes from a cultural expectation more than a doctrinal expectation. The church has never argued that the leaders of the church are infallible. The church has repeatedly stated that the leaders of the church are human beings like each of us, and that we are imperfect. And they've accelerated those statements in recent times. You listen to Jeff Holland talking about the Lord has only had imperfect people to lead his church. I'm sure it frustrates him, but he deals with it. You've had Dieter Uchtdorf stand up and said there have been times when we've simply made mistakes. I mean, that message, the fact that culturally the church is inclined to attribute infallibility to its leaders is not the case that is the doctrine of the church.
All right, so let me jump in here for a moment. So here's why I think it's so much more complicated than that. Because it's easy for the church to stay back and say, look, we're fallible, cut us a break, that solves everything. But it doesn't. When you get into the heart of these issues, here's what happens. The church puts forth a message. Take your vitamins. Revelation is coming fast and furious. I shared with you the audio from Elder Cook. I know his voice. I know his face. So these guys want to convey to the church membership to have confidence in us that we speak the mind and will of God, and that God is behind the changes that we make, the small and subtle ones, while at the same time a long-form, real-time conversation shows that these guys completely missed the mark on really big issues. And so by recognizing like, hey, we're fallible, but we also want you to see us as having this direct connection as we make these small changes, but we also don't want to have a conversation around these big mistakes we made, because that hurts the fact that we don't have the connection that we are trying to get you to believe when we ask you to take your vitamins and we tell you we know his voice and we've seen his face. And so the only time that the average member can wrestle with that juxtaposition and to make a decision on their own about whether that really works or whether it doesn't is when someone like Bill Reel and Jim Bennett get together and hash out all of the complexities of that. And Fair Mormon doesn't want to do that. And I'm telling you right now, every critic, every informed critic that I've talked to says, like, I welcome it. Like, let's have a long-form discussion. It's only one side of this, and I'm not talking about you, by the way, because you did it. But there's only one side of this who refuses to sit at the table and have this kind of a conversation, because having the conversation is problematic. The conversation itself shows to some degree that the man behind the curtain isn't exactly what the church had that member think it was. And so the Fair Mormon refuses to have these kinds of conversations. And we can say like, oh, it's because Bill tricked me into having a... Like, that's not the case. You wrote a response to the CES letter where you're trying to tell members that like, hey, this isn't that bad. We've got good answers. Here it works. And I'm not like, hey, I'm going to expose that. But it is like, let's have a long form conversation and let's see if that really does hold up as smoothly as we like to say it does. And the reality is, and I think you agree, it doesn't. When we dive into the data, it gets really messy and it requires a whole lot of allowances. And again, I'm not saying the church is true or not true. Obviously, I have my own conclusion. But I like the fact that members of the church, or ex-members for that matter, can listen to the conversation, hear all of these data points talked about, and realize like, wow, isn't it beautiful when two people get together and are willing to just lay the information on the table and wrestle with how complex this gets. And I don't think the church or the defenders of the church want anything to do with that format, because, again, let me put it this way. When you lay the information on the table as objectively and as fair as you possibly can from both sides, and both sides are willing to take questions and to answer them, the church becomes demonstrably something different than it wants you to think it is. And I think that's not a bad thing. I think this church has to grow up a little bit. And I think on some level you've acknowledged that. And so I wish the apologists would take on these conversations, but it's not good for loyalty or upholding the church's view because it's never going to work in the church's favor. It doesn't mean it's not faithful. I think you presented a faithful position. If anybody in the church comes after you, like, shame on them. I don't think you said anything that they should feel like they have to do anything to punish you, and I don't think you'll get punished for it. But I think what you did do is display a Mormonism that they really don't want discussed. They really don't want to have to water down things to a level that you and I agree once the data's on the table.
Well, so in the course of that statement, I think you made an assumption about a concession that I made that I didn't make. For instance, the idea that the prophets and apostles have no connection to Christ.
I don't think I said that in that audio. I think it's a lot more normal and regular than they want you to think it is, the average member.
Well, the flip side to that is that the average member has access to the divine just the way the prophets and apostles do.
When Elder Cook says, I know his voice and I know his face, what do you think he means by that? What does he want the average member to take away from that?
I think he wants the average member to take away from the fact that he has a direct testimony of Christ.
So does that mean if I say I know somebody's face, what does that mean?
Okay.
You see, it gets messy.
Well, I want to step back and answer your question, because I think it's a good question, because I've thought about it quite a bit since we discussed it.
Is he trying to manipulate people into thinking something that's not true?
No.
Or has he really seen Jesus face to face? And then we got to jump back into race and priesthood and LGBT and explain why Jesus is silent.
No, I think we have to understand what we mean when we talk about what we mean when we say Jesus. We see Jesus face to face. For instance, in the New Testament, Paul talks about being caught up into the third heaven, whether in or out of the body, I cannot tell. Which is kind of an odd sort of thing to say. What does that mean? You don't know if you were in or out of your body? Well, you sort of match that up with Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon at the Johnson farm when they're receiving the vision that is section 76 of the Doctrine and Covenants. And there were 12 other people in the room, and you have Joseph and Sidney sitting there saying, I see this. And Sidney says, I see the same. And they go through that, and in the 76th section of the Doctrine and Covenants, you have one of the strongest statements by Joseph Smith that he has seen the Savior. He says, after all the testimonies that have been given of him, this is the testimony, last of all, which we give of him, that he lives, for we saw him sitting on the right hand of the Father. Okay, well, was Jesus there at the Johnson farm? No, at least, the 12 other people who were in the room didn't see him walk into the room. So when you start talking about, have I seen Jesus? Have I seen him face to face? You start having to deal with all kinds of assumptions about what that means. Does that mean that Jesus physically came into the room? I think the answer for most people is no. I think that doesn't happen except in extraordinarily rare moments. In fact, you start to say, okay, the first vision, when Joseph saw the Father and the Son in the first vision, was he in or out of the body in the way Paul describes? Was this something where they were physically there and he could shake their hands? Or is this something where he was having a vision that... So you start looking at these kinds of things and you start saying, okay, well, they're giving the impression that they've seen Christ. Well, I read the statement by David O. McKay where he talks about going to the city eternal and he sees and he recognizes the Savior at once. Well, he's seeing Christ, but that's something that happened in a dream. And so I would think critics would say, well, that doesn't count. And then you start having to get into, okay, well, what counts and what doesn't? And so when I hear Elder Cook or I hear any other apostle saying, I know his face, I know his voice, I think what they are trying to tell you is that they know of a surety of Christ's reality, and I think they've had really remarkable spiritual experiences. I think they've probably had dreams or they've probably had visions. I don't think that means that Jesus shows up physically and walks in the door of every Thursday meeting of the apostles. And I think that if he doesn't do that, if that's not the way Jesus interacts with us, then I think critics point and say, well, you haven't really seen Jesus. Anybody can have a dream. Anybody, and you look at the Book of Mormon, you look at Lehi. Those were all dreams. Those were all visions. He was a visionary man. So I look at that and I say, the way the box that you are trying to back me into is this sort of box of, okay, well, if he didn't see Jesus physically, face to face, the way that I see my children every day when they come home from school, then he isn't seeing Jesus, and he's lying to the members of the church, and he's trying to deceive the members of the church. And I don't think that at all. And this is, I'm probably pushing back a little too hard here, but this is the frustration I've had since our conversations, in that I think I'm being represented as saying, oh yeah, you're right, the apostles don't see Jesus, and I have to concede that.
What you just said was another straw man. Now here's why. So in these other stories, we know the context of those stories. When Elder Cook stands in front of a crowd and bears this testimony, you and I are having to guess at what the context is, because he's being ambiguous. And again, it's my gut that tells me I could be wrong. He's being ambiguous on purpose. It's the use of this. It's using this language in a way that like when I speak to an audience and I say something over and over again from place to place that I go, if I have to work with what my audience, their understanding is, and when what I say is meant to be understood differently than what my audience is interpreting it as, I have a responsibility to clarify and to add context. What I see him doing is being ambiguous on purpose, because he knows what his audience thinks and hears when they hear that phrase generally. All we have to do is go out and poll 1,000 members, and just active members who show up at these things, and say, like, if you heard an apostle say this, what does that mean to you? Those guys are perfectly happy letting that interpretation sit out there. Now, here's the second point. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a physical visitation or whether Jesus Christ himself shows up in their dream. Either way, Jesus in their dream or physically in the room seems to be giving revelation on the very minor things, and he still seems to be completely absent on the really big mistakes. And so it doesn't matter whether it's physical or not. It's the fact that they want to point to Jesus, whoever Jesus is, they're testifying that he really is directly involved in some way, whether it's a physical visitation or whether he's showing up in a dream. None of that matters, because regardless, he wants the members to be prepared for all this revelation that's coming, that's minor stuff. And yet there's no conversation around how Jesus is completely absent in their dreams around these big mistakes that get made. The problem still sits there. The problem of trying to reconcile, like, how is Jesus silent while LGBT kids take their lives? And how is Jesus silent for a ton of time while leaders of the church practice racism and bigotry on those of African descent? And yet Jesus seems to be so concerned with 3-hour church down to 2-hour church, so that we need to take our vitamins and be ready for these things. The problem still sits there. And so again, it's only this long conversation, by me being allowed to push back on you just saying that allows the average person to listen to this conversation and go like, yeah, that's right. It doesn't really matter whether it's a physical visitation or a dream. The same problem still sits there. Again, apologists like to be able to throw out an answer, but they don't want their answer questioned in any way. And again, I don't point to you, because again, you're sitting here and we're having it. I simply want to recognize, like, there is an added complexity, a deeply added complexity to Mormonism when we have a long conversation that allows pushback from both sides.
Well, I'm trying to process that in a way, because part of that I hear as, okay, so you think Elder Cook is standing in front of these people and deliberately trying to deceive them.
Manipulating them, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so as you say that, I think you're also saying Jim Bennett concedes that that's what Elder Cook is doing. And I do not. I absolutely do not. I do not think Elder Cook is standing in front of a group of people and saying, I know Jesus, I've seen his face. I think he is stating something that he firmly believes, and that the complexity of understanding the relationship of anybody's connection to Jesus is something that takes. If I were to sit here and describe to you, because I would, and I have, I did this last Sunday. I stood up in testimony meeting, and I talked about my testimony of the truthfulness of the gospel, and for me to sort of dissect that in terms of a way that somebody who does not have a similar testimony, or somebody that does not have any kind of faith in anything beyond this life, for me to tailor that testimony in a way that would be relatable or valuable to anybody outside the church would take a great deal of time. So I look at that. I don't think that there is any deception in Elder Cook saying that he knows the Savior. I would be willing to say that I know the Savior, and I don't want to get into more details about that. No, that Jesus has never walked in my house. But when I hear Elder McConkey's testimony that I will not know any better then than I know now, after he dies and he sees him face to face, I would bear that same testimony in the appropriate setting. I look at this, and we keep talking about how complicated and how messy it is. And one of the things that's interesting to me as I do all of this is that I do not worry that I have damaged the church by talking to critics, because the reason people are members of the church are because they have one-on-one encounters with the Savior, and they come to know the Savior, and they come to know Jesus, and they come to realize that all of the imperfections that are on display, that had been on display throughout the history of the human race. We talk about, why did God allow racists to lead the church at a time when he was allowing slavery to exist on the earth, and was allowing segregation and discrimination throughout all of his children, not just members of the church? You recognize the purpose of mortality is to come into a world filled with imperfection and wickedness, and to learn to learn and grow and do all of those things. And so when you do all of that, there's so many assumptions in what you're saying. There's so many assumptions as to what you think the church ought to be, that the church ought to. If Jesus is directing the church to the degree that I think you think members expect it to be directed, this church would not have any error. Jesus is perfect. And the question is, how does Jesus allow imperfection in the church? And the answer is that mortality is an experience with imperfection. Jesus allows it because it's the purpose of why we came here. And we need to grow, and we need to learn, and we need to overcome racism, rather than have Jesus step in and say, all right, you're not perfect enough, this church isn't perfect enough, and I'm going to eliminate all error, and I'm not going to, instead of allowing you to learn from your mistakes and grow up, I'm going to cut to the chase and make this church perfect instantly. That's not what the church is for. I listen to all of these, and there are so many assumptions I think that I missed within the first 13 hours. Is that I would hear you say something like that, and me not pushing back on that, I think was interpreted as, oh yeah, I agree, Elder Cook's lying to everybody. That's not what I was saying, and that's not what I'm willing to agree to.
Right, but I've never claimed that. So the places that I've said you've made concessions, I think you've made concessions. Now, those may need more context, but I do think there were concessions made. Now, let me say this, and I think this is a great issue to discuss because it keeps pointing to how messy these issues get when two people on opposing sides of Mormonism are willing to sit down and have the conversation. So let's just assume Elder Cook deeply believes that he knows the Savior's face and he knows the Savior's voice. Here's the two things. One is that, let's just grant it. I'll grant that for a moment, that he believes that. And let's even assume it's real. We still have to deal with the same problem, which is why God is helping them directly in some way, visionary, dream, whatever it is. He's helping them in some way with small changes and allowing big mistakes to be made, number one. Number two, just to point back at like a little bit of a contradiction to what Cook says. This was February 9th, 2016. This was at a presentation. Elder Oaks is the featured speaker at a university. He's asked, this was a gentleman named Andrew asked a question. He says, less than a year ago, right here in Washington, D.C., my friend killed himself. He was Mormon and gay. Elder Oaks, you've gone on record that the church does not give apologies. Does religious freedom absolve you from responsibility in the gay Mormon suicide crisis? Elder Oaks' answer, I think that's a question that will be answered on Judgment Day. I can't answer that beyond what has already been said. Now, here's a special witness of Jesus Christ who I'm going to assume, like Elder Cook, he knows his voice, he knows his face. Why can't Elder Oaks get an answer from Jesus on whether LGBT kids taking their lives is partly on his head? Like, again, it's a double message. And it's nice to keep these compartmentalized off in various places. But when Elder Oaks says, like, I don't know, I got to wait till Judgment Day like the rest of you, and then Elder Cook comes out and says, I know his voice and I know his face, there's a contradiction there. And unless we make tons of allowances and God, for some reason, doesn't care about the big things, or these guys need to really come to grips with the big things before God will talk, but on the little things, God's there and he's helping. Like, unless we make space for why that somehow adds up in some contortionist way, there's a contradiction, which is Oaks says he has no ability to figure out whether the LGBT suicides are on his head or not. And on the other hand, Elder Cook wants to intimate that I know his voice, I know his face, and all the small changes in the church are made by revelation. Those two things don't mesh together very well. And so it becomes deeply problematic, again, when the conversation takes place. For people to wrestle with that, it has to be this kind of a conversation. And when they wrestle with that, they're going to have to form new ways of putting this thing together, or they're going to have to deconstruct it, because it's not going to stay together in the way these guys want it to. The church leaders, they would love for these two things to stay compartmentalized off in their own arena. But that's not how this works. These things all have impact on each other. So my question to you would be like, why can't Elder Oaks just ask Jesus if these suicides are a good thing or a bad thing? Why can't he get an answer on that? But they can get answers on whether church should be from 3 hours to 2 hours.
Well, first of all, the idea that Elder Oaks thinks that suicides are a good thing, I think, is a ridiculous conclusion.
Whoa. Where did I say it's a good thing? I just said it's on his head. That's a straw man, though. Hold on a minute.
Just ask me, why can't Elder Oaks ask Jesus if suicides are a good thing or a bad thing?
All right, so let me rephrase it then, because obviously I'm being a little facetious, which is, why can't Elder Oaks ask God and have Jesus show up in the same way that Elder Cook is implying? Why can't Jesus show up and let Elder Oaks know if he has any responsibility or not for LGBT kids taking their lives?
Well, two things. One, you're presuming that Elder Cook's experience involves Jesus telling him anything, rather than Jesus saying, I live, I'm here, this all has a purpose.
And now you're on your own.
Well, that's what mortality is.
I know, but the moment we say that conclusion also has lots of repercussions.
No, it's not that it's not that you're completely on your own and I'm abandoning you.
No. That you're on your own to make all the decisions for the church without my direct assistance.
No.
Do you see, like every time we hold a piece of ground, that piece of ground has a ton of repercussions, and I don't want to let us shift from just holding different pieces of ground depending on the argument.
Well, I think you're assigning me to different ground than ground that I'm saying I'm holding.
All right, tell me the ground you hold. How direct, for all this to work in your head, how direct is Jesus' interaction with the leaders of the church? You see, the moment you answer that, it's going to put you into a corner, and that corner is going to have repercussions where in some places it's not going to work.
Okay, what corner are you trying to back me into?
No, it's not a corner. It's a matter of...
The minute I answer, you're putting...
I know, but here's why. Because you're trying to point it like I'm trying to put you into a corner. And what I'm saying is whatever ground you pick, when I ask you how direct, for your perspective of Mormonism to work, how direct is Jesus' interaction with the leaders? And whatever choice you make on that ground, there are issues and historical data points in this church that are going to be deeply problematic to that ground. And you're going to have to move again from that piece of ground to another as we have this conversation, because the church doesn't hold up if we only hold one piece of ground that makes it work at one moment, because it's going to have to be a completely different piece of ground at a different moment. Let me give you another example. In our interview, one of the things that you said, Jim, and I thought it was gorgeous, by the way, it's one of the things I had to spend a lot of time thinking about. It's the thing I mentioned earlier that I wanted to make sure I got to, which was that when we talked about race and priesthood, you said that Jesus isn't going to allow these guys to get a partial revelation, essentially. They're not going to be allowed to still hold on to their bigotry and get a revelation that allows them to still, like, okay, we'll partially allow those of color to participate, but we're still going to do it in a way that allows us to be bigots. I thought that was gorgeous. But as you probably can guess, that perspective also has 1,000 other data points that work against it, because the church has made partial changes. For instance, changing the temple to remove unhealthiness. That has been a slow process that has taken little pieces out here and there of patriarchy and sexism and of things that were deeply unhealthy over time. And so, yes, we can show demonstrably that Jesus, if the church is led by Jesus in these changes, that these changes often do come slow and allow the church leaders to hold on to unhealthy aspects as they do them. So again, whatever piece of ground we take, it has consequences for any other conversation we go into. And it's one of the things that apologists do that absolutely frustrates me, is that whatever question we're being asked, we offer a different kind of reconciliation for that answer. And then we get to the next question, which now counters that reconciliation. And now we just choose a different piece of ground. And now we keep these issues so compartmentalized that we never have to allow those contradictions to sit on the table at the same time. And so again, I'm going to go back to you. What kind of interaction does Jesus have with the leaders of his church so that all of this works out? And then I'll ask the follow-up question and we'll see if we still hold that ground.
So that all of this works out. I mean, because whatever answer I give is an answer where you're saying, okay.
You see, it's just messy.
No, I want to back up and take a larger view of it, because I think you are trying to sort of. I think you are trying to back me into a corner to some degree.
I think it's natural. I think Mormonism is so contradictory that we have no choice but to be backed up into corners.
No, well,
Mormonism imposes that it contradicts itself, so we're going to be backed up into a corner no matter what.
I don't accept that. I mean, I
great. Then then what kind of interaction does Jesus have with his leaders that allows us to reconcile all of this messiness?
All right, I want to back up because I think you're reciting a lot of assumptions to me that I don't necessarily accept. So I want to back up and give you my perspective on this and see how any of that might overlap with what you've just said. Because I look at the mortal experience as a whole, in total. The idea is Latter-day Saint theology is based on the idea that we are co-eternal with God, that we existed before we came to this earth, and that this earth is an experience where, when prior to coming to this earth, we lived in direct connection where we were in the presence of God at all times. We could talk to him. We could be with him. There was no doubt of his existence. There was no doubt of what he wanted. There was no doubt as to what his purpose was. And there was really no way that we could get that wrong, that we could do something wrong without recognizing it was wrong and without recognizing what the mistake was. And the idea in our theology is that mortality was designed as an experience where we would deliberately choose to enter into a world where we would not be able to see God whenever we wanted to, where we would have to struggle and walk by faith and make a great deal of mistakes and do all of those kinds of things, because that was required for us to be able to grow, that we would not be able to grow spiritually unless we had the opportunity to make mistakes without having the cheat sheet in front of us the entire time, which is the way it was prior to coming to this earth. So I look at that and say, okay, we've come to this earth, and we have come to this earth largely for the purpose of making mistakes. That the reason we are here is that we are going to make mistakes, and we are going to learn, and we are going to grow as a result of them. And that's not a flaw in the experience. That's the purpose of the experience. And it's also the reason why we need a savior, because we're going to have somebody to clean up after us as we do all this damage by all of the mistakes we're going to make and all the ways we're going to learn and grow by doing that. Okay, so the church is created as a vehicle in which we can strengthen each other and in which we can have access to the teachings and to the ordinances that will point us in the direction of where we need to go. But the church is established in such a way that it still requires faith on our part to be able to understand how to do that. And we, as members of the church, and since we are the church as its members, the church as a whole is going to continue to make mistakes and is going to make big mistakes individually and collectively. That's part of the experience. That's not a design flaw. It's a design feature. So, okay. So you start saying, all right, with that context, and you start saying, okay, well, how does the Lord give Russell M. Nelson instruction about 2-hour church, but he allowed racism to endure in the church for over a century? And you look at that and you say, look at who he was dealing with. Look at the world in which those people were living. And the constant in all of this is that the Lord gives us answers based on the questions we are willing to ask. The Lord, I keep coming back to the word of wisdom, being Emma saying, I hate all these tobacco stains on the wooden floors of the school of the prophets. And so Joseph Smith goes and asks a question and he gets an answer. Invariably, revelation comes when we ask questions and get answers. And during most of the time of the priesthood ban, specifically, that question wasn't even asked. And I don't even think the Lord expected that question to be asked, because the world at large was enslaving black people for a good chunk of this time.
Surely, though, that question was asked from 1960 until 1978.
Okay, from 1960 to 1978, you have David O. McKay, who is a segregationist, asking the question, and then that comes into the idea that you're talking about he's not going to give an answer to that when he's not asking. What he was asking was, how can we increase participation with black people, but make sure that they never marry white people? I mean, that's the assumption behind the question. Okay, so you take that and you say, okay, well, that doesn't work in the temple because there's still sexism in the temple, and there's still all these kinds of things in the temple, and with the LGBT issue, how come he's not coming down and screaming at people?
Right. How does he help them understand it's not a choice anymore, and yet we still have an untenable position? Again, partial changes seem to happen all the time. But I like your answer.
Well, but the thing is, with regard to the priesthood revelation, the sweeping revelation came after partial changes had been made in the minds and hearts of the leaders of the church and the membership of the church. I mean, it wasn't until 1960, roughly, I can't put a date on it, but it wasn't until then where anybody was even thinking of making partial changes. Joseph F. Smith in 1912 wasn't worried at all about the quote-unquote Negro question. Didn't make any difference to him. At the time, everybody recognized that these were people who were not equal with whites because that's just what everybody knows and what everybody believes. So by 1960, the hearts are starting to be prepared. And I look at the LGBT issue, and I think the hearts are starting to be prepared. We have come so far from Spencer W. Kimball's Miracle of Forgiveness about pounding your head against the door until you're bleeding, that I am encouraged that we still have farther to go. Now, the fact that Dallin Oaks may not believe that we have farther to go or any of that, you're dealing with people who are living in a world that is designed to be imperfect. And so I see the Lord's hand in this church even before the priesthood revelation. I see the Lord's hand in making David O. McKay. David O. McKay is unsettled by this, and he doesn't get to where I think eventually the church needs to go. But the Lord's hand, the way you keep describing this, the assumption you're making is that the Lord needs to just sort of step in, and the literary device is deus ex machina, machine of the gods. He just needs to step in and correct all error immediately and quickly. And that has never been the way the Lord has dealt with his people, not just in the modern church, but in the ancient church. The example I used in our conversation that I compared the race and the priesthood issue to was the idea of a king in ancient Israel. The Lord made it very clear early in Israel's history that a king, it was a terrible idea and would lead to a great deal of bloodshed. And Israel said, okay, we want one anyway. And rather than just sort of step in and kill everybody or wipe out Israel and start with new people, he said, okay, this is where you are. All right, I'll help you pick a king, even though I've already told you that a king is a bad idea. This is the way the Lord has always dealt with his people. He has always dealt with us where we are, not where we need to be or where we will eventually get. But the idea that you point at somebody and say, well, how come Jesus hasn't fixed you and changed your mistakes so that you get to where we need to get, is to fly in the face, I think, of how God has always dealt with his children. So I look at that, and as you try to sort of back me into a corner and say, well, how come he didn't step in here and how come he didn't step in here? I take a longer view and say that God has sent us to earth for the purpose of making mistakes, and we need not be surprised that those mistakes are not rectified on our time frame.
Yeah, but okay, so the next logical question then is what you've set up is a paradigm where you say, look, these 15 men in a room are, the way God works is that these men are often going to be, and let me rephrase it because I know where you're going to push back, that these men on specific issues, because of the way this system operates, these men are going to be later at arriving at the healthier decision and saving people's lives and marginalizing and shaming other people. They're going to be later than the voices of those maybe on the margins of the faith, or those who are, I'm trying to think of the right word to characterize these people, because it's me, right? Like, I'm excommunicated as a member of the church, and I came to a decision years ago as I looked at the science, as I looked at just the human experience, I came to a decision really quickly, once I was confronted with it, that being homosexual is just to be human. It's just like being left-handed. And yet these 15 men who are special witnesses of Jesus Christ, whatever the mechanisms are that operate in that system, it actually inhibits them from coming to the decision as quick as, say, I did. That there is something in that system that slows them down to where it actually happens later than it does for other people. And that becomes deeply problematic. So Elder Oaks this is actually still on the Mormon Newsroom, which I cannot, for the life of me, understand why the church has not removed this and at least disavowed it by removing it. And personally, I think
if they removed it, you'd say they're hiding it.
No. I'm not saying they're hiding it. So do you know what I'm talking about, by the way?
But that's what that's likely what, maybe not you, but most critics would say they're hiding it.
Okay, let me clarify. What are you saying that I would say they're hiding?
Well, Elder Oaks' statement about Judgment Day.
No. So that's the statement about judgment is not on the church's website.
Okay, what's on the church's website?
That's somewhere else. This is a different thing. So this is on Mormon Newsroom. Elder Oaks is asked a question. At what point does showing that love, talking about love towards our LGBT brothers and sisters, at what point does showing that love cross the line into advertently endorsing behavior? If the son says, well, if you love me, can I bring my partner to our home to visit? Can we come for the holidays? How do you balance that against, for example, concern for other children in the home? Elder Oaks, this is his answer. That's a decision that needs to be made individually by the person responsible. So he does shift and allow the person to make their own decision, but now he puts some pressure on them. Listen to this. Calling upon the Lord for inspiration. I can imagine that in most circumstances, the parents would say, please don't do that. Don't put us into that position. Surely if there are children in the home who would be influenced by this example, talking about his homosexual child and his homosexual child's partner, the answer would likely be that. There would also be other factors that would make that the likely answer. I can also imagine some circumstances in which it might be possible to say, yes, come, but don't expect to stay overnight. Don't expect to be a lengthy house guest. Don't expect us to take you out and introduce you to our friends, or to deal with you in a public situation that would imply our approval of your partnership. Now, you and I both know, again, set all of this debate aside or all this conversation aside, you and I both know that that's homophobic and it's hate speech. And I assume you would not disagree.
I feel anything I say on that, though, you're going to take as a concession.
No. I'm just asking you to be to be what you've already been so far, which is to acknowledge that these men hold bigotry characteristics within them, and that in this particular situation it's expressing itself.
Well, I don't want anything I say to be interpreted as judging Elder Oaks' heart. I think that President Oaks, he's not President Oaks, he's not Elder Oaks, he was Elder Oaks when he made that statement. I think that President Oaks firmly believes that he is doing the right thing. I do not think President Oaks is motivated by hatred for LGBT people. I think President Oaks believes that his understanding of theology requires him to take a hardline stance against homosexuality.
Yeah, this is beyond that, though. This is my child and my child's partner before marriage is legal in Utah. So it's not like we can deflect and say they're not married, they're breaking the law of chastity, like you and I both get.
I have clearly stated that I do not agree with that. I have stated that where I don't want that disagreement to be taken as, yes, I concede to you, Bill Reel, that Elder Oaks is a terrible person, or that Elder Oaks is hateful.
But I'm not saying that. What I'm asking you to do is
you're saying this is hate speech.
Yeah,
you're saying
it is, though. But so say it. So tell me it isn't then. See, that's the point. We don't, in Mormonism, we have to couch our words so damn carefully, Jim, that we can't ever say what we think.
This has nothing to do with Mormonism. This has to do with judging the motives of another human being.
All right. If I were outside of this.
When anybody brings any of these issues, and it's like, well, tell me why this isn't why he's saying this. I'm not in a position. All I can tell you is I disagree with it.
Okay, so you disagree with the position that to not take your homosexual child out to meet your friends simply because they're homosexual is wrong.
I disagree.
Yeah, you disagree. Thank you.
I disagree.
And I'll let that stand, because I think the audience, I mean, we all get what that means. It's not a matter of condemning.
See, that's the thing. We all get that what that means. I don't think we all get that what that means, because as you say this, you set up this quote with all right. Well, you have to concede, for instance, that there's something in the church that means that the apostles and prophets arrive at the right conclusion later than everybody else. That's sort of a core thing in the church. I mean, that's the message I got from you.
I picked a few particular issues. Remember, I stopped myself and said, I know what your argument back is going to be.
In the larger context, this church gets so much more right than it gets wrong. And that gets lost when you start to focus on all of these things. This is the thing that frustrates me after all of this is that if I concede to you any error anywhere, it becomes all right. It's the error that is the standard, not all the non-error. And one of the things that happened since our last conversation. My uncle Wally passed away. Wally Bennett is his name. He was 95 years old. He was a World War II veteran and a Korean War veteran. It's really cool. They draped a flag over his coffin and played taps as they were lowering him into the grave. But I went to his funeral, which was one of the most lovely and spiritual funerals that allowed me to realize the context of all of our lives. A funeral is a wonderful place to consider mortality and realize, okay, this is what the church is about. The church is about putting life in an eternal context. And the church gets that so much righter than the world does that it doesn't even bear repeating. And I looked at that, and one of my cousins stood up, all five of my cousins, who were the sons and daughters of of Wally Bennett, they all spoke, even though two of them are no longer active in the church. I'm not sure if they're even still members, but one of my cousins, and he is active in the church, my Uncle Wally was the president of Bennett Glass and Paint, which was a pioneer era business. It was founded by my great-grandfather, and he passed it down to his oldest son, my grandfather, and my grandfather passed it down to his oldest son, who was my Uncle Wally. Bennett Glass and Paint doesn't exist anymore. It went bankrupt in the mid-'80s after they fired my uncle. And they brought in this hotshot consultant who ended up running it into the ground, and it no longer exists. And my cousin got up at the funeral, and he started telling the story of when my Uncle Wally was fired. And my cousin at the time was getting an MBA at BYU, and his BYU professor was really interested in what was happening at Bennett's. And he said, I know this consultant, and I have some dirt on him, and we can get him. And you need to go back and tell your uncle that I can help you get him, that we can take this guy down. And my cousin went back and talked to his father. And my Uncle Wally at the time said, well, I have two choices here. I can seek revenge, and I can spend my entire life fighting against this, or I can forgive, and I can live the gospel of Jesus Christ that I have taught you all my life. And I choose to do the latter. And the point was, my uncle says, my cousin said, the church, this is the kind of man that the church produces. In my Uncle Wally. And I felt that so strongly at that funeral. And as you sit there and say, okay, well, look at the things that they're getting wrong. And I say, look at the overwhelming good and the number of souls that have been saved by all of the things that they get right, there is no doubt in my mind that God's hand is in this church and that God is able to lead this church despite the errors of its imperfect leaders and its imperfect members. So it just frustrates me to no end when acknowledging that there are things that I disagree with or acknowledging that there are mistakes is sort of conflated into acknowledging that the church is bad or that the church is behind on everything. The church is ahead with regard to what it takes to save a soul. And the fact that there are still things that we need to do to make sure we get there perfectly does not detract from the fact that overall this church is an overwhelming force for good.
Yeah, I think that, again, we're in the space of subjectiveness. I think the church has both good fruits and bad fruits. I think some of those good fruits are produced in other systems. I think some of those bad fruits are produced in other systems. I don't think there'd be any way to quantify or qualify that. We could argue that the church has saving ordinances, but again, that's also subjective. If the church is not what it claims to be, then none of that is real anyway in terms of these ordinances. And so we're left. Hold on. We're left to qualify or quantify whether the church produces good people or whether it produces bad people, whether it has safe spaces for people to positively grow, or whether it has safe spaces for people to get hurt and be abused and be traumatized. And I think it's a completely mixed bag. And two, I would challenge anybody listening, and I'll challenge you too, Jim, I would challenge you to write down the number of positive changes the church made before the world collectively was calling for it and raising a voice to it. And I actually think those would be few in number. I do think you've got the immigration one we talked about last time, but I think those would be few in number. If I were to name the things that they were late, and again, we've already established you don't think that it's important for these guys to be ahead of the times. That's not a characteristic of a prophet, seer, and revelator. But now you're trying to take that argument that these guys have created way more good. And so I'm saying if we tried to qualify it, tried to quantify it, and we made a list of all the things that they gave us before the world did, if we were to try and make that kind of a list, I just don't see these guys as having a significant number of things ahead of the time. Even the Word of Wisdom one, for instance. There are conversations going on in Joseph Smith's milieu about the very substances that he prohibits in the Word of Wisdom. I just don't think it's as clear-cut as saying like, hey, this thing is good. It's done way more good than anything. It's such a great force for good in the world. I think that's messy. And I think there is spaces unique to Mormonism where trauma and abuse happen, where the church is reluctant to make healthy shifts on. I think there are things the church does well, but those things are also found inside other systems. Not all systems, but again, it's a mixed bag. And so it's a hard thing to have a conversation around because you're going to impose something, and I'm going to say like, yeah, it's not that easy to impose, and now we're stuck on this subjective ground.
The church is designed to be completely on subjective ground. That's the point. There is no objective way to quantitatively measure the church's truthfulness in the way that you're describing. I mean, I can point to you to the good that it's done. I can give you my subjective experience and what I consider to be powerful connection to the divine, and those can be dismissed by anybody. Any outsider could look at those and say, well, that's confirmation bias, that's this, that, the other. And that's by design. That's what the only way to know that the church is what it claims to be is to get that message directly from whose church it is. And there's no other way to do that in a way that will satisfy the rest of the world. And as you continually talk about how the church is behind and the world is ahead, it sounds to me like you're talking about the church as a sort of political organization, that on political issues, I mean, you grant to me that the church is ahead, quote unquote, on immigration. Then
I will say the leaders of the church were ahead of the general membership on that issue. Outside,
but that's a political issue. I mean,
I know, but you're saying political, and I wouldn't call it that. Here's what I would call it: and issues where we're deciding how to treat human beings. So the LGBT issue affects the emotional and well-being and the health of human beings. The race and priesthood issue affects the well-being and the health of human beings. How we stand on birth control affects the well-being and the health of human beings. Where we stood on ERA affects the health and well-being of human beings. When it comes to issues of interviews behind closed doors with leaders, again, whether we cause harm or emotional well-being to a human being, the church on those kinds of issues seems, those 15 men, whatever the mechanism is to get those 15 men united, seems to put those men at a later state than when the world collectively, or the church even, from its voices on the margins that the church claims are the apostate voices. It's those voices who are reaching out and saying, like, something's unhealthy here. We're asking you to examine this issue. We're asking you to see if you can treat people better. And then the church responds significantly late on issues that have to do with how we treat each other. And I think if we made a list in 2 columns, when the church makes a healthy change of how we treat each other before the world moves there, or before the apostate voices are calling for it, and when the church makes a change after the world moves there, or after the apostate voices are calling for it, I'm just about certain that we would outnumber the right column 4-1 versus the left column. These guys seem to be slow at coming to grips.
I understand what you are saying. I do not accept the premise that you're offering.
Then let's make 2 columns. And let's name them.
Because I don't think that's what the church is designed to do. I don't think the church is supposed...
Do you see, though, you're trying to have it both ways, though, Jim. You're saying on one hand, this is not what it's designed to do. And on the other hand, we shouldn't gauge the church on that because the church does so much good. But I'm saying, like, when we quantify it, it becomes problematic. Here's another thing. Elder Corbridge recently gives a talk, and you talk about that in the first episode. And you didn't like the talk either.
I didn't.
There's this idea that there is an analytical method, there's an academic method, there's a scientific method. Those 3 methods, if we use those 3 methods, the church doesn't fare well on its claims. The evidence leads to the church being contradictory. It's only when we allow, in other words, Elder Corbridge is right. It's only when we allow the divine method to trump those other 3 that the church has a tenable position. Now, in terms of deciding facts from untrue things, those 3 methods, while not perfect, do way better at getting us to the truth than the divine method. If I take the divine method and I take 100 members of the church and I ask them a question at which none of them know the answer, and I give them multiple choice of 5 answers and say, go pray about it. The reality is they're coming to what the truth of that answer is not going to be very effective using the divine method. The other 3 methods are much better at us arriving at the truth. Even when leaders of the church use the divine method, it provides tons of errors. It provides tons of prophets contradicting each other. So those 3 methods are actually better, but the only tenable position the church has is if it allows the divine method to trump the other 3, because the divine method's the only one we can manipulate to have someone still believe. And here, let me add another thing to it too, which is that all roads lead to belief in the church. Jim, you have a spiritual experience that says the church is true. Hence, the church is true. If I have a spiritual experience the church is not true, I've been deceived by Satan. If you don't get an answer the church is true, that's okay. D&C 46 says, for some it is given to know that Jesus is the Christ, and for other to believe on their words. So just believe on their words because the church is true. Well, what if you don't want to believe on their words? Well, it doesn't matter. You've been deceived again. The church is true. Every single possible way in which the church can be examined for being true or not, no matter what answer you get, the church is true. And for those who arrive at any other kind of answer, they're wrong. the church, let me ask you, here's another way to put it. If I went up to Elder Holland and I said, Elder Holland, the church may be true and it may not. I would like you to provide me with a formula by which it is actually possible for me to arrive at an answer the church is not true. Not that it isn't, only that the test, the formula is fair enough that a answer that it's not true could actually show up. And there is no formula. All roads lead to the church being true. It's only when we have these conversations, Jim, and say like, look, we're going to have to hold to the data. And when we use those first three methods, the analytical, the academic, and the scientific method, the church doesn't fare well. And even when we use the divine method, the only acceptable answer is that the church is true. This becomes complicated. And the only way an average member can start to go like, wow, I can see where this gets messy. I can see why this only works that way. I can see why this is a contradiction, is again by having this kind of a long-form conversation. And again, I'm pointing out the apologists don't want to do that.
Well, I can think of a number of reasons why faithful members wouldn't want to do this. I'm not sure if you would really enjoy 12 hours with Daniel Peterson grilling you about the Book of Mormon.
I would welcome Daniel Peterson grilling me about the Book of Mormon. Daniel Peterson's been asked by me to come on the podcast. He refuses.
Well, Daniel Peterson's been asked by you to come on your podcast. I'm saying if you were to go sit at Fair Mormon and Daniel,
I'll do it. I'm happy to. Let's set it up. Daniel Peterson, if you're listening to this,
I can't.
I'd love to.
I can't set anything up with Daniel Peterson.
No, I'm not asking you to. I'm asking if Daniel's listening, Stephen Smoot's listening, Steve Densley's listening, John Lynch is listening. I'll sit down with any of them and have a 12-hour conversation in the same format that you and I did, where we gave each other time to talk and we allowed each other to push back where we disagreed. Nobody wants to do that because it doesn't go well for the church. If we're going to be loyal to the church and we want the church to look good and we want people to believe, these kinds of conversations are not conducive to that. I think you would agree. And we can cover, I'm happy to spend 6 hours on the most faithful issues and again, give another 6 hours to the most problematic ones. I still think at the end of that, the average member goes like, whoa, this gets messy and this isn't the way I thought it was.
The average person listening to these, and I know. Because the assumption that you're making, when you keep talking about the divine method versus the scientific method, I think there is a fundamental error in what that means. The church has never said, for instance, that if you want to learn the periodic table, go and pray about it until you get God to tell you what the answers are on your chemistry quiz. That is not how the quote-unquote divine method works. The promise in the Book of Mormon is that by the power of the Holy Ghost, ye may know the truth of all things. And people misinterpret that to mean it's saying that ye may know all truth. And that's not what it's saying. It's saying that the Holy Ghost confirms truth, that you may know something is true or something is not true by the power of the Holy Ghost. It does not mean that if you do not have knowledge, if you do not study something, if you do not know something, that all you have to do is pray about it, and then you get that answer. And that's even true with regard to the truth claims of the church. If you the Moroni's promise talks about how essential it is that you consider everything that the Lord has done from the creation of Adam, even down until the time that you shall receive these things. In other words, you have to do some homework. You have to look at this, and then you have to take it to the Lord and say, is this true? And that is a very different thing from, okay, I'm going to go study something. I'm going to go acquire a piece of information in an academic setting, because the whole purpose of the church, the whole purpose of doing that is to be able to have the assurance from the Lord that what you have studied, that what you are learning, to have the Holy Ghost be able to give you the confidence to know what is true and what is not. And so as you say this and say, okay, well, there's no possible way that 12 hours of debate over the truth claims of the church is going to persuade people to join the church, is, to me, I listen to that and say, that's like saying there's no way a Bible bash is going to convert somebody to the church. And I, as a Bible basher on my mission, I remember I was in Dundee, Scotland, and I was walking downtown, and there was this big street meeting of these evangelical Christians, and my companion and I were the only ones that stopped to listen. And after about 10 minutes, I was surrounded in a circle by evangelical Christians who were lobbing scriptures at me, and I was lobbing scriptures back, and I just getting angrier and angrier, although I was just really proud of myself for being so stinking smart. Well, it shouldn't surprise anybody that nobody changed their mind. The only way that you can get any knowledge of God is if God himself gives it to you. And so as you talk about all of these things and say, well, okay, well, geez, none of these debates are going to lead people into the church, and these long-form discussions, they're just not helpful. I look at that and say that certainly has not been my purpose in engaging in these long-form discussions. It has not been my purpose to convince you or anybody else that the church is true. My purpose is to demonstrate that I don't think members of the church need be afraid of confronting critics, of talking to people who disagree. And as you say, okay, well, there are other churches, these things happen in other systems. I do not feel any responsibility. One of the things that was odd to me in the list of things that you said I gave up was you said, well, geez, looking at it from the outside, Mormon priesthood has no more power to heal than other churches. And my reaction to that is I do not see it as my responsibility, or I do not see the legitimacy of my connection to the divine or any kind of miracle done within the boundaries of this church as being defined by tearing down somebody else. I mean, if somebody else believes that they've had a miracle, I don't think it makes my miracle more legitimate if I somehow tear down their miracle. So I just think I look at this and I think we are talking about two really fundamentally different things. And I think that as you focus solely on areas where you think the church has done terrible things, I think you are missing the point and the purpose of what the church is and what the church is designed to do. And I think it's an attempt to some degree to say, okay, prove to me that the church is true, but you're not allowed to have God do it. You're not allowed to have any kind of subjective relationship with God be entered into evidence. And the Lord has designed this system. He has designed mortality to make it so that that's not the way it's going to work. It's never going to work that way.
So by what source? So George Albert Smith was certain that the disavowed theories that he taught as true doctrines, that those were true. Brigham Young said that it was by spiritual means that he knew the Adam God doctrine. It was Elder Oaks seems to have some type of certainty as he stands up in General Conference and imposes the family proclamation in ways that deeply damages the LGBT community. By what source? So if the divine method is trustworthy, how is that working in those kinds of situations? And in other words, if I use the divine method and it is completely hit or miss, that I have prophets, seers, and revelators who think they're using the divine method and they are arriving at answers at which later leaders will disavow, then how trustworthy is the divine method when we use it that way? Like you're saying, like we can't use it to know calculus unless we already know the calculus. And I'm suggesting that we have LDS prophets, seers, and revelators who, through their words, intimate that they have access to the divine method, and yet later prophets have disavowed, or you and I have agreed that they're wrong currently. How does the divine method work then as a reliable mode of knowing truth if LDS prophets, seers, and revelators seem to know by the divine method things are true, only to be later disavowed and wrong?
The article of faith says we believe all that God has revealed, all that he does now reveal, and that he will yet reveal many great and, I don't know, what's the adjective? Great
I don't know if it's wonderful. I don't know what it is, but sure.
Things pertaining to the kingdom of God. This is not about the unreliability of the divine method. It's about the imperfect people who are not questioning a number of their assumptions. For instance,
how do we know at any given time whether we're questioning our assumptions or not? In other words, whether you're right about what you just said, the problem is still the same, which is that it is hit or miss when we think we're using the divine method to arrive at truth, and if we are.
I don't think it's hit or miss. I think we get answers to questions that we ask. Joseph F. Smith did not ask whether or not it was appropriate to deny the priesthood to blacks. He held on to that assumption that was reinforced by everything around him, and it never, I don't think, even occurred to him to think of the world in different terms. And
what about Brigham Young and Adam God doctrine?
Oh, Adam God is an interesting one in that did we talk about Adam God?
I don't know that we spent a lot of time on it. I think we briefly mentioned it, but I don't want to get into whether it was doctrine or accepted by the church. I'm simply saying Brigham Young's own mind.
Well, the thing about Adam God that's interesting to me is that there was never really any major need to sort of pry it out of the theology of the church. I mean, there were later denunciations by Spencer Kimball and Bruce R. McConkie, like a century after it was taught. But you look at the theology of the church, and whatever it was that he was teaching was not being interpreted by the people at a time in a way that is radically different from the way that we understand the theology now, which leads me to believe that Adam God, that we're sort of looking at that now sort of with a presentist mindset, that we don't really understand how that was received at the time it was being taught, because I think the way it was received was not inconsistent with the way we're practicing it now. It's very clear that what Brigham Young taught about the curse of Cain, it required a major crowbar to sort of pry that out of the theology at a much later date. Adam God just seems to have come and gone in a way that barely made a ripple in how it actually affected people and their understanding of God.
How about President Nelson's claiming that the November 2015 policy was revelation? I've made it very clear that I'm not comfortable with that, and that's been a but he called it revelation. So did the divine method not work there?
I don't know. I can't judge President Nelson's heart. I don't know what's going on. I can't say, oh, geez, you're really not doing this. All I can say is, in my connection to the divine, as I have prayed about that, I have not received any answer other than be patient with President Nelson and be patient with these leaders.
Yeah, but he claimed it was a revelation.
I understand he claimed it was a revelation. The assumption here that you're saying, okay, this divine thing, this divine nonsense, it just doesn't work because it's hit or miss. Because if anybody believes something that isn't true, then clearly the divine method has failed them.
History shows it's the least effective way across religions, across.
But that's not what the divine method is. That's what I keep trying to say, is that you wouldn't say, for instance, that if I go into a calculus test and get an F, that the divine method had failed me. Because you wouldn't assume that nobody would assume that praying about calculus that you haven't actually learned is an appropriate way to get knowledge.
Sure, but I'm talking about the November 2015 policy, which makes doctrinal adjustments and policy adjustments. Elder Nelson claims it's revelation, and it seems to contradict our theology at every single twist and turn.
again, you're asking me to pass judgment on Elder Nelson. Or you're asking me to say if Elder Nelson has made a mistake, President Nelson has made a mistake here, that invalidates the possibility of any kind of connection to the divine.
No, not just Elder Nelson. We're talking about the top 15 men of the church. President Monson was the prophet at the time. Nelson is just in the quorum of the 12, and he's couching his revelation. Nobody else is coming out and saying it isn't. So we're left with that just hanging out there. It seems, again, if we were to debate the effectiveness, what we would have to keep saying is like, I don't know, can't judge people's hearts. But again, to the logical and reasonable mind, the divine method seems pretty ineffective at arriving at the correct answer.
Well,
unless we allow the divine method to always trump the others, and then we can always show examples where those other methods arrived at truth. And
they're two different things. They're different things. When Oliver was trying to translate, the revelation came and said, "You took no thought save it were to ask me." That's not appropriate, that's not how God deals with his children, that's not how knowledge is imparted. We have to make the effort. We have to do everything we can on our own, and then we take it to the Lord and ask whether or not something is true. And when we do that, I think the divine method, as you describe it, is extraordinarily reliable. That does not mean that people are not capable of continuing in error and continuing to make mistakes. It does not mean, and again...
Give me an example. Give me a question at which the divine method works effectively that I could not raise, that other religious systems or people praying about Mormonism get a different answer. Like, give me a question where you think the divine method holds up and there is not contradictory evidence that it doesn't.
I don't accept the premise of the question.
I know, because the premise of the question isn't helpful to the conclusion.
No, I don't accept the premise of the question, because you're saying, give me an example of, the way I hear the question is, give me an example of the divine method in a way that can't be questioned objectively. And the reality is the divine method is designed to be such that an objective believer can dismiss it.
Right.
The Lord designed it so that it is not possible. I mean,
or the system designed it.
You're essentially asking me to prove that the church is true.
No. You're telling me the divine method is effective, and I'm saying give me one question that I could get 100 people to go to God in sincerity and ask, and we would see that method works. You see, that doesn't work. I understand what you're saying.
It absolutely does work. And okay, one question is, are you there?
Yeah, but I can use the other three and arrive at that too. That again, I'm asking for a question where the divine method trumps the other three.
There's no possible way. What other three?
The analytical, the scientific, and the academic method.
The academic and scientific and analytical methods cannot prove to you that God exists. God himself, by telling you he exists, can.
Okay, so there are lots of people who have applied the divine method, asking if God exists, and they become atheist.
Okay.
So that method is ineffective at arriving at whether God exists or not.
There are people who study calculus who end up becoming musicians. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
That's a fallacy. So I just showed you that if we were to look at it and say, like, let's take 100 people who are on the fence about God, let's have 100 of them go to God in prayer and sincerity, and let's see if the divine method works. And the reality is we're going to have mixed results.
Well, the thing is, there's no way to quantify sincerity. There's no way to quantify what's in any of these hearts. You get me 100
Yeah, but you
people.
and I both know people have become atheist after praying on their knees and with deep sincerity and going about it the appropriate way, and that's not the answer they got. It would be unfair to say, like, no, the guys who get the right answer, they did something a little different. They did it right, and the other people didn't do it right. That's not true. That's not okay. That's not helpful. People arrive at different answers using the divine method.
It's also not how God deals with his children, because you can get a marvelous, I can look back at several spiritual experiences, many of which I don't feel appropriate to talk about on podcasts. And
those experiences occur within all systems, though. I grant your experience was marvelous. All systems have people.
The idea that the fact that that's a complete irrelevancy as far as I'm concerned.
I know, but it's not. It's not
you
the
look
actual
at my
question.
spiritual experiences and say your spiritual experience is not valid because a Buddhist had a spiritual experience.
No, it's valid. It just isn't any good at telling you the truth of your particular religious system. It's a valid spiritual experience. It's just every religious system has people within it who have them. It's not a valid way at arriving at the truth. If I have 100 people pray in various religious systems, some will get no answer, some will get an answer, some will be told their religion's true, some will be told their religion's not true. It's not an accurate way. The mode is ineffective.
The mode is not ineffective. People are ineffective. People are imperfect.
So then Mormons could get answers that the Mormon church is true, and it could be them that is getting the wrong answer.
The example you gave me is the example of somebody who prays and they get an answer and then they later become an atheist. And you think that invalidates the divine method.
Well, some people are told the Catholic Church is true. Some people are told the Muslim Church is true, and sometimes those people become atheists. Sometimes atheists are decided atheists, and they had spiritual awakening to that, and then they come back into religion, and it doesn't necessarily become Mormonism.
The history of the LDS Church shows you all three witnesses ended up leaving the church. Two of them end up coming back. But the reality is that a spiritual experience does not eliminate human agency and the ability to get frustrated and the ability to come back and question that experience later. I mean, if I were to leave the church, I would end up having to figure out a way to sort of discount or reinterpret my spiritual experiences and say, oh, well, that must have just been confirmation bias, or that must just have been something else.
Or it could have been a real spiritual experience, but God works with the context of the system that you're in.
Well,
in other words, God could exist, and maybe Mormonism is just a stone in the path along a greater journey.
It is not my goal or my purpose in any way to try to invalidate anybody's spiritual experiences outside of the church. I don't see how that's helpful. I don't see how a discussion about that somehow invalidates the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on any level whatsoever.
Or invalidates any other religious system, or invalidates atheism.
But that's not the point.
It's only not the point because it doesn't lead to the place we want it to lead. Again, if we use
it's a completely separate discussion. It's not that it doesn't lead to the place we want it to lead.
If we use any level...
If I pray and I get an answer that the Book of Mormon is true, and that answer anchors me in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, it is not in any way a persuasive argument to say Muslims believe the Quran is true. And I look at that and say, well, good for Muslims. I'm glad they believe the Quran is true. I'm glad that's giving them some kind of connection to the divine. And I mean, you keep talking about that as if that somehow says, well, the Book of Mormon can't be true because Muslims believe the Quran is true.
No, only that we ought to be open to the fact that spiritual experiences run across the spectrum in various systems, and so hence my spiritual experience within my system is no more valid than someone else's spiritual experience, and that some people searching for a spiritual experience with absolutely full intent of heart are led outside of religiosity and become atheist. Like there's no any way in which we observe it and try to qualify it and quantify it, it has absolutely mixed results. And only when we place it in the sphere of subjectiveness and allow somebody else's answer to not necessarily disrupt our answer does this thing hold any value. It becomes a very complicated way to say, like, look, this works. Pray about Mormonism, pray about the Book of Mormon, this works. But somehow everywhere else, it's something other. And maybe somebody's being told, for instance, that their answer to a prayer that they should be Muslim is only a stepping stone to Mormonism. They were given a degree of truth. Well, I don't want to apply that to myself. I don't want to tell myself that Mormonism is only a degree of truth, like Mormonism is the true and living church of Jesus Christ. So it becomes complicated when we try to use those other three methods, and the only way it works is if we allow the divine method to trump those three when those three are pointing at something different. That's all I'm saying.
No, but the thing is, what you're trying to do is use those three to objectively quantify the subjective, and it's simply not possible.
Yeah, and
those three methods are not equipped to do that.
Yeah.
We cannot measure the sincerity of anybody's faith in any kind of scientifically objective, measurable way. It is not possible. It is science is not a tool designed to do that.
Right. So there's no way in which either one of us can promise that the divine method works.
No, there is. What I can say to people, and what I do say to people, and what members of the church say to people is, I have had this experience. I invite you to reach out to God and see if you have a similar experience. And I ask you to pray about the Book of Mormon. And I am confident, because he has told me it is true, I am confident he will say the same thing.
And if he doesn't, is their answer just as valid as your answer? Are you willing to grant them the space that their answer is just as valid? And are you willing to acknowledge, like, maybe your answer could be wrong because other people have just as strong an experience within their religion? Is it possible, like, is just the Mormon experience true, or could the Mormon experience be wrong? Like, if somebody has a spiritual experience within Scientology, that Scientology says, like, look, man, I feel like there's some divine force working inside me, and it leads me to say Scientology is true. Are you willing to grant, like, maybe your Mormon experience is just like theirs?
Scientology is a bad example because Scientology doesn't even believe in a God.
Scientology, pick a break-off group.
There's a whole other issue there, and that gets back to some of the things we talked about in our previous conversation.
Pick Centennial Park. I mean, again, this
Centennial Park is a better analogy.
Yeah, this isn't easy.
None of us are in a position to be able to judge somebody else's subjective experience with God. I mean, so if somebody comes back and says, well, I prayed about the Book of Mormon and I received an answer that it's not true, there's no possible way I can reach into their soul and say, you're wrong, that's not the answer you got, or you're lying to me. I mean, there's no possible way I can do that.
Yeah, but here's the complication.
What I do is say, okay, if somebody comes and says that, then I need to give up my spiritual witness that the Book of Mormon is true.
No, but us missionaries, we ask people to give up their spiritual experiences in other systems all the time. So it's one thing for us to say, like, hey, you Catholic, here's the restored gospel. We'd like you, and again, we don't say it this way, but in reality, what we're asking them to do is to question their spiritual experience within Catholicism and see if Mormonism has something more to offer. What we don't do in Mormonism is challenge Mormons to question their spiritual experience and see if anybody else has something more to offer. It doesn't work both ways, but what you're saying is that the answers are so subjective that, again, it just feels completely unfair.
By subjective, I mean there's no. It's like saying, how do I know your redness is like my redness? When you look at something and say that's red, I have no idea of knowing that what you say is red is what I would say is red. When I say subjective, I don't mean unreliable. I mean there's just simply no way to objectively verify.
Which means it's unreliable.
No, it's not at all unreliable any more than your perception of redness is unreliable.
Yeah.
You know what redness is. You can point at it and say, that's redness. And I can say, well, how do I know your redness isn't like my greenness? And there's no possible way that science can demonstrate to you that when you look at something that's red, you're perceiving the same color I'm perceiving. There's no possible way to do that.
I know. So the answer to
is not an unreliable experience. A subjective experience is an experience that is only something that the individual who has had it can fully understand. That's not the same thing as saying it's unreliable. It's entirely different. It's my spiritual experiences are the most reliable experiences that I have had in mortality, and I see the fact that I cannot invalidate or I cannot objectively evaluate anybody else's spiritual experience in no way erodes the reliability of the spiritual experiences that I've had in this life. We're talking about two fundamentally different things. The fact that science cannot evaluate a person's inner part, a person's qualia, which is the consciousness version of it. The fact that science can't do that does not mean that a person's qualia doesn't exist. It doesn't mean redness doesn't exist. It doesn't mean spiritual experiences don't exist.
And unfortunately, my time's up. So and again, I wish I had another half hour, because what I would do right here is just kind of end this and move on to a space where we're kind of happier with each other. I'm not mad at you.
I'm not upset with you.
I feel that though, and I don't want it to end that way. I want the audience to recognize, like, look, I think this was a conversation around data that people have to wrestle with. And so the listener has to decide, like, oh, should my spiritual experience within Mormonism, should I hold tight to that if I'm willing to concede that other people have different answers in other systems, and people in my system get different answers as well? And I think that's the wrestle. And I think let's let people make that decision on their own. I do want to say, let me just finish. I'm actually, like, someone's going to knock on my door here in 2 seconds. I want to say thank you. I hope that the fact that this isn't comfortable doesn't lead you to not having further conversations like this with people. You're welcome on this podcast anytime. I don't think it fares well for orthodoxy, but I don't think either one, you or I, are fans of orthodoxy anyway. I think that needs changes, and I think you and I both have argued that. I want to say thank you. I think you're just an incredible human being, and I've appreciated the conversation. And I think the world of you, and I have not a drop to say negative. I hope in all of this you've seen me be extremely positive towards you and towards your character as these conversations have taken place and afterward out in the public arena.
Well, I hope you don't feel like I'm angry with you personally. I appreciated this opportunity. I think this was a positive experience. I have nothing negative to say about you personally. Incidentally, I should probably just tell you that in a couple of hours, I'm going to be having lunch with Jeremy Runnells. He reached out to me in the course of this podcast, and we went back and forth a little bit and decided we should sit down and talk to each other. So at an undisclosed location.
Sure, beautiful. Yeah, you don't want 45 people showing up. Beautiful. And I think that's great. And I think the better we can get at debating the data, but doing it by talking to each other and hearing each other, I think the better off we are. And so I want to say, Jim, you've done what nobody else was willing to do. And for that, every person who's listening should thank you and applaud you for having the character that you presented through all of this, as well as the willingness to continue to carry this conversation. Thank you.